In a shabby, cramped room, the young Su Chao wiped the sweat off his body, panting heavily. It was clear he had just finished exercising. Sigh. Why is there still no progress at all? Su Chao's heart was as anxious as ants on a hot pan. He stared at the information panel that appeared in his mind. Name, Su Chao. Primordial fusion in progress. Ability awakening at 99%. Damn it! When will I finally break through? Su Chao was a third-year student at the Polytechnic University of Shanghai Bay City. Because he hadn't awakened any abilities, he couldn't apply to a martial arts university during his senior high school and had to settle for a general academic university. For an entire semester, his awakening progress had been stuck at 99%. As for the panel that appeared in his mind, Su Chao hadn't dared to tell anyone about it. The panel had appeared during the winter break of his senior year in high school. That year, he and his parents had followed a trade caravan to a neighboring base city to attend his sister Su Yufei's wedding. On their way back, an energy tide suddenly erupted, and the caravan was ambushed by crazed beasts. The warriors fought desperately to protect everyone, but the casualties were severe. His father, a Tier 3 warrior, fought to protect him and his mother, sustaining grave injuries before collapsing. In that moment of crisis, a top-tier expert happened to pass by and save their lives. Otherwise, almost no one would have survived. It was then that Su Chao suddenly awakened his ability, an SS-class ability known as Infinite Devour. Just as he was overjoyed and beginning to test this powerful force, no one noticed a mysterious fragment striking him amidst the energy tide. It shot directly into his mind, causing him to fall unconscious. When he woke up a week later and checked his awakening panel, his face instantly turned pale. His SS-class devouring ability was gone. All that remained in his mind was this panel and its information. Name, Su Chao. Primordial fusion in progress. Ability awakening at 1%. What was worse, his gene lock had been resealed. In other words, Su Chao had reverted to being someone without an awakened ability. 3 years ago, his father, Su Jianye, was gravely injured and hospitalized. The family spent all their savings and even sold their house, barely managing to save his life. But the high cost of subsequent treatments was something they couldn't afford, forcing them to bring his father home to recover. To save money, the family moved to the 25th district of Shanghai Bay City, renting a place. This area, near the outskirts, had low rent and was home to many struggling families. 5 days ago, while Su Chao was attending university, he received a phone call from his mother, Wang Lihua. His father's condition had worsened, and she urgently asked him to return home. After a full effort by the hospital, his father pulled through the critical stage. When he regained consciousness, his father refused to spend more money on hospital care and insisted on returning home to recover. Snapping back to reality, Su Chao knew he had to face the harsh truth. He looked at the time, it was 10 p.m. Just as he was about to open the door to wash up, he heard his parents' low yet intense argument coming from the living room. His footsteps halted. The 2-bedroom they rented was old and poorly insulated, so their voices carried clearly into his room. Lihua, stop holding on. I don't want to drag you all down anymore. Su Jianye, don't say that. We've made it this far, how can you talk about giving up? If it weren't for you risking your life to protect us back then, you wouldn't be so severely injured. His mother's muffled sobs could faintly be heard. I can't bear to leave you both either, but there's no choice. Do you know how hard these years have been for our family because of my illness? Where did the money for this rescue come from? Did you borrow from Zhang Matzi again? I know we're out of money. The brothers from the hunting team have already helped a lot, but they aren't well off either, they're risking their lives for that money. And your sister, Yufei, her family doesn't earn much, yet they've helped us out a lot over the years. Their situation isn't easy either. My condition is a bottomless pit. Stop struggling, or I'll drag this family down with me. And borrowing money from Zhang Matzi? Those people are predators, exploiting outsiders. If we get tangled with them, the trouble will only grow. Lihua, let it go. This way, you and Xiao Chao can live a better life. Let Xiao Chao focus on finishing his studies. Right now, we can't even pay for his tuition next semester. Give me an escape, and give the family some relief. His father's voice was suppressed and low, resonating from the other side of the door. Although Su Chao couldn't see him, he could imagine his father's strong face now streaked with tears. No. I won't. His mother's voice was a quiet, desperate growl, seemingly afraid of alerting Su Chao in the room. "Jenya, don't give up, I'm begging you. Hang on a little longer, you'll get better. We'll make it through this. I heard from Lowly in the hunting team that the Heart of Willow from the Hunters Association can cure you. I'll find a way to get it." The Heart of Willow? That thing costs at least 15 million Huaxia credits. Where would we get that kind of money? I'll figure something out. There has to be a way. Her faint voice trailed off into the distance. Clearly, this was yet another unpleasant conversation. Su Chao had heard his parents argue like this many times over the past few years. He initially wanted to step out, but then withdrew his hand from the door handle. Returning to his bed, he sat down. Unknowingly, tears had already dampened his handsome face. I must awaken. I have to awaken as soon as possible. Only by becoming a warrior can I solve my family's problems and save Dad. Su Chao clenched his fists tightly, silently making a vow. He didn't leave his room, not wanting to interrupt his parents' argument. Lying on his bed, he began to think quietly. It was now 50 years into the era of Great Nirvana. The wilderness outside the base cities was teeming with powerful beasts. From time to time, waves of beast hordes would assault the base cities, and some even infiltrated urban areas to hunt humans. Humanity's situation was extremely precarious. In this era, only the strong could protect themselves and their families. After the Great Nirvana era, high school graduates on Blue Planet had several paths to choose from. Those who awakened abilities and unlocked their gene locks could train in breathing techniques to grow stronger and apply to martial arts universities. Those who didn't awaken abilities could only study hard in academic subjects and apply to general universities. Most general university graduates could only find jobs that barely covered their living expenses. But graduates from martial arts universities were different. They were sought after by the military and major organizations, or they could become freelance warriors, joining hunting teams to hunt beasts in the wild, leading relatively prosperous lives. Su Chao, due to the closing of his genetic lock, could only aim for liberal arts universities and eventually ended up at this second-tier Shanghai City Polytechnic Institute. Fortunately, he had once awakened, and his body had undergone psionic transformation, reaching the level of a quasi-martial artist. Because of this, he found a part-time job near the school at a martial arts gym, working as a sparring partner. Every weekend, he would work for 2 hours, earning enough to cover his college expenses and alleviate his family's financial burden. Tomorrow was Sunday, and he had to work at the martial arts gym again. This job wasn't easy to come by, and he couldn't afford to give it up. His father had been discharged from the hospital, and his mother was taking care of things at home. Tomorrow morning, he had to head to the martial arts gym and also stop by the school to request a leave of absence. Thinking about all this, he slowly fell asleep. The next day, he woke up and exercised for an hour. For normal people, it's nearly impossible to awaken after high school, but Su Chao could see the panel in his mind and firmly believed he would awaken, so he continued to train diligently. After washing up, he ate the breakfast prepared by his mother and spent some time with his parents. Packing his bag, Su Chao stepped out of the house. He left the dilapidated neighborhood. Looking up at the gloomy sky, he sensed it might rain soon. To catch the bus, he had to cross several long streets and alleys. Shanghai Base City was one of the 8 major base cities in Huaxia. It was vast, with 31 districts and a population of about 50 million. The first 5 districts were the core areas, where land prices were exorbitant, and those who lived there were anything but ordinary. Since the era of Great Cataclysm, Blue Star had gone through its darkest times, with the global population plummeting to under 2 billion. The combined population of the 8 major base cities in Huaxia was less than 400 million. Su Chao's home was in District 25, a suburban area. His school and the martial arts gym where he worked part-time were in District 20, over 2 hours away by bus. He skillfully navigated the streets and alleys. By this time, it had started raining, soaking his shoes and pant legs. Occasionally, a thunderclap echoed in the distance. Gripping his umbrella tightly, he quickened his pace. The nearest bus stop to his school was just through one more alley. To save time, he usually took shortcuts through less crowded alleys. As he turned a corner and prepared to enter the next alley, he suddenly heard a strange crack noise. A sudden wave of tension swept over him. A faint scent of blood wafted through the air. Though diluted by the rain, his quasi-martial artist's keen sense of smell picked it up. Should I turn back? His mind was in a dilemma, and the sense of unease grew stronger. But taking a detour would add significant time to his journey. After hesitating for a moment, Su Chao decided to proceed and check it out, prepared to flee at the first sign of trouble. He took a dagger out of his backpack, gripping it in a reverse hold. It was a gift from his father on his 18th birthday. Holding the dagger gave him a bit more courage. He cautiously advanced. Entering the alley, a scene unfolded before him. The alley was empty. The sound came from behind a pile of garbage about 10 meters away. A drainage hole was nearby, with the manhole cover lying to the side. Since I'm here, I have to see what's going on. Mustered up his courage, Su Chao slowly approached. His heartbeat quickened with every step. When he finally saw what was behind the garbage pile, his hair stood on end, and cold sweat poured down his back. A monster over 2 meters long was rummaging through the garbage for food. Its entire body was covered in gray-black fur that shimmered faintly, and its blood-red eyes lifted to meet Su Chao's. The gaze was fierce and menacing. Its gaping mouth revealed sharp fangs. Beneath its abdomen was a horrifying wound, still oozing fresh blood. It supported itself on 3 legs, with its left hind leg twisted and broken. This was an injured mutant rat-like beast. Su Chao froze for a few seconds upon seeing the creature. Once he snapped out of it, he immediately dropped his umbrella and bolted back the way he came. Damn! Why is there a beast here? A million thoughts raced through his mind. After running a fair distance, Su Chao noticed the beast wasn't crazily chasing him. Something was off. If a beast encountered a human, it would typically attack instantly. Why wasn't it pursuing him? He stopped and turned back to look. Crunching noises continued to emanate from behind the garbage pile. Su Chao quickly analyzed the situation. This beast was likely severely injured, having escaped into the sewers. Starving, it had come out to scavenge for food. The fact that it didn't chase him meant it was gravely wounded. After all, humans were far more tempting prey. A bold idea suddenly flashed through his mind. His heart started pounding faster. The beast was severely injured now. If he could kill it, the reward would undoubtedly be significant. That would solve his tuition fees for the next semester. Beast carcasses were incredibly valuable, even for the most common Tier 1 beasts. He was a quasi-martial artist, and the dagger in his hand was an E-grade alloy weapon, extremely sharp, lethal even against Tier 2 beasts. Screw it! He'd take the risk and give it a shot. Having made up his mind, Su Chao began planning how to take down the beast. First, confirm his assumptions. He placed his backpack in a corner and used the dagger to chip off a fist-sized stone from a nearby wall. Once ready, he carefully crept forward. When he neared the garbage pile, he suddenly hurled the stone with all his might at the beast and quickly retreated, observing its reaction as he ran. The beast, sensing danger, had just raised its head when the stone struck it, shattering on impact. Roar, roar! The beast was enraged, baring its sharp teeth and growling menacingly at Su Chao. The sound caused the wound on its belly to tear further, blood gushing out. Its broken leg seemed to prevent it from chasing him, and it appeared more like it was trying to scare him away. Su Chao judged that it was indeed gravely injured. It was worth taking a gamble. He crept closer to the garbage pile again, picking up a large garbage bag along the way. Aiming for its head, he flung the bag forcefully and charged toward it. The beast, now furious at this irritating human, swiped its claws at the incoming garbage bag. The bag burst open, scattering trash and partially obscuring the beast's vision. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chao plunged his dagger into the beast's neck with his right hand, slashing horizontally. Blood spurted out like a fountain. The beast reacted violently, turning and slamming into him with brute force. Su Chao was knocked back over 3 meters, as if hit by a car, coughing up blood and writhing in pain. But he had no time to hesitate. He quickly got up and lunged at the beast again, stabbing its neck before darting away. The beast, riddled with injuries, had only a fraction of its strength left. Still, the fight was grueling. At one point, Su Chao was too slow to dodge and was slashed by its claws, leaving several painful gashes. As he was about to collapse from exhaustion, the beast finally fell to the ground, twitching. Su Chao, still cautious, approached and delivered a few more blows. Only when the beast lay completely still did he slump down beside its corpse, panting heavily. Suddenly, his entire body shuddered. Countless streams of strange energy surged into his body, and he felt himself transforming, an indescribable comfort washing over him. It lasted for more than 10 seconds. He focused on the panel in his mind and noticed the changes. Name, Su Chao. Level, First Tier Warrior. Ability, E-Rank Shadow Escape. Physique, 11+. Mental Strength, 11. Source Points, 45. Su Chao's hands trembled with excitement, and he nearly shouted out loud. He had finally awakened. He had become a first-tier warrior. From this moment on, his life had completely changed. When a person awakens their ability, they experience an infusion of energy, which not only unlocks their genetic potential but also directly elevates them to the level of a first-tier warrior. From then on, advancing further would rely solely on gradual cultivation. The strength of warriors is classified from the 1st to the 9th tier, with legends of even stronger beings existing. It was because of these powerful individuals that humanity was able to fend off countless monstrous beasts, protecting their homeland. On September 18, 2031, in the Blue Star calendar, a psychic tide swept across the globe, triggering a frenzied evolution in humans, animals, and plants alike. Some humans and animals awakened abilities, gaining special powers and growing increasingly stronger. This year came to be known as the first year of the Great Nirvana era. Initially, animals evolved at a faster rate, and some powerful mutant beasts formed beast hordes that attacked human cities. Humans relied on thermal weapons and a few evolved individuals to resist them with great difficulty. As the number and strength of mutant beasts continued to grow, thermal weapons became increasingly ineffective against them. Mutant beasts from the seas also began joining the invasion of the land, and one human city after another was breached. A vast number of humans were massacred by the mutant beasts, global population numbers plummeted, and many regions were overtaken by these beasts. The human leadership reached a consensus: all nations would abandon vast territories and cities, concentrating the human population into super base cities. Each of these base cities was equipped with advanced weaponry, military forces, and powerful evolved individuals to defend them. During this period, there were instances where even base cities were overrun, resulting in scenes of devastation akin to hell itself. Over 50 years had passed, and Huaxia still retained 8 super base cities. After a while, Su Chao finally calmed down. He carefully examined the panel again, realizing he had been too excited earlier to scrutinize it closely. Suddenly, a question arose in his mind: why had his ability changed to E-Rank Shadow Escape? He remembered that he had awakened an SS-rank Endless Devour ability in the past. Could it be that the panel in his mind had somehow altered? He speculated that the mysterious shard he had encountered back then might have fused with his SS-rank Endless Devour, transforming it into this panel now. But this was merely a guess. He would have to wait until he grew stronger to investigate further. As for why he currently had the E-Rank Shadow Escape ability. Looking at the rodent-like beast beside him, he suddenly recalled something he'd read in a monster database online. It mentioned that a few beasts could awaken unique innate abilities. For instance, a rodent beast known as the Shadow Rat possessed the Shadow Escape ability. Could it be that the panel could acquire the innate abilities of exotic beasts? If that were true, then the panel was incredibly powerful. But then again, the panel had always been enigmatic. Having some overpowered features made sense. He decided to test this theory by killing another beast with an innate ability when the opportunity arose. Thinking of the Shadow Rat, everything now made sense. No wonder it was able to infiltrate the base city, and even when gravely wounded, it still managed to escape. Unfortunately, it was injured too severely. Su Chao had spent a long time killing it, even getting hurt himself in the process. After sorting through his thoughts, Su Chao turned his attention back to the panel. What did the plus symbol next to physique mean? Could it be used to increase attributes? He decided to test it. In his mind, he focused on the plus symbol, and immediately, he felt a surge of energy flow into his body, noticeably improving his physical strength. He quickly checked the panel again. Name, Su Chao. Level, First Tier Warrior. Ability, E-Rank Shadow Escape. Physique, 12+. Mental Strength, 11. Source Points, 35. Ha! The source points had decreased by 10, which meant that increasing physique by 1 point consumed 10 source points. These source points must have been obtained from killing the Shadow Rat earlier. Since there was no plus symbol next to mental strength, Su Chao speculated that his source points were insufficient. He wondered how many points would be needed to enhance his mental strength. Surveying his remaining source points, Su Chao decided not to spend more on increasing his physique for now. He wanted to save them to explore other potential uses. Clenching his fists tightly, he felt the explosive power within his body. He believed that if he were to encounter the shadow rat again, he could handle it with ease. However, he suspected that the shadow rat might not have been an ordinary first-tier beast. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so difficult to deal with even after sustaining such severe injuries. It was likely a second-tier beast. Thinking of this sent a chill down his spine. But he chuckled to himself. Compared to the rewards he had gained, the risk had been worth it. Indeed, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Recalling his newly acquired ability, he gave it a try and found that his speed had increased by nearly 50%. Not bad. Su Chao resolved that no one could ever learn about the existence of the panel. It was his greatest secret. Once his emotions were steady, Su Chao wiped the rainwater off his face and quickly prepared to leave. Although this alley was usually sparsely populated, especially on rainy days, the sound of his battle with the beast might have attracted others. He had no desire to invite trouble. He surveyed the surrounding mess, rummaged through a pile of trash, and found a large, tattered bag to stash the beast's corpse. He then swiftly cleaned up the traces of the battle and replaced the manhole cover on the sewer. Carrying the bag, he returned to retrieve his backpack and umbrella. From the bag, he took out a set of spare clothes and changed out of his torn and bloodied old clothes. Thanks to the enhanced physique from his warrior advancement, his wounds had already scabbed over. Once everything was taken care of, he turned and left the alley. What Su Chao didn't know was that just 2 streets away from his battleground, in another alley, 2 middle-aged men, both around 35 years old, were holding a compass-like device and searching along the sewer. Both men were armed and appeared to be warriors. One of them, a scar-faced man, spat impatiently. "Damn it! That thing runs too fast. We've been looking for 2 hours and still haven't found it. How are we supposed to search through such a complicated sewer system? Stop complaining. Just keep looking. It's your fault for failing to block it earlier and letting it escape into the sewer." The other man, who held the compass, replied without even turning his head. It was difficult to severely wound it, yet it still managed to escape. "If we can't find it, the losses this time will be significant. That was a Tier 2 shadow rat, extremely valuable. How could we have stopped it? Who would have thought it would use all its strength to shadow step into the sewers at the last moment? Enough talking, let's keep searching. It's badly injured and shouldn't be far from here. If not for the sudden rain washing away its scent, we would have already found it." For Su Chao, who was already a Tier 1 martial artist, carrying something weighing 100 or 200 kilograms while walking was effortless. After over 30 minutes of travel, he arrived in front of a 5-story building in District 25. The building covered a large area. Looking up, he saw the sign above the entrance, Hunter Association. That's right, he was here to handle the monster carcass. The Hunter Association was a civilian organization jointly founded by several prominent families in Huaxia. It had headquarters and multiple branch offices in every base city. In the Starsea base city, most areas had a branch office, with the headquarters located in District 1, providing convenience for martial artists to conduct various transactions. The association not only purchased monster carcasses and materials but also offered various services. Martial artists could rest and lodge here, purchase weapons, and even find martial techniques for sale. It's said that senior members could enjoy special privileges. Su Chao walked into the hall and found it spacious, divided into several sections. There was a lounge area and a trading area. Today, there weren't many people. Su Chao headed straight to a counter in the trading area. "Sir, how can I assist you?" A beautiful female staff member, about 25 years old, asked with a smile. "Can you appraise the value of this for me?" Su Chao placed the bag he was holding onto the counter. On the way, he'd specifically bought a new bag to replace the old, torn one. "All right, please hold on." The staff member opened the bag and carefully inspected its contents. "Sir, this is a Tier 2 shadow rat. Since the body is intact, we can offer 180,000 yuan. What do you think?" "Deal." Su Chao had done his research on prices beforehand. Typically, Tier 1 monster carcasses were worth no more than 100,000 yuan, Tier 2 no more than 200,000 yuan, and Tier 3 could sell for as much as 500,000 yuan. This Tier 2 shadow rat wasn't the most valuable, but being able to sell it for 180,000 yuan likely meant it had awakened an ability. After completing the transaction, Su Chao's account now had a balance of 180,552 yuan. He stared at the balance, stunned. This was the first significant amount of money he'd ever earned in his life. For regular people, a monthly salary was just a few thousand yuan. His mother, who hadn't awakened any powers, was an elementary school teacher earning just over 5,000 yuan per month. After the transaction, Su Chao browsed around other counters, wanting to see if there was anything suitable for him. The more he looked, the more disheartened he became. Most of the items were beyond his reach financially. In the equipment section, even the slightly better E-grade alloy weapons cost hundreds of thousands. F-grade weapons, which were cheaper, seemed unnecessary since his dagger was still more practical. These weapons were crafted from a combination of monster materials and metal alloys, ranging in grade from F to SSS. The higher the grade, the sturdier and sharper the weapon, making it less prone to damage. The martial technique section was even pricier. A few decent beginner techniques were priced at 70 to 80,000 yuan, completely out of his budget, let alone the intermediate techniques. From what he knew, martial techniques were divided into 4 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and pinnacle. Here, the highest available techniques were only up to the intermediate level. In the end, he spent 150,000 yuan to buy a beginner martial technique called Shadow Strike. This technique could complement his ability, Shadow Step, allowing him to maximize his combat potential. The staff informed him that purchased martial techniques were for personal use only and were registered in the system. They couldn't be resold or privately taught to others. Violators would face severe consequences. Looking at the remaining 30,000 yuan in his account, Su Chao gritted his teeth and left. Outside the hall, he checked the time. It was nearly 11 a.m. He turned and noticed a building nearby, the Ability Management Bureau. He still had time, so he decided to drop by. In Huaxia, every base city required newly awakened ability users to register at their local Ability Management Bureau. When he left the bureau, he had a new manual for breathing techniques. This was a basic breathing method provided free to all registered ability users. It was said that advanced breathing techniques could be exchanged for merit points and were far more effective for cultivation. As it approached noon, he had to hurry and catch a bus to the martial arts gym. The sparring session began at 3 p.m. Although he had already awakened and no longer needed to attend in the future, he still had to go today in person. Over the years, the martial arts gym had helped cover his monthly living expenses. By 2:30 p.m., Su Chao arrived at the Extreme Martial Arts Gym. In this era, everyone aspired to become a martial artist, so martial arts gyms were thriving businesses. There were at least 3 gyms on this street alone. Inside the gym, people crowded around the equipment, training vigorously. The atmosphere was lively. Most of them were students, especially high schoolers. It was the weekend, and with no classes scheduled, many had come here to train. Everyone hoped to awaken an ability before the college entrance exams and secure admission to a martial arts university. However, the number of people who could awaken abilities was limited. Most were destined to be sparring partners. In recent years, rumors had spread about a type of genetic potion that could unlock one's genetic potential and pave the way to becoming a martial artist. But these potions were extremely scarce and exorbitantly priced. Many people, even if wealthy, couldn't buy them. Additionally, martial artists who used genetic potions were generally weaker than naturally awakened ones of the same tier. Each tier advancement also required the corresponding level of genetic potion. Su Chao soon found the gym's manager, Wang Meng, and handed him 2 packs of cigarettes he had bought on the way. In the city, land was scarce, and much of it was allocated for grain production. These cigarettes were made from a common mutated plant, fragrant leafgrass, found in the wilderness, instead of traditional tobacco. With people collecting and purchasing it over time, it had formed an entire industry chain. These cigarettes weren't cheap, they'd cost him 800 yuan. Brother Wang, I won't be coming here to spar anymore. I just wanted to let you know, and this is a small token of my appreciation. Thank you for agreeing to let me stay back then and helping me through those tough times. Wang Mang looked bewildered. What do you mean? Did you strike it rich? Take this back. Don't waste your money. I know about your family's situation. As he spoke, he pushed the cigarettes back toward Su Chao. Su Chao looked at him seriously and said, Brother Wang, I've awakened. I believe I can solve my family's problems in the future. What did you just say? You're not joking, are you? Wang Meng's face was filled with disbelief. No wonder he was so surprised. Although awakening could happen before the age of 30, the chances diminished significantly as one grew older. It was hard to believe that Su Chao had actually become that rare lucky individual. After a while, he finally accepted this reality. So, what's your plan now? I plan to focus on cultivating and improving my strength. I won't have time to come to the martial arts gym anymore, so I came specifically to let you know. I might head to the wilderness area in a while, Su Chao said sincerely. Alright, just be very careful in the wilderness. I will, Brother Wang. Since he was already there, Su Chao decided to complete his final sparring session at the martial arts gym. For someone who had already become a warrior, this was effortless. What amused Su Chao the most was when Wang Meng shared his story with a group of students how Su Chao, already in his third year of university, persisted in training and ultimately awakened his innate ability. The students were astonished and envious after hearing it. Inspired by the story, they trained as if they were injected with adrenaline. After finishing up, Su Chao returned to Shanghai Polytechnic Institute, located in District 20. Instead of heading straight back to his dormitory, he grabbed a quick bite in the cafeteria. Sitting in a corner, he pulled out the beginner martial technique manual, Shadow Stab, which he had spent 150,000 credits to purchase. He wanted to test a theory. Su Chao carefully read through the entire manual and then glanced at the panel in his mind. Name, Su Chao. Level, First Tier Warrior. Ability, E-rank Shadow Escape. Physique, 12, plus. Mental Power, 11. Source Points, 35. Martial Technique, Beginner Martial Technique Shadow Stab, Uninitiated, plus. Just as he had suspected, martial techniques could also be improved through the panel. Without hesitation, Su Chao used 10 source points to upgrade the beginner martial technique Shadow Stab to the initiated level. Beyond that, he couldn't continue upgrading, it seemed he lacked sufficient source points. Left with no other choice, Su Chao spent the remaining source points to enhance his physique. Name, Su Chao. Level, First Tier Warrior. Ability, E-rank Shadow Escape. Physique, 14. Mental Power, 11. Source Points, 5. Martial Technique, Beginner Martial Technique Shadow Stab, Initiated. Looking at the meager number of source points left, Su Chao made a silent resolution: he had to find a way to kill more beasts as soon as possible. This panel was truly a bottomless pit. Now that the beginner martial technique Shadow Stab had been upgraded to the initiated level, Su Chao decided to test its power. Shanghai Polytechnic occupied a vast area. Although it was a liberal arts university, it still had a dedicated building for training facilities. After all, this was an era where strength reigned supreme. In the training building, the lights were bright, and the first floor was filled with all kinds of training equipment. Many students were busy working out. Su Chao went straight to the second floor, where private rooms were available for testing strength. He entered the room for measuring strength, which happened to be unoccupied. After stretching his body, Su Chao delivered a punch to the target. Bang! The machine's display flickered wildly before stabilizing at 1,480 kilograms. Seeing the number, Su Chao couldn't help but smile. Typically, a first-tier warrior's raw physical strength ranges between 1,000 to 2,000 kilograms. For second-tier warriors, it's between 2,000 to 4,000 kilograms. Su Chao's strength was above average for a first-tier warrior. Before his awakening, his maximum strength had been less than 980 kilograms. Judging by the panel's 14 points of physique, Su Chao deduced that each point roughly equaled 100 kilograms of strength. Next, he prepared to test the attack power of Shadow Stab at the initiated level. After upgrading Shadow Stab to the initiated level, a flood of training insights poured into his mind. As he practiced the technique, it felt as though he had been training with it for a long time. His movements were fluid and natural. In the end, Su Chao determined that the beginner martial technique, once initiated, increased his attack power by approximately 10%. It was worth noting that martial techniques typically required warriors to invest a tremendous amount of time to master. Generally, reaching the initiated level took several months. To achieve proficiency often required years of effort. Advancing to mastery demanded not only persistent practice over a long period but also innate talent. As for reaching the ultimate level of perfection, there were almost no known cases of anyone achieving it. Leaving the strength testing room, Su Chao headed to the speed testing room. His speed measured at 32 meters per second. For first-tier warriors, the typical speed ranged from 25 to 40 meters per second. Su Chao's speed was quite decent. With the aid of his E-rank ability, Shadow Escape, his speed could increase by 50%, allowing him to reach the level of a second-tier warrior. At last, Su Chao had a comprehensive understanding of his own capabilities. Among first-tier warriors, he was not weak. Unfortunately, he didn't have the money to buy equipment, which was a significant shortcoming. Su Chao set a short-term goal for himself. He had to quickly hunt more beasts to earn source points, enhance his strength, and make money to buy equipment. After completing his strength assessment, Su Chao prepared to return to his dormitory. The brief battle with a beast earlier that afternoon had been intense despite its short duration, leaving him utterly exhausted. Just as he stepped out of the training room, he nearly bumped into someone. When the person saw Su Chao, they immediately grinned with glee. Well, well. Look who it is. It's our very own almost warrior, Su Chao. You've been avoiding me these past few days, but I finally caught you here today. When Su Chao saw the man, his brows furrowed involuntarily, and he quietly cursed his bad luck. The man was Zhou Peng, a classmate from the same year at the academy. Su Chao had offended Zhou Peng during their first year. It had happened during a dormitory gathering. Afterward, they went to the night market near the school for late-night snacks. One of his roommates, Hanyu, got drunk and accidentally vomited on Zhou Peng's shoes during a live broadcast. They immediately apologized and even offered to compensate and pay for cleaning the shoes. But Zhou Peng had cursed them out and, without further ado, started a fight. There were 5 of them and 4 of Su Chao's group. Luckily, Su Chao had the strength of a quasi-warrior, and in the end, Zhou Peng's group was the one that got beaten. From then on, a grudge was formed. Zhou Peng always held a grudge but didn't dare to act against Su Chao, who had quasi-warrior strength at the time. Last week, however, Zhou Peng had suddenly awakened. Although it was only an F-rank ability, he had become a first-tier warrior. He'd been looking for a chance to settle old scores with Su Chao, but Su Chao had avoided him until now. Unexpectedly, they ran into each other here today. Su Chao was no longer afraid of him, but he didn't want to escalate the situation either. Zhou Peng, this is the training facility. Don't cause trouble here. With that, he prepared to step aside and leave, not wanting to engage with this bothersome individual. Just as they brushed past each other, Zhou Peng suddenly reached out to grab him, but Su Chao was already prepared and swiftly dodged aside. Zhou Peng froze for a moment, surprised that Su Chao had managed to evade his grasp. His face immediately darkened. What on earth do you want? Are you not going to let me go? Fine, let's settle this today. There's surveillance here, let's take this into a room. With that, he walked into the room where they had just tested their speed. Su Chao, unwilling to back down, followed. The room was spacious, perfect for a fight. Zhou Peng stared at Su Chao's retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought. This guy had always avoided him before, why was he suddenly taking the initiative today? But then he remembered he was already a Tier 1 warrior now. Was he supposed to be afraid of a mere potential warrior? He turned and followed him in. Once Zhou Peng entered, Su Chao shut the door behind him. In truth, Su Chao had just become a Tier 1 warrior that very day and wanted to test the difference between himself and someone of the same rank. Zhou Peng had only recently awakened, making him an ideal opponent. You make the first move. Su Chao said, his gaze fixed on Zhou Peng, full of anticipation for the duel. Zhou Peng wasted no words. He had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time and was ready to vent his frustrations. He charged forward directly, throwing a punch that whistled through the air. Su Chao struck at the same time, their fists colliding. Bang! A muffled sound exploded between their fists. Zhou Peng was forced back 2 steps before steadying himself, while Su Chao stood firm as a mountain, calm and composed. It was clear from the first exchange that Su Chao had the upper hand. He estimated that Zhou Peng's punching force was around 1,100 kilograms, weaker than his own. Zhou Peng steadied himself and looked at Su Chao with a complicated expression. He had thought that becoming a Tier 1 warrior would allow him to easily suppress Su Chao, but he hadn't expected to be at a disadvantage right from the start. "When did you awaken?" he asked, realizing the crucial detail that made everything make sense. "If even you can awaken, why can't I?" Su Chao replied with a cold smile. "What kind of act is this?" Zhou Peng was speechless. He became serious, preparing to go all out. With a swift motion, his hands began to release small, sharp arc-shaped wind blades, slicing through the air at great speed. He moved closely behind the wind blades, ready to strike at any moment. Su Chao's eyes narrowed as he saw the threatening wind blades. Realizing he couldn't take them head-on, he immediately activated his shadow step ability, dodging swiftly. "What? You can dodge my wind blades? Is your awakened ability speed-based?" The wind blades shot toward the walls, producing crisp collision sounds and leaving faint scratches on the surface. Soon after, the walls began to wriggle slightly, the marks gradually fading until the surface returned to its original state. Clearly, the room was constructed with memory metal. Su Chao's pupils constricted. If he hadn't dodged, he might have been injured just now. He hadn't expected Zhou Peng's awakened ability to be Windblade, an F-level ability, but still quite powerful. He silently warned himself never to underestimate any ability, no matter how low its rank. Now that he had gauged Zhou Peng's strength, Su Chao decided not to waste any more time. He activated his shadow step ability and launched a full-force attack. Moments later, the room was filled with the sound of a miserable scream. 10 minutes later. The door was pushed open, and Zhou Peng lay on the ground, his face swollen and bruised. He looked up at Su Chao with aggrieved eyes. "Since you've awakened, why were you still avoiding me all this time?" Su Chao ignored Zhou Peng's barrage of questions and coldly stared at him. "Shut up. Let me make this clear. Mind your own business. As for the grudges between us, let's call it even if we can." Zhou Peng struggled to sit up from the floor, gritting his teeth in pain. This guy was ruthless. He hadn't expected Su Chao to be hiding such strength all along. "Fine, I admit defeat." He figured if he didn't admit it, he'd probably get beaten up even more. Admitting defeat was the wise choice here. Su Chao didn't care whether Zhou Peng's surrender was genuine or not. As long as Zhou Peng kept improving in strength, if he dared to cause trouble again, Su Chao would not hesitate to deal with him. Walking out of the training hall, Su Chao felt a wave of relief and headed toward his dormitory. Today was truly a good day. Pushing open the dormitory door, he saw that all his roommates were there. There were 4 people in their dormitory. One was seated in front of the computer, engrossed in a game, laughing and joking with his teammates. That was Tan Jun. Another was lying on his bed, scrolling through his phone and grinning foolishly from time to time. His name was Han Yu. The last one, Yu Zhongqi, was seriously reading a book. Occasionally, he would glance back at Tan Jun with a glare, clearly annoyed by the noise. Seeing no one paying attention, he returned to his reading. When they heard the door open, they all looked up briefly. Tan Jun and Yu Zhongqi exchanged a glance before going back to their respective activities. Han Yu put down his phone and greeted him with a smile. "Back already, Chao? Went to the training hall again?" Su Chao nodded. "Yeah, trained for a bit." "You're really dedicated. But you're just not as lucky as Zhou Peng. He awakened last week." "Seriously, how did that guy get so lucky and awaken? Look at how arrogant he is now. He's been going around saying he's after you. Be careful when you go out." Su Chao and Han Yu had the closest relationship among the roommates. Seeing Han Yu's concern, Su Chao replied seriously. "It's fine. I'm not afraid of him." Han Yu, seeing how stubborn Su Chao was, continued to persuade him, "Just avoid him. I heard he joined the school's martial arts class. If you get into a conflict with him, the school will definitely side with him. You know, the martial arts class is the principal's favorite. There are only a few dozen people in it across the whole school." "Yeah, I know. Maybe I'll try to get into the martial arts class myself." Han Yu rolled his eyes. Everyone in the dorm knew how hard Su Chao worked, training diligently every day. He had never given up hope of awakening, and they secretly admired him for it. Though theoretically, anyone under 30 could still awaken, the odds were slim. None of them believed Su Chao would be one of the lucky few. Each year, only a handful of students in liberal arts colleges across humanity awakened abilities. That's why the school had established the martial arts class, grouping together late awakeners for specialized training. Su Chao was indeed planning to join the martial arts class. He was done keeping a low profile. The benefits of joining were undeniable. It would ease his burdens. He would also receive guidance from professional instructors and spar with classmates, instead of fumbling around on his own. After such an eventful day, Su Chao was exhausted. He didn't talk much with his roommates. After washing up, he lay on his bed to rest, intending to report his awakening to the school the next morning. The next day, Su Chao woke up early, as usual, and trained for an hour. By the time he returned to the dorm, his roommates were just starting to wake up. After washing up, he and Han Yu headed to the cafeteria for breakfast. On the way, they saw scattered students hurrying past. Today was June 29th, with only half a month left until the holidays. The final exams were approaching, and many students who usually skipped classes were now getting up early to attend. During this period, many subject teachers would highlight key points for exams. After all, while students might not usually pay attention in class, no one wanted to fail. In the cafeteria, numerous students were lining up for breakfast. Su Chao and Han Yu joined the crowd. Just as it was almost their turn, 4 people suddenly walked into the cafeteria. 2 men and 2 women, all dressed in matching black, tight-fitting training uniforms. Leading them was a tall girl with a striking figure but an average-looking face. Wherever they walked, it was as if an invisible wall parted the crowd. Students stepped aside one after another. The group headed straight toward Su Chao, instantly sparking murmured discussions. "That's the martial arts class. The one leading them looks like Senior Mu Zian." "Yeah, it's Senior Mu. The guy behind her is Senior Jiang Hao. I heard he's been pursuing her for a while now. I heard Senior Mu is already a 3rd-tier martial artist and has awakened a B-level ability. She ranks in the top 5 in the martial arts class." "Exactly. She awakened in her freshman year, and now she's in her 3rd year. With her training speed, she's sure to reach 4th tier before graduation." Senior Jiang Hao isn't simple either. He also awakened in his freshman year and is now at the peak of the 2nd tier as a martial artist, nearly on par with Senior Mu. The group walked straight to the front of Su Chao's line, cutting in without hesitation and starting to get their meals. The students at the front of the line quickly stepped back a few paces, and Su Chao and Han Yu were also pushed to the back. Han Yu sighed and said, "The martial arts class students are really something. They have so many privileges at school, no need to queue in the cafeteria, and they can even choose their cultural elective courses. If only I could awaken and join the martial arts class. Then I wouldn't have to keep getting nagged by my dad at home." Watching the scene unfold, Su Chao became even more determined to join the martial arts class as soon as possible. After breakfast, he and Han Yu parted ways, Han Yu heading to the general education building for class, while Su Chao went to the administrative building to talk to his homeroom teacher. Meanwhile, in an office in the administrative building of Shanghai Polytechnic, several teachers were chatting. "Teacher Huang, the student who awakened last week in class 3, his name is Zhou Peng, right?" "Yes, he's already been transferred to the martial arts class." "Congratulations, Teacher Huang. The school must have given you quite the bonus this time, right? You'll have to treat us to a meal." "No problem. Once I get the early month bonus, I'll arrange something. I'll call old Zhang and everyone else in the office to join. Our mechanical engineering department only has 3 third-year classes, and so far, only Zhou Peng has awakened. It's really hard to awaken this late, isn't it? Teacher Jiang, I remember there's a student in your class who's been very strong since their freshman year. How come they haven't awakened yet?" "Yeah, his name is Su Chao. It's a pity, really. The kid has been working hard all along." At this moment, a knock came at the door. Teacher Jiang paused the conversation and called out, "Come in." A student pushed the door open and walked in, politely greeting the teachers. "Good morning, teachers." Su Chao, what brings you here?" Teacher Jiang asked with a smile. "Teacher Jiang, I'd like to talk to you about something. Are you free now?" "I am." "Go ahead." Su Chao glanced at the other teachers in the office and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Teacher Jiang, I want to transfer to the martial arts class." Teacher Jiang was momentarily stunned but responded seriously, "Su Chao, I know you have the strength of a prospective martial artist, but you still don't meet the martial arts class's standards. The principal won't make an exception. There's nothing I can do about this." Su Chao quickly explained, "Teacher Jiang, I'm sorry, I didn't explain clearly. I've already awakened, and as per school rules, I'm eligible to transfer to the martial arts class. What? You've awakened? Su Chao, this is not something to joke about. The school will conduct a test. Teacher Jiang spoke with a stern expression. Teacher, I really have awakened. Why would I joke about something like this? I just awakened at home a few days ago. Su Chao said helplessly. The teacher's skepticism was understandable. After all, the older one got, the harder it was to awaken. Most martial arts class students awakened in their freshman year. After a while, Teacher Jiang gradually accepted the fact that Su Chao had awakened. The other two teachers in the room were also quite surprised. Su Chao, what level is your awakened ability? E level. E level is not bad. Teacher Jiang was genuinely happy for Su Chao, knowing how hard he had worked. Teacher Jiang then took Su Chao to see the principal to handle the transfer procedures for the martial arts class. Since Su Chao had only just awakened, his training time was already years behind the other martial arts class students. There was no time to waste. After Teacher Jiang and Su Chao left, another teacher in the office looked at Teacher Huang with a sigh. Well, now it's settled. Both of your classes have students who've awakened. Our class still doesn't have anyone. Su Chao and Teacher Jiang arrived at the principal's office, where the principal happened to be inside. The principal's name was Hua Gang. He appeared to be under 40, scholarly and refined. Rumors said that he was a powerful martial artist who had been assigned here as principal for certain reasons. Principal Hua briefly asked about the level and process of Su Chao's awakening, to which Su Chao gave a half-truthful answer. After the questions, the principal made a phone call, and soon someone entered. Principal, you called for me? When Su Chao saw the person who entered, his eyes lit up. It was a woman who was impossible to ignore. She looked about 30 years old, tall and slender, clad in tight-fitting martial artist gear. Her striking figure, combined with her exquisite face and cold gaze, exuded a unique charm. Su Chao froze for a moment before quickly regaining his composure. Principal Hua seemed a bit exasperated as he greeted her. Teacher Chu, you're here. This is Su Chao, a student who's just awakened his ability and is preparing to transfer to your martial arts class. Please assist him with the procedures. Teacher Chu turned to scrutinize Su Chao carefully before asking indifferently, what year are you in? What level is your awakened ability? Teacher Chu, I'm in my 3rd year, and I've awakened an E-level ability. Su Chao felt more nervous in front of Teacher Chu than with the principal, the pressure even greater. 3rd year, huh? Same as Zhou Pang. Awakening so late, you might not even break through to 2nd tier before graduation. She seemed to be talking to herself, but Su Chao overheard her clearly. Follow me. After speaking, she turned and left without greeting the principal. The principal, evidently accustomed to this, shook his head with a wry smile. Su Chao could only nod to Principal Hua and Teacher Jiang before quickly following Teacher Chu. After more than an hour of paperwork, Su Chao officially became a student of the martial arts class at Shanghai Polytechnic Institute. He learned that Teacher Chu's full name was Chu Xian, and she was the head teacher of the martial arts class. She appeared to be a powerful martial artist, which placed a great deal of pressure on Su Chao. Teacher Chu also explained some of the rules and benefits of the martial arts class. Su Chao was amazed at how generous the martial arts class's treatment was, completely incomparable to his previous experiences. Students in the martial arts class did not have to pay tuition fees, and they received a bonus of 50,000 yuan upon enrollment. This reward was specifically for newly awakened students. The school assessed students' cultivation progress every semester, distributing resources according to their progress. If a student failed the assessment, their cultivation resources might be revoked. Additionally, students of the martial arts class lived in a dedicated dormitory building, with each student having their own private room. Teacher Chu only covered the key points, leaving the rest for Su Chao to learn from senior students later. Finally, they arrived in front of a specific teaching building. The entire building was used exclusively for martial arts class students for both classes and training, with fewer than 50 students sharing the space. Today, the martial arts class was holding a practical combat lesson. When Teacher Chu pushed open the door to the dueling classroom, the room was filled with lively commotion. Dozens of students had formed a circle, watching two classmates spar. A middle-aged man in his 40s stood nearby, explaining the match. When Teacher Chu entered, the room quieted as everyone turned their attention to her. Teacher Chu exchanged greetings with the middle-aged man, then clapped her hands to signal for silence. Students, we have a new classmate joining the martial arts class. Let me introduce him to you. This is Su Chao, who has just awakened his ability. Starting today, he will be one of you. I hope you will all help each other and make him feel welcome. After a smattering of applause, Teacher Chu continued, Su Chao, go and greet Teacher Chen. He is the practical combat instructor for the martial arts class. Hello, Teacher Chen. Greetings, seniors. I look forward to learning from you all. Su Chao quickly stepped forward and bowed humbly to everyone. In the martial arts class, strength was highly valued, and as a newcomer, everyone referred to Su Chao as Junior. Among the crowd, Su Chao spotted Zhou Peng, who remained expressionless, revealing no thoughts. He also noticed senior sister Mu, whom he had seen in the cafeteria. She stood at the forefront of the crowd. After finishing the introductions, Teacher Chu said a few words to Teacher Chen before turning and leaving. Teacher Chen called Su Chao over, saying, since you've just awakened, observe today's practical combat class from the sidelines. Watch the matches, listen carefully, and think deeply. Su Chao smiled and replied, understood, Teacher Chen. The practical combat class resumed, and Su Chao attentively observed the matches between the students while listening to Teacher Chen's commentary. By the end of the class, it was almost lunchtime. Although he hadn't participated in combat, simply watching and listening had yielded significant insights for Su Chao. Just as he thought the class was about to end, Teacher Chen gestured for him to come forward. Su Chao, you've been watching for nearly the entire class and should have some impressions by now. Would you like to give it a try? I'd like to try, Teacher Chen. Su Chao had no intention of keeping a low profile. Only by showcasing his abilities could he earn the school's attention and secure more resources. Good. A martial artist should have that fighting spirit. Teacher Chen nodded approvingly. Zhang Dali, step forward and spar with Su Chao. A slightly chubby boy stepped out, standing opposite Su Chao. He smiled and said, Junior Su, don't worry, I'll hold back. Then, he beckoned with his hand. Junior, you make the first move, or you might not get another chance. Su Chao clasped his fists. Please advise me, Senior. As soon as the words left his mouth, he charged forward, attacking with full force. Zhang Dali raised his palm to block, not dodging the attack. He wanted to test Su Chao's strength. Bang! Zhang Dali stepped back, while Su Chao merely swayed slightly. Wow, Zhang Dali's strength is no match for Su Chao's? Isn't he a newly awakened ability user? How is he this strong? I bet he awakened an enhancement-type ability and is using it right now. The surrounding students began whispering among themselves. Zhang Dali's face flushed red, realizing he had underestimated his opponent. He grew serious. Junior Su, I'm going to use my full strength now. Be careful. He shouted, rise. A yellow glow enveloped his body, as if he were clad in armor. Zhang Dali is getting serious, he's using his ability now. His ability looks like a D-rank mountain armor, enhancing his defense and strength. With that, Su Chao probably won't be able to break through his shield. Seeing his opponent use his ability, Su Chao decided to test whether he could penetrate the defense without using his own ability or martial techniques. As expected, when Su Chao's fist struck the defense, he was forced to stagger backward a few steps. Ha, Su Chao, if you don't use your ability, this fight is as good as over. Zhang Dali said this as he charged at Su Chao, his heavy steps thudding against the ground. Su Chao didn't dare take the attack head-on. Knowing he'd suffer if he did, he immediately activated his ability, Shadow Shift, to dodge to the side. Su Chao's speed is incredible. Yeah, this speed doesn't look like that of a newly awakened martial artist. Seems like he awakened a speed-type ability, but what about his strength? Who knows? Su Chao is quite mysterious. The surrounding chatter didn't bother Su Chao in the slightest. After dodging, he aimed to end the fight quickly, choosing to unleash his full strength. He used an entry-level martial technique, Shadow Stab, in combination with the speed of Shadow Shift, using his finger as a substitute for a sword. He targeted Zhang Dali's unprepared right shoulder. But after landing the hit, Su Chao realized he hadn't broken through the defense, and his finger throbbed with pain. He thought to himself, this guy's defense really is impressive. However, relying on his agility, Su Chao continued to dodge and counter. Zhang Dali couldn't keep up with his speed and failed to land any hits. Su Chao's relentless attacks all focused on the same spot, the right shoulder he had initially struck. After more than 10 consecutive strikes, a muffled sound echoed, followed by a pained cry. The crowd saw Zhang Dali clutching his right arm and retreating hastily. What? How is this possible? He actually broke through Zhang Dali's defense. Everyone was stunned. At that moment, Teacher Chen approached, looking at Su Chao intently. Have you learned martial techniques before? Yes, I've learned one entry-level martial technique. Have you already started learning? Yes, I just started. How long have you been studying? About a week or so. Teacher Chen's eyes lit up. The surrounding students, overhearing their conversation, were completely stunned. What? Just a week to grasp the basics of beginner martial arts? Some of them hadn't even reached the beginner level, and those who did took several months to get there. This newcomer, Su Chao, truly had an extraordinary talent for martial arts. Teacher Chen snapped out of his thoughts and addressed the class. You all saw it just now. Martial artists must constantly strive to improve. Those of you who've been training longer, if you don't push yourselves harder, you'll be overtaken by newcomers. And remember, never underestimate your opponent in a fight. Some people may look ordinary but are actually very skilled. In today's world, only by being cautious enough can you survive longer. Teacher Chen took the opportunity to summarize. That's all for today's class. Dismissed. As soon as the words left his mouth, the students filed out one by one. Su Chao, you're amazing, hiding your skills so well. Su Chao turned to see Zhang Dali, the classmate he had just sparred with, patting him on the shoulder. Have you already awakened a long time ago but kept it low-key, planning to surprise us all? Su Chao looked at him helplessly. This guy was really good at making wild guesses. Don't get too cocky, Su Chao. Beating me is no big deal. I'm only mid-tier in the class. Let me tell you. Zhang Dali, who had a good temperament, gave Su Chao a rundown of the class's overall strength. Including Su Chao, there were 49 students in the martial arts class. About a dozen were around first-tier martial artist level. The majority, over 20, were second-tier martial artists. It was said that a few senior students were absent today. They were strong, at least third-tier martial artists, and had gone to the wilderness zone to hunt monsters. Zhang Dali explained that the martial arts class was not overly strict. Most of the lessons focused on practical combat, martial arts techniques, and similar subjects. Students in the martial arts class were entitled to learn one beginner martial art technique for free, one of the perks of joining. There was also a course on monster knowledge, taught by specialized instructors. It covered the habits, characteristics, weaknesses of various known monsters, and which materials were valuable, helpful for future hunts and resource collection. With the teacher's approval, students could even venture into the wilderness zone for training. After having lunch together in the cafeteria, Su Chao and Zhang Dali parted ways, agreeing to attend the monster knowledge class together in the afternoon. In the cafeteria, Su Chao experienced the special treatment of martial arts students. While other students lined up for their meals, they could skip the queue. After splitting up with Zhang Dali, Su Chao walked toward his dormitory. As he walked, he started planning. There were still 2 weeks left before the holidays. He decided to stay at school and focus on cultivation for a week, attending all the martial arts class courses in the meantime. Now that he was in the martial arts class, his previous academic courses had become electives. He could choose to take them based on interest or skip them entirely. The martial arts class's final exams primarily assessed progress in martial arts cultivation. When he was near the dormitory building, he walked to a quiet corner and took out his phone to make a call. He hadn't had the chance to tell his family about his awakening yet. He wanted to share the good news and make his parents happy. After spending over half an hour explaining on the phone, his parents finally accepted the fact that he had awakened. He could hear their joy and excitement through the call. In the end, Su Chao transferred them 10,000 yuan, telling them to use it for emergencies. At first, his parents adamantly refused, insisting he keep the money for himself since martial arts cultivation was expensive. After much persuasion, they reluctantly accepted. Su Chao reminded them to take care of their health and assured them he would soon earn more money, and everything at home would improve. After hanging up, Su Chao let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, he could help his family. He needed to quickly improve his strength. Before the holidays, he planned to go to the wilderness zone to hunt monsters. Not only could he gain source points this way, but he could also sell materials for money. He still had over 20,000 yuan on him, but the 50,000 yuan reward from the school would take a few more days to arrive. It wasn't that he didn't want to send more money to his parents, but venturing into the wilderness zone required preparation gear, supplies, and medicine. Even this amount wasn't much, it was barely enough. Returning to his dormitory, Su Chao found his roommates all present. He deliberately cleared his throat and paused before announcing, "Brothers, I've got some good news to share, I've awakened." His roommates all turned to look at him, their expressions full of disbelief. Han Yu was the first to speak. "Chaozi, are you still dreaming while awake?" Tan Jun added, "Yeah, why are you suddenly spouting nonsense?" Yu Zhongqi chimed in, "Did Zhou Peng's recent success stress you out? Are you losing focus?" Su Chao sighed helplessly, "You three, enough already. Earlier this morning, Teacher Jiang took me to see Principal Hua. I've officially joined the martial arts class. I even attended Teacher Chen's practical combat class. Believe it or not, it's up to you." He sounded so serious that the three of them were momentarily stunned. They exchanged glances. Could he actually be telling the truth? Han Yu swallowed nervously. "Chaozi, are you sure you're not messing with us?" "I'm not that bored," Su Chao replied with an eye roll. This time, the three of them were starting to believe him. Han Yu quickly pulled over a chair. "Brother Chao, sit down and tell us everything." Tan Jun, not wanting to be left out, cursed Han Yu inwardly for being spineless but outwardly grabbed Su Chao's water cup and poured him some water. "Brother Chao, you must be thirsty. Have some water." Yu Zhongqi, watching the two, rolled his eyes but joined in, picking up a book to fan Su Chao. "Brother Chao, you must be hot from walking earlier. Let me cool you down." Seeing their antics, Su Chao couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. "All right, stop fooling around. Sit down, I have something to say." The three obediently sat down. The martial arts class has a separate dormitory building. "I'll be moving there after school this afternoon, it's more convenient. The four of us have lived together for nearly 3 years. Even though I won't be living here anymore, we're still brothers. We're in the same school, so you're welcome to visit me anytime." And so, the four of them ended up chatting for the entire morning without resting. It wasn't until the afternoon class was about to start that their conversation came to an end. As they left the dormitory, their hearts were filled with mixed emotions. The roommates understood that although they were still at the same school, their life paths had now diverged. After graduating next year, they would have to search for jobs, working hard to support themselves and their families as ordinary laborers. Meanwhile, Su Chao was stepping into a brilliant future. The friendship between men, how true it is, on one hand, they worry about their brother's hardships, on the other, they fear their brother's meteoric success. In the following days, after moving to his new dormitory, Su Chao attended every martial arts class with diligence, gaining significant progress. He also learned a basic martial skill, wind-splitting slash, which was taught by the martial arts class instructor. Without a source point, his self-study progressed slowly, revealing his mediocre innate talent in martial arts. He also tried cultivating using a breathing technique, but his strength only increased by a few kilograms each day. This made him even more eager to venture into the wilderness, hunting beasts to acquire source points. However, first-tier martial artist schools strictly prohibited trips to the wilderness. Just as he was agonizing over how to find an excuse to persuade his teachers, a beast tide erupted. That day was July 7th, and Su Chao and his classmates were in the middle of a lesson. Suddenly, woo, woo! An urgent alarm blared, resonating throughout the city. The teacher's expression changed drastically. A firm and powerful voice came through the broadcast, "Attention, a beast tide is approaching. All martial artists are to report immediately to the nearest city wall to assist in defense. Citizens, please return home or head to the nearest shelter for safety." The broadcast repeated the announcement 3 times, and the entire city was instantly gripped by tension as its massive defense systems activated rapidly. From time to time, aircraft could be seen flying from the city center toward various city walls. From the air, figures could be seen leaping and sprinting between streets and buildings, and vehicles sped down the roads, all heading toward the city walls. To resist the attacks of beasts, all base cities were equipped with tall city walls, powerful weaponry, and military forces. The school authorities and teachers immediately organized the students to head to underground shelters for safety. Thanks to regular drills, everyone remained calm and orderly. The martial arts class students, under the guidance of their teacher, prepared to set out. Shanghai Polytechnic Institute was located in District 20, adjacent to District 28, both within the southwestern defensive zone of the base city. The school left behind a necessary guard force to prevent stray beasts from attacking. The rest of the group, led by Principal Hua Gang, boarded vehicles, accompanied by more than 50 teachers. Many of the teachers were unfamiliar to Su Chao, indicating that there were other martial artists within the school. Class advisor Teacher Chu, practical combat instructor Teacher Chen, and martial skills instructor Teacher Bai were all part of the team. Approximately 100 people were split among several vehicles, heading toward the southwestern city wall. Su Chao also volunteered to join, even though newly awakened students could have stayed behind. On the vehicle, everyone remained silent, the atmosphere heavy with tension. The teachers explained precautions and shared their experiences in killing beasts. Equipment was also distributed, allocated according to rank. Su Chao received an F-grade armor set and a blade. Better equipment was out of the question, as this was not a specialized martial arts university, and resources were limited. These pieces of equipment were only temporarily loaned to the students and would be reclaimed after the battle. When the convoy was still a kilometer away from the city wall, faint tremors could already be felt in the ground. The sounds of gunfire, human cries, and beast roars intermingled into a chaotic cacophony. The principal answered a phone call and suddenly exclaimed, "What? A second-tier beast tide?" After hanging up, the principal immediately ordered everyone to disembark. This area had already entered the control zone, with armed soldiers everywhere. All vehicles had to stop here, and everyone proceeded on foot. After getting off the vehicle, the principal gave instructions to several teachers and then addressed the group. "Students, listen to the arrangements made by Teacher Chu and Teacher Chen. Protect yourselves. I hope all of you return safely, every single one of you." With that, he turned and soared into the air, disappearing rapidly in the direction of the city wall. Oh my! The principal can fly. It turns out the principal is a 7th-tier powerhouse. Yeah, the principal sure is low-key. The students exclaimed in amazement, as only 7th-tier or higher experts could fly. Silence. Students above Tier 2, follow us to the city wall. Tier 1 students, assist the military in killing any stray beasts below the wall, Teacher Chu quickly instructed, leading the team toward the city wall. Teacher Chen stayed behind to look after the remaining students, leading them forward. Su Chao gripped his blade tightly, his palms slightly sweaty. They each had a wristband, issued by an officer when they got off the vehicle, used to record battle contributions. "Chaozi, are you scared?" Zhang Dali asked, his voice trembling. He was one of Su Chao's closest friends, and the two shared a good bond. "Scared of what?" "It's my first time fighting a beast tide too, but fear won't help." "Dali, stay sharp later. We'll watch each other's backs." In just a few words, they found themselves near the city wall. Looking up, the towering wall, dozens of meters high, offered a slight sense of security. About 100 or 200 meters from the wall, the military had already set up basic defensive fortifications. Everyone waited on standby, witnessing the fierce battles atop the wall and the intense clashes between martial artists and beasts in the distance. The scene was both nerve-wracking and exhilarating. Su Chao noticed wounded individuals being carried away for immediate treatment. There were martial artists and soldiers among them. The injuries were severe, some had legs or arms severed, while others had their abdomens torn open, with intestines spilling out. The scene was gruesome. It was precisely because so many people fought so desperately that humanity could hold its ground. Perhaps due to the overwhelming number of beasts, the pressure on the walls was immense. Half an hour later, some Tier 1 and unranked beasts breached the area below the wall. Ironhide boars, rock-eating rats, blood-frenzy hounds, bloodthirsty demon wolves. Seeing the beasts charge in, everyone's scalp tingled. The military opened fire below the wall, felling one beast after another. But there were too many beasts, and some managed to break through the defensive line. Soldiers began falling to the beasts. Many were not awakened individuals and relied solely on weapons, making it impossible to fend off the beasts in close combat. Su Chao and the other martial artists on standby immediately rushed forward to engage the beasts. There were hundreds of martial artists below the wall, including students, hunters, merchants, and government officials. At this moment, they all shared one identity: heroes of humanity, protectors. Su Chao charged forward and encountered a Blood Frenzy Hound. Blood Frenzy Hounds had strength ranging from unranked to Tier 3, with their size roughly indicating their power level. Those under a meter tall were unranked, those between 1 to 2 meters were Tier 1, and adult Blood Frenzy Hounds measuring 3 to 4 meters were Tier 3. However, only a small number of low-tier beasts could have their strength judged by size. To accurately determine a beast's strength, one had to look at its spirit armor plates. All beasts possessed spirit armor plates in different locations, and the number of spirit patterns on them represented the beast's tier. These plates were currently collected exclusively by official forces and could be exchanged by martial artists for battle contributions. It was rumored that within the canine species, a higher evolved variant known as the Abyssal Hound had emerged, possessing supernatural abilities. Typically, people refer to monsters that have awakened supernatural abilities as mutant beasts because they are usually more powerful and evolve faster. Facing a non-advanced Blood Frenzy Hound, Su Chao merely sidestepped lightly, slashed his blade, and the monster's head fell to the ground. He noticed a change in the panel within his mind. His source points had increased by 5. As expected. Defeating monsters could earn source points, which brought him a surge of joy. This meant he could quickly enhance his power since he had already fallen far behind his peers. Thus, he roamed the battlefield, specifically targeting non-advanced monsters. This method was the most efficient, taking them down with a single strike. Until he killed the 10th non-advanced rock-eating rat, a first-tier Blood Frenzy Hound set its sights on him. Perhaps it was because the Blood Frenzy Hounds made up the majority of the monsters he had previously slain. Roar! The Blood Frenzy Hound let out an enraged roar and charged directly at him. Since it had come to him, Su Chao did not fear. This was no time to hold back, he had to unleash his full power. Ability Shadow Displacement activated. Martial Technique Shadow Stab initiated. The Blood Frenzy Hound only felt a shadow flash past its side. A deep wound appeared on its neck, it was already gravely injured. Su Chao pressed his advantage, continuing to slash and expand his victory. With a quick turn, he unleashed another strike. The Blood Frenzy Hound collapsed to the ground, lifeless. In his mind, his source points increased by 16. Name, Su Chao. Level, First Tier Warrior. Ability, E-Rank Shadow Displacement. Physique, 15, plus. Mental Power, 11. Source Points, 83. Martial Techniques, Beginner Martial Technique Shadow Stab, initiated, Beginner Martial Technique Windbreaking Slash, uninitiated, plus. Looking at the 83 source points on the panel, Su Chao began to understand. He had gained 62 source points from killing 10 non-advanced monsters before, which meant killing a single non-advanced monster could yield at most 10 source points. Meanwhile, killing a first-tier monster could provide 10 to 20 source points. As for his physique increasing to 15 points, it was likely the result of his recent training in breathing techniques. His strength had already reached 1480 kilograms, so raising his physique to 15 points wasn't difficult. He noticed 2 attributes on the panel that could be upgraded, physique and martial techniques. Without hesitation, Su Chao chose to enhance them. He found Jiang Dali, who was locked in fierce combat with a monster. Quickly helping him slay the monster, Su Chao informed him that he felt a breakthrough coming and needed his protection. Jiang Dali was stunned. Chao, is this the right time for a breakthrough? There are so many monsters here. Su Chao didn't want to argue. Trust me, this is important for me. We'll each draw a monster toward the edge of the battlefield, don't make it too obvious by leaving outright. Without further delay, they each lured a first-tier monster, retreating while fighting, and reached a corner. Su Chao unleashed his strength, killing the 2 monsters. However, he felt drained, with a minor wound on his left shoulder. He immediately sat against the wall, beginning his enhancement process, while Jiang Dali stood guard. Enhance! As he allocated points, a surge of energy flooded into his body. But when his physique reached 19 points, he felt a block. He had initially planned to push his physique to the 2nd tier, but he suspected the stagnation was due to his mental power not breaking through. So he spent another 10 points to elevate the martial technique Windbreaking Slash to the initiated level. In total, he used 50 source points. Name, Su Chao. Level, First Tier Warrior. Ability, E-Rank Shadow Displacement. Physique, 19. Mental Power, 11. Source points, asterisk 33. Martial techniques, asterisk beginner martial technique shadow stab, initiated, beginner martial technique windbreaking slash, initiated. Feeling his strength rapidly increase, Su Chao believed his chances of survival had significantly risen. He stood up, it had only taken a few minutes. Zhang Dali stared at him in shock. That fast? You already broke through? The two returned to the battlefield. In such a short time, no one had noticed anything unusual on their end. With his newfound power, Su Chao now found it much easier to slay first-tier monsters, taking no more than 5 strikes. With the 10% power boost from windbreaking slash, his combat strength was nearly at the level of a second-tier warrior. As for non-advanced monsters, he eliminated them effortlessly, losing count of how many he had killed. Several times during the chaos, Zhang Dali found himself in danger but was saved by Su Chao. Time passed, and Su Chao felt utterly exhausted, his arms heavy as he struggled to lift his blade. He surveyed the surroundings and noticed the remaining monsters were dwindling, easing the pressure on everyone. Even so, many soldiers and warriors lay dead or gravely injured from the battle. The wounded were quickly carried away for treatment. All eyes turned to Su Chao. They saw the young man, clad in blood-stained black armor, his blade dripping and chipped from countless kills. A chilling sensation crept into their hearts, coupled with genuine admiration. Su Chao himself felt drained. Taking advantage of the brief lull in monster attacks, he exchanged a glance with Zhang Dali. The two immediately found a quiet corner, sitting cross-legged to meditate and recover. In truth, it wasn't just Su Chao. After such an intense battle, most warriors had been severely depleted and sought places to recover. A commanding officer noticed this and promptly ordered a squad of soldiers to form a protective circle around them. Su Chao ignored the outside world for the moment, focusing on the panel as he sat down. Name, asterisk Su Chao. Level, asterisk first-tier warrior. Ability, asterisk E-rank shadow displacement, plus. Physique, asterisk 19. Mental power, asterisk 11, plus. Source points, asterisk 1353. Martial techniques, asterisk beginner martial technique shadow stab, initiated, plus, beginner martial technique windbreaking slash, initiated, plus. Seeing that both his ability and mental power could now be upgraded, along with a staggering 1353 source points, Su Chao's heartbeat quickened, and he nearly jumped with joy. But the setting wasn't appropriate for such exuberance, so he maintained a calm expression. I'm rich. I'm rich. For the first time, with so many source points, he felt like a sudden tycoon. After calming himself, he began to plan how to use the points. The first priority was improving his basic attributes to ascend to a second-tier warrior. This would bring the most direct and significant increase to his combat strength. Without hesitation, he began. He first tried to increase his mental strength by 1 point, noticing that it cost him 100 source points. He was secretly surprised. Gritting his teeth, he spent 800 points at once, raising his mental strength to 20 points. At that moment, he felt a sharp pain in his head, almost letting out a cry. He knew he was reaching his limit. The rapid increase in mental strength required time to adapt before he could continue improving. Seeing that his source points had decreased by 900, Su Chao felt a pang of regret. Improving mental strength was truly exhausting and consumed a lot of resources. If others knew he was complaining, they'd surely scold him for being ungrateful. For ordinary people, improving mental strength was a slow process achieved only through daily cultivation. This was why many martial artists remained stuck at one level for a long time, unable to break through. Unless they were lucky enough to obtain a treasure that could enhance mental strength, they had no choice but to progress slowly. Next, he spent 10 source points to increase his physical constitution to 20 points. Now, he was a bona fide second-tier martial artist. He couldn't help but exclaim, the feeling of having cheats is amazing. Name, asterisk Su Chao. Level, asterisk second-tier martial artist. Ability, asterisk E-level shadow shift, plus. Constitution, asterisk 20, plus. Mental strength, asterisk 20. Source points, asterisk 443. Martial skills, asterisk beginner martial skill, shadow stab, entry level plus, beginner martial skill, wind slicing slash, entry level plus. Seeing that he could still upgrade his ability level, Su Chao breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Without hesitation, he chose to upgrade his ability level. Instantly, 100 source points were deducted. His ability underwent a transformation. Ability, D-level instant flash. Although he had anticipated it, seeing his ability evolve to the next level still made him so excited he almost jumped up. As long as he kept upgrading his abilities, he could catch up to, or even surpass, those top-tier geniuses. However, the source points required for further upgrades would undoubtedly be enormous. He continued upgrading, raising both beginner-level martial skills to the intermediate stage, spending 100 source points on each. Looking at the remaining 143 source points on his panel, he directly pushed his constitution to the limit of 29 points. Instantly, a surge of energy flooded into his body. The commotion was so significant that it drew the curious gazes of nearby martial artists. They were astonished. That kid's luck is incredible, he broke through on the battlefield. But on second thought, it wasn't all that surprising. The battlefield was, after all, an excellent opportunity for breakthroughs. Su Chao stopped only when all his attributes reached their limits. Name, Su Chao. Level, second tier martial artist. Ability, D-level instant flash. Constitution, 29. Mental strength, 20. Source points, 53. Martial skills, martial skill, shadow stab, intermediate, martial skill, wind slicing / intermediate. Looking at his newly upgraded attribute panel and the remaining 53 source points, Su Chao felt both pain and satisfaction. The thrill of growing stronger was exhilarating, but the source points were spent far too quickly. The thousands of source points he had painstakingly saved were gone in the blink of an eye. This panel felt like a bottomless pit. Su Chao glanced around and noticed that most people were still meditating to recover. He stood up and walked over, spotting weapons left behind by fallen comrades during the earlier battle. Picking up a long blade, he began to adapt to the sudden surge of power in his body. As he practiced, Su Chao frowned and noticed a problem. Perhaps because his mental strength lagged behind his physical constitution, he felt he couldn't fully control his body's strength. The rapid increase in both physical and mental strength felt like being forcibly injected with power. He needed time to adapt to this strength and make it fully obedient to his will. Normally, the strength of a second-tier martial artist ranged between 2,000 and 4,000 kilograms. With his 29 points of constitution, he should have been able to unleash 2,900 kilograms of force. But he felt he could only exert around 2,800 kilograms. He realized he needed to improve his mental strength as soon as possible. Additionally, he needed to participate in more battles to familiarize himself with the power in his body. After understanding his physical capabilities, Su Chao began practicing the martial skills he had just elevated to the intermediate stage. With shadow stab and wind slicing / reaching the intermediate level, he clearly felt a deeper understanding of both skills. Shadow stab was now faster and harder to predict, with its attack power increasing from a 10% boost to 20%. Wind slicing /, on the other hand, became even more imposing, carrying a sound that tore through the air. Its attack power also increased to 20%. Combined with his naturally robust physical strength, the 20% attack boost allowed his strikes to surpass 3,000 kilograms in force. Among second-tier martial artists, this was already considered top-tier. Su Chao was very satisfied with this result. From what he knew, very few in his martial arts class had achieved the intermediate stage in their skills. Those who had were all among the top-ranked students. Most of his classmates were still stuck at the beginner level of their martial skills. Just as he was about to familiarize himself with his newly upgraded ability, Instant Flash, a burst of gunfire echoed from afar. He looked up and saw another wave of beasts charging into the city. In truth, only about 20 minutes had passed since Su Chao sat down to enhance his strength and familiarize himself with his body. Without hesitation, he grabbed his blade and charged forward. Most of the martial artists who had been meditating stood up as well, joining the fight. A new round of slaughter commenced. With his newfound strength, Su Chao found it much easier to deal with first-tier beasts. He didn't even need to exert his full power, instead experimenting with just the right amount of force to take down his enemies. He had to learn how to conserve his energy. Who knew how long this battle would last? From a bird's-eye view, a young man clad in black armor wielded his blade, weaving through the battlefield. Wherever he went, beasts fell one after another. He specifically targeted first-tier beasts, as they posed the greatest threat. Whenever he saw a martial artist or soldier in danger, he would step in to save them. This included some of his classmates from the martial arts class. The rescued classmates were stunned, exclaiming, "What's going on with Su Chao? He just awakened not long ago, yet he's this strong? Killing first-tier beasts seems effortless for him." Su Chao paid no attention to what others thought, his heart filled with joy. Watching the source points on his panel steadily increase gave him an overwhelming sense of achievement. Killed a first-tier rock-eating rat, gained 14 source points. Killed a first-tier bloodthirsty hound, gained 16 source points. Killed a first-tier ironhide boar, gained 15 source points. Killing a first-rank bloodthirsty demon wolf, gained 18 source points. Ha! Seeing the 18 source points obtained from killing the bloodthirsty demon wolf, his eyes lit up. From then on, he deliberately targeted the bloodthirsty demon wolves. They offered the best value for effort, though they were also the most dangerous. What Su Chao didn't know was that as he killed more and more bloodthirsty demon wolves, a pair of blood-red eyes had locked onto him. Not far from Su Chao's battlefield, two middle-aged figures were also weaving through the beast tide. One wielded a blade, the other a spear. With every casual strike, beasts fell around them, their corpses piling up. They appeared calm and at ease. "Old Chen, your strength has improved again. You're probably nearing late-stage 5th rank, right? Don't talk about me, old Huang. We were about the same back then, but now you've surpassed me. Surely you're in late-stage 5th rank now?" Old Huang, the middle-aged warrior with the spear, made a sly expression. He winked at Old Chen and said, "Heh, just got lucky and broke through recently." This made Old Chen feel a bit envious. "It's because your Nanhua Martial University has stronger resources. It's on a completely different level. Who's to blame? Back then, you insisted on joining Shanghai Institute of Technology instead of coming with me. It wasn't my choice, Wood Gang dragged me there. I owed him a favor and couldn't refuse. Forget the past. Old Huan, don't you feel something strange about this beast tide?" "Yeah, I do." Old Huan gazed at the endless stream of beasts charging into the city and said thoughtfully. "Although beast tides often occur, they're usually of level 3 or smaller scale. A large-scale level 2 beast tide like this is rare. The last one was 10 years ago." Old Chen decapitated a first-rank ironhide boar with a single slash and surveyed the battlefield around him. He nodded heavily. "For such a scale of level 2 beast tide, there's at least one 9th-rank mutant beast controlling it from behind, with several 8th-rank beasts leading the charge. The tide probably numbers in the millions." The sly look on Old Huang's face turned into one of sorrow. Once this battle ends, who knows how many people will die in Shanghai City, and how many warriors will be lost. The section of the wall we're defending near the southern gate isn't the main focus of the beast tide's attack. I heard the west gate is facing the fiercest battle. It's so hard for humans to produce a warrior, yet beasts reproduce and evolve at an astonishing pace. If this continues, it'll only get harder. If it weren't for those top-tier experts... Old Chen quickly raised his hand to interrupt. "The battle on the walls hasn't turned in our favor yet. We, who are left to guard and take care of the students, will likely have to join the fight to support soon." Old Huan was getting worked up as well. "I wonder if those big shots up there have made their move. If they can find and eliminate the 9th-rank beast controlling everything, the tide will quickly disperse, and people won't have to die in vain. Leave the matters of those big shots to them. Let's just focus on doing our job. Old Chen, your current batch of martial arts students from Shanghai Institute of Technology is pretty impressive. Old Huang, don't praise them too much. Compared to students from specialized martial universities like yours, there's still a gap. We know our place. I'm not exaggerating. Look at that guy in black armor wielding a blade. He's from your institute, right? Look at how ruthless his attacks are, how efficiently he's killing the beasts. And he's conserving energy all the while. The elementary martial techniques he's using seem to have reached a minor mastery level. He's definitely a talent with potential." Old Chen pointed to the boy among the crowd. He nodded. "Yes, his name is Su Chao. He awakened not long ago. This kid has a natural talent for martial techniques." Just then, a deafening shout rang out, "All warriors at or above 2nd rank below the city walls, quickly ascend to assist." The two stopped talking and glanced at the students nearby. Seeing that the students could handle the remaining beasts, they grabbed their weapons and headed for the city wall. Among the crowd, several other figures followed them up. Su Chao gazed at the beasts lying dead around him. He had never felt so exhilarated, his mood was especially cheerful. 3 years ago, his family faced a tragedy. His newly awakened ability suddenly disappeared, reducing him to an unawakened state. Coupled with his family's financial troubles and his father's health issues, he had been bottling up his anger for 3 years, feeling stifled. If this kind of frustration wasn't vented in time, it would be like a volcano. The longer it was suppressed, the more explosive it would become. This beast tide came at just the right time. This fierce and thrilling battle allowed him to release all the anger he'd been holding in. He felt a newfound clarity in his mind. The mountain that had weighed on his heart was finally gone, and now his thoughts were crystal clear. As he was lost in thought, he suddenly heard someone shout, "Chaozi, watch out!" Su Chao felt a gust of foul wind rushing toward him. Instinctively, he raised his blade to block. Bang! A loud crash. It felt like being hit by a massive truck. He was sent flying several meters. After hitting the ground, he rolled to alleviate the impact, but his right hand was bleeding from the base of his thumb. His arm throbbed with pain, he had sustained a minor injury. Just as he stood up, he finally saw what had attacked him, a bloodthirsty demon wolf. However, this wolf was different from the ordinary first-rank ones. Its eyes were blood red, its fur had a reddish-brown hue, it was 2 meters long, and faint bone spikes protruded from its back. This creature had reached the strength of a second rank. It had hidden among the beast horde and launched a sneak attack on Su Chao when he wasn't paying attention. After landing its strike, it didn't stop. It charged forward again, intent on finishing Su Chao off. Just as it was halfway through its charge, a figure suddenly rushed out from the side and collided with it. The demon wolf swiped its sharp claws, sending the figure flying with a miserable cry. The person was flung over 10 meters away. Doli! Su Chao's eyes widened in fury. The one who was sent flying was Zhang Dali. Zhang Dali had rushed over to shield Su Chao when he saw the beast attacking, buying him time. But he hadn't expected the beast to be this strong. Seeing Zhang Dali struggling to get up, Su Chao let out a sigh of relief. But when he saw Dali coughing up blood, with deep claw wounds bleeding on his stomach, his gaze darkened again. "You damned beast, I'm going to tear you to pieces." Zhang Dali had been severely injured saving him. A surge of rage erupted in Su Chao's mind. Gripping his blade tightly, he activated his ability, Instant Flash. Since ascending to the second rank, Su Chao had used Instant Flash during battles with beasts and had figured out how to utilize this D-rank ability. When activated, his speed would burst, doubling for a short period. As a second-rank warrior, his normal speed was about 47 meters per second. With the burst, he could surpass most third-rank warriors. Although it couldn't be sustained, it could save lives in crucial moments. The average second-tier fighter had a speed of 40 to 60 meters per second, but his burst speed was far too fast for first or second-tier fighters to handle. The monstrous wolf hadn't even reacted before its neck was slashed open. Blood poured out continuously, and the beast was enraged. This damned human brat. He had killed many of its kind, and now he had injured it. It must devour him. Roar! Roar! It turned its head and glared angrily at Su Chao, baring its teeth, drool dripping from its mouth. With a powerful kick of its 4 legs, it lunged toward Su Chao. Seeing the beast launch its attack, Su Chao had no choice but to use Instant Flash to dodge again. After stopping, he stared grimly at the knife in his hand. This knife was something he'd picked up on the battlefield, an F-grade alloy weapon. But the blade had already broken, and the remaining portion was riddled with cracks. The knife was completely useless now. Clearly, F-grade alloy weapons were far too insufficient against second-tier monsters. He threw the knife aside. He drew a dagger from his waist, though he was reluctant to use it. This dagger wasn't just an ordinary E-grade alloy weapon, it was also a gift from his father for his 18th birthday. He cherished it deeply, afraid it might get damaged in the fight. But now wasn't the time to worry about such things, he had to kill this bloodthirsty demon wolf. If it had been the E-grade alloy weapon that slashed the wolf earlier, the damage would have been far greater, it wouldn't have been just a minor injury. What made his expression darker was that this bloodthirsty demon wolf was unusual. Its strength far exceeded that of ordinary second-tier monsters. The wound on its neck was healing rapidly. In no time, the bleeding had stopped. Something was wrong. This bloodthirsty demon wolf was behaving eerily. Generally speaking, first and second tier monsters didn't have high intelligence and mostly acted on instinct. But this one knew how to hide itself, blending into the beast horde to avoid detection by strong fighters, and it could time its ambushes precisely. Su Chao immediately became more vigilant. He had to end the battle quickly. He couldn't rely on his ability indefinitely, and his own speed was slightly slower than the wolf's. Thus, he decided to go all out. He activated the beginner-level skill Shadow Strike. When the demon wolf leapt to attack, he swiftly flashed underneath it and stabbed straight at its heart. Thud! A look of joy appeared on his face. He had hit his target. The extreme speed of his instant flash ability, combined with the ambush of Shadow Strike, had struck a critical point. The wolf let out a painful grunt and fell to the ground. Su Chao thought it was dead, but to his surprise, the demon wolf quickly got back up. It was badly injured but not fatally. The wound was healing rapidly, though its strength was greatly diminished. Su Chao's pupils contracted as he launched another attack. With his ability and martial skill, he fought with all his might. Several minutes later, the demon wolf was finally killed. He severed its head to ensure it wouldn't revive. He also confirmed something important. His mental panel now showed an additional 49 source points. Even though he had killed the wolf, Su Chao felt uneasy. This battle had cost him dearly. Not only had his long blade been destroyed, but even his precious E-grade dagger now had a chipped edge. Gritting his teeth, he vowed to himself that once the beast tide was over, he must acquire a better alloy weapon. Weapons breaking so often was truly troublesome. Moreover, this battle had drained him significantly. Using both his ability and martial skill consecutively, he felt more exhausted than if he had killed 21st tier monsters. More importantly, the reward from killing 21st tier monsters far exceeded the source points he'd gained from this one wolf. What a huge loss. Wait. There was something else disappointing. He had thought this bloodthirsty demon wolf might awaken an ability, but his mental panel showed no new ability gained. He began to ponder, could his earlier assumption have been wrong? Maybe hunting exotic beasts didn't necessarily grant abilities, and obtaining the ability from the shadow rat was just a coincidence. Or perhaps this demon wolf's power wasn't even an ability at all. After a moment, he adjusted his mindset. He was still on the battlefield, and there were exotic beasts nearby. He didn't have time to dwell on it. Though his mind was a mess, to others, it simply looked like he had paused briefly after slaying the beast. Su Chao walked over to the wolf's corpse and checked it over. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. On the skin near the wolf's forelimbs, he noticed faint text. Leaning closer to examine it carefully, he confirmed he wasn't mistaken. It read, Experiment number 093. Su Chao's mind was instantly thrown into turmoil. Why does this monster have writing on it? What kind of experiment? Number 093? Does this mean there are many more experimental subjects besides this wolf? He realized he would need to investigate thoroughly in the future. Who was conducting experiments on monsters, and what exactly were they researching? Su Chao was filled with countless questions, but there was no one to provide answers. He would have to figure it out on his own. He felt as though he had stumbled upon a massive secret. He spat a few times at the beast's corpse, as if venting his emotions. It helped him feel a bit better. After venting, he walked toward Jiang Dali's position. The reason he had been able to kill the wolf so calmly earlier was that he had noticed Jiang Dali, though injured and knocked back, hadn't lost his combat ability. On the contrary, Jiang Dali had quickly gotten up and was moving along the battlefield's edge, taking down several non-tiered monsters. Su Chao quickly crossed the battlefield and arrived at Jiang Dali's side. Dali, are you okay? Don't worry, Chaozi. It's nothing serious, just a minor injury. I'll be fine after a few days' rest. I'm relieved you're okay. I was startled when I saw you get knocked back. Chaozi, you're overthinking it. Did you forget what my ability is? I have mountain armor for protection. That thing dreams if it thinks it can take me out in one hit. Jiang Dali spoke casually, but Su Chao could still see him grimacing in pain as he moved. Alright, Dali, stop being stubborn. Go to the medical station and rest. I'll handle things here. Watch me take down all these beasts. Su Chao, fueled by anger, swiftly cleared out the monsters in this area. Jiang Dali didn't push himself further. He knew his internal organs were injured and that he needed to take some medicine and rest. Continuing to fight might lead to permanent damage. So Su Chao escorted him to the medical station, which was heavily guarded by the military. Just as the two were about to part ways, Su Chao suddenly turned and shouted, "Dolly!" Zhang Dolly turned back, looking puzzled. "What's up?" "Thank you." As he spoke, Su Chao stared directly into Zhang Dolly's eyes, his expression utterly serious. "Get lost. Stop being so dramatic." Zhang Dolly finished speaking, tossed Su Chao a carefree backview, and entered the infirmary. After sending off Zhang Dolly, Su Chao was ready to sit down and rest as well. The battle with that bloodthirsty demon wolf had drained him immensely. If he pushed his abilities any further, he felt his body might not hold up. He glanced at the panel in his mind. Name, Su Chao. Level, Second Tier Warrior. Ability, D-Rank Blink, Plus. Constitution, 29. Mental Power, 20. Source Points, 2168. Martial Techniques, Beginner Shadow Stab, Minor Success, Plus, Beginner Win / Minor Success, Plus. Seeing the 2000 plus source points, Su Chao felt slightly relieved. His constitution and mental power couldn't be enhanced just yet, it seemed he needed a few more days to adjust. However, through these recent battles, he had gained greater control over his body and was gradually adapting to this newfound strength. What thrilled him even more was that his ability could now be upgraded. Without hesitation, he chose to advance. It didn't take long before Su Chao felt his understanding of a certain power rise to a whole new level. Name, Su Chao. Level, Second Tier Warrior. Ability, C-Rank Shadow Clone. Constitution, 29. Mental Power, 20. Source Points, 1168. Martial Techniques, Beginner Shadow Stab, Minor Success, Plus, Beginner Win / Minor Success, Plus. His ability had upgraded from D-Rank Blink to C-Rank Shadow Clone, consuming 1000 source points. Despite the significant reduction in source points, Su Chao felt it was well worth it. A second-tier warrior with C-Rank abilities, this level of strength placed him at mid to upper level in the martial arts class. It was worth noting that a C-Rank ability was considered outstanding among students at ordinary martial arts universities. Higher-ranked abilities grew increasingly rare. He had heard that students with B-Rank abilities were considered mid to upper-tier talent in martial universities. Those who awakened an A-rank ability were absolute geniuses, the focus of schools' elite training programs. As for S-rank abilities, they were the epitome of genius, a legendary existence he had only heard about but never witnessed. Such top-tier talents were treasures fiercely contested by major powers. Aside from him, almost no one had heard of anyone awakening abilities above S rank. Perhaps his current level was just too low to access such information. Su Chao was quite satisfied with his progress. After all, in just a few short days, he had caught up to a level that would normally take others 1 to 2 years to achieve. Now, the only remaining upgrades on the panel were his 2 basic martial techniques. Without hesitation, he chose to enhance Win / first. Another 1000 source points were consumed, and Su Chao felt a pang of heartache. Soon, a series of insights about Win / surged into his mind. He felt as though he had become a seasoned blade master with decades of experience, each practice session accumulating insights, leading to this breakthrough. His understanding of the blade deepened, and it felt as though a casual slash could now kill a second-tier beast. Moreover, his strikes carried a force of nature, exerting pressure on his opponents. What Su Chao didn't realize was that his Win / had already reached the realm of major success, beginning to touch upon the concept of true blade momentum. If he could refine this martial technique to perfection, he would fully master blade momentum, significantly boosting his combat strength. Name, Su Chao. Level, Second Tier Warrior. Ability, C-Rank Shadow Clone. Constitution, 29. Mental Power, 20. Source Points, 168. Martial Techniques, Beginner Shadow Stab, Minor Success, Beginner Win / Major Success. His source points had been drastically depleted. After slaying so many beasts, all he had accumulated had only resulted in 2 attribute upgrades. Other attributes were currently beyond enhancement. Yet, just having Win / reach major success had increased his attack power by 50%. With a body strength of 2,900 kilograms and a martial technique boost of 50%, his attack power had now barely reached the level of a third-tier warrior. Not bad, not bad. At last, he had some ability to protect himself. The only problem was that source points were becoming increasingly scarce, and he would need to continue slaying beasts to accumulate more. After sitting down to recover for a while, he felt his physical condition improve significantly. Reinvigorated, Su Chao approached the military officer in charge and temporarily acquired an E-rank alloy longsword before heading back to the battlefield to continue slaying enemies. At this point, the number of beasts on the battlefield was dwindling, likely due to changes in the situation on the city wall. Su Chao didn't concern himself with such details. Watching the decreasing number of beasts breaching the city walls, he started to feel anxious. Missing this wave of beasts attacking the city would mean losing a rare opportunity to develop and slay beasts as a newly advanced warrior. Thus, he frantically began snatching kills on the battlefield, earning the admiration of other warriors. Everyone believed he had a strong sense of responsibility and a broad perspective, willing to charge forward in the face of humanity's crisis, a trustworthy and exemplary student. Although he had taken down quite a few beasts, the remaining beasts on the battlefield were growing scarce. Su Chao then turned his attention toward the city wall. He wasn't acting impulsively, he had his own plan. Many second-tier classmates from the martial arts class were stationed on the city wall, and he considered himself strong among the second tier. With his decision made, he began walking steadily toward the wall. Su Chao climbed the stairs leading to the city wall. Although the wall was tall, it took only a few minutes for a second-tier warrior like him to ascend. However, he couldn't sprint at full speed, he needed to conserve energy and remain ready to deal with any beasts that might suddenly charge down, which he dispatched with ease. At this moment, he resembled a warrior fighting against the current. After over 10 minutes, he finally stood atop the city wall. What greeted him was the sight of fierce battles between warriors and beasts. Outside the city, the beasts formed a dense, overwhelming mass, a sight that would leave first-time witnesses awestruck and helpless. One beast after another fell, only to be replaced by fresh waves surging in from outside the city. The battle was intense, but with reinforcements from other warriors, humanity was not at a disadvantage, and the situation remained under control. Gunfire and explosions echoed from the city wall, the defending military of the Xinghai base city. Most of them were not awakened, but with weapons and unified command, they inflicted significant damage on the massive beast horde. Thus, the majority of the beast horde was held back by the army, with only a small portion breaking through the defenses, requiring the warriors to step in. Ordinary soldiers found it difficult to hold their ground against beasts and were prone to injury. Therefore, there were also numerous casualties among the soldiers on the battlefield. They were the true human heroes. Conventional weapons were effective against beasts below Tier 3, but for those above Tier 4, only powerful martial artists could handle them. Su Chao had just climbed onto the city wall when a Tier 2 ironhide pig charged at him. He swung his blade to engage it. Initially unfamiliar with the situation on the wall, Su Chao didn't want to draw too much attention. So instead of quickly finishing off the beast, he entangled with the ironhide pig while observing the battlefield. Once he had grasped the general situation, he was about to finish off the ironhide pig when he suddenly heard a scream not far away. Turning his head, he saw Zhang Yu, a fellow martial arts class student who had recently advanced and awakened a D-level ability, battling a Tier 2 rock-eating rat. Among Tier 2 beasts, the rock-eating rat was relatively weak, so the fight was evenly matched. However, Zhang Yu was caught off guard by a sneak attack from a Tier 2 bloodthirsty demon wolf. His left arm was severed from the shoulder, blood streaming down, but he clung tightly to his blade in his right hand, still facing off against the two beasts. The two beasts, their eyes fierce, continued their assault. Zhang Yu was in grave danger, and no one nearby could come to his aid in time. Su Chao noticed he was the closest to Zhang Yu and had a chance to save him. He quickly slashed and injured the ironhide pig but didn't pursue it further. Activating his ability, his speed increased dramatically. In a flash, he appeared in front of Zhang Yu, blocking the deadly blow from the bloodthirsty demon wolf. "Thank you. You saved my life." Zhang Yu's face was pale as he looked at Su Chao with gratitude. Su Chao nodded. This wasn't the time for chit-chat, both of them needed to focus on dealing with the beasts in front of them. Su Chao knew Zhang Yu's injuries were severe and that he wouldn't last long, so he unleashed his full strength. He activated his newly advanced C-level ability, Shadow Clone, combining it with his mastered beginner martial skill, Wind-Splitting Slash. This Tier 2 bloodthirsty demon wolf wasn't as strong as the one he had killed before. It glared angrily at the human blocking its prey, preparing to leap and tear him apart. But suddenly, several identical figures appeared before it, leaving it stunned. Clearly, it wasn't very intelligent and couldn't comprehend what was happening. The next moment, it felt a sharp pain in its neck. Its vision blurred, and it lost consciousness. Xu Qiao was very satisfied with the combat power generated by the combination of his ability and martial skill. After unleashing his full power, his strength almost reached the threshold of a Tier 3 warrior. With ease, he took down the ordinary Tier 2 bloodthirsty demon wolf in one move. He didn't use his ability again, as it consumed a lot of energy. It was best to conserve strength, considering the unpredictable battlefield situation. With just the mastered beginner martial skill, wind-splitting slash, he easily dispatched the Tier 2 rock-eating rats still attacking Zhang Yu. He even cleaned up a few nearby Tier 1 beasts in passing. Having been rescued, Zhang Yu slumped to the ground, finally taking a moment to carefully examine his savior. With the two being quite close, Xu Qiao crouched down to check Zhang Yu's wound and took out a hemostatic agent he carried for emergencies. "Ha! You're Xu Qiao?" Zhang Yu looked surprised. He remembered this junior who had just awakened and joined the martial arts class. How could his strength be so formidable? "Senior Zhang Yu, it's me. You're seriously injured. You need to get to the medical station below the city wall as soon as possible for treatment." Xu Qiao scanned the surroundings, attempting to help Zhang Yu find his severed arm to see if it could be reattached. Unfortunately, he couldn't locate it, as it had likely been consumed by the beasts. I have no combat power left now. Staying here would only be a burden." Glancing at his missing arm, Zhang Yu looked visibly disheartened. "Xu Qiao, could you help me over to the elevator? There are people there dedicated to taking care of the wounded, they'll help me get down." "No problem, Senior Zhang. By the way, Senior, do you know how the others, our classmates and teachers, are doing?" Noticing Zhang Yu's despondence, Xu Qiao intentionally changed the subject, saying, "I heard Principal Huo and several top experts have gone beyond the city to confront the Beast King. The battle out there is too fierce, even ordinary martial artists can't approach, so I'm not clear on the situation." Xu Qiao understood that the so-called Beast King referred to a beast of at least Tier 7. They were not only immensely powerful but also highly intelligent, making them extremely difficult to defeat. Every beast tide was orchestrated by a Beast King. "The teachers have gone to the city wall about a kilometer ahead. The beasts there are much stronger, so we dare not go over and can only fight here. Several other classmates from the martial arts class have already been injured and sent down. Additionally..." At this point, his tone paused, becoming heavier as he continued, "Feng Luan and Luo Guangrong have already sacrificed themselves." "What? Senior Feng and Senior Luo have died?" Xu Qiao was stunned. He hadn't expected these two seniors to have fallen on the battlefield. Feng Luan's strength was similar to Zhang Yu's, but Luo Guangrong was a peak Tier 2 warrior. Even he hadn't survived. Although they weren't particularly close, as a member of the martial arts class, Xu Qiao felt an indescribable sorrow welling up in his heart. So young and talented, they had just awakened as warriors. Their lives should have been vibrant and full of potential, but they had ended here and now. The topic plunged both into silence. It seemed as though Xu Qiao wanted to vent his pent-up fury, as every beast they encountered along the way was mercilessly slain by him. Before long, they finally reached the elevator. This area was heavily protected, serving as the passageway for transporting supplies and personnel up and down the city wall. Guarded by strong warriors, it was relatively safe. Watching Zhang Yu being sent down the city wall, Xu Qiao prepared to resume hunting beasts. However, he didn't plan to return to where he had been earlier and instead decided to operate nearby. With strong warriors guarding this area, it was relatively safer in case of emergencies. He walked to the edge of the city wall and looked out, noticing a dense swarm of beasts piling up as they climbed toward the top. No wonder! Xu Qiao finally understood how the beasts were scaling the city walls. He had been puzzled before about how they managed to climb such heights, now it was clear they relied on this method. In the distant sky, another battlefield unfolded. Human experts, working with fighter jets, intercepted a large flock of flying beasts. Inside the city and atop the walls, artillery and specialized laser weapons continuously fired, intercepting the aerial invaders. Clearly, the high-ranking officials of Shanghai Base City were well aware of the massive destruction these flying beasts could cause, so they made every effort to block them at a distance. Even the occasional ones that slipped through the defenses were immediately targeted and struck down. Though this Tier 2 beast tide was astonishingly destructive, humanity, having fought beasts for years, had developed a mature response plan. Having roughly grasped the battlefield situation, Xu Chao felt slightly more at ease. At least for now, the battlefield was still under control. Adjusting his mindset, he began a new round of hunting. He attacked selectively, mainly targeting weaker first and second tier beasts, as these offered the best cost efficiency and source points. Of course, it wasn't always smooth sailing. Several times he encountered crises, but he managed to escape by using his ability, Shadow Clone, to deceive the beasts. The battle went on. When Su Chao felt fatigued, he would return to the elevator area to meditate and rest, consuming recovery potions to adjust his state. Once recovered, he would throw himself back into the fight. Just as he thought the battle would continue in this manner, a sudden commotion erupted on the perimeter. A small group of beasts charged in. Among them was a particularly powerful creature, resembling an oversized lizard. It spewed flames from its mouth, turning many soldiers and martial artists into human torches. It was a lava giant lizard, a 6th-tier exotic beast. On its shoulders stood a small white fox with 5 tails swaying behind it. Its emerald green eyes occasionally flashed with a glimmer of light. It was a 5th-tier exotic beast, the green-eyed fox. The beasts around them seemed controlled, crazily charging at the human martial artists. On the other hand, most of the human warriors appeared to be under some mysterious influence. Their reactions were slow, and some even stood frozen, only to be struck down or injured by the charging beasts. Since Su Chao was a bit farther away, he felt a mental force trying to invade his mind, attempting to control him. At the critical moment, the panel in his mind devoured this force. He quickly activated his ability, creating a shadow clone and seizing the opportunity to escape. However, he was still grazed by the residual flames spewed by the lava giant lizard, and his back immediately burned with searing pain. After escaping, beads of cold sweat covered his forehead. That was truly a close call. These two exotic beasts were just too powerful. One could control minds, while the other unleashed wide-range fire attacks. The surrounding warriors and military forces had fallen into a desperate situation. Bastard, courting death. A long spear shot in like a bolt of lightning from afar, piercing directly into the body of the lava giant lizard. A deafening roar reverberated, almost bursting his eardrums. As the roar echoed, the previously dazed warriors gradually regained their senses. Seeing the situation, they began to scatter and flee. A figure rushed back at an incredible speed from the distance. The station human powerhouse had finally returned. He couldn't really be blamed. Previously, he had been busy intercepting a high-level exotic beast attempting to approach. Who would have thought that trouble would arise here as well? In mere moments, there had been heavy casualties. It seemed all of this was planned. Luring away the powerhouse was all part of the strategy, with the goal of destroying humanity's transport route. After the powerhouse's return, the 6th-tier exotic beast lava giant lizard was slain with a single spear strike. The surrounding beasts were also affected by his punch. Many were sent flying or instantly killed. This included the fox, which was flung near Su Chao. The strength of a top-tier powerhouse was truly terrifying. Su Chao looked at the 5th-tier exotic beast green-eyed fox, which had landed near him. Blood continued to gush from its mouth, and it lay motionless. He now had a clearer understanding of the power of those above the 7th tier. 2 moves. Exotic beasts they had once deemed incredibly formidable were killed just like that. Moreover, after slaying the beasts, the city walls remained largely intact. The precision of his power control was evident. Just as Su Chao was about to turn and deal with other beasts, he caught sight of a subtle movement in the corner of his eye. The green-eyed fox's eyelids twitched slightly. Indeed, this creature wasn't dead yet. He stared at it for a moment, and the fox clearly tried to open its eyes. After confirming this, Su Chao felt his hair stand on end. He had witnessed the immense power of this exotic beast earlier. But with the advantage of his panel, he gripped his blade and cautiously approached. Once close enough, he struck swiftly, plunging his blade straight into the fox's eye. Put! The blade penetrated, and the fox, which had been on the verge of waking up, was killed instantly, this time, truly dead. Immediately after, Su Chao sensed a change in his panel. Source points gained, 888. What a lucky number. More importantly, under the abilities section, a new entry appeared: an A-rank ability, Eye of Perception. What? An A-rank ability. Seeing this new ability on the panel, he nearly jumped with joy. An A-rank ability. As far as he knew, no one in his school's martial arts class had ever awakened an A-rank ability. The highest level anyone had reached was only B rank. I've struck gold. I've struck gold. This was a massive windfall. Not only had he obtained 888 source points, but he had also unexpectedly gained an A-rank ability. It turned out that fortune favored the bold. Had he not ventured onto the city wall, he wouldn't have encountered such an excellent opportunity. Once he calmed down, Su Chao decided to test his newly acquired ability. Activate. In an instant, he felt that the world before his eyes became incredibly clear. He could faintly see the flow of energy in the air. Not far ahead, a second-tier bloodhound was fiercely battling a human warrior. With Eye of Perception, their movements seemed slowed down by several times, and the vital points and weaknesses were clearly highlighted. Additionally, he felt that activating the ability had a mental illusion effect. Opponents with weaker mental strength would fall into hallucinations. Too powerful, truly worthy of an A-rank ability. The only downside was that it consumed mental energy too quickly. With his current mental strength, he couldn't sustain it for long and could only use it at critical moments. As he glanced at the returning powerhouse in the distance, he hesitated briefly before activating Eye of Perception to observe. His eyes immediately felt like they had been stabbed by a blinding light, forcing him to deactivate the ability. This kid is interesting. The distant powerhouse seemed to sense someone observing him. Realizing it was just a second-tier martial artist, he looked surprised. Su Chao became wary. He resolved never to use Eye of Perception against powerhouses with vastly higher realms in the future. However, he vaguely felt that this powerhouse must be above the 7th-tier pinnacle. After the powerhouse's return, the beasts near the transport route were quickly cleared out. The wounded and corpses were promptly evacuated, while the remaining martial artists continued to eliminate the beasts. With Eye of Perception, Su Chao gained a considerable harvest in the ensuing battles. The fighting lasted for about an hour before a series of beastly roars erupted. The beast horde outside the city began to stir. A large number of beasts turned and fled in a frenzy. Even those that had climbed the city walls leapt down to escape. The beast tide has retreated. Ah, we've won! Cheers erupted across the battlefield. At this moment, whether they were warriors or soldiers, everyone hugged the people beside them tightly, rejoicing that they had survived. Su Chao was overjoyed in his heart. He also wanted to rush up like everyone else and embrace those around him to celebrate the victory. However, upon closer inspection, he found the person next to him was a girl, probably a student, likely from South China Martial Arts University. The only nearby supporting schools were these two. He quickly, awkwardly, withdrew his hand. Sure enough, the girl noticed his awkwardness and couldn't help but laugh. Yet, she generously extended her hand. Hello, my name is Bai Jia, a third-year student at South China Martial Arts University. You're really strong. You must be a student too, right? I saw you kill quite a few beasts earlier. Su Chao shook her hand and replied with a smile. Hello, I'm Su Chao, a third-year student at Shanghai Institute of Technology. Bai Jia froze for a moment while holding his hand, looking quite surprised. What? You're from a liberal arts university? I noticed your strength is considerable, and you've awakened a power. Why didn't you apply to a martial arts university back then? I didn't awaken in high school, it only happened after I started university, Su Chao explained patiently. Bai Jia seemed to have decent strength, likely a third-tier warrior. She had a tall figure, a pretty face, and a cheerful personality, giving off a very pleasant vibe. Just now, Su Chao had secretly used his Eye of Insight to observe her. She seemed to have awakened a B-grade metallic ability. Metallic abilities were known for their powerful offensive capabilities. Earlier, she had killed quite a number of beasts. The two chatted for a while, exchanged contact information, and even agreed to team up in the future for missions in the wilderness. Afterward, they each went to reunite with their respective classmates and teachers. There was still much to do after the battle. The authorities needed to tally the casualties, comfort the injured and the families of the deceased, record military achievements, and clean up the beast corpses. But none of this had anything to do with Su Chao. He quickly found his school's team, which was still being led by teacher Chu Xian. However, compared to earlier, a few people were missing, and some classmates had wounds that were faintly bleeding. The team's atmosphere was somber. Some students had red eyes, clearly having cried not long ago. Although everyone was accustomed to witnessing life and death, when such things happened to those around them, the sorrow was still uncontrollable. Seeing Su Chao standing on the city wall, everyone assumed he had arrived after the battle and didn't ask much. Under teacher Chu's leadership, the group descended the wall to join the team below. Everyone handed in their wristbands, which recorded their battle achievements. The system would automatically calculate each person's contribution, and no one dared to cheat. Additionally, the beasts each person killed would be evaluated, and rewards would be distributed proportionally. Su Chao was looking forward to it. This time, he should receive a decent amount of income, which could help ease his family's financial burden and allow him to purchase some equipment for himself. He had already returned the weapons he borrowed from the military. Now, all he had left was a damaged dagger, which couldn't keep up with his combat abilities. Then, everyone boarded vehicles to return to school. On the way back, people pulled out their phones to assure their families of their safety. Only after Su Chao's parents knew he was safe did they finally breathe a sigh of relief, reminding him to be extra cautious. At this moment, a student excitedly held up his phone and shouted, "Everyone, look at the news." Everyone quickly opened the news and saw a shocking scene. In the video, a middle-aged man surrounded by purple lightning held a sword in his right hand and a massive fox-like beast in his left. He walked through the air from outside the city. The airborne beast horde scattered in fear at the sight of him. The massive beast had 9 long tails. Though it was already dead, it still emanated an overwhelming pressure. That's Grandmaster Hua. He's a pinnacle-level 9th-tier thunder ability user, one of the top powerhouses. And that beast he's carrying is probably the 9th-tier 9-tailed demon fox, right? Didn't the news say that this beast tide was caused by that 9-tailed demon fox? I was wondering why the beast tide suddenly retreated. Turns out the Beast King was slain by Grandmaster Hua. Listening to the discussions, Su Chao couldn't help but feel excited. This wasn't the first time he had seen the man in the video. 3 years ago, his family's caravan was attacked by beasts in the wilderness, and it was this very powerhouse who had saved them. At the time, they didn't know his name. So his name is Huozhou Yuan, the Grandmaster. Truly incredible. Once a human warrior reached the 7th tier, their abilities entered an entirely new realm. They could fly, and ordinary weapons could no longer harm them. Those who reached this level were called Grandmasters, and 9th-tier warriors were further honored as Great Grandmasters. Watching him walk through the air, Su Chao's heart filled with longing. But with his unique system panel, reaching that level was only a matter of time. With this in mind, he checked his system panel. Name, Su Chao. Level, 2nd-tier warrior. Abilities, A-grade Eye of Insight, C-grade Shadow Clone. Physical stats, 29. Mental power, 20. Source points, 3,268. Martial techniques, Beginner Shadow Stab, Proficient Plus, Beginner Windbreak / Mastered. Seeing over 3,000 source points on his panel, Su Chao couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. Although he currently only had the beginner martial technique Shadow Stab available for enhancement, he believed that his physical and mental stats would soon increase, bringing another significant boost in strength. Since improving martial techniques wouldn't cause much commotion, he decisively chose to enhance it on the vehicle, spending 1,000 source points. As Shadow Stab reached the mastered level, a flood of insights poured into his mind. Back at school, all the teachers and students who participated in the battle were greeted as heroes with enthusiastic applause. The principal appeared at the right moment. The students looked at him with admiration. Everyone knew that during the beast tide, the principal had single-handedly slain a 7th-tier beast. He briefly encouraged and praised everyone, then announced the dismissal, allowing everyone to rest. After a day of intense fighting, everyone was physically and mentally exhausted. The next day, the school held a memorial ceremony for the 5 students and 7 teachers who had sacrificed their lives. Su Chao returned to his dorm, took a shower, and collapsed onto his bed, sleeping straight through until he woke up hungry the next morning. Checking the time, 9:10 a.m., he got up, washed up, and changed into a set of black clothes. The school's morning ceremony was scheduled for 10 a.m. in the grand auditorium. After finishing breakfast, the timing was just about right. Following the ceremony, everyone felt incredibly heavy-hearted. Fengluan, Luo Guangrong, teacher by. One familiar name after another, people who were alive and well just yesterday, now lay in cold coffins. Even though the grieving families wept bitterly during the ceremony, those lost would never return. This cruel world spares no one. Whether you're an awakened martial artist or an ordinary person, it shows no mercy. Su Chao silently reminded himself that he must be extra cautious when hunting beasts in the wilderness in the future. He didn't want his parents to see him lying in a coffin, forcing them to endure the pain of burying their own child. In the days that followed, his life became very routine, attending classes and training on a strict schedule. As the school approached its vacation, the martial arts class conducted its end-of-term assessment. Su Chao only displayed the strength of a peak first-tier martial artist, but with his mastery of basic martial techniques at a proficient level, he still earned the admiration of both his teachers and classmates. After the assessment, his homeroom teacher, Miss Chu Xian, called him in for a talk and rewarded him with 2 bottles of qi and blood potions. She also mentioned that starting next semester, the school would provide him with 1 bottle of qi and blood potion every month to support his training. Finally, the teacher sighed, lamenting that if only he had awakened earlier, his achievements would have been even greater. During the assessment, Su Chao saw several of the strongest graduating seniors from the martial arts class. The most powerful among them was Su Jinsong, who had reached the mid-4th tier and awakened a B-grade special ability. This was a very impressive level of strength, even among students at martial arts universities. The other 2 seniors had just advanced to 4th-tier martial artists, while one had only reached the 2nd tier, revealing a clear gap in their abilities. The martial arts class hosted a graduation party for the seniors, where everyone drank quite a bit, exchanging blessings and farewells. Just 2 days before the school vacation, on July 15th, the government finally distributed the battle rewards and bonuses. Previously, Su Chao had spent almost all his money on medicines and was nearly broke. Seeing the additional 18.2 million in his account, he jumped up in excitement. He finally had money. This was a massive fortune that could solve many of his problems. It was even more than he had estimated. The spoils from the 5th-tier Emeraldite Fox didn't count as his, they were attributed to the master stationed there since it was more of a retaliatory act on their part. The beasts Su Chao personally killed included about 200 non-tiered monsters, each worth several thousand points, totaling roughly 1 million. He killed over 100 first-tier beasts, each valued at tens of thousands, adding up to 4 million. He also killed 70 to 80 second-tier beasts, each worth hundreds of thousands, which amounted to about 10 million. Now, with 18.2 million credited to his account, it seemed the government was incentivizing everyone to actively participate in combating the beast tide. Most importantly, his battle merits were also issued. Every martial artist could check their merits on the internal platform of the martial artist's home. Su Chao found he had accumulated 792 merit points. It didn't seem like much, but compared to many participating teachers and classmates, his merits were higher, indicating how difficult it was to earn them. The government had a specific calculation system: 1 merit point for each non-tiered beast, 2 points for each first-tier beast, and 5 points for each second-tier beast. Merit points had numerous uses. Many precious resources, such as advanced martial techniques, genetic potions, and high-grade alloy equipment, couldn't be bought through the Hunters Association. But they could be purchased in the martial artist's home mall, provided one had enough merit points. For instance, buying an advanced martial technique required at least 1,000 merit points and a minimum of 10 million in currency. Additionally, accumulating 100 merit points could grant the title of 1-star honorary citizen. As a 1-star honorary citizen, one's family would receive special protection and also enjoy medical and educational privileges in ordinary districts. With 1,000 merit points, one could become a 2-star honorary citizen, which would allow them to purchase property and settle in the 5 core districts of the Shanghai base city, elevating their status to that of an elite. Apart from the right to buy property, this status also came with other privileges. For instance, killing an ordinary civilian wouldn't result in a death sentence, only a hefty fine would be required. However, harming the family of another star-rated honorary citizen was still punishable. In summary, merit points were incredibly important, and many people were desperate to earn more. The government encouraged martial artists to hunt beasts by offering such incentives. Knowing the value of merit points, Su Chao naturally wouldn't let any opportunity slip by. He first submitted an application for 1-star honorary citizen status through the martial artist's home, which would be approved within a day or two. Then he browsed them all on the martial artist's home platform, looking through various weapons and equipment. For the upcoming summer vacation, he planned to head to the wilderness to hunt beasts, so he needed to prepare his gear. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. His newly acquired fortune of over 10 million was far from enough. The price of B-grade alloy equipment ranged from 5 million to 10 million. Su Chao wanted to buy a long blade and a set of armor. The blade he chose cost 6.5 million, while the armor was even more expensive at about 9.3 million. Together, they totaled 15.8 million. He also wanted to buy a martial technique book, which would cost tens of thousands. After calculating, he realized he didn't have enough money left, especially since he needed to save some for his parents. After much deliberation, Su Chao finally decided to purchase the B-grade alloy long blade first, spending 6.5 million. Given his rapid improvement in strength, he needed a high-quality blade, otherwise, it would soon become obsolete. For armor, he decided to settle with a C-grade alloy set for now, which would suffice temporarily. He planned to replace it with better gear after earning more money in the wilderness. C-grade alloy equipment ranged from 1 million to 5 million. The armor he chose cost 4.5 million. Thus, his alloy gear alone cost him 11 million, leaving him with only a little over 7 million in his account. Next, he spent 250,000 to buy a beginner-level martial technique called Mountain Suppression Fist. Since he already had a blade technique, he decided to purchase a fist technique to ensure he could still fight effectively without a weapon. Purchases made through martial artist's home were delivered directly to one's address, typically within 2 days, making it very convenient. Looking at the remaining 6.95 million in his account, Su Chao smiled wryly. The money came fast but went even faster. Being a martial artist was truly a costly endeavor. He decided not to spend the remaining money on himself. He planned to use it to buy a house for his family and improve his parents' living conditions. He also wanted to set aside some money just in case something happened to him in the wilderness, ensuring his parents would have enough for basic living expenses. Originally, he had wanted to buy willow heartwood to treat his father's injury. The price turned out to be 42 million, and the purchase condition was that one must have at least 1,000 points in battle merits. That was considered cheap. If one were to buy it from the Hunter Association, it would cost at least 50 million, and even then, it might not be available. Since many martial artists constantly fought with beasts and injuries were commonplace, items for treating severe wounds were in high demand. As his strength improved, martial artists like Su Chao found themselves spending more and more money, making him feel increasingly poor. After buying the equipment, he planned to visit Zhang Dali at the hospital. That guy was almost fully recovered and had been yelling every day about wanting to be discharged. Tomorrow was the day he would finally be released. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was a call from his old roommate, Han Yu. Answering the call, Su Chao teased with a smile, "President Yu, what orders do you have for me?" Back in the dorm days, the four of them would often discuss what jobs to pursue after graduation. Han Yu used to say that if he couldn't find anything, he'd just go home and help his parents run their supermarket. They jokingly nicknamed him President Yu. On the other end of the line, Han Yu sounded helpless. "Brother Chao, stop making fun of me. The semester's almost over. I've arranged a gathering with Tan Jun and Yu Zhongqi and wanted to see if you're free to join us." "Sure, same old place?" Su Chao thought about it. Ever since moving dorms, he hadn't seen them. He decided to go. They had chosen a spot on the night market street not far from the school, a place where they often used to hang out. With some students already on vacation and back home, the place wasn't very crowded. By the time Su Chao arrived, the three of them had already ordered food. Seeing him, they stood up one by one to greet him. "Brother Chao is here." Ever since Su Chao awakened as a martial artist, their dynamic had shifted slightly, becoming less casual than before, something Su Chao found a bit awkward. But as the food and drinks started flowing, the old sense of camaraderie gradually returned, and the conversation picked up. "Brother Chao, do you remember back in our freshman year when we got into that fight with Joe Pang and his group right here?" "Of course I remember. That guy awakened later and tried to give me trouble, but I taught him a lesson." "Ha ha." Everyone burst into laughter. "I ran into that guy last week. He wasn't as cocky as he used to be. He even nodded and greeted us. We were so confused at the time. Now it makes sense. Come on. The three of us will toast to Brother Chao for helping us settle that score." As the drinks kept coming, the atmosphere grew livelier. "Brother Chao, what are your plans for the summer? Heading home? Su Chao downed a large glass in one go. Yeah, I'll go home to take care of some things first. Then I'm planning to head to the wilderness zone. The three of them were stunned for a moment upon hearing Su Chao mention the wilderness zone. They hadn't expected him to set out so soon. The wilderness zone was a battlefield for awakened martial artists. Ordinary people wouldn't dare step foot in it. Every man dreams of wielding a sword and venturing into the unknown. Sensing the sudden silence, Su Chao changed the subject. By the way, how are your finals? Don't fail any courses. Especially you, Tanjun, playing games all the time. You better have studied. Brother Chao, don't worry. We did okay. We shouldn't fail. Even though we don't usually study, we spent over a week cramming in the classroom for the key points the professors gave us. Good, as long as you pass. Your main goal right now is to graduate smoothly. With gene serums becoming more accessible, there's still a chance for you to become martial artists in the future. He couldn't promise to help them buy serums. After all, his own battle merits weren't enough yet. Moreover, with his father's matters unresolved, he had no mental space for anything else. As the drinks dwindled, everyone raised their glasses to wish Su Chao a safe and successful trip to the wilderness zone. Su Chao paid the bill himself. He wasn't short on money for such things now. When he returned to his dorm, the alcohol kicked in, and he collapsed into bed without a second thought. When Su Chao woke up, he felt completely refreshed. The lingering aches he had felt before were entirely gone. Glancing at the clock, he saw it was already 10 a.m. the next day. Out of habit, he checked his panel, and a happy smile spread across his face. The panel, which hadn't changed for over a week, finally showed new progress. Name, Su Chao. Level, 2nd tier martial artist. Abilities, A grade Eye of Insight, C grade Shadow Clone. Physique, 29. Mental Strength, 20, plus. Source Points, 2268. Combat Techniques, Beginner Shadow Stab, Mastery, Beginner Win/Mastery. His mental strength could finally be upgraded. His physique stats didn't show as upgradable, likely because his mental strength hadn't kept up. He began enhancing his mental strength. As source points rapidly depleted, Su Chao could feel his mental strength increasing at a fast pace. When it reached 26, a faint sense of swelling started. He knew he couldn't push any further. It seemed that the panel's stats weren't limitless. If he forced it, losing control of his mental strength could turn him into a fool. This round alone consumed 600 source points. With his mental strength balanced, his physique was ready for enhancement again. Without hesitation, he upgraded it once more. As the source points continued to drain, a familiar sensation returned. Energy from his surroundings poured into his body. He could feel his physical attributes improving rapidly. His muscles, bones, and organs were all being strengthened. The exhilarating sensation of growing stronger was addictive. When his physique reached 35, it stopped increasing. Another 60 source points were gone. Name, Su Chao. Level, 2nd tier martial artist. Abilities, A grade Eye of Insight, C grade Shadow Clone. Physique, 35. Mental Strength, 26. Source Points, 1608. Combat Techniques, Beginner Shadow Stab, Mastery, Beginner Win/Mastery. Looking at the updated panel, Su Chao realized that his strength now reached 3,500 kilograms. The typical range for 2nd tier martial artists was 2,000 to 4,000 kilograms. This made him among the stronger 2nd tier martial artists. With the 50% boost from his mastered beginner techniques, his strength was equivalent to someone just entering the 3rd tier. Marveling at the power of the panel, Su Chao couldn't help but feel impressed. What took others 2 years to achieve, he had accomplished in just half a month. Of course, he'd also been lucky catching the beast-tide outbreak. Otherwise, in the wilderness zone, it wouldn't have been so easy to hunt so many low-tier beasts for source points. The wilderness zone was full of powerful beasts, and an unlucky encounter could make anyone their dinner. Feeling the surge in strength, Su Chao prepared to get up and adapt to his newfound power. Just then, the dorm doorbell rang. He got up to answer it. Standing outside the door were 2 unfamiliar men. One of them saw him open the door and asked, "Excuse me, is Mr. Su Chao here?" Su Chao looked puzzled. He didn't recognize them at all. "That's me," he replied. The man politely said, "Hello, we are couriers from the martial artist's home. The items you purchased yesterday have arrived. Please sign for them. Su Chao finally realized his equipment had arrived. He hadn't expected such fast delivery. The man held a ring-like object in his hand, and with a flash, a box appeared instantly. Su Chao was secretly amazed. He hadn't expected the martial artist's home to be so extravagant, even equipping their couriers with spatial rings. He had only seen such things on Principal Hua and a few teachers. None of his martial arts classmates had one. These rings weren't cheap. Even the most basic spatial ring from the martial artist's home cost at least 10 million yuan, with a storage space of at least 1 cubic meter. Su Chao's misunderstanding stemmed from his lack of knowledge. In fact, not all couriers used spatial rings for deliveries. This delivery method was only employed when the transaction amount reached a certain threshold, and it required 2 couriers to accompany each other for mutual supervision. After a complex series of confirmations, Su Chao signed for the equipment and martial techniques he had purchased. Once the 2 men left, Su Chao closed the door and took out the armor and long blade. This B-grade alloy blade resembled an ancient Tang horizontal blade. It was silver-black throughout, about 1 meter long, 6 centimeters wide, with a 30 centimeter handle, a 73 centimeter blade, and a thickness of 0.6 centimeters. It weighed approximately 50 kilograms. He swung it a few times and felt extremely satisfied. Next, he picked up the C-grade alloy armor. This armor was an inner chest armor, silver gray in color, lightweight. At about 10 kilograms, and could be worn under a martial arts uniform without being too conspicuous. He was very pleased with both items. Taking off his jacket, he put on the inner armor immediately. After finishing that, he picked up the last item, an introductory martial technique called Mountain Stabilizing Fist. After carefully reading the instructions, the martial technique appeared directly in his system interface. He spent 110 source points to upgrade it to the minor mastery level. As for whether to upgrade it to the major mastery level, he couldn't afford to use all his source points on martial techniques. He needed to reserve some to improve his cultivation level, especially since he had no idea when he'd earn more source points next. After completing all these operations, he felt hungry and abandoned his plan to familiarize himself with his physical strength. Instead, he got up to go to the cafeteria for a meal. By noon, Su Chao spent over 2 hours familiarizing himself with his physical strength and new martial technique. He felt that with his current abilities, he could easily defeat an average martial artist who had just entered the 3rd tier. However, against a seasoned 3rd-tier martial artist, he could only barely hold his own in self-defense. He also discovered a magical feature on his status panel. If he wanted to hide his cultivation level, others would find it very difficult to discern his true stage, even if they were 9th-tier martial artists. As for experts above the 9th tier, that was uncertain. After all, he knew nothing about beings at that level. Checking the time, it was almost 2 p.m. This afternoon, John Dolly was being discharged from the hospital, and Su Chao definitely had to be there. Afterward, he planned to head home since they were already on vacation. He wanted to go home and give his parents a surprise. Liwa, do you know where my old martial arts uniform is? Old Su, check the 2nd layer of the wardrobe in the bedroom. I think it's in a small box there. I'm cooking right now, Xiao Chao will be home soon, and there are still a lot of dishes I haven't started yet. In the kitchen, a middle-aged woman wearing an apron was chopping vegetables while muttering complaints. In the living room, a middle-aged man in a wheelchair looked helpless but glanced at his busy wife in the kitchen before wheeling himself back into the bedroom to search. Their son was coming home for summer vacation today, and he didn't want to appear in his usual sloppy state in front of him. So, he decided to dig out his old martial arts uniform to wear. Now that their son had awakened as a martial artist, the family had hope again. The gloom that had once shrouded them had mostly lifted. He needed to pull himself together, to stop dragging down his son, and let him focus on his cultivation. This couple was Su Chao's parents, busy preparing to welcome their son home. After a while, Su Chao's father finally found his old martial arts uniform. After struggling to put it on, he was so exhausted that he started coughing. 3 years ago, he had injured his heart and lungs, making vigorous activity impossible. His spinal nerves were also damaged, confining him to a wheelchair. Hearing the coughing, Wang Lihua immediately put down what she was doing and rushed into the room, asking worriedly, "Old Su, are you okay? Are you hurt?" "It's my fault, I should have helped you earlier," Su Jianya pulled her hand gently, full of guilt. Liwa, I'm fine. These years, you've had it so hard. Without you holding everything together, this family would have fallen apart long ago. I've been the one dragging you all down. Old Su, don't say such things. Did you forget what day it is today? You're right. Let's not dwell on unhappy things, so Xiao Chao doesn't worry when he gets home. By the way, Liwa. If Xiao Chao asks about the broken TV, just tell him it was my fault. Don't let him know Zhang Matzi and his gang smashed it. I know. But I'm afraid they'll come back. They did say that day they'd return. Su Jianye was silent for a moment. If worse comes to worst, I'll ask a few old friends and borrow some money to deal with them for now. Wang Lihua had no other solution and could only reply, we'll deal with it when the time comes. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Wang Lihua exclaimed, oh no, Xiao Chao's back, and I haven't finished cooking. I'll get the door. Don't look so worried, or he'll notice something's wrong. She opened the door with a smile. Son, why are you here again? Her smile froze on her face. Standing at the door were 4 or 5 burly men, dressed arrogantly and looking obviously ill-intentioned. Leading them was a pockmarked man with a scar on his eyebrow, exuding an intimidating presence. The man rudely pushed the door open and stormed in, shouting angrily, Wang Lihua. Who do you think you're calling son? Are you tired of living? Wang Lihua stumbled back 2 steps after being shoved but held back her temper and tried to explain, boss. Wang, don't misunderstand. I wasn't insulting anyone. I thought my son had come home, he's on vacation today. Su Jianya happened to come out of the room at that moment. Seeing Wang Lihua pushed back, he quickly supported her and asked gently, are you okay? He turned and glared at the scarred man, shouting angrily, what are you doing? Barging into someone's house and hitting people? Aren't you afraid we'll call the police and have you arrested? The pockmarked man was none other than the infamous Zhang Matzi, the very name that had been on the lips of the couple. In this impoverished neighborhood, he wielded considerable influence as a loan shark and debt collector. Zhang Matzi, still seething with anger, sneered, oh. I was wondering who it could be. Turns out it's you cripple. If it weren't for me lending your wife money to save your life, you'd already be dead. Hearing this, Su Jianya grew even angrier, coughing uncontrollably. Wang Lihua quickly went over to pat his back, her eyes glaring like daggers. Zhang Matzi, shut your mouth. Su Jianya managed to suppress his coughing fit and took a deep breath. He stared at Zhang Matzi with a grim expression. You've got some nerve. We agreed to borrow 200,000 yuan and return 250,000. How has it suddenly become 300,000? Zhang Matzi felt a chill under such a cold, piercing gaze but quickly regained his courage, remembering the man was a cripple. We agreed on 250,000 for a 2-week term. Now that you're overdue, naturally the amount has increased. Wang Lihua interjected, we're only 3 days overdue, and we've already repaid 50,000. We clearly said we'd settle the rest within 10 days. How can you be so unreasonable? Reason? Ha! You want to talk reason with us? The group of thugs burst into laughter. Zhang Matzi, growing impatient, pointed at Wang Lihua. Cut the crap and pay up. Give us the remaining 250,000, and we'll leave. We don't have time to waste on you paupers. We don't have the money right now. Give us a few more days to gather the funds, Su Jianya replied, suppressing his anger. No money? Zhang Matzi scanned the room and gestured for his men to search the house. When he reached the kitchen, he sneered sarcastically. Oh, you claim to have no money, yet look at this feast. These dishes aren't cheap. Money for good food, but none to pay your debts? He laughed coldly as the sound of dishes shattering echoed from the kitchen. You scoundrels! I'll fight you to the death. Wang Lihua, trembling with rage, watched helplessly as the food she'd painstakingly prepared was smashed to pieces. She grabbed a broom, ready to charge into the kitchen. Su Jianya grasped her clothing, holding her back. Though furious, he forced himself to stay calm. They were no match for these men, he, a disabled man, and she, a frail woman. If they fought back, they'd only end up beaten. These thugs were ruthless, and he couldn't risk his wife getting hurt. Noticing Wang Lihua's intent to resist, Zhang Matzi shot a sinister glance at his men. Still want to put up a fight? Boys, turn this place upside down. At his command, the thugs prepared to continue their rampage. Suddenly, a voice, brimming with suppressed fury, rang out. "Try smashing anything, I dare you." At the doorway stood a young man with a suitcase in one hand and a shoulder bag slung over the other, his face alight with anger. Zhang Mozi's men trembled under the weight of his fiery gaze. The newcomer was Su Chao. After dropping Zhang Dali off at the hospital and bidding him farewell, Su Chao had taken the bus home, eager to share the good news of his newfound earning potential with his parents. But just as he reached the building, he heard the sounds of destruction coming from his home. Rushing upstairs, the scene before him left him stunned. "Son, you're back?" Su Chao's parents, seeing their son return, were both relieved and worried. They feared he might act impulsively after witnessing the chaos, bringing more trouble upon himself and jeopardizing his future. After all, among Zhang Mozi's group were two quasi-martial artists. Though Su Chao had just awakened as a martial artist, they worried he'd be at a disadvantage. "Dad, Mom, I'm back. Leave this to me." Su Chao responded calmly, setting his bag down on top of his suitcase by the door. Zhang Mozi, noticing the family's disregard for him and that even his men were cowed by a single young man's words, grew furious. "Didn't I tell you to smash the place? Are you deaf? Or do my words mean nothing to you?" Zhang Mozi roared at his men. Startled by their boss's outburst, the thugs resumed their destructive spree without hesitation. But before they could act, a shadow darted through the room, followed by a chorus of agonized screams and 4 heavy thuds. 4 hulking men lay sprawled on the floor. Each clutched a broken arm, their bodies curled up in pain, with one leg twisted unnaturally. Su Chao's parents were stunned by their son's ferocity. Zhang Mozi, seeing his enforcers incapacitated, felt a chill run down his spine. Sweat dripped from his forehead as he nervously swallowed. You're a martial artist?" He had lent money to Su Chao's mother only after thoroughly investigating the family. If there had been any hidden dangers or powerful figures involved, he wouldn't have dared act so recklessly. From what he knew, Su Chao was just an ordinary liberal arts university student from a family with no martial artists. His sister, too, lacked any combat prowess. This was why he had dared to act so boldly. But now the situation had changed, and his demeanor had to follow suit. "Young man, don't you think you're taking things too far? We're only here to collect a debt. Your mother borrowed money from us, and it's only natural for us to collect when the payment is overdue. This whole situation is just a misunderstanding." Wang Lihua hadn't expected things to escalate this far. Worried Su Chao might not fully understand the situation, she quickly gave him a brief explanation. Su Chao cast a cold glance at Zhang Mozi, then surveyed the wreckage of his home. His voice was icy as he spoke. "A misunderstanding? You destroy my home and then have the audacity to call it a misunderstanding?" Seeing that a peaceful resolution was impossible, Zhang Mozi's tone hardened as well. "So, you're a martial artist. But you've only just awakened, haven't you? On our side, we have martial artists too, one at the peak of the 2nd rank. We're willing to give you a chance. Pay back the remaining 250,000 yuan, and we'll call it even. What do you say? Of course, you'll also need to cover my injured brother's medical expenses." Su Chao couldn't help but laugh at his audacity. Without another word, he vanished in a blur, reappearing with his hand gripping Zhang Mozi's neck, lifting him off the ground. "You've got some nerve. Did I ever say I'd give you a choice? Well, since you're keen on setting terms, let me lay out mine. First, since my family borrowed 200,000 yuan, we'll repay exactly that 200,000. We've already paid back 50,000, as per the original agreement. Second, you've trashed my home. A compensation of 50,000 yuan should suffice. I'm being reasonable, considering the damage to some of our cherished belongings." Zhang Mozi's face darkened further. Cherished belongings? Everything in the house was junk, worth no more than 1,000 yuan combined. And third, that detestable voice rang out again. "You forced your way into my home and assaulted my family, worsening my father's condition. For the emotional distress and medical costs, I'd say 200,000 yuan is fair. Ha! If you think about it this way, the debt between the two of us is just even. Isn't that a coincidence?" Zhang Mozi roared inwardly. "Even? You just casually say tens of thousands and they're gone. How am I supposed to explain this when I go back?" The fourth. Zhang Mozi was on the verge of collapse. "There's a fourth? Are you done yet? You barged into a private residence, trying to bully the weak. I was forced to act in self-defense. There's surveillance in our living room. As for the medical expenses you mentioned, you'll have to cover those yourselves. And lastly, your actions were so vile that they've left a psychological shadow on my family. You must apologize to my parents and slap yourself 10 times. After finishing his words, Su Chao looked at Zhang Mozi, whose face was starting to turn purple, and let him go. When Zhang Mozi hit the ground, he clutched his neck and gasped heavily for air. After hearing Su Chao's words, he realized this was someone not to be trifled with. A martial artist isn't scary, what's scary is a martial artist who also understands logic. He now regretted provoking them. If he hadn't acted impulsively earlier, he wouldn't be in such a passive position now. Seeing Zhang Mozi struggling to catch his breath and still hesitating, Su Chao added, "If you don't do it, I'll do it myself. Though I've just become a martial artist, I still haven't fully mastered my strength yet." Zhang Mozi glared at Su Chao, his expression dark, shouting inwardly. "Threats, blatant threats. When you hit my men earlier, your strength seemed pretty well mastered." He made one last attempt to struggle. "Su, are you sure you want to push things this far? We're all operating in the same territory, you need to leave some room for maneuver." Su Chao stared at him coldly, his expression even frostier. "Room for maneuver? If I hadn't happened to come back today, who knows how much you would have bullied my parents? Did you leave any room for us?" The other party refused to relent, and Zhang Mozi had no choice but to admit defeat. Under the eaves, he had no choice but to bow. He couldn't defeat this opponent. He walked up to Su Chao's parents. "I'm sorry. Today we were impolite and scared the two of you. I sincerely apologize." After speaking, he began slapping himself in the face 10 times in total, leaving both sides of his face red. Then he turned to Su Chao. "Can we leave now?" Su Chao narrowed his eyes as he stared at him. For someone to have made it this far, they couldn't be simple. This kind of person couldn't be left alone, he had to find a way to get rid of him. "Take your men and get out. And pass along a message to your boss, I hope this ends here, otherwise, the consequences will be something you can't afford." Zhang Mozi gave him a deep look, refrained from making any more threats, helped his injured men off the ground, and they all limped away together. Su Chao's parents were stunned by this series of events, their eyes fixed on Su Chao. It had only been half a month, but their son had changed so much. They increasingly couldn't understand this son in front of them. It was as if he was a completely different person from the obedient child he used to be. Under his parents' intense gaze, Su Chao felt utterly uncomfortable and couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. "Mom, Dad. The way you're staring at me is really creepy. Are you two okay? Did they hurt you?" Wan Lihua scrutinized Su Chao repeatedly. "Are you really our son, Xiao Chao? Mom, can you stop joking around?" Su Chao replied helplessly. Su Jianye also stared at Su Chao with a puzzled expression. "Son, your abilities, they don't seem like those of someone who just awakened as a martial artist." Having once been a martial artist himself, he could sense that something was off. A newly awakened martial artist shouldn't be this fast. Su Chao knew that his performance earlier, driven by urgency, had been a bit unnatural. He explained, "Well, you know I've participated in beast-tide battles before. My abilities have improved recently. By the way, Mom, Dad, I just remembered something. I need to head out for a bit, but I'll be right back." With that, Su Chao turned and headed downstairs. The injured men hadn't gone far yet, he thought to himself. "Don't do anything reckless, Xiao Chao. You still have a great future ahead of you," his father, Su Jianye, called out anxiously from behind. Downstairs, Su Chao quickly spotted Zhang Mozi and his group. A few of them had broken legs, walking slowly while supporting each other. Limping and stumbling, they made their way toward an old car in the corner of the neighborhood, looking quite ridiculous. Passers-by cast curious glances at them. "Boss, are we just going to let this go?" one of them asked. "I feel so stifled. When has our triad society ever suffered such a big loss?" Zhang Mozi scanned the area, his sharp gaze scattering the onlookers. He turned and glared at the underling. "Shut up. We'll talk in the car." The group got into the car, which quickly started up. Su Chao glanced at the sky. It was almost 7 p.m., and dusk had already fallen. He followed quietly, keeping a safe distance and using obstacles to stay hidden. With his eye of perception, tracking a car was no problem, especially since it wasn't moving fast. After more than 20 minutes, the car navigated through several alleys and stopped at a warehouse on the outskirts of District 25. This area was remote. The group parked the car. The warehouse door opened, and two skinny young men emerged. It seemed Zhang Matsi preferred to bring burly men for debt collection, as they looked intimidating and could handle trouble easily. The two young men ran over to open the car door. "Boss, you're back." Zhang Matsi's face was dark. "Help A Biao and the others into the warehouse." The two, confused but obedient, did as they were told. When they saw the injuries on the group, they were shocked and couldn't help but ask, "Brother Biao, what happened?" The person called Brother Biao was the one who had confronted Zhang Matsi downstairs earlier. Sweating profusely from the pain, he spat fiercely. "We ran into a tough guy. Just help us inside first. Careful, be gentle. Don't touch my right hand." From a distance, Su Chao saw them enter the warehouse. He activated his eye of perception and confirmed there were no surveillance cameras nearby before sneaking closer. He hid in a corner by the warehouse and activated his ability again, clearly observing the situation inside. His power allowed him to see through obstacles and view the interior. The warehouse was approximately 2,000 square meters, with clutter piled around the edges. In the center, there were a few sofas and tables, one of which was scattered with playing cards. There were 11 people inside the warehouse, most of them gathered around an office desk. Zhang Matsi seemed to be reporting to someone sitting behind the desk. Su Chao focused on that person, his pupils narrowing. It was a first-tier martial artist. The man appeared to be in his 30s, with a buzz cut and a sharp, competent appearance. He sat with his legs crossed, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, listening to Zhang Matsi's report. A cold glint occasionally flashed in his eyes. Su Chao moved closer to the warehouse wall, silently listening to the conversation inside. "Brother Long, that's the situation. That kid told me to bring back a message. Let this end here, or we won't be able to bear the consequences." The flat-headed man, hearing this, suddenly threw the cigarette butt at Zhang Matsi, stood up, and slapped him across the face. "Useless. You can't even handle such a small matter. How am I supposed to entrust the business of this territory to you in the future? The 4 brothers you took out with you, they all came back with broken arms and legs." Zhang Matsi didn't dodge, letting the cigarette butt and slap land on him. The flat-headed man calmed down a bit, walked around the table, stood in front of Zhang Matsi, and stared at him. "The group has been raising funds recently. The president has already found a channel to acquire a batch of genetic serums. I was even planning on applying for one for you. But you've disappointed me greatly. You didn't recover the money. You'll have to cover the loss yourself. As for that boy, just awakening as a martial artist and already so arrogant, even daring to threaten us, I'll make sure he learns what a real lesson looks like." "Ah. You're courting death." Before he could finish his sentence, he punched Zhang Matsi, sending him flying. He looked at Zhang Matsi in surprise, his gaze landing on the knife embedded in his own abdomen. He couldn't comprehend how Zhang Matsi dared to attack him directly. After all, he was a martial artist. But before he could react, suddenly, the surrounding underlings, each holding weapons and with madness flickering in their eyes, charged at him in unison. Some wielded knives, others clubs. No one noticed the strange glint in Su Chao's eyes as he watched from outside the corner of the room. It was the added effect of the eye of insight illusion. In that instant, the flat-headed man felt a tightness in his chest, sensing that something was wrong. How could these underlings suddenly all betray him, and why did their eyes look just as crazed as Zhang Matsi's? His entire body went numb, feeling as though something dreadful had locked onto him. But he wouldn't let them harm him that easily. Without hesitation, he counterattacked. A flurry of fierce punches and kicks sent everyone rushing at him flying. The people who had fallen, including Zhang Matsi, seemed unfazed by the pain and continued attacking him. Left with no choice, he resorted to deadly force and began killing. After a chaotic battle, some time passed. When the last person fell to the ground motionless, he collapsed onto the sofa. Wounds covered his body. Though none were as severe as the knife wound in his abdomen, he looked utterly battered. Outside the window, the divine glow in Su Chao's eyes faded, and he appeared somewhat fatigued. Eluding so many people, even though they weren't martial artists, had still consumed a great deal of his mental energy. Troublesome. Even with so many attacking at once, they still couldn't kill him. The gap between martial artists and ordinary people is truly vast. Looks like I'll have to handle this myself. He stood up and walked toward the door. Using the eye of insight earlier, he had confirmed that there were no surveillance cameras in the warehouse. Inside the room, the flat-headed man, slumped on the sofa, began tending to his wounds. He pulled out his phone to report to his superiors but suddenly froze mid-action. "Who's there?" He whipped his head around and saw the door open. A young man who appeared to be a student was walking in slowly. "Who are you?" He stood up warily, staring at Su Chao. Su Chao looked at him with a face full of mockery. "Who am I? Weren't you planning to teach me a lesson? Well, here I am. Let's see what kind of lesson you've prepared for me." The flat-headed man stared at Su Chao with suspicion, trying to identify him. "You're that student from earlier today, Su Jianye's son? Was it you behind this?" As he spoke, he secretly tried to press his phone. But suddenly, his fingers wouldn't obey him, they couldn't press the button. A look of terror spread across his face. "You're being quite uncooperative. It seems you don't want to have a proper chat with me." Su Chao's eyes gleamed as he walked over, snatched the phone from him, and casually picked up a rag from the nearby table. He crouched down, wrapping the rag around a knife held by one of the fallen underlings. He quickly approached the flat-headed man, and amidst the man's terror, slowly stabbed the knife into his neck. "I told you to stop them, but you didn't listen. You made me intervene personally. Now bear the consequences." Su Chao's voice was low, like the whisper of a devil. The flat-headed man clutched his neck, convulsing, until he finally collapsed to the ground. Only then did Su Chao deactivate the eye of insight. After confirming that the man had stopped breathing, Su Chao finally let out a sigh of relief. Martial artists were indeed difficult to deal with, leaving him no choice but to resort to forceful methods for intimidation. He placed the knife back into the hand of the fallen underling, wiped the phone clean with the rag, and put it back into the flat-headed man's pocket. Surveying the room to ensure no traces were left, he took the rag and exited the warehouse. Inside the room, only corpses remained, creating the appearance of internal strife and mutual destruction. Outside the warehouse, Su Chao double-checked to ensure no one was around before erasing any traces he had left behind. Activating Shadow Step, he quickly disappeared. On the way, he disposed of the rag. The return trip was much faster than the way there, as he chose shortcuts through alleys, significantly increasing his speed. On the way back, he repeatedly reviewed his actions for any oversights. Though it was impossible to leave no traces at all, at least there was no direct evidence pointing to him. He couldn't let these people live. While he wasn't afraid of them, his parents were his weakness. If these people ever sought revenge and hurt his parents when he wasn't around, there would be no way to prevent it. Back at Su Chao's home. Why isn't Xiao Chao back yet? It's already been half an hour. Wang Lihua tidied up the mess in the house while glancing at Su Jianye, who sat lost in thought in his wheelchair. You've asked that several times already. Sit down and rest for a bit, Lihua. Don't worry, Xiao Chao knows what he's doing. Su Jianye smiled bitterly at his wife. Wang Lihua, restless and uneasy, finally gave up tidying and sat on the sofa with a sigh. Lao Su, don't you think Xiao Chao has changed so much? It's only been 2 weeks, but it's like he's a completely different person. I just don't know what he's been through. Su Jianye seemed thoughtful. It's probably related to what he's experienced recently. Life and death moments can change a person. Besides, now that he's a martial artist, his mentality is bound to differ from that of ordinary people. Don't worry, he's still our son. Wang Lihua glanced toward the door every so often, her face full of worry. Sigh, I'll go make dinner. Xiao Chao should be back soon. What a pity, those good dishes were wasted by that. Damn Zhang Matzi. Normally, we wouldn't even splurge on such things, and I spent over 200 yuan on groceries. I'll just whip up something simple. Though it's a bit of a shame for Xiao Chao. At that moment, Su Chao's voice came from the doorway. Mom, it's not a shame. Today, let's go out as a family and have a proper feast. It took him nearly 10 minutes to finally rush back home. Seeing his mother heading to the kitchen to cook, he quickly stopped her. His mother, Wang Lihua, seeing her son return, happily walked over and held his hand, complaining. You little rascal, as soon as you get home, you think about going out to play. You really don't let me relax. Eating out costs too much money. Let's just have something simple at home today, and tomorrow, I'll make something delicious for you. Mom, I know I was wrong. This time, I'll stay home and spend a few days with you. I won't go anywhere, okay? Alright then. How about we eat out today? It's been a long time since we've gone out to eat. I've earned a bit of money recently, this meal won't hurt. Besides, I have something to discuss with you. Hearing what her son said, Wang Lihua didn't insist further. She simply said she was going to change clothes and turned around to head to her room. Once his wife was out of sight, Su Jianya looked at his son with concern. Nothing happened, right? Su Chao knew what his father was worried about and smiled as he shook his head. Dad, don't worry. I just went to check things out. I didn't do anything excessive. Oh, by the way, Dad, just hang in there a little longer. I'll get the core of willow wood soon, and then you'll be able to recover. I just need a bit more merit for now. Su Jianya's hand, resting on his lap, trembled slightly. Xiao Chao, how are you earning so much merit? I told you before that I joined the battle against the beast tide, right? I got lucky and killed quite a few beasts. I also made a decent amount of money. He said casually, besides, this house isn't suitable for your recovery. I'm planning to buy a better one for you both. Wang Lihua had just come out after changing and overheard the talk about buying a house. She looked at them, puzzled. What house? What are you two talking about? Su Chao had no choice but to explain the house-buying plan to his mother. But his explanation earned him a disapproving look from her. As she tidied her clothes, she scolded, "You've only earned a little money and already don't know how to save. Don't waste money, especially not on us." Su Chao casually replied, "It's not that much, just made 10 million. His mother was ready to continue her lecture. 10 million. She suddenly froze, staring at her son in shock. How much did you say you earned? Su Chao, slightly exasperated by her reaction, patiently explained. Got lucky, earned 10 million. After buying some things for myself, there are still a few million left. His father, Su Jianya, was equally stunned. He had thought Su Chao might have earned just a few 100,000, not such a staggering amount. Having been a warrior himself, he knew how hard it was to make money in this line of work. Most of the earnings were spent on improving one's strength, leaving little for the family. He had hoped that after advancing to a grade 3 warrior, he could earn more. But then came the accident that ended those hopes. Hearing how much his son had earned, his mother began to seriously consider the idea of buying a new house. Su Chao's father was wheelchair-bound and had difficulty moving around. They currently lived in an old-style walk-up apartment. His mother couldn't carry his father, so he spent most of his time indoors. Only when Su Chao was home could he carry his father downstairs for a stroll. This wasn't conducive to his recovery. Seeing his parents seriously contemplating the idea, Su Chao felt happy inside. At last, he could truly help his family. Mom, Dad, let's eat first. I'm starving. We can talk more over dinner. The older couple, needing time to process the shock Su Chao had brought, nodded in agreement. The three of them soon arrived at a high-end restaurant in District 25 Center. Su Chao ordered a lavish spread, but under his mother's stern scolding, he restrained his extravagance. The family enjoyed their meal immensely. Ever since his father's injury, they hadn't had such a sumptuous meal outside. After the meal, seeing his wife's satisfied smile, Su Jianya couldn't help but wipe away tears in secret. His wife noticed and gently held his hand with concern. Old Su, what's wrong? Turning slightly, Su Jianya used his free hand to gently rub his wife's somewhat dry hands. Lihua, you've been through so much these past years. Ever since my injury, you haven't had a good meal or bought yourself decent clothes. Old Su, don't say such silly things. None of that matters. What matters is that we're all safe and together as a family. Su Chao, seeing his parents growing emotional, quickly tried to lighten the mood. All right, you two. Stop showing off your love. Spare a thought for me, the single one here. Sure enough, his mother gave him a sharp look. You little rascal, getting cheeky again? With Su Chao's interruption, his parents' emotions eased. After paying the bill, his mother insisted on packing up the leftovers, saying a single meal had cost her half a month's wages, and nothing should go to waste. After leaving the restaurant, Su Chao took his parents to visit a clothing store. Just as his father had said, it had been a long time since the family had bought new clothes. Especially his mother, who, after rummaging through her wardrobe for a long time, ended up wearing a dress from 2 years ago. Seeing this, Suchao felt a pang of sorrow. They visited several stores, and each of them got a few sets of clothes and shoes. It wasn't until his mother, about to lose her temper, reminded him not to waste money that they finally returned home. Back at home, the family had a long discussion about buying a house and ultimately decided to start looking the next day. Since they'd made the decision to move, they wanted to act quickly. After finalizing this major decision, everyone was exhausted. They washed up and went to their rooms to rest. That night, Suchao lay in his room, on his bed. Looking around the small, worn room that had been his home for 3 years, he recalled the countless nights he had spent here, sweating through his training. Now, he was finally leaving this place behind. Through his own efforts, he had changed his family's life and could finally give them a better future. His mother wouldn't have to work so hard anymore, and his father could have an easier time recovering. Everything would only get better. That night, Suchao slept soundly. At the sales office of the Westlake Courtyard in District 12, people bustled in and out. This new residential area had been built 2 years ago, and the first phase was complete. With comprehensive facilities, a beautiful environment, and an elegant design, the area even featured a small lake and excellent greenery. Most importantly, the property management was top-notch, with 24-hour security patrols, making it very safe. As a result, the community had a great reputation and strong sales. Just then, a car slowly pulled up to the entrance. Out stepped a middle-aged couple and a young man. The middle-aged man had mobility issues and got directly into a wheelchair after getting out of the car. The three of them were none other than Suchao and his family. Last night, after discussing the plan to buy a house, they began searching for property information online. At first, Suchao's mother only wanted to find a simple, affordable apartment in a building with an elevator. However, Suchao insisted on choosing a neighborhood with a good environment and high safety standards. Finally, they settled on Westlake Garden. The three of them stepped into the sales office. The sales hall was spacious, with a massive model of the development in the center. On the wall opposite, a large screen was playing a promotional video. Many people were gathered around the model, pointing and discussing, while the sales agents were busy explaining the details. As Suchao entered, all the agents were occupied, so he had to wander around the hall on his own for a while. After some time, a saleswoman finally became available. Noticing it was a family of 3, she walked over politely and asked, "Hello, are you here to view properties? What type of layout are you interested in?" Suchao saw that she was a petite young woman with a sweet appearance. When she smiled, 2 charming dimples appeared on her cheeks, and she seemed to be a newcomer. "We're looking for a 4-bedroom apartment. Do you have any recommendations?" Suchao inquired. The saleswoman's eyes lit up. Customers with such clear intentions typically had strong purchasing desires. Her smile grew even brighter as she began her professional introduction. "Our Westlake Garden community offers." After nearly 40 minutes of detailed explanations, they decided on a 198 square meter apartment on the 10th floor of Building 6, priced at 4.08 million yuan. The apartment was fully furnished and move-in ready, which was perfect given their urgent need to relocate. Additionally, the apartment faced the community's West Lake, offering a beautiful view. It was their lucky day. This particular unit had already been reserved by someone else, but due to unforeseen circumstances, the previous buyer had backed out, forfeiting their deposit. The saleswoman was thrilled. She hadn't expected Suchao and his family to make a decision so quickly. They even signed the contract and made the payment on the spot. It was a significant sale, and for a newly hired agent like her, the commission was substantial. As a result, she treated Suchao's family with extra courtesy, leading them to a quiet lounge area, offering them water, and fetching the contract herself. Able to secure a house so quickly, Suchao felt quite pleased. However, his mother started complaining again, saying he was too extravagant and that there was no need to buy such a large and luxurious apartment. Suchao could tell that while his mother's words were critical, her eyes couldn't hide her happiness. Who wouldn't want to live in a better home? It was just that their circumstances hadn't allowed for it before. As the family chatted happily, a surprised voice came from nearby. "Hey, Xiaozi. You're here too? Are you on break?" Suchao turned to see a tall, burly man, nearly 1.9 meters in height, looking at him excitedly. The man was accompanied by a middle-aged couple. Su Chao smiled and greeted him. "Oh, Xiongde. You're on break too? Here to check out houses?" Hearing the nickname Xiongde, the man's expression turned a little helpless. Xiongde was the nickname Su Chao had given him. His real name was Zhang Kuang. They had been childhood friends, growing up in the same neighborhood and playing together all the way through high school. Their bond had always been strong. Zhang Kuang had developed early, frequently worked out, and had a particularly muscular chest, which earned him the nickname Xiongde from Su Chao. Later, after Su Chao's family faced difficulties and sold their house to move away, the two saw each other less often. Moreover, Su Chao hadn't awakened any superpowers in high school, so he didn't get into a martial arts university. Zhang Kuang, on the other hand, was a prodigy who awakened an A-level lightning ability. He had the highest awakening level in their class and was the most powerful ability user in the school that year. He later got into the best martial arts university in Shanghai-based city, Shanghai Martial University. Zhang Kuang, tall and burly with a mature demeanor, didn't look like a student to strangers. Su Chao was also fairly tall, standing at about 1.8 meters, but next to Zhang Kuang, he still seemed a bit shorter. However, Su Chao was handsome, and Zhang Kuang often teased him, saying he'd never have to worry about making a living with his looks. Seeing the other family approach, Su Chao stood up to greet them. "Hello, Uncle Zhang." "Hi, Aunt Zhou." Zhang Kuang's father, Zhang Dekong, was a minor official in District 12 and also a martial artist. His mother, Zhou Feng, was a middle school teacher. Because their children were close, the two families were quite familiar with each other. The elders exchanged greetings. Zhang Dekong, aware of Su Chao's family situation, smiled at Su Jianyi and asked, "Old Su, how are you recovering? You look well." Su Chao's father gave a bitter smile and shook his head. "Same old problem, no real improvement." Seeing this, Zhang Dekong changed the subject. "Are you also planning to buy a house here?" "That's great. We'll be neighbors again." Aunt Zhou chimed in with a smile, addressing Su Chao's mother. "Let me tell you, Liwa, our Xiao Kuang can be so stubborn. He earned some money from participating in a beast-tied battle and insisted on buying us a house. The child has grown up and can make his own decisions now, I can't stop him." Su Chao's mother could hear the pride in her tone and responded accordingly. "Your Zhang Kuang has always been so sensible and filial. He even got into Shanghai's best martial arts university. He's bound to have a bright future, you two just wait to enjoy life." Aunt Zhou, delighted by the praise, held Su Chao's mother's hand, and the two women grew increasingly animated in their conversation. Nearby, Zhang Kuang and Su Chao exchanged knowing smiles. In truth, Su Chao knew Aunt Zhou was a kind person. As a child, he was often invited to their home for good food. But as parents, who wouldn't take pride in their children? It was inevitable to boast a little when meeting acquaintances. Aunt Zhou asked, "Which unit have you chosen? If we buy nearby, it'll be easier to visit each other." At this moment, the young saleswoman returned with the contract and smiled at Su Chao. "Mr. Su, here's the purchase agreement. Please review it, and if there are no issues, you can sign it now." Su Chao took the contract. "All right, we'll take a look first." He handed it to his mother. "Mom, this is the house I'm buying for you and Dad. Take a look at the contract and see if there's anything wrong." Aunt Zhou was momentarily stunned. "Liwa, you've already chosen a house? I thought you just got here. What's the layout?" The saleswoman quickly added, "Ma'am, they're interested in the F32 layout, which is 198 square meters. It's a very practical design and one of our best sellers." Aunt Zhou looked at Su Chao in surprise and asked Su Chao's mother in a low voice, "Liwa, is this house also bought by your son?" Su Chao's mother, full of pride yet with a hint of helplessness, replied, Xiao Chao insisted on buying it, saying our current place doesn't have an elevator and isn't convenient." Aunt Zhou continued to ask, "Xiao Chao is still studying at the University of Science and Technology, right? Is this money from a startup?" She remembered that Su Chao hadn't awakened as a martial artist. If he made money during university, starting a business was likely the only way. Su Chao's mother responded, "No, he awakened as a martial artist too. Just like your Zhang Kuang, he participated in the beast-tied battle." Zhang Kuang originally didn't want to interrupt his parents' conversation and was quietly listening. At this moment, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Chaozi, you became a martial artist? When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me?" The two of them only met a few times a year but stayed in contact regularly. Su Chao, looking at Zhang Kuang's expression of feeling left out, couldn't bear it. Xiongdi, it's not that I didn't tell you. I awakened just half a month ago. I didn't have the chance to say it, it wasn't intentional. Hearing half a month, Zhang Kuang lowly roared, What? Just half a month, and you joined the beast-tide battle? You're really lucky to be alive. Su Chao smiled and said, I didn't go on the city wall, just supported the army from below, relatively safer. Besides, you know my family's situation. How could I not give it my all? Seeing Zhang Kuang still wanting to say something, he hurriedly interrupted, Xiongdi, I know you want to help me. Don't think I'm unaware of how you secretly tried to help my family financially. But I can't always rely on you. Zhang Kuang felt a bit awkward. Chaozi, I understand you. You wouldn't accept my help, which is why I. Su Chao firmly patted Zhang Kuang's arm. Thank you, brother. But now it's all good. I have the ability to solve my family's problems. I've bought a house and will be moving in soon. I'll invite your family over as guests. Zhang Kuang could feel the confidence and determination emanating from his good friend, which filled him with joy. He clenched his fist and lightly punched Su Chao's shoulder. All right. I'll wait for your call. Let me know if you need help with the move. Aunt Zhou, noticing the intimate gestures between the two young men, chuckled and said, You too. Grown-ups now, still so touchy-feely. Then she turned to her husband and said, Old Zhang, why don't we take a look at this housing layout too? I just checked it out, it's really nice. Before Zhang's father could reply, Zhang Kuang interjected, Mom, I agree. This way, I can eat Wang Mama's cooking more often. When he was younger, he often went to Su Chao's house for meals. Over time, he started calling Su Chao's mother Wang Mama. Wan Lihua particularly adored him and would always prepare delicious dishes whenever he visited. Aunt Zhou gave him a side eye. You ungrateful child. Are you saying my cooking isn't good enough? Zhang Kuang hurriedly explained, Mom, it's not that your cooking isn't good. It's just that Dad told me privately. Beside him, Zhang's father froze. He had intended to stay as a bystander but was suddenly dragged into the conversation. He shot a glare at Zhang Kuang, his expression clearly saying, You little rascal, looking for trouble, huh? Just wait. Quickly, he turned to his wife to explain, Dear, you know me. How could I say something like that? Don't listen to this kid's nonsense. I've been eating your cooking for decades, my stomach is entirely accustomed to your flavors. Aunt Zhou really couldn't do much with the father-son duo from the Zhang family, both were just a pair of stubborn mules. With Zhang Kuang's antics, the atmosphere lightened significantly. In the end, Zhang Kuang's family decided to purchase a house here as well, choosing the same layout as the one opposite Su Chao's new home. This delighted the young saleswoman immensely. She hadn't expected her luck to be so good today, selling 2 large units in one go. She decided to celebrate with her best friends after work. Both families signed the contracts and paid the deposits. The procedures were completed swiftly, and by the time they were done, it was already late. They decided to have dinner together. During the meal, Zhang's father ordered a bottle of liquor and asked Su Jianye if he drank. Su Jianye, in particularly high spirits today, agreed to have a small glass. After all, buying a house meant finally breaking free from their suffocating environment. Even Su Chao and Zhang Kuang each had a drink. Buying a house was a major life event, worthy of celebration. Zhang Kuang insisted on footing the bill, and Su Chao didn't argue. He knew Zhang Kuang had more money than him. After all, Zhang had awakened earlier, had great talent, and was undoubtedly one of the school's top priorities. Given their close friendship, such a minor matter wasn't worth debating. After the meal, Zhang Kuang asked Su Chao about his plans for the break. Upon learning that Su Chao intended to go to the wilderness zone, he was taken aback. Chaozi, tell me, what's your current strength? Second-tier martial artist, Su Chao honestly replied. What? Zhang Kuang thought he misheard and scratched his ear. Second-tier martial artist? Are you sure you're not joking? After confirmation, Zhang Kuang felt a bit panicked. He himself had awakened with an A-grade ability, which was considered highly talented. After 3 years of training with school resources, he had just stepped into the 4th tier. But Su Chao had reached the 2nd tier in just half a month? In truth, Su Chao was already close to the 3rd tier, he just didn't mention it to Zhang Kuang. Leaning in close, Zhang Kuang whispered, "Chaozi, don't tell me you awakened an S-grade ability?" Su Chao shook his head. "I awakened an A-grade ability, but it's a bit unique. Don't tell anyone about this, just you." He had thought it through. Without an A-grade ability as an explanation, his rapid progress would be suspicious. But the secret of his system panel, he'd never reveal that. The human heart is the hardest to trust. Zhang Kuang nodded solemnly. "Don't worry, Chaozi. I'll keep this secret, no matter what. But going to the wilderness zone is too dangerous. Take me with you." Su Chao knew it was pointless to refuse and patted his shoulder. "All right, I'll let you know when I go." After parting ways with Zhang Kuang's family, Su Chao and his parents quickly took a cab home. They began packing for the move the next day. To be honest, there wasn't much to pack. Most of their belongings could be discarded since they weren't of much value. Over the years, anything valuable had already been sold off. After finishing the packing, they sat down to rest. Su Chao picked up his phone and transferred 1.5 million yuan to his mother's account. He told her to use it for daily expenses and his father's medication, without holding back. Now that he could make money, their days would only get better. His mother stared at the amount in the account, stunned for a long moment, before tears suddenly welled up. She stood up and ran into the bathroom. The sound of running water came from inside, along with muffled sobs. In the living room, father and son exchanged glances. Just as Su Chao was about to get up and go to her, his father raised a hand to stop him. "Let her cry. Let her release the grievances she's been holding in all these years. It's better for her health this way. These past few years, life has been too stifling for her, the burden too heavy. Now that you can help the family, she can finally let go of these weights." "Son, thank you." As he spoke, Father Su couldn't hold back his tears. Indeed. Who has had it easy these past few years? Su Chao looked at his father, crouched down, and gripped his hand tightly. Looking him straight in the eyes, he said, "Dad, this is what I should do. If it weren't for you risking everything to protect me and Mom back then, you wouldn't have been so gravely injured. The truth is, you've had the hardest time these past few years. You're a brave man, a good father, and a responsible husband." Hearing his son's words, receiving such affirmation and understanding, Father Su's tears flowed even more. Su Jianya, like a wronged child, suddenly burst into tears, sobbing loudly. Su Chao silently stayed by his father, handing him tissues and gripping his hand firmly. Over the years, his parents had suppressed their emotions. Now, they needed this release. Crying, in fact, was good for their mental and physical health. He himself, during the beast tide, had vented his emotions through relentless fighting. After more than 10 minutes passed, his mother finally emerged from the bathroom. Her eyes were swollen, but her expression was much more relaxed. She smiled as she looked at the father and son, her entire demeanor much lighter. In the past, when Mom smiled at you, it always seemed like her face was tense. But now, her smile was truly natural, radiating a sense of ease. Seeing his mother come out, his father also looked up at her, spreading his arms wide. His mother walked over, and the three of them embraced tightly as a family. From this moment on, their life turned over a new page. The next morning, when Su Chao woke up, he saw his mother busy in the kitchen. The air was filled with an enticing aroma, making his stomach rumble. "Mom, what are you cooking that smells so good?" Seeing Su Chao awake, his mother smiled and scolded him jokingly, "Your nose is still as sharp as ever." "I'm stewing some meat, we'll have noodles later. Once we finish breakfast, we'll move to the new house. Now hurry up and wash up." At this moment, his father also came out of the room, smiling as he looked at him. Clearly, after last night's emotional release, his parents' moods were much better today. The family chatted and laughed as they finished breakfast. After tidying up the house, around 11 o'clock, the moving truck arrived. The loading was completed quickly since they didn't have many belongings. Standing downstairs in the neighborhood, the three of them turned back to look at the place they had lived in for 3 years. It was their final farewell to this place, which had borne witness to their most difficult days. Goodbye. Over the next few days, the move was fully taken care of. They bought new items, cleaned the new place, and handled a series of chores one after another. But for the family, who had moved to District 12's Westlake Courtyard, it was all very much worth it. Especially for Mom, who seemed to be bursting with energy every day as she busied herself arranging the new home. She was smiling all the time, clearly in great spirits. Dad, on the other hand, couldn't sit still at home. After meals, he would head downstairs to play chess and chat with a group of old men. His presence in the house was rare. Su Chao had initially wanted to help his mother, but she shooed him away, saying he was just getting in the way. Left with no choice, he stayed in the study, focusing on researching information about the wilderness zone. He was preparing to head there soon. During this time, he met up with Zhang Kuang to discuss preparations. After all, Zhang Kuang had experience with the wilderness zone. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, nearly a week had gone by since the move, and the house was finally in order. They decided to invite the friends and relatives who had helped them over the years to gather at their new home. First, to let everyone know they had moved, and second, to express their gratitude while repaying the money they had borrowed. The guests included Dad's old hunting team brothers. Seeing how well the family was doing now, everyone was deeply moved. All of them said that the couple had finally made it through. One after another, they offered their blessings. That day, Dad drank quite a bit. Su Chao, worried about his father's health, took the initiative to help with the toasts only to end up drinking too much himself. When he woke up, Su Chao felt refreshed. Everything at home had finally been settled. Tomorrow, he would set off for the wilderness zone. Out of habit, he checked his status panel, and a surge of excitement filled his heart. Name, Su Chao. Level, 2nd tier warrior. Abilities, A level Eye of Insight, C level Shadow Clone. Physical Constitution, 35. Mental Strength, 26, plus. Source Points, 1498. Martial Techniques, Advanced Shadow Stab, Mastery, Advanced Wind Slash, Mastery, Advanced Mountain Shattering Fist, Minor Mastery, plus. Over this period, his mental strength had finally begun to improve. He was filled with anticipation, eager to see how much further he could advance this time. As the source points were gradually consumed, he felt his previously stagnant mental strength start to grow rapidly. When 900 source points had been expended, that familiar headache returned. He knew he couldn't continue pushing further. Checking his status panel, his mental strength had risen to 35, reaching the standard for a 3rd-tier warrior. The mental strength range for a 3rd-tier warrior was 30 to 40 points. This was something he had deduced from research and personal testing. His physical constitution also showed it could be improved. Without hesitation, he proceeded to enhance it. Energy surged into his body from all directions, tempering his bones, muscles, and organs. Even his blood felt transformed. At one moment, it felt as though something inside his body had been unlocked, and his strength entered an entirely new realm. He suspected that this was the activation of the genetic lock, signaling a complete evolution. For awakened ability users, each advancement unlocked the next level of the genetic lock, elevating them to a new tier. Meanwhile, warriors who relied on genetic serums for evolution had to consume the corresponding serum for each higher tier to unlock their genetic locks. This was why awakened ability users were given priority for cultivation. Currently, genetic serums were difficult to produce and had low output, making them hard for ordinary people to obtain. Moreover, it was said that the highest level genetic serums only reached the 8th tier. In other words, warriors who relied on serums for evolution could, at most, reach the peak of the 8th tier. Typically, such serums were reserved by powerful factions or influential families for their descendants who couldn't awaken abilities, offering them a path to evolution. Su Chao felt his body continuously changing, his strength increasing steadily. When 270 source points had been consumed, his physical constitution rose to 62, and the enhancement process stopped. Feeling the explosive power surging within him, Su Chao couldn't help but smile with joy. He stood up and stretched his body, the sound of his bones cracking and popping echoed throughout. This was his greatest improvement to date, his physique leaping directly from 35 to 62. Finally, he had ascended to the rank of a Tier 3 martial artist. The physical strength of a Tier 3 martial artist typically ranged from 4,000 kilograms to 8,000 kilograms. His current strength of 6,200 kilograms placed him among the stronger individuals within that tier. Adding the 50% power boost from his mastery-level basic martial skill, his strength could reach up to 9,300 kilograms. This barely allowed him to compare to the strength of an entry-level Tier 4 martial artist. However, even the weakest Tier 4 martial artist had their own martial skill boosts. For now, he was only considered a strong Tier 3, but if he encountered a Tier 4, his only option would be to flee. He glanced at his status panel. Name, Su Chao. Rank, Tier 3 Martial Artist. Abilities, A rank Eye of Insight, C rank Shadow Clone. Physique, 62. Mental Power, 35. Energy Points, 328. Martial Skills, Mastered Basic Martial Skill Shadow Stab, Mastered Basic Martial Skill Wind Slash, Proficient in Basic Martial Skill Mountain Suppression Fist. Su Chao felt a slight headache, his energy points were depleting too quickly. But he was about to head to the Wilderness Zone, where he could earn more energy points. Now that he was a Tier 3 martial artist, he felt more confident about venturing into the wilderness. Becoming a Tier 3 martial artist was just the beginning. His goal was to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. With his status panel, he believed he would not lose to anyone. Clearing his thoughts, Su Chao decided to head out today and purchase the supplies he needed for the Wilderness Zone. He also needed to find a place to get accustomed to his newfound strength. Additionally, he wanted to test how fast he could move now. After making his decisions, he checked the time. His mom should have already prepared breakfast. He stepped out of his room and had breakfast with his parents. Bidding them farewell, he stepped out of the house and set off. The Starry Sky Martial Hall was founded by the top human martial artist, Domineering Blade. Each base city had numerous branches, and it ranked among the top 3 martial halls for humans. Coincidentally, District 12 had one such branch. Su Chao arrived here intending to use the combat room to refine his martial skills, but more importantly, to quickly adapt to his exponentially increased strength. However, the cost wasn't cheap. The fee was charged by the hour, with prices varying depending on the level of the combat room. He had purchased a house for his family and given his mom 1.5 million. His account still had around 1.3 million left, which was enough for short-term expenses and this shopping trip. He entered the lobby and approached a staff member to book a Tier 3 combat room. The hourly fee was 50,000 yuan. Despite the steep price, he booked it for 2 hours. Following the staff member, he took the elevator to the 3rd floor. The staff member opened the door to a combat room and briefly explained its usage before leaving. Su Chao carefully observed the Tier 3 combat room. The room spanned approximately 500 square meters. Its walls were made entirely of advanced memory alloy, which could not be damaged. As long as the strength didn't exceed the room's designated level by 1 tier. The walls could also automatically repair themselves. Near the entrance stood a rack filled with weapons of all kinds, providing a variety of standard options for guests to choose from. In the center of the room stood a humanoid puppet, gleaming with a metallic sheen. The staff had explained that this was a combat puppet, designed for sparring. It was impervious to injury and could emulate the strength of a Tier 3 martial artist. Unless the strength exceeded the room's designated level by 1 tier, the combat puppet was indestructible. It was the core equipment of the martial hall and extremely rare. This was also why combat rooms were categorized and priced differently to match the appropriate combat puppet. In addition to combat rooms, there were gravity chambers. However, they were exorbitantly expensive and difficult to book, offering all-around training support. According to Su Chao's understanding, after more than 20 years into the Great Nirvana era, during the Second Energy Tide, many previously unseen items suddenly emerged. These included genetic serums, advanced alloy technologies, top-tier martial skills, the gravity chambers, and combat puppets. What secrets lay behind these phenomena, he did not yet know. But he believed that as his strength grew, all these mysteries would eventually be unveiled to him. Su Chao first tested his current speed. He activated his movement technique, his figure flitting around the room. Moments later, he measured his speed at roughly 77 meters per second. The speed of an average Tier 3 martial artist ranged from 60 to 90 meters per second. His speed was considered above average. However, he also possessed abilities. After upgrading his C-rank Shadow Clone, not only had his cloning ability improved, but it also retained the speed boost from its previous level. Although the boost wasn't as significant as before due to his growing strength, tests showed it still provided a 50% speed increase, which was quite impressive. This was the foundation of his confidence. He hadn't heard of anyone else whose abilities upgraded to such a degree. If his speed could increase by another 50%, it would break 115 meters per second, nearing the fastest speed of 120 meters per second among Tier 4 martial artists. This significantly enhanced his survival capabilities. In fact, most Tier 4 martial artists, without special techniques, wouldn't be able to match his speed. Next, he activated the combat puppet and began sparring with it. The combat puppet lacked martial skills, relying solely on strength and speed to match the level of a Tier 3 martial artist. At first, Su Chao fought barehanded, using his fist techniques to spar with it. Once he became familiar with his strength, he switched to using a blade for the battle. 2 hours later, the combat room doors opened, and Su Chao walked out drenched in sweat. "That was amazing," he exclaimed, exhilarated. The combat had left him feeling thoroughly satisfied. There was no need to worry about damaging the combat puppet, allowing him to unleash all his moves freely. Still, it was quite expensive, 50,000 yuan per hour. It wasn't something he could afford to do often, but when his strength improved and he needed practice, coming here was absolutely worth it. After leaving the Starry Sky Martial Hall, he headed to the nearby Hunter Association to purchase essential supplies such as food and medicine for this trip. Half an hour later, Su Chao emerged carrying a large tactical backpack, packed with all the essentials for his journey. Moreover, he could use the backpack later to store and transport materials from the monsters he hunted for sale. However, looking at his account balance, which had dwindled to just over 800,000 yuan, Su Chao couldn't help but smile wryly. Martial artists earned money quickly, but they spent it even faster. The 18 million yuan he had started with was almost gone in less than 10 days. He could only hope that this trip would bring him good fortune and help him earn more money. Returning to his home in the West Lake residence, Su Chao no longer shut himself in his room. Instead, he spent time chatting with his parents. He would head to the wilderness zone tomorrow, and he wasn't sure when he'd return. He wanted to cherish this rare time with his parents. He had already informed them about his plan to go to the wilderness zone. Initially, they objected, saying he was rushing things. He had only recently become a martial artist, and it was too dangerous to go now. Left with no choice, he revealed to them that he already had the strength of a second-tier martial artist. He also mentioned that Zhang Kuang would be accompanying him. They promised not to venture deep into the wilderness zone and would only train in the outskirts. Su Chao's parents knew of Zhang Kuang's abilities, and since Zhang Kuang had prior experience in the wilderness zone, they reluctantly agreed to let him go. However, they couldn't hide the worry on their faces and made Su Chao promise to call them often to assure them of his safety. That evening, the family finished dinner earlier than usual, and Su Chao went to bed earlier as well. He needed to be well rested. After all, it wouldn't be easy to get a good night's sleep in the wilderness. At the exit of District 28 City Gate, this was the nearest area with an exit to District 12. In the morning, many martial artists were lining up for registration. Among the crowd, 2 young men stood out, each carrying a large tactical backpack and chatting as they waited. One of them was handsome, holding a horizontal blade-style long knife in his left hand. The other was tall, nearly 1.9 meters in height, with a mature look on his face and a long spear strapped to his back. These two were Su Chao and Zhang Kuang, heading to the wilderness zone early in the morning. "Xiongde, why are there so many unawakened people loitering near the city gate?" Su Chao asked. Zhang Kuang followed Su Chao's gaze and saw a few young men whispering among themselves in the martial artist queue. "Oh, you mean them?" Zhang Kuang sighed. "They're all looking for martial artists to hire them as followers. They're warriors. You know it's rare for ordinary people to awaken their abilities, but there's still a chance before the age of 30. Those in their 20s, who haven't awakened yet, unwilling to accept mediocrity, choose to follow martial artists into the wilderness zone to try their luck. They help martial artists carry backpacks and gather materials. Statistics show that frequent trips to the wilderness zone, interacting with martial artists, and even fighting beasts can increase the likelihood of awakening. However, the mortality rate is also very high. In dangerous situations, martial artists aren't obligated to protect them." Hearing this, Su Chao felt both admiration and a tinge of sadness. He changed the subject, pointing to another passageway. "Xiongde, why don't people line up over there? And why are so many of them carrying no gear? Why is our line so long?" "Chao Zi, that's a special passage for martial artists of the 4th tier and above. Fewer people, shorter lines. Many of them also have spatial rings, so they don't need to carry cumbersome backpacks like us. Our line is for martial artists of the 1st to 3rd tier. Naturally, there are more people. Xiongde, can't you use that passage? You don't have to line up with me. It's fine, Chao Zi. It's your first time out, and there's a lot you don't know. I can keep you company here and chat." Besides, the wait is only about half an hour. Looking at the long line, Su Chao sighed. I didn't expect so many people to head to the wilderness zone every day. Zhang Kuang chuckled and replied, Chao Zi, you're probably starting to realize how resource-intensive martial artist training becomes in the later stages. The wilderness zone is dangerous, but it's rich in resources. Killing beasts provides materials, and you can also find rare flowers, fruits, and treasures. Many of these have special uses or are valuable for research. Selling them to the Hunter Association, merchants, or the Alliance can earn a lot of money. However, the more valuable the treasures, the stronger the beasts guarding them. They're not easy to acquire. Occasionally, someone gets lucky and stumbles upon a priceless treasure, becoming rich overnight, but those are rare exceptions. Chao Zi, once we're in the wilderness zone, don't take unnecessary risks hoping for luck. There are powerful beasts everywhere, and you must be extremely cautious. Otherwise, you might lose your life out there. As Zhang Kuang grew more animated, Su Chao quickly interrupted him. Xiong De, I understand. I've done my research too. I brought you along mainly to help me train. Our activity range will be limited to within 50 kilometers of the base city. This area mostly has low-tier beasts, with few exceeding the 4th tier. It's relatively safer. Zhang Kuang gave him a thumbs up. Not bad. Looks like you've done your homework. You're still the Chao Zi I know, careful and thorough. That puts my mind at ease. The two chatted, and time passed quickly. It was now Su Chao's turn to register. The staff efficiently processed his registration. This procedure was specifically for martial artists venturing out for the first time. After registration, they were issued an identification card. In the future, they would only need to carry this card. Scanning it at the machines would suffice. They followed the queue, passing through the scanning machines and the heavy city gate, finally stepping into the wilderness zone. Once outside the city gate, the once dense crowd quickly dispersed. Su Chao and Zhang Kuang's chosen destination lay 35 kilometers northwest of their current location, a small abandoned county town named Kaiyang County. It had been uninhabited since the Nirvana era. Upon entering the wilderness zone, Zhang Kuang dropped his relaxed demeanor, taking the long spear from his back and preparing for combat at any moment. The two picked up their pace, swiftly heading toward Kaiyang County. Along the way, they occasionally encountered scattered beasts. None were particularly strong, mostly non-tiered or first-tier beasts. Su Chao easily dispatched them with a single strike, leaving Zhang Kuang with no need to intervene. The higher a beast's tier, the greater its intelligence. Hence, high-tier beasts typically avoided human base cities. When the duo reached a point about 10 kilometers from the base city, a second-tier iron-horned wild bull suddenly charged out from a small roadside forest. Su Chao raised his blade and rushed forward, while Zhang Kuang shouted from behind, Chao Zi, be careful. This one's tough to handle. Before he could finish, Su Chao had already swung his blade, severing the iron-horned wild bull's head from its body. The beast's momentum carried it a few meters before it collapsed. Zhang Kuang's jaw dropped in shock, forming an O shape. Chao Zi, you're insane. A second-tier beast taken down in one strike? Su Chao glanced at the additional 38 source points on his panel and smiled. Not bad. I recently broke through. He then began cutting off the iron-horned wild bull's horns. In the wilderness zone, backpacks couldn't hold too many materials, so they could only collect the most valuable parts. The horns of this bull were worth around 50 to 60,000. If they could take the entire body, it would fetch over 100,000. The materials from previously killed first-tier beasts had all been collected. Chaozi, don't forget to grab the spirit armor shards from the beasts. They're used to record battle achievements. Don't worry, Xiongdi, I've got them all. Didn't miss a single one. As he spoke, Su Chao retrieved an oval-shaped shard from the neck of the wild bull. 2 spirit patterns flickered on its surface. Every beast had a spirit armor shard, though its location varied. The number of spirit patterns represented the beast's tier. Currently, these shards were only officially collected, and warriors could use them to exchange for battle achievements. Zhang Kuang rolled his eyes at Su Chao, cursing internally, *freak. His strength is improving so much faster than before. If he knew that recent breakthrough referred to advancing to a third-tier warrior. Killed a second-tier beast, the Gale Demon Rabbit, earning 32 source points. Killed a first-tier beast, the Frenzy Bloodhound, earning 15 source points. Killed a second-tier beast, the Shadowclaw Cat, earning 33 source points. Killed a second-tier beast, the Ironhorn Wild Bull, earning 38 source points. The two advanced as they harvested along the way. The highest tier beast they encountered was only second tier, which meant Zhang Kuang hardly had to step in. This left Zhang Kuang frustrated. He joined Su Chao on this trip hoping to show off his skills in front of him. As time went on, he grew more and more impressed with Su Chao. Su Chao acted with such precision and decisiveness, hardly resembling a rookie stepping into the wilderness for the first time. Moreover, judging by the level of his martial techniques, he had at least reached the minor achievement stage. To think that it had taken Zhang Kuang himself half a year to reach this level back then. He couldn't fathom how Su Chao trained. His strength was improving rapidly, and his martial skills were also exceptional. At this moment, Su Chao was brimming with excitement. Coming to the wilderness had been the right call. In just 2 to 3 hours, he had already accumulated nearly 500 source points and filled more than half of his backpack with materials. But he didn't let his guard down. After all, this was the wilderness, and he periodically activated his Eye of Perception to scan the surroundings. The Eye of Perception proved invaluable in the vast wilderness, able to detect all movements within a 2-kilometer radius, helping them avoid running into powerful enemies. Additionally, as his strength grew, the detection range could further expand. Just then, after killing a second-tier frenzy bloodhound and collecting its materials, Su Chao activated the Eye of Perception as usual. He froze suddenly. Ha! About a kilometer ahead, there's a pack of bloodthirsty demon wolves heading our way. Zhang Kuang noticed the change in Su Chao's demeanor. What's wrong, Chaozi? He asked. Su Chao's expression turned serious. I have a special detection method that allows me to sense the area within a certain range. About a kilometer to our front left, there's a pack of bloodthirsty demon wolves approaching us. Are you sure? After receiving a definite answer, Zhang Kuang, knowing Su Chao wouldn't joke about such matters, pressed further. Can you discern their numbers and strength? Roughly over 20, with 7 or 8 being second tier, the rest first tier. The Wolf King is at the early 4th tier. Do we face them head-on or avoid them? Zhang Kuang's expression grew grave. Gripping his spear tightly, he glanced at Su Chao. Chaozi, if I hold off the Wolf King, can you protect yourself for a short time? Give me the chance to take it down. No problem. Leave the Wolf King to me. I'll handle the other first and second tier wolves. Chaozi, I know you're strong at mid-second tier, but this is a whole pack of beasts. If something happens, I might not be able to save you in time. Xiongde, when did you start nagging so much? Let's just do this. Seeing the resolve in Su Chao's eyes, Zhang Kuang said no more. The two placed their backpacks on a nearby tree and climbed up to prepare for the battle. Minutes later, the ground began to quake, and the branches swayed. They were here. A pack of bloodthirsty demon wolves came into view. At the center was the Wolf King, over 4 meters long, exuding an imposing presence. As the wolves neared the base of the tree, the Wolf King seemed to sense danger. Zhang Kuang struck decisively. A figure shot forward, surrounded by crackling lightning, aiming straight for the Wolf King's head. Before the spear even reached, the sheer force of the figure's charge was overwhelming. The Wolf King reacted in time, tilting its head slightly to dodge the fatal blow. However, Zhang Kuang's spear struck first, blasting one of the Wolf King's ears into a mist of blood. Whoa! The Wolf King howled in rage, clashing with Zhang Kuang. Zhang Kuang seized the advantage, firmly suppressing the Wolf King. Seeing their leader injured, the pack, under the Wolf King's command, began to surround Zhang Kuang. Su Chao, seeing that Zhang Kuang had the Wolf King occupied, leapt down from the tree without hesitation, his long blade aiming for the closest second-tier wolf. That wolf, preparing to attack Zhang Kuang, hadn't expected a cunning assailant from above. Su Chao's blade cleanly severed its head. His first strike was effective, and with 2 swift slashes, he cut down 2 first-tier wolves. Displaying peak second-tier strength, Su Chao weaved through the wolf pack with agility. Every swing of his blade claimed another wolf's life. In under 2 minutes, over 20 wolves had fallen to his blade. Only 5 second-tier wolves remained. Watching their companions slaughtered, their eyes filled with terror. The Wolf King, seeing so many of its subordinates killed and itself entangled with Zhang Kuang, howled furiously. Lightning crackled along Zhang Kuang's spear. Though his strength was formidable, scorch marks from injuries marred his body. The Wolf King began to waver. Suddenly, it let out another howl, its body swelling as its power and speed surged. Zhang Quan was pushed back several steps. Seizing the opportunity, the Wolf King turned to flee. This bloodline frenzy couldn't last long. Zhang Quan was furious. Su Chao had already killed over 20 wolves, yet he hadn't made his mark. If the Wolf King escaped, he'd never live it down. With a loud shout. Second move of the 9 tribulations Thunder Spear, Thunder Break. Lightning engulfed him, his spear radiating with electric brilliance. A streak of lightning pursued the Wolf King. Soon, a pained howl echoed. It was clearly gravely injured. Su Chao wasn't worried about Zhang Quan. Zhang Quan's strength far exceeded the Wolf King's, it was only a matter of time before he killed it. Su Chao focused on dealing with the remaining 5 wolves and resumed his slaughter. 10 minutes later, Su Chao stood amidst a pile of wolf carcasses. He had killed a total of 25 wolves, with his source points increasing by over 500. He needed to quickly collect the materials from these second-tier wolves, then catch up with Zhang Quan. The most valuable parts of the bloodthirsty demon wolves were their fangs, claws, and pelts. To save time, he only took the fangs and claws, each set worth about 50,000. The pelts took too long to process, so he left them behind. A few minutes later, Su Chao finished dealing with all the corpses, even collecting their spirit armor fragments. Seeing that Zhang Quan hadn't returned yet, he began to worry. Carrying both of their backpacks, he quickly headed in the direction where Zhang Quan had previously been fighting. After chasing for about 3 kilometers, Su Chao vaguely heard the sound of an argument and quickened his pace. As he got closer, he saw Zhang Quan arguing with a group of people. Upon getting a clear look at the other group, Su Chao instinctively activated his ability, the Eye of Perception. His pupils contracted. The opposing group consisted of 5 men. Their strength was clear, 2 of them were newly advanced to Tier 4, while the other 3 were Tier 3, with one of them at the peak of Tier 3. Clearly, this was a strong hunting squad. At that moment, the corpse of a Tier 4 bloodthirsty Wolf King lay between the 2 groups. It was evidently the source of their dispute. When the 5 men noticed Su Chao approaching, they glanced at him briefly. Seeing he was merely a Tier 2 warrior, they didn't take him seriously at all. Zhang Quan nodded at Su Chao upon seeing him arrive. "Brother Xiong, what's the situation?" Su Chao asked. Zhang Quan angrily explained, "This Wolf King was heavily injured by me before it fled here, where they happened to finish it off. Now they're claiming they killed it and are insisting the corpse belongs to them. I've been arguing with them about it." Before Su Chao could respond, the peak Tier 3 warrior from the opposing group spoke up, his tone displeased. "Young man, don't spout nonsense. This Wolf King was killed by the combined efforts of our team. How could it have been you who injured it first?" Zhang Quan retorted loudly, "You're talking nonsense. The wounds on the Wolf King's body are all from gunshots, and there's residual lightning element energy near the injuries. Do any of you use guns combined with lightning abilities?" The man's words faltered, he couldn't come up with a response. At this moment, the bald man leading the opposing group stepped forward. He was likely the team captain and one of the Tier 4 warriors, around 40 years old. He spoke calmly, "Young man, it might indeed be true that you injured the Wolf King first, but the fact remains that we were the ones who ultimately killed it, right? How about this for a compromise? The Wolf King's corpse is worth about 1 million. We'll divide it into 2 shares, the wolf's fangs and claws as 1 share, worth roughly 500,000, and the rest as the other share. Each side takes 1 share. How does that sound? You can choose first. Does the spirit armor count as part of our share?" Zhang Quan asked. The man hesitated briefly before finally nodding. The peak Tier 3 warrior seemed like he wanted to object, but the bald captain shot him a glare, silencing him immediately. Zhang Quan originally wanted to say, "If you hadn't intervened, I could have killed the Wolf King myself, and all the materials would have been mine." But after glancing at Su Chao beside him, he reconsidered and nodded in agreement. "I'll take the wolf's fangs and claws." Zhang Quan wasn't afraid of the other group. With his A-grade lightning ability, even if he couldn't defeat them, retreating would be easy. However, he was worried about Su Chao getting hurt in the conflict. After all, he assumed Su Chao was only a Tier 2, while the opposing group consisted of Tier 3 and above. Su Chao understood the look in Zhang Quan's eyes. He whispered into Zhang Quan's ear, "Brother Xiong, if you're unhappy about this, just go with what you think is right. Don't worry about me, I can handle myself. Zhang Kuang thought Su Chao was just pretending to be tough and shook his head. He collected the wolf's fangs, claws, and spirit armor fragments, then gave the group a meaningful glance before pulling Su Chao along to leave. After they walked away, the peak tier 3 warrior muttered, "Captain, I really don't understand why we had to give them a share. They're just two young guys." The bald captain glared at him. "Third brother, do you think I wanted to give it to them? Use your brain. Those two young men aren't simple. The one with the gun managed to severely injure a tier 4 bloodthirsty wolf king on his own. His strength is probably even greater than mine, he feels dangerous. Judging by their age, they're probably still in college. With such strong abilities at their age, their talent and background must be extraordinary. It's best not to offend people like that. If it weren't for the reputation of our blazing fire squad, I wouldn't even have wanted to share the materials. Offending two potential future powerhouses over some money isn't worth it." The others fell silent, carefully considering the captain's words. The vice captain, another tier 4 warrior, added, "And that guy who seems like he's only a tier 2 warrior, I have a feeling he's not as simple as he looks." "You know my instincts are always spot on." The bald captain continued, "Exactly. He was too calm. Facing a group of tier 3 and above, he didn't show a hint of fear. Either he's reckless, or he has powerful backing. I'm leaning toward the latter. Third brother, you need to control your temper. Our blazing fire squad might be strong, but plenty of people in the base city are stronger than us. If we ever cross the wrong person, it'll be too late to regret it." After leaving the bald man and his group, Zhang Kuang seemed to be in low spirits. Su Chao patted his shoulder. "Don't dwell on it, brother Xiong. Their captain was at least sensible. Besides, we couldn't carry the wolf's entire corpse anyway, and its hide got damaged during the fight, so it's not worth as much. We didn't lose much. If you're still upset, we can always go back and settle the score with them now." Zhang Kuang chuckled. "Forget it, Chaozi, you're right. We already took the most valuable materials. There's no need to stoop to their level. But that peak tier 3 guy was really arrogant. If I run into him again, I'll definitely teach him a lesson." The two of them continued heading toward Kaiyang County. The journey went relatively smoothly. Aside from encountering a tier 3 Shadowclaw cat, the rest of the beasts they faced were tier 1 or tier 2, which Su Chao easily dealt with. Su Chao didn't intervene with the Shadowclaw cat, leaving it for Zhang Kuang to vent his frustrations. Sure enough, Zhang Kuang took it down with a single move. He even deliberately raised his head and glanced smugly at Su Chao, the intent to show off glaringly obvious. Su Chao couldn't help but laugh. This brother of his was reliable, but sometimes a bit too childish. Finally, by nearly 3 p.m., they arrived at Kaiyang County. Looking at the dilapidated little county town before him, Su Chao felt a surge of indescribable emotion, a heaviness in his chest. It was as if he could see the bustling, lively scenes of the past, streams of people and vehicles flowing endlessly. Now, all that remained were ruins, overgrown with weeds. And countless beasts roamed and lived here. Zhang Kuang, noticing Su Chao lost in thought, reminded him, "Chaozi, we're here. Stay sharp. There are a lot of beasts gathered here. Generally speaking, tier 4 or higher beasts rarely appear, but we can't rule out the possibility of stronger ones wandering in, so we need to stay on high alert." Su Chao nodded in response. "Don't worry, Xiongdi. I just scouted the area, and there are no monsters nearby that pose a threat to us for now. Let's find a place to settle down first, grab something to eat, and replenish our strength. During my scouting, I found a building about a kilometer ahead on the left. It looks decent open view and the monsters along the way aren't too strong." "Sounds good, Chaozi. You're always so considerate." The two immediately sprang into action, swiftly crossing through stretches of ruins until they reached the resting spot Su Chao had found earlier. This used to be a hotel, though how many floors it originally had was unclear. Now, only 10 remained, and the top seemed to have been destroyed in battle. Carefully avoiding the monsters roaming the first floor, they made their way to the 7th floor, entered a room, and shut the door behind them. The monsters on the first floor were deliberately left alone. This way, other creatures wouldn't wander in. Besides, killing those monsters might create noise that could attract even more enemies, making it harder for them to rest here. The room was in ruins, filled with the stench of decay, and its windows were broken. But in this wilderness zone, poor conditions were something they could live with. The two found a spot near a window to sit down. They took out food and water from their packs and began eating. The food was made from the meat of powerful monsters, specially processed. It didn't taste great, but just a few bites could quickly replenish their energy. While eating, Su Chao checked his stats panel. Name, Su Chao. Level, Tier 3 Warrior. Abilities, A-grade Eye of Detection, C-grade Shadow Clone. Physique, 62. Mental Strength, 35. Source Points, 1533. Martial Skills, Beginner Martial Skill Shadow Stab, Mastery, Beginner Martial Skill Wind Splitting Slash, Mastery, Beginner Martial Skill Mountain Crasher Fist, Minor Accomplishment, Plus. Since entering the Wilderness Zone, he had earned about 1,200 source points from hunting monsters. Although not as efficient as fighting in a monster horde, such opportunities were rare. Looking at the panel, only the Beginner Martial Skill Mountain Crasher Fist could still be upgraded. Su Chao pondered for a moment and decided not to level it up for now. Spending 1,000 source points to upgrade this skill to mastery wouldn't significantly improve his strength. And source points weren't easy to come by, so they couldn't be wasted lightly. His physique and mental strength had just broken through to Tier 3 Warrior, and he needed time to fully adapt. He had no plans to level up quickly in the short term. He felt that improving too fast would make his foundation unstable. Right now, he was considering whether he could upgrade his abilities. Upgrading the A-grade Eye of Detection to S-grade would require an astronomical amount of points. His goal was to elevate the C-grade Shadow Clone to B-grade, though he had no idea how many source points that would take. If there were any points left after upgrading his ability, he planned to enhance the Beginner Martial Skill Wind Splitting Slash to perfection. That would significantly boost his combat strength. From what he knew, very few people could train a martial skill to perfection, even a beginner one. Having made up his mind, Su Chao focused on finishing his meal. He then prepared to rest his eyes for a bit, conserving his energy for the battles ahead. Half an hour later, Su Chao opened his eyes, fully refreshed. Next to him, Zhang Kuang had also finished resting. He asked, "Chaozi, what's the plan now?" Originally, Zhang Kuang had intended to take charge of the training trip into the Wilderness Zone, using his experience to guide Su Chao. But along the way, he had realized that Su Chao was extremely seasoned and far stronger than expected. So now, he sought Su Chao's opinion first. Su Chao stood up, walked to the window, and activated his Eye of Detection. From this vantage point, he could see a considerable distance. After finishing his scan, he moved to the windows of other rooms on the same floor to observe further. Returning to the room, he said to Zhang Kuang, "I've just scouted. We're currently on the outskirts of the county. Within a 1 to 2 kilometer radius, there aren't any particularly strong monsters. There are a few Tier 3 ones, while the rest are below Tier 3, though their numbers are plentiful. Let's deal with the Tier 3 monsters first, they'll earn us a good chunk of money. Same old plan, you handle the Tier 3 ones, I'll take care of the Tier 1 and Tier 2s. We'll slowly push deeper into the county, prioritizing Tier 3 and Tier 4 monsters. With my detection ability, I can spot dangers ahead of time. If something feels off, we retreat immediately. This way, we can maximize our earnings. After all, our backpacks can't hold too many monster materials. What do you think?" Zhang Kuang listened attentively and found the plan feasible, nodding in agreement. After all, who wouldn't want to make more money? Initially, he hadn't had high expectations for this trip into the wilderness with Su Chao. But to his surprise, Su Chao's detection ability was so powerful that Zhang Kuang ended up benefiting a lot from the journey. Typically, teams with similar strength to theirs would tread carefully in such areas, hunting monsters cautiously. They wouldn't dare to be as bold as Su Chao and Zhang Kuang, who specifically targeted Tier 3 and Tier 4 monsters. Meanwhile, stronger hunting teams rarely ventured into areas this close to the base city. They preferred to go farther out, where the rewards were higher. "Chaozi, I'm with you. Where do we start?" Su Chao pulled him over to the window and pointed into the distance. "See that rundown 3-story building? There's a Tier 3 blood-striped spider inside, along with dozens of Tier 1 and Tier 2 monsters around it. And over there, in that factory building." Zhang Kuang followed his direction, increasingly amazed by the power of Su Chao's ability. Standing by the window, Su Chao looked like a commander, exuding confidence. What others saw as a perilous county town was, in his eyes, merely a hunting ground. With their strategy set, the two began their operation. On the second floor of a four-story shopping mall, a boar-like monster was resting with its eyes closed. It measured over 3 meters in length, its entire body covered in fur as tough as needles. 2 long tusks protruded from its mouth. It was a Tier 3 monster known as a blood rage tank. At the moment, it was sound asleep, with a few Tier 2 monsters pacing nearby. It had no idea that 2 uninvited guests had already infiltrated the floor and were hiding in a corner. Those 2 were Su Chao and Zhang Kuang, who had already hunted down 5 Tier 3 monsters. Thanks to Su Chao's powerful eye of detection, they had easily avoided other creatures and crept close to their target. Zhang Kuang was responsible for taking down the main target. Meanwhile, Su Chao handled the surrounding Tier 1 and Tier 2 monsters. If the commotion attracted more creatures, they would retreat immediately. Their division of labor was clear, their efficiency high, and their rewards substantial. Not only did they collect a large amount of materials, but Su Chao also earned a good number of source points from killing Tier 1 and Tier 2 monsters. This time, they planned to use the same strategy to deal with the last Tier 3 monster in the area. After that, they would proceed deeper into the wilderness. After confirming the situation, Zhang Kuang turned to glance at Su Chao, signaling that it was time to act. The two shared a tacit understanding. When Su Chao nodded, Zhang Kuang shot out like an arrow, his spear piercing straight through the head of the sleeping Tier 3 Blood Fury tank. By the time the surrounding Tier 2 beasts reacted, it was already too late to save their leader. The Tier 3 beast only felt a sudden, searing pain in its head as it opened its bewildered eyes for the last time. Its life ended instantly. Zhang Kuang began collecting materials, completely ignoring the furious roars of the surrounding beasts. Su Chao then stepped forward, launching into a massacre of the enraged monsters. Yes, a massacre. Now, with his strength nearly at the peak of Tier 3, killing Tier 1 and Tier 2 monsters was effortless for Su Chao. Wielding a B-grade alloy longsword, he could take down one monster with a single strike. However, to avoid arousing Zhang Kuang's suspicion, he deliberately restrained his strength, revealing only a portion of his true power. Even so, his movements as he slew the monsters were as clean and precise as chopping vegetables. Zhang Kuang, busy collecting materials nearby, watched him with increasingly peculiar expressions. He thought Su Chao's rapid growth and strength was suspicious, certain that there was a hidden secret behind it. But since Su Chao wasn't sharing, Zhang Kuang didn't ask. After all, who doesn't have their own secrets? By then, the commotion had already alerted nearby monsters, and the creatures on the first floor began rushing upstairs. They had to move quickly, otherwise, if surrounded, escape would be nearly impossible. After all, warriors below Tier 7 couldn't fly and could only break through on foot. Su Chao killed monsters while using his eye of detection to monitor the situation outside. Now that he had advanced to Tier 3, he could keep that eye of detection active for a longer period with significantly reduced energy consumption. After killing around 50 to 60 monsters, he noticed the number of beasts outside was rapidly increasing. "Xiongde, time to retreat," he shouted. Zhang Kuang had just finished collecting the materials. Looking at the sea of monster corpses on the ground, he couldn't help but secretly admire their work. The two quickly carved out a path and, before the monsters completely surrounded the shopping mall, broke through from the southeast direction, vanishing into the horde. About 3 kilometers away from the mall where they had killed the Tier 3 Blood Fury tank, Su Chao and Zhang Kuang sat in a residential building, happily sorting through the beast materials in their backpacks. "Ha! Chaozi, going out with you is such a thrill. This haul is way bigger than when I teamed up with my classmates last time. Next time you're heading to the wilderness, remember to call me," Zhang Kuang exclaimed. In less than a day, they had harvested materials from 1 Tier 4, 7 Tier 3, and dozens of Tier 2 beasts. Additionally, they had picked up plenty of spirit armor fragments, which could be exchanged for significant battle merits. Because they were worried about running out of backpack space, they had only taken particularly valuable and compact materials from the later Tier 2 monsters they killed. Otherwise, their haul would have been even greater. Su Chao was satisfied too. The materials in their backpacks were worth about 4 million. When split evenly, each of them would get 2 million. Making 2 million in less than a day, only warriors could achieve such a feat. Ordinary people would have to work tirelessly for many years to earn the same amount. Too bad they didn't have storage spaces. If they could bring back entire monster corpses to sell, the earnings would be unimaginable. What excited Su Chao the most, however, wasn't the materials. It was that his panel showed his abilities were finally ready to be upgraded. He looked at his status panel. Name, Su Chao. Level, Tier 3 Warrior. Abilities, A-grade Eye of Detection, C-grade Shadow Clone, Plus. Constitution, 62. Mental Power, 35. Source Points, 6383. Combat Techniques, Beginner Shadow Stab, Mastery, Plus, Beginner Wind Shatter Slash, Mastery, Plus, Beginner Mountain Crushing Fist, Proficient, Plus. Staring at the 6,000 plus source points on the panel, Su Chao couldn't help but grin foolishly. When he first arrived at Cayenne County, he had just over 1,000 source points. Every time he killed a Tier 3 beast, he could usually pick off 1 or 2 Tier 1 or Tier 2 beasts along the way, earning anywhere from 800 to 1,000 source points. This was the most source points he had ever accumulated. Beside him, Zhang Kuang assumed he was overjoyed because of the beast materials, completely oblivious to the real reason for Su Chao's excitement. Without hesitation, Su Chao decided to upgrade his C-grade ability, Shadow Clone, first. He couldn't wait to see what new powers this upgrade would bring. As his source points rapidly diminished, they suddenly halted, and the information on his panel changed. He looked at the panel. Name, Su Chao. Level, Tier 3 Warrior. Abilities, A-grade Eye of Detection, B-grade Teleportation. Constitution, 62. Mental Power, 35. Source Points, 1383. Combat Techniques, Beginner Shadow Stab, Mastery, Beginner Wind Shatter Slash, Mastery, Beginner Mountain Crushing Fist, Proficient, Plus. The first thing that caught his eye was the Abilities section. B-grade Ability Teleportation. Seeing the upgraded ability, Su Chao's heart filled with joy. This was obviously a powerful skill and it was spatial in nature. He couldn't wait to find a place to test it. However, seeing that it had consumed 5,000 source points, his heart ached a little. He decided to save the remaining source points to upgrade his beginner combat technique, Wind Shatter Slash, to perfection. The ability upgrade had taken only a few seconds. Noticing Zhang Kuang still counting materials with a mischievous grin, as if plotting something wicked, Su Chao stood up and headed for the door. Xiong De, I'm stepping out for a bit. Chaozi, where are you going? Want me to come with you? To take a dump. You sure you want to tag along? Zhang Quan quickly waved his hand, then don't wander too far. Be careful. Su Chao stepped outside and activated his Eye of Detection, locating a relatively empty area with few monsters. There were only a handful of Tier 1 and Tier 2 beasts wandering around. He immediately started testing his new B-grade ability, Teleportation. As his figure suddenly disappeared from where he stood, a wall 100 meters away collapsed with a loud crash. Covered in dust, Su Chao crawled out from the rubble. He cursed under his breath, feeling utterly embarrassed. The movement was so fast that he couldn't react in time. It was his first time using the ability, so he wasn't proficient yet. Thankfully, he could practice more. A few monsters, drawn by the noise, charged toward him. Su Chao unsheathed his longsword and swiftly dealt with the nuisance. Within minutes, the monsters lay dead on the ground. Satisfied, Su Chao sheathed his sword and resumed practicing teleportation. This time, he was more cautious and didn't teleport too far. Once again, his figure vanished, reappearing steadily 50 meters away. Success! He was like a child who had just received a new toy, practicing his newfound ability non-stop. He only stopped when he began to feel a bit tired. Although teleportation was powerful, it also came with a high cost. Using teleportation rapidly drained both his stamina and mental energy. With his current strength, he could sustain it for about 15 minutes. However, the results left him extremely satisfied. By activating teleportation, he could instantly appear at any location within a 200-meter radius, and he could use it consecutively. He believed that as his strength increased, the teleportation distance would extend even further. This ability came at just the right time. It could save his life in critical moments. His wilderness survival skills were greatly enhanced. He needed to hurry back. The scent of blood here had already started to attract nearby beasts. When Zhang Kuang saw Su Chao entering through the door, he exclaimed in surprise, "Chaozi, you've been gone so long just to take a dump, and you look exhausted. You wouldn't have gotten food poisoning, would you?" Su Chao glared at him. Don't talk in such a fragmented way, it's easy for people to misunderstand. Misunderstand what? Chaozi, you're overthinking it. Su Chao couldn't be bothered to respond and immediately sat down to meditate and recover his energy. There was still an hour or two before nightfall, plenty of time to head out for another hunt later. Seeing that Su Chao wasn't responding to him, Zhang Kuang also lost interest and prepared to train. But then he noticed that Su Chao's clothes were covered in dust. Curiously, he asked, Chaozi, how did you get your clothes dirty just from taking a dump? Did you fall over? Shut up. Bear, your mouth is getting more and more annoying. Su Chao was starting to lose his patience with him. I'm just concerned about you, why are you getting so mad? Zhang Kuang muttered under his breath. Half an hour later, Su Chao felt he had mostly recovered. He stood up, climbed onto the roof, and began scouting the surroundings to plan their next hunting move. Not long after, he returned to the room with a somewhat serious expression as he looked at Zhang Kuang. Bear, we need to be more cautious from now on. The closer we get to the county center, the stronger the beasts become. I just scouted within a 2-kilometer radius. There are at least a dozen third-tier beasts, and one fourth-tier beast. Hearing Su Chao's words, Zhang Kuang also put on a serious face. Chaozi, just tell me the plan. I'll follow your lead. Su Chao thought for a moment. We'll start by taking out a few of the isolated third-tier beasts, then observe if the third-tier beasts around the fourth-tier one start to spread out. Zhang Kuang asked, what if they don't spread out? Su Chao shrugged. Either way, by the time we finish killing the ones on the outskirts, it'll be nearly dark. We'll rest for the night. If by the next day they still haven't spread out, we'll try a direct assault. If it doesn't work, we'll retreat immediately. Zhang Kuang found the plan reasonable, clearing out the underlings of the fourth-tier beast first, then dealing with the big one. It was a more cautious approach. With the plan set, the two immediately set out. Their first target was a third-tier shadowclaw cat that was roaming in a small grove in the middle of the neighborhood. Around it were more than a dozen first- and second-tier beasts. Thanks to Su Chao's eye of insight, they quietly circled to the edge of the grove, avoiding other beasts along the way without alarming their target. They were now very close to the shadowclaw cat, any closer, and they would be discovered. Zhang Kuang glanced at Su Chao before making his move. His spear shot out like lightning. The third-tier shadowclaw cat was incredibly fast, nearly on par with some weaker fourth-tier beasts. That's why Zhang Kuang attacked at full speed right from the start. If it noticed them and escaped, they'd waste a lot of time chasing it down. The moment Zhang Kuang struck, the sudden movement startled the shadowclaw cat. It instinctively recoiled, but the spear left a deep gash on its neck. Zhang Kuang hadn't expected it to react so quickly and immediately followed up with another thrust. The shadowclaw cat, already severely injured, couldn't dodge the second attack. Its head was pierced, and it collapsed, lifeless. Su Chao gave Zhang Kuang a thumbs up as the latter turned to look at him. In his mind, however, Su Chao thought that if he had used teleportation to appear directly beside the shadowclaw cat, he could have ended the fight in one move. But for now, he didn't want to reveal too many of his trump cards. Afterward, he began clearing out the surrounding first- and second-tier beasts with practiced efficiency. By the time night fell, the two returned to their temporary hideout. Zhang Kuang opened his backpack to sort through the day's spoils. In addition to the third-tier shadowclaw cat they had just killed, they had taken down 7 other isolated third-tier beasts and hundreds of first- and second-tier beasts. Aside from the beast core shards that could be exchanged for merit points, the materials they collected this trip were worth about 3 million in total. The materials from the second-tier beasts were bulky, so they only took the smaller, more valuable ones, leaving the rest behind as their backpacks were full. Su Chao sighed. What a waste, if only they had a storage space. Chaozi, we need to head back to the base soon. Our backpacks are full, and it's a waste to leave so much behind. Yeah, I was thinking the same. We've basically cleared out all the isolated third-tier beasts here. The ones left are all grouped around that fourth-tier beast. Tomorrow morning, let's try taking it on. Whether we succeed or not, we'll head back to the base afterward. By the way, Chaozi, I did the math. The beast core shards from this trip should earn us over 2,000 merit points, over 1,000 each. Once we're back, we can apply for 2-star honorary citizen status. You haven't applied yet, have you? No, my 1-star honorary citizen status was only approved a few days ago. What about you, Bear? You haven't applied yet either? No, I hadn't reached the 1,000-point threshold before. I was still a bit short. I mean, Bear, how have you been managing? You've been a martial artist for 3 years and haven't even hit 1,000 points yet? Zhang Kuang's face turned red at Su Chao's remark. Chaozi, enough already, okay? Not everyone's as strong as you think. Merit points aren't that easy to earn. Take me, for example. I was a top student at school and only became a third-tier martial artist in my 3rd year. That's when I started hunting in the wilderness. Generally, 1st and 2nd-tier martial artists aren't allowed to venture into the wild without supervision, it's too dangerous. So during my 3rd year, I only went out twice, both times teaming up with senior students. I didn't earn much merit. It wasn't until the beast tide broke out that I accumulated my current points. I only broke through to the 4th tier before this semester's break. I originally planned to hunt during the break, but then you mentioned training, so I came alone. I never expected such a big haul. After hearing Zhang Kuang's explanation, Su Chao finally understood that he couldn't judge other martial artists by his own standards. He had the God-tier auxiliary ability Eye of Insight, which allowed him to scout everything within a 2-kilometer radius. That's why he dared to lead Zhang Kuang in frequently hunting multiple 3rd-tier and large numbers of 1st and 2nd-tier beasts. Hunters among ordinary warriors are usually very cautious, killing a few beasts before retreating, because you never know if there's a stronger monster lurking nearby. Bear, I didn't expect even you genius warriors to have such a hard time. Zhang Kuang. He roared internally, we're having a hard time? Isn't it the same for everyone? You're the real freak here. He didn't feel like talking much with Su Chao. Seemingly oblivious to Zhang Kuang's mood, Su Chao continued, Bear, at Shanghai Martial University, are you considered one of the top elites? At this, Zhang Kuang perked up immediately. With a smug gesture, he brushed his thick hair with his hand. In a relaxed tone, he said, not bad. I rank in the top 5 among my peers. I awakened an A-grade lightning ability, so my combat power is already top tier within the same level. There are only 3 or 4 people more talented than me, and they're said to have awakened S-grade abilities. Hearing S-grade abilities, Su Chao asked curiously, do you know the specific abilities they awakened? He was eager to witness someone who had awakened an S-grade ability. Zhang Kuang shook his head. S-grade ability awakeners are the core of each faction and the hope of humanity. They are highly protected, have specialized instructors, and their information is kept confidential. How could I possibly know what specific abilities they've awakened? Unwilling to give up, Su Chao pressed further, you're one of the top geniuses at your school. Are you saying you don't have any information at all? Zhang Kuang's face reddened slightly as he stammered, I do know a bit. Among our cohort, there's a girl named Wen Jieyu, and she's one of them. I heard her awakened S-grade ability is very unique and powerful. She cultivates at an incredible speed. She's already at the peak of the 4th tier and will likely reach the 5th tier by graduation. After saying this, Zhang Kuang's face was full of envy. Though he cultivated quickly himself, he had only just reached the 4th tier. Breaking through to the 5th tier after graduation would be a major challenge. After all, the further along a warrior progresses, the greater the gap between tiers becomes. Breaking through requires a massive amount of resources and time for accumulation. Su Chao marveled internally. The cultivation speed of those with S-grade abilities was indeed astonishing. Bear, your school is a gathering place for the geniuses of the entire Shanghai base city. Do you know if anyone has awakened an SS-grade ability? Zhang Kuang gave Su Chao a sidelong glance, as if looking at an idiot. Chao, are you seriously clueless, or are you just pretending? The information of top talents who awaken SS-grade abilities is absolutely classified. No one would leak it. Once these people grow, they're bound to become beings beyond the 9th tier and the future of humanity. But if they die prematurely, it's a huge loss for humanity. There have even been cases where SS-grade ability users were assassinated. Su Chao was shocked. Bear, someone was really assassinated? How do you know? Zhang Kuang looked at him disdainfully. Of course my instructor told me. He reminded me to be careful. Chao, we're top-tier geniuses at Shanghai Martial University. We have specialized instructors. Although mine isn't a top-tier figure, he's a 7th-tier grandmaster, so it's no problem for him to know some secrets. Su Chao ignored Zhang Kuang's boastful tone and asked curiously, why would someone be assassinated? Who would want to kill these geniuses? Shouldn't they be protected? Zhang Kuang's expression darkened, and his tone grew cold. There are always those lurking in the shadows who don't want humanity to produce too many top-tier powerhouses. He looked at Su Chao seriously and said, Chao, I don't know the reason for your rapid improvement in strength. You must have a secret. I won't ask, and I don't want to know. But you'd better not tell anyone. Especially before you're truly powerful, don't reveal your secret lightly. There's a faction among humans that targets top-tier geniuses and powerhouses. They don't want humanity to become too strong. Su Chao was taken aback. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. He hadn't expected such an organization to exist when humanity was already struggling so much. Why would they do this? He became even more vigilant, resolving to be more cautious in the future and never expose the secret behind his strength. After all, his abilities far surpassed those of so-called SS-grade abilities. Afterward, the two of them chatted casually for a while before starting their meditation exercises. In truth, meditation held little significance for Su Chao. With his panel, as long as he had enough source points, his strength could continue to rise. But the consumption of his mental and physical energy still needed to be replenished through meditation. That night, they both called their families to report their safety and then prepared to rest. They took turns keeping watch, alternating their sleep. This was precisely why everyone had to form teams when entering the wilderness zone. The next morning, after finishing their meditation, both of them had fully restored their energy and strength. They opened their backpacks, took out their breakfast, and began eating. Today's goal was to deal with the 4th-tier shadow leopard. After a night's rest, Su Chao wanted to first check if there had been any changes in that area. He climbed to the rooftop and activated his eye of inquiry. Why is there an extra 4th-tier shadow leopard? Su Chao felt puzzled. Yesterday, there had only been a single 4th-tier shadow leopard in that location. Today, there was suddenly one more. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was a pair, a male and a female. Yesterday, it seemed only the female leopard was at home, while the male leopard had likely gone out to hunt. If that were the case, their plan might need to change. 2 4th-tier shadow leopards, along with a few 3rd-tier beasts and a large number of 1st and 2nd-tier beasts, made it too risky to act rashly. The chances of success were slim. Just as he was about to leave the rooftop and inform Zhang Quan to cancel the operation. The situation shifted again. Suddenly, a few figures appeared within his detection range, heading in the direction of the 2 4th-tier shadow leopards from the opposite side. It was a group of 5 people, 2 4th-tier warriors and 3 3rd-tier warriors, led by a bald, middle-aged man. A grin spread across Su Chao's face. Looks like that saying is true, enemies are destined to meet. Indeed, these 5 individuals were none other than members of the Blazing Fire Squad, who had previously clashed with them outside the city over the corpse of a 4th-tier bloodthirsty demon wolf. Watching them move toward the location of the 2 4th-tier shadow leopards. It seems their target is the same as ours. This could work out perfectly. He immediately sent a message to Zhang Kuang, calling him to the rooftop. Before long, Zhang Kuang arrived and walked over to Su Chao. Chao, what's the new intel? Xiongde, do you remember the group that tried to snatch the Tier 4 Wolf King's corpse yesterday? Of course I remember. Why, did you see them again? Yes, they're about a kilometer away in the southeast direction. Their target seems to be the same as ours. Chaozi, are you saying those bastards are trying to steal our materials again? As he spoke, he leaned closer to Su Chao and looked in the direction Su Chao was pointing. This building was tall enough to clearly see the figures of those people. At this moment, the 5 individuals were cautiously moving forward, their target being the sports arena not far away. That was precisely where the 2 Tier 4 Shadow Panthers resided. Xiongde, you say they want to steal our materials, but this time, it's not clear who might end up stealing from whom. Things have changed over there. There's now an additional Tier 4 Shadow Panther. What? 2 Tier 4 Shadow Panthers? Chaozi, you're not joking, are you? Su Chao said with anticipation, it's really 2 of them. They seem to be a pair. The male panther went out yesterday. When I saw this, I was considering giving up on the plan, but then they appeared. Their target is also the 2 Tier 4 Shadow Panthers. Who knows, we might still have a chance. Zhang Quan looked at Su Chao excitedly. Are you saying we can wait for them to make a move and then swoop in to grab the leftovers? Su Chao nodded. Yes, let's observe and wait for the right opportunity. At this moment, the 5 members of the Blazing Fire Squad hadn't realized they were already being watched from afar by 2 individuals. Each of them utilized cover to quickly change positions, with one team member always keeping watch during the switch. It was clear. They were an experienced hunting squad. They were rapidly approaching the sports arena where the Tier 4 Shadow Panthers were located. Captain, do we really need to be this cautious? Yesterday, the vice captain observed for a long time and confirmed that there was only one Tier 4 Shadow Panther and a few Tier 3 beasts. With our strength, it shouldn't be a problem. The one speaking was a Tier 3 peak martial artist in the team. Third, can you change that attitude of yours? How many times have I told you, in the wilderness, you can never be too cautious. Accidents can happen at any time. As the captain, I have to be responsible for everyone. Every decision could affect the fate of the entire team. All right, Captain. I get it. I'll listen to you. Please stop lecturing. The man, called Third, looked helpless. He dreaded the captain's philosophical lessons. The captain was great at everything, except for his love of nagging, which was driving him crazy. At that moment, the vice captain, a Tier 4 martial artist who was scouting ahead, raised his hand to signal something. Everyone stopped as the vice captain's voice came through the earpiece. Captain, something feels off. I spotted 3 Tier 3 beasts that weren't there yesterday. The bald captain's expression turned serious. After a brief moment of contemplation, he said, Second, check the surrounding environment and find us a place to observe further. The vice captain's voice came through the earpiece again. Understood, Captain. I'll loop around through the small south side entrance. There are fewer beasts on that side. The bald captain nodded. Fourth, go with the vice captain and assist him. We'll cover you from here. Got it, Captain. One person from the back of the team quickly ran forward, catching up to the vice captain. From a distance, Su Chao and Zhang Quan watched the scene unfold. Chaozi, why did they stop? Su Chao, keeping his gaze fixed on the distant figures, replied without turning his head, looks like they sensed something was off and sent someone to investigate. This team is really something cautious and disciplined. When we make our move later, we better be careful not to cause trouble for ourselves. 10 minutes later, at the Blazing Fire Squad's position. The vice captain's heavy voice came through the earpiece. Captain, I've completed the investigation. There's now another Tier 4 Shadow Panther. That makes 2 of them. The 2 team members outside and the captain were all stunned. Wasn't there only one yesterday? The vice captain replied, there was only one yesterday. The other one must have returned last night. Captain, what do we do? Are we going for it or not? The bald captain thought for a moment. This time, we'll decide by vote. Third immediately spoke up. Captain, I support going for it. We've scouted this area thoroughly. It's rare to find a lone Tier 4 beast. The closer we get to the county center, the more Tier 4 beasts we'll encounter, and the harder it will be to make a move. The vice captain added, Captain, I agree with Third. It's difficult to find a solitary Tier 4 beast. Spending too much time searching might be even more dangerous. There's still a chance here, we can't let it slip away. Fourth nodded in agreement, while Fifth remained silent. Seeing that 3 of them had agreed to take the risk, the captain spoke up, since everyone agrees, I'll lay out the plan. Second and I will hold off the 2 Tier 4 Shadow Panthers. The 3 of you will keep the Tier 3 beasts occupied to buy us time. If we can't succeed within 5 minutes, we retreat immediately. Understood, Captain. Understood, Captain. Chaozi, they're making their move. I thought they'd give up, but I didn't expect them to have such guts. From afar, Zhang Quang observed the Blazing Fire Squad in action, reassessing them. Su Chao nodded. They must have some real skills. Let's keep watching. By this time, the members of the Blazing Fire Squad had regrouped at the sports arena. The bald captain scanned his surroundings and began assigning tasks. Second, in a moment, you and I will each take down one Tier 3 beast. The 3 of you will team up to target another Tier 3 beast. Our first objective is to eliminate 3 Tier 3 beasts in the initial attack. That way, the 3 of you will have a much easier time handling the remaining 5 beasts afterward. Remember, strike with full force. We only get one chance. Once we attack, the two Tier 4 Shadow Panthers will definitely notice us. They won't give us another chance to ambush the other Tier 3 beasts. Everyone nodded, indicating they understood. After selecting their targets and positioning themselves, the captain shouted, "Attack!" The 5 of them charged out simultaneously, their weapons gleaming brilliantly. The bald captain targeted a Tier 3 Blood Fury tank beast, wielding a massive flame-wreathed blade. The beast was wandering aimlessly when it suddenly felt a wave of heat descending upon it. A fiery blade shadow slashed down swiftly. It instinctively ducked its head but couldn't fully evade the strike. The blade cleaved through half of its head, the remaining force carving into the ground and leaving a 2-meter-wide charred crater. A one-hit kill on a Tier 3 beast. It was evident that the bald captain was a warrior who had awakened fire-based abilities. On the other side, the vice-captain had also chosen his target and launched his attack. He aimed for a Tier 3 Earthbreaker bull, armed with a spear. His initial thrust was blocked by the bull's horns, causing sparks to fly from the collision. The bull staggered back a few steps, one of its horns breaking off. The vice-captain didn't relent. Placing a hand on the ground, a sudden earth spike erupted, piercing the bull's abdomen and immobilizing it. He held the gun with both hands and aimed at the head of the brute bull. The Tier 3 beast collapsed to the ground with a thud. The remaining 3 surrounded another creature, a blood rage tank. One of them stretched out both hands, and several vines sprouted from the ground, tightly binding the beast. The other 2 seized the opportunity to dart forward, one wielding a blade, the other a sword. The one holding the sword was the 3rd team member. The 3 attacked from different directions. The blood rage tank barely had time to react before its body was entangled by the vines. Just as it broke free, both the blade and sword pierced its head simultaneously. The 3 worked in perfect harmony. Their coordination was flawless, and the Tier 3 Blood Rage tank fell without resistance. Though it seemed like a long fight, in reality, it only took 2 breaths from the moment the 5 of them struck to when the 3 beasts were slain. Roar! Roar! 2 furious growls echoed through the air. 2 enormous leopards, their bodies glowing faintly, charged forward. They were Tier 4 Shadow Leopards. Their speed was astonishing. Before the roar had even faded, their figures were already closing in on the group. "Second, you handle the female leopard. The male one is mine." The bald-headed captain gripped his flaming greatsword and rushed toward one of the leopards. The vice-captain didn't hesitate, thrusting his spear directly at the female leopard. The battle was ferocious. Even the other Tier 3 beasts in the area were startled and began charging toward them. The fastest among them were 2 Tier 3 Shadowclaw cats. Their movements were agile. A warrior who had previously used vines to bind beasts tried the same tactic again but failed to restrain them, only managing to delay them for a few seconds. Meanwhile, 3 more Tier 3 beasts had already surrounded them. In an instant, 3 fierce battles erupted simultaneously inside the stadium. The bald-headed captain, using his fire ability to launch repeated attacks on the male leopard, burned part of its fur, clearly gaining the upper hand. The vice-captain, locked in combat with the female leopard, was in a stalemate, though he held a slight advantage. The remaining 3 team members were surrounded by 5 Tier 3 beasts, with additional Tier 2 beasts joining the fray. They could barely fend them off. As time went on, more and more Tier 2 beasts gathered, and the pressure mounted. Sweat began to bead on their foreheads. On the other side, the bald-headed captain clearly noticed the dire situation of his teammates. He swung his greatsword faster and attacked more aggressively. The flames on his blade grew hotter and more threatening. The Tier 4 Shadow Leopard he was fighting retreated repeatedly but couldn't dodge in time. It got kicked by him, flying straight into the stadium's stands and smashing a section of already dilapidated seats. The captain didn't miss this chance. Just as the Shadow Leopard was struggling to get up, a flaming blade streaked toward it, forcing the beast to roll away in fear. The fire blade grazed its back, carving a 2 to 3 meter wide gash. The surroundings turned charred black. Although the Shadow Leopard narrowly avoided a fatal blow, its back was severely burned, with large patches of flesh scorched and curling up. Blood trickled from the corner of its mouth, showing that the kick had injured its internal organs. Its condition was dire. Roar! It flipped over and stood up, roaring furiously at the bald-headed captain. The bald captain ignored its anger and launched another fierce assault. He knew he had to act quickly. Using his abilities continuously was draining him rapidly. If he couldn't take down this shadow leopard soon, they'd have to retreat. With that thought in mind, his attacks became even more ruthless. He could hold out for at most 2 more minutes. Fortunately, the Tier 4 shadow leopard was already gravely injured, its combat strength significantly reduced. After just a few more exchanges, it spat blood, its body flying backward. A deep gash appeared on its neck, its aura visibly weakened. It was gravely wounded. The bald-headed captain grinned, preparing to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, his advancing figure came to an abrupt halt midair, his blood surging. He turned in shock to see 2 figures rushing out from the side. "What are you 2 brothers doing?" The 2 figures were none other than Su Chao and Zhang Kuang. Seeing that the bald captain had already injured the shadow leopard, they decided the time was right to step in and assist. Zhang Kuang smiled and said, "Nothing special. We just saw you fighting so hard, and as fellow humans, we had to lend a hand. This powerful Tier 4 shadow leopard is ours to deal with now. You should hurry and assist your teammates, they can't hold on any longer." The bald captain almost cursed out loud. "Shameless. You make taking advantage of the situation sound so noble. I can handle this shadow leopard just fine on my own. Do I need to thank you for saving me?" He had already recognized the 2, they were the ones who had stolen their Tier 4 Wolf King yesterday. Clearly, they were here for revenge. Suppressing his anger, he frowned and said, "What you're doing isn't exactly appropriate, is it?" Zhang Kuang remained nonchalant, waving dismissively. "It's perfect. Don't worry. We just like helping people. In school, our teachers always taught us that humans need to support each other to fight against monsters. That's the only way we survive. Whenever I think of those lessons, I feel like I'm not doing enough. Go help your teammates. No need to thank us, they can't hold on any longer." The bald captain's face darkened. As much as their words grated on him, they weren't wrong. If he kept wasting time arguing with them, his teammates wouldn't last. He glanced at the wounded shadow leopard lying not far away, then shot the 2 a fierce glare before gritting his teeth and turning to leave. As he walked away, Zhang Kuang muttered behind him, "Not even a word of thanks. How rude." Su Chao rolled his eyes. "Cut the chatter and get it over with. The commotion here is too big, and more Tier 4 beasts are on their way." With that, Su Chao approached the shadow leopard, drawing his B-grade alloy longsword. He swung it down hard, severing the beast's neck. They quickly collected the shadow leopard's spirit armor shards and materials. Seeing the nearly 300 source points added to their panel, Su Chao sighed, killing powerful beasts really pays off. However, in terms of source point returns, hunting Tier 1 and Tier 2 beasts was actually more profitable. But their backpacks couldn't carry as much, and they couldn't take the materials with them, so it wasn't worth it. The 2 glanced at the other battlefields. With the bald captain joining, the 3-man team had already taken down 1 Tier 3 beast and over a dozen Tier 1 and Tier 2 beasts. Around them, more Tier 1 and Tier 2 beasts continued to surge forward, with even Tier 3 and Tier 4 beasts approaching the stadium. Su Chao deactivated his eye of detection and said seriously to Zhang Kuang, "Bear, retreat. Things are getting too tense here, and more beasts are coming from the outskirts." Zhang Kuang initially wanted to collect materials from the 3 beasts killed by the Blazing Flame Squad, but hearing Su Chao's words, he didn't dare delay. They swiftly cleared away a few nearby Tier 1 and Tier 2 beasts and followed Su Chao, charging out of the stadium. On the other side of the stadium, watching the 2 figures disappear into the distance with the materials from the Tier 4 shadow leopard, the bald captain frowned even deeper. He had originally thought that the 2 men would continue to fight over the monster materials they had hunted down, but unexpectedly, they left so decisively. He looked over at the situation within the team. With his addition, 5 third-tier monsters had already been killed, leaving only 1 remaining. This lone monster was blending in with the 1st and 2nd-tier monsters, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Among the team members, 2 had been injured earlier during the beast swarm's attack. He couldn't leave, he needed to stay and protect his teammates. The second-in-command was locked in a stalemate with another 4th-tier shadow leopard. Although they were currently gaining the upper hand, resolving the battle in a short amount of time was near impossible. Moreover, they suspected a large number of monsters outside were likely rushing toward their location. If they didn't retreat soon, the danger would escalate significantly. "Third brother, 4th brother, quickly gather as many materials from the monsters we've taken down as you can. 2 minutes, grab what you can and leave immediately." Second brother, move closer to our position and prepare for retreat. Su Chao and Zhang Kuang left the stadium and headed straight for the residential area they had been to earlier. They needed to retrieve the backpack and some materials they had stashed there. After all, carrying a large backpack while hunting was inconvenient and slowed them down. Upon returning to the room they had stayed in before, Su Chao activated his eye of detection and noticed many monsters were heading toward the stadium. He wasn't a saint and had no intention of going back to help that team. Letting them go earlier was already his baseline for humanity. That team leader wasn't foolish either, he should be able to retreat in time. Ha ha! That was satisfying, letting them snatch my spoils of war. Chaozi, did you see the look on that bald team leader's face? He looked like he'd swallowed something unpalatable. Back in the room, Zhang Kuang laughed out loud. Zhang Kuang, never forget a grudge for more than 2 nights. Let's see if they dare mess with me again. Only thing missing was teaching that third brother a lesson. That guy's mouth is way too poisonous. Su Chao shook his head at Zhang Kuang's smug demeanor. Bear, you've vented your anger this time, don't go overboard. Let's hope they won't come looking for trouble again. Pack up, we're getting ready to head back. The two of them sorted the materials, packing them into 2 large bags. After resting for about 10 minutes, their stamina fully recovered. They prepared to head home. Although they had only been out for 2 days, the harvest was tremendous. The return trip went smoothly. Whenever they encountered monsters, Su Chao dealt with them swiftly. Among them were 2 third-tier monsters, which Zhang Kuang handled, making for an unexpected bonus. In less than an hour and a half, the two of them arrived at the gates of Xinghai Base City. The city gates were crowded with people. Some were heading out to the wilderness, while others were returning from it. Among the returnees, some warriors were all smiles, chatting animatedly in small groups, clearly having had a fruitful hunt. Su Chao and Zhang Kuang were among these. Others, however, had grim expressions. Their team members remained silent, their losses likely heavy and spirits subdued. The most attention-grabbing group was a certain squad. They consisted of 5 people, but only half a person. Half a person? That was because one of them only had half a body, wrapped in clothing and carried by someone else. Another had lost a leg and was also being carried. The remaining 2 members were all injured. Which team is this? How did they end up in such a miserable state? You don't recognize them? They're the Demon Hunters, a famous elite squad from Xinghai Base City. Each member is at least a 5th-tier warrior, and their 2 captains are said to be 6th tier. My God! With such strength, what could have happened to them to end up like this? People returning from their direction said they encountered a 7th-tier beast king. Su Chao and Zhang Kuang, upon seeing the plight of the Demon Hunters, cited how dangerous the wilderness could be. Even such a strong team had nearly been wiped out when faced with a powerful monster. The 2 exchanged glances, each seeing a sense of relief in the other's eyes. This time, they had reaped great rewards, but the most critical factor was Su Chao's eye of detection, allowing them to scout their surroundings in advance and hunt selectively. If things went south, they could retreat in time. Their pace was quick, and after passing through the gates detector, they finally returned to the city. They didn't head straight home. First, they needed to handle their haul. Carrying 2 large bags was too cumbersome. There were plenty of places to sell monster materials, including guilds and alliances. They chose the Hunters Association. It provided comprehensive services for warriors and offered relatively high purchasing prices. The Hunters Association in Zone 28 was conveniently located near the city gate exit, with an official battle merit exchange point next door. Every city gate in Xinghai Base City had similar setups to accommodate warriors returning from the wilderness. The 2 entered the lobby of the Hunters Association, carrying their bulging backpacks, evidently having made quite a haul. The lobby was bustling with people, most casting envious glances their way. However, a few voices carried tones of disdain. Those 2 kids are lucky, hauling back 2 huge bags of materials. They're going to make a fortune, huh? Show-offs. I bet it's all low-value materials, deliberately stuffed to look full. I've seen others do that before. Not necessarily. I have a feeling these 2 young guys are different. I can faintly smell blood on them. They must have killed quite a few monsters. How strong can they be at their age? At most, they'd be fighting 1st-tier monsters or unranked ones. How much could that be worth? Don't say that. Even if they were only hunting low-tier monsters, it's impressive for people their age to dare venture into the wilderness at all. The person who had just spoken fell silent, unable to retort. Su Chao and Zhang Kuang ignored the idle chatter around them and went straight to the materials counter. "Are you here to sell materials?" asked a young woman at the counter, her smile warm and friendly. "Yes, could you appraise these materials for us?" Su Chao replied politely, beginning to take out the items from his backpack one by one. "Ha! Horns of a second-tier iron-horned bull? And fangs and claws from second-tier bloodthirsty wolves. Wow! So many! There must be 20 or 30 of them. Did they wipe out an entire wolf pack? Here's a third-tier shadowclaw cat's claws, third-tier blood-pattern spider's legs and venom sacs, and third-tier blood fury tank's tusks." As Su Chao continued to unpack the materials, gasps rippled through the crowd around them. The warrior who had mocked them earlier flushed red with embarrassment. Glancing nervously at the two, he quickly turned and left. The young woman at the Hunters Association counter hastily waved her hands, signaling for Su Chao to stop unpacking. "Excuse me, sir, are all your materials of this caliber? Don't get me wrong. I'm not doubting anything, it's just that your materials are of such high quality that they're beyond the scope of my responsibilities. I need to take you to meet our supervisor. Please follow me to the VIP room on the second floor." After speaking, she helped Su Chao pack up the materials and led the two of them upstairs. Once their figures disappeared from the first-floor lobby, the surrounding crowd began to chatter. "These two young people are incredible. They managed to hunt so many second-tier and third-tier beasts. They're probably geniuses from some top school or elite warriors nurtured by a powerful organization. It's best not to offend such young talents. They're already this formidable now, who knows how strong they'll become in the future. The younger generation is getting more and more impressive. I heard that a few geniuses from Shanghai Martial University made significant gains in the outskirts of the Wui Mountains recently. Hey, I remember the Demon Hunting Squad also returned from the Wui Mountains, but they suffered heavy losses and barely gained anything." "Shoo, don't talk recklessly about such matters." Su Chao and Zhang Quan followed the staff to a room on the second floor. Inside, a middle-aged man around 40 years old was seated behind a desk. His hair was neatly combed, and he wore gold-rimmed glasses, giving off an air of refinement and courtesy. When he saw the three of them enter, he stood up and greeted them with a smile. The staff member beside him introduced, "These two are here to sell materials. This is our supervisor Zhao, and he will be handling the transaction from here on." Afterward, the staff left the room and closed the door. Supervisor Zhao gestured for the two of them to sit. "I heard you have materials to sell. Could you show them to me?" "Of course." Su Chao immediately began taking materials out of his backpack. As each item was placed on the table, Supervisor Zhao's expression grew increasingly serious. At first, he had assumed it would just be some second-tier materials, with perhaps a small amount of third-tier beast materials. But as the third-tier materials continued to pile up, his astonishment deepened. When they finally brought out materials from a fourth-tier bloodthirsty demon wolf and a fourth-tier shadow panther, Supervisor Zhao's expression turned to outright shock. He had seen fourth-tier beast materials before, but to think that two individuals who still looked like students could hunt so many third-tier beasts and even two fourth-tier ones was simply unbelievable. "May I ask if you two hunted these yourselves?" "Of course," Zhang Kuang replied casually. "The two of us hunted them together. There's nothing to hide. These are all the materials we have. Could you calculate how much they're worth?" Supervisor Zhao offered the two some tea before carefully inspecting and calculating the materials. After about 10 minutes, he smiled and said, "You have materials from two fourth-tier beasts here. The purchase price for the complete carcass of a fourth-tier beast typically ranges between 1 million and 5 million, depending on its strength and type. For your bloodthirsty demon wolf and shadow panther materials, I can offer 1.3 million. As for the third-tier beast carcasses, their prices range between 500,000 and 1 million each. You're 14. Third-tier beast materials are worth between 1.5 million and 3 million, bringing the subtotal to 2.9 million. You also have a large quantity of second-tier beast materials, about 72 in total. I'll value them at 4.15 million. Altogether, the total value comes to approximately 8.35 million. I'll round it up to 8.5 million for you. How does that sound?" Su Chao and Zhang Kuang exchanged a glance, feeling that the price was quite fair, higher than they had anticipated. It seemed Supervisor Zhao wanted to establish a good relationship with the two of them, recognizing their potential. Deal. Let's settle it at that price. Su Chao nodded. Please provide your account information, and I'll transfer the payment immediately. Su Chao gave Supervisor Zhao his account details. Not long after, Su Chao's phone vibrated, and his account balance showed an additional 8.5 million. Seeing that the payment had gone through, Supervisor Zhao smiled and extended his hand. My name is Zhao Deju. Here's my business card. If you have more materials to sell in the future, feel free to come directly to me, and I'll guarantee you a fair price. If you need to buy something, I can also offer you a discount. Su Chao and Zhang Kuang shook hands with him. Sure thing, Supervisor Zhao. If we have materials to sell or need to purchase items again, we'll definitely come to you. As if suddenly remembering something, Zhao Deju reached into his bag and pulled out 2 black cards, handing them to the pair. By the way, you two just returned from the wilderness, right? We offer dining, lodging, and other services here. These are 3-star black cards from our association. With these cards, you can enjoy a 10% discount on all services here. The two of them thought about it and realized they could indeed use a proper bath and some cleanup. They didn't want their parents to smell the blood on them when they returned home. Smiling, they accepted the cards. Thank you, Supervisor Zhao. Zhao Deju escorted them to the door. Just as they left the office and walked a few steps, someone suddenly called out, Hey! Are you Su Chao? Su Chao looked up to see a group of young people approaching them. The one calling out to him was a tall girl with a long ponytail, large eyes, and strikingly beautiful features, a real beauty. Bai Jia, hello. Su Chao immediately recognized her. She was a fellow warrior he'd met during the last Beast Tide battle on the city wall, a third-year student at Nanhua Martial University. At the end of that battle, everyone had celebrated together. He had almost hugged her in the excitement, making the situation a bit awkward. Thankfully, she had graciously offered her hand for a handshake and introduced herself, diffusing the tension and establishing their acquaintance. Su Chao hadn't expected her to remember him. Just as he was about to introduce her to Zhang Kuang, he turned his head and noticed Zhang Kuang standing frozen in place. Following Zhang Kuang's gaze, Su Chao was equally stunned. Standing there was an absolutely stunning woman, the most beautiful and unique girl he had ever seen. She had silver, ear-length short hair and stood about 170 centimeters tall, dressed in a tight-fitting combat suit. Her eyes were bright and clear, as if they could see through everything. Her lips were naturally full and rosy, and her nose was high but perfectly proportioned. Under the hallway lights, her skin appeared like silk woven from moonlight. Whether taken individually or as a whole, her features resembled the most exquisite piece of art. Previously, Bai Jie's presence had obscured most of her figure, so Su Chao hadn't noticed her. Now, seeing her fully, he was utterly captivated. Finally, he understood why Zhang Kuang was so awestruck. No man could resist being drawn to her. Thanks to his system's protection, Su Chao wasn't easily swayed by charm. So, while he was momentarily stunned, he quickly regained his composure. The silver-haired girl hadn't expected Su Chao to recover so swiftly either. She gave him a surprised glance. She was well aware of her allure and had seen countless men completely mesmerized by her presence. You boys, every time you see our Jiu, you look like fools. Bai Jia laughed from the side. Her laughter snapped the dazed Zhang Kuang out of his trance. Zhang Kuang's face reddened, and he hurriedly greeted, Wen Jiu, do you remember me? I'm Zhang Kuang. Wen Jiu nodded slightly, yes, you're the apprentice of Vice Dean Lu, possessing an A-level thunder ability. You're one of the school's famous geniuses. Hearing her voice, Su Chao felt a tingling sensation throughout his body. At this point, Bai Jia began to introduce Su Chao. Let me introduce you to a few people. These are my teammates from my temporary squad in the wilderness zone. We just got back. She pointed to 2 young men and said, These 2 are my classmates, geniuses from the South China Martial Arts University in their 3rd year. Fu Jun, awakened with a B-level ability, a peak 3rd-tier warrior. Fam Hui, awakened with an A-level ability, an early-stage 4th-tier warrior. As for the last one, she deliberately dragged her tone. Beautiful, isn't she? She finished playfully, winking at Su Chao. This is my cousin, Wen Jieyu, a top-tier genius and the #1 campus beauty at Shanghai Martial Arts University. Su Chao was left helpless by her good-natured teasing. After introducing her teammates, Bai Jie began talking about Su Chao. This is Su Chao, a friend I met during the last beast-tide battle. He killed quite a few beasts and is very impressive. She didn't mention that Su Chao was a second-tier warrior and a liberal arts university student, likely because everyone present was at least peak third tier, and saying so might embarrass him. Su Chao secretly admired her tactfulness. She was both smart and kind. He then turned his attention to the two young men Bai Jie had just introduced. Fu Jun was a long-haired guy with a ponytail, wearing a sun hat, exuding a strong artistic vibe. It was surprising that he was a peak third-tier warrior. When Bai Jie introduced him, he only nodded politely at Su Chao and Zhang Quan, his expression indifferent. Fang Hui, on the other hand, was a tall, slightly shorter than Zhang Quan, with a buzz cut and a sunny, handsome demeanor. When introduced, he smiled and greeted the two warmly, even taking the initiative to shake hands with Su Chao and Zhang Quan. When Su Chao let go of his hand, he was shocked inwardly, but his face betrayed no emotion. Just now, when he shook hands with the man named Fang Hui, the panel in his mind suddenly vibrated, almost causing him to lose composure. It was the first time this had happened since the panel appeared, and Su Chao immediately became vigilant. He thought for a moment and decided to activate that eye of investigation to closely observe Fang Hui and see if he could uncover any clues. Through that eye of investigation, Fang Hui was indeed at the early stage of the fourth tier. However, Su Chao also sensed a deeply concealed power within him. Just as he probed this power, the panel vibrated abnormally again. Who exactly is Fang Hui? What is this power within him? Why does it interfere with my panel? A series of questions flooded his mind, but no one could provide him with answers. He could only resolve to keep an eye on Fang Hui in the future and gather as much information about him as possible. Su Chao was pretty certain that very few people could discover Fang Hui's secret. If it weren't for the panel's reminder, he wouldn't have noticed it either. Fang Hui seemed completely unaware that Su Chao was observing him. He was chatting and laughing with Zhang Quan, the atmosphere between them quite harmonious. Perhaps it was because they both had A-level abilities and were early-stage fourth-tier warriors, giving them plenty of common ground. Bai Jie noticed Su Chao wasn't speaking and pointed toward Director Zhao's office, asking, "Su Chao, I saw you just came out of Director Zhao's office. Were you here to sell materials too?" Su Chao nodded. "Yes, we just came back from the wilderness zone and were dealing with some materials with Director Zhao." Bai Jie joked with a smile. "Not bad. Looks like you had a great haul this time if you need to process materials here. Are you planning to head back to the wilderness zone? Interested in teaming up? We've discovered a spot with lots of spiritual resources, but also plenty of beasts. We're looking for a few people to join the exploration." As Bai Jie spoke, her cousin Wen Jieyu seemed to want to object, but seeing Bai Jie continue the conversation, she couldn't find an opportunity to interject. Perhaps she felt it was inappropriate to invite strangers to join their team so casually. Su Chao originally wanted to refuse, sharing the same concerns as Wen Jieyu. Joining an unfamiliar team on a whim could risk exposing many of his secrets. But Zhang Quan smiled and was the first to agree. "Of course. We were planning to rest for a day and then head back to the wilderness zone anyway. Since you're inviting us, let's team up and look out for each other." After Zhang Quan agreed, it was hard for Su Chao to refuse. After all, they were likely drawn to Zhang Quan's strength. Aside from Wen Jieyu, who didn't seem keen, Zhang Quan's apparent strength was probably the highest. His thunder ability was incredibly destructive. Speaking of Wen Jieyu's strength, Bai Jie hadn't said much earlier, prompting Su Chao to secretly use the eye of investigation to take a look. She was at the peak of the fourth tier and seemed ready to break through to the fifth tier at any moment. He tried to probe her ability level further but found it shrouded in a mist, making it impossible to discern. This was something he had never encountered before. Suddenly, he recalled Zhang Quan mentioning in Kaiyang City that Wen Jieyu was likely an S-level ability user, and everything clicked. It seemed that Eye of Investigation wasn't omnipotent and couldn't probe abilities higher than his own level. To investigate S-level abilities or above, he'd need to upgrade himself. At this moment, Wen Jieyu seemed to sense someone spying on her and caught sight of the abnormality in Su Chao's eyes. She furrowed her elegant brows, surprised that this seemingly ordinary young man had the ability to pry into others' powers. Caught red-handed, Su Chao's face twitched. Like a thief caught in the act, he awkwardly yet politely smiled at her. When he turned his head, Zhang Kuang was still engrossed in chatting with Feng Hui, paying no attention to his silent complaints, and dragged him along as they left. While walking, Zhang Kuang turned back and shouted to Feng Hui, "Brother Feng, let's chat again later. Contact us before you head back to the wilderness zone." The two left the Hunters Association and headed straight for the nearby Ability Management Bureau. Su Chao had been there once before, during his initial awakening, to register at the 25th District's Ability Management Bureau. This was the official and only place where battle merits could be exchanged. They intended to trade the collected spirit armor fragments for battle merits. After more than 40 minutes, Su Chao and Zhang Kuang emerged from the Management Bureau, unable to hide the smiles on their faces. Each had gained over 1,000 battle merits. Since battle merits couldn't be directly transferred to others, they had divided the spirit armor fragments and registered separately before entering to make the exchange. 4th tier beast spirit armor fragments could be exchanged for 50 battle merits, 3rd tier for 10 points, 2nd tier for 5 points, and 1st tier for 2 points. They had killed 2 4th tier beasts, over a dozen 3rd tier beasts, more than 100 2nd tier beasts, and several hundred 1st tier beasts altogether. After calculating, each of them earned 1,286 points of battle merit. Previously, Su Chao had 792 points. Adding it all together, he now had 2,078 points. This was already a considerable amount, enough to apply for the title of a 2-star honorary citizen. Finally, he had reached the battle merit requirement to purchase the Heart of Willowwood from the warrior's home. Now, the biggest problem was funding. Looking at the meager 5 million or so in his account, this time each of them received 4.25 million, and with the remaining 800,000 from before, this was all of Su Chao's savings. He had a pounding headache. Gathering more than 40 million in funds was a daunting task. Especially since the beast corpses they hunted in the wilderness couldn't be brought back, they could only collect valuable materials, which led to significant waste. He had to acquire the Heart of Willowwood during this summer vacation to treat his father. He couldn't bear to see his father tormented by illness any longer. Zhang Kuang had a bit more battle merit than Su Chao, roughly 200 points more. Before heading into the wilderness, he had only around 900 points, still far from qualifying as a 2-star honorary citizen. This left Zhang Kuang feeling quite dissatisfied. He prided himself on being a genius awakened ability user for 3 years, yet Su Chao, this monster, had caught up to him in such a short time. "Chao, you've got to treat me to a good meal at noon. We made quite the haul this time in the wilderness." Su Chao laughed, punching him lightly on the chest and teasing, "Big Bear, I've noticed your chest is big, but your heart is small. Fine, you can order anything you like for lunch, my treat. Go ahead and eat to your heart's content, let's see how much you can eat." It was nearly noon, and both of them were feeling a bit hungry. Spotting a nearby restaurant called Pingan Pavilion, which had good business and a nice atmosphere, they booked a private room. Zhang Kuang ordered a feast, costing Su Chao over 2,000. But he was mindful not to order only the most expensive dishes, knowing that Su Chao was working hard to save money for his father's medical treatment. After finishing their meal, the two returned to the Hunters Association. They planned to book a room to rest, clean up, and get some sleep. They decided not to head home immediately, as they needed to make another trip to the wilderness. They booked a luxury suite, using the 3-star black card given by manager Zhao, but still had to pay over 2,000 per night. Without hesitation, they paid. After all, the point of making money was to spend it. What was the purpose of working so hard if not to enjoy life? After washing up, Su Chao sat on the sofa to relax and informed his parents that he was safe. He stared at the panel in his mind. Name, Su Chao. Level, 3rd tier warrior. Abilities, A grade Eye of Insight, B grade Blink. Physique, 62. Mental power, 35. Source points, 7,135. Martial techniques, Shadow Stab, Mastery at full achievement, plus, Wind Slash, Mastery at full achievement, plus, Mountain Suppression Fist, minor achievement, plus. His source points had surpassed 7,000, but there was no indication of an upgrade for his abilities. He guessed that upgrading abilities above B grade might require tens of thousands of source points. After contemplating for a moment, he decided to enhance one of his basic martial techniques to the peak level, as this would bring the most noticeable improvement in combat power. Since he would soon enter the wilderness again, it was crucial to convert his source points into strength as much as possible. This was the most important thing. Source points could always be regained, but if he lost his life, everything would be lost. With that decision made, he began upgrading the basic martial technique Wind Slash. As source points were consumed, countless insights into Wind Slash flooded his mind. It felt as though he had been practicing this technique as a swordsman for decades, suddenly breaking through to an entirely new level. The moves became smooth and transparent. Every strike now carried the force of nature itself, striking fear into opponents and preventing them from performing at their best. Previously, at the advanced level, Wind Slash had merely reached the threshold. But now, at the peak level, it had truly entered the realm of mastery in blade techniques. He understood that very few warriors could refine a technique to the peak level. Even basic techniques. At the advanced level, a basic technique could enhance strength by 50%, but he estimated that at the peak level, it would boost strength by at least 70% to 80%. The exact numbers would need to be tested. With this, his attack power had skyrocketed to reach the level of an early-stage 4th-tier warrior. If he utilized all his abilities together, he could even hold his own against a 4th-tier warrior. After all, his abilities Blink and Eye of Insight were incredibly powerful, and their combination was downright formidable. The only drawback was that activating these abilities consumed a lot of energy and couldn't be sustained for long. Finally, he fully comprehended Wind Slash. When he checked how many source points he had used, the corner of his mouth twitched. Upgrading from advanced to peak had consumed 5,000 source points. With the remaining 2,000 or so source points, he decided to spend another 1,000 points to upgrade Mountain Suppression Fist from minor achievement to advanced level. Name, Su Chao. Level, Third Tier Warrior. Abilities, A grade Eye of Insight, B grade Blink. Physique, 62. Mental Power, 35. Source Points, 1,135. Martial Techniques, Shadow Stab, Mastery at Full Achievement, Wind Slash, Peak Mastery, Mountain Suppression Fist, Advanced Mastery. Upgrading 2 martial techniques had consumed 6,000 source points. This panel, while incredibly useful, was also a massive drain on his source points. It was both painful and exhilarating. Moreover, he felt that the further he progressed, the more astonishing the consumption would become. Shaking off these thoughts, Su Chao opened the Warriors' Home forum to check for any new updates. Recently, some sea beasts have been entering inland areas along rivers. Several hunters have been attacked, causing numerous casualties. Everyone is advised to remain vigilant when venturing near lakes or rivers. Reading this message, Su Chao mused to himself, even sea beasts are starting to stir trouble? If these sea beasts launched a large-scale invasion of inland areas, humanity's situation would become extremely precarious. Chu Feiyu, the genius of the Chu family from Kyoto base city, was ambushed by a mysterious expert while training outside and returned severely injured. The Chu family patriarch is furious and has sworn to capture the culprit to avenge his grandson. The Chu family of Kyoto base city was one of the top families in the area and a founding member of the Hunters Association, with significant influence across Huaxia. It was surprising that someone dared to target Chu Feiyu. Reliable sources indicate that a leading research institute has made a major breakthrough in human genetic medicine. The dream of popularizing genetic medicine may soon become a reality. Beast activity is frequent in the outskirts of the Wuling Mountains. Hunters heading out should exercise caution. Within the borders of the Inca Nation, a base city suffered a level 1 beast-tide attack, resulting in severe casualties. After browsing through these posts on the forum, Su Chao felt a surge of urgency in his heart. The monsters were growing stronger, and the survival pressure on humanity was becoming ever more intense. Most of this information circulated only among martial artists, inaccessible to ordinary people to avoid causing panic. Thus, television news would deliberately avoid mentioning such sensitive topics. Initially, Su Chao only planned to skim through some news before heading to bed for a good rest. But after reading, he found himself wide awake instead. Such precious time shouldn't be wasted lying in bed. He stood up, changed into his workout clothes, and prepared to head to the training room upstairs for a practice session. Although he could rely on his panel stats to constantly enhance his strength, these improvements felt more like infusions, requiring him to adapt and become familiar with the power in his body continually. The facilities at the Hunters Association were fairly decent, providing not only guest rooms and dining services but also a dedicated training floor upstairs. Though not as well equipped as the Starry Sky Martial Hall he had visited before, it was sufficient to meet the training needs of most martial artists. The training room was on the 33rd floor. As the elevator doors opened, Suchao stepped inside. There was only one other person in the elevator, a girl wearing a baseball cap, with short hair and dressed in athletic wear. She had a slender, graceful figure. From her back, she was undoubtedly a stunning beauty. But her face was underwhelming. Her features were ordinary, with nothing particularly noteworthy except for a pair of lively, bright eyes that sparkled as if they could speak. Her complexion was slightly tanned, as though she spent years under the sun. Noticing Suchao enter, a glimmer of surprise flashed in her eyes before she quickly turned her head away, but Suchao caught this moment. He found it odd, the girl exuded an inexplicable sense of incongruity, yet she also felt strangely familiar. As he racked his brain trying to recall, he realized he had no memory of meeting her before. Curious, he activated his Eye of Insight, his eyes immediately reflecting his astonishment before his expression turned peculiar. He quickly concealed his emotions. It turned out she was someone he had just met that morning. Wen Jieyu, it was her. Through his investigation, he discovered that she was wearing a thin disguise mask on her face, difficult for the average person to detect, only revealing its flaws under the scrutiny of the Eye of Insight. More importantly, he could see her stunning true appearance beneath the mask. This girl was quite intriguing, and a slight smile played on Suchao's lips. Neither of them spoke as the elevator doors closed and it continued its ascent. He thought they would soon reach the 33rd floor, putting an end to the awkward atmosphere. Suddenly, the elevator came to an abrupt stop, and all the lights went out, plunging them into darkness. Ah! A scream rang out beside him. Even as a martial artist, when faced with such a sudden change, a girl's instinctive reaction was still to cry out in fear. Just as her scream ended, the elevator began plummeting rapidly. Ah! Suchao felt his left hand being grabbed tightly. Turning to look, he saw the girl next to him, her face pale and body trembling. To be honest, Suchao was nervous too. They were on the 20th floor or higher. If the elevator fell all the way down, even though they were martial artists and wouldn't die outright, severe injuries would be unavoidable. Suchao quickly activated his Eye of Insight, locating the elevator buttons and pressing each one from bottom to top. He maintained a half-crouched position, ready to brace for impact. Fortunately, the elevator didn't fall the entire way. After dropping 4 or 5 floors, it came to a halt. Suchao finally exhaled in relief. As he calmed himself, he became more aware of his surroundings. One of his hands was clutched tightly against Wen Jieyu's chest, and he could feel her trembling body still hadn't fully settled down. The elevator remained pitch black and eerily silent. Only their rapid breathing broke the quiet. At this moment, through the arm she was holding close, he could feel the softness of her full figure. Though they were still in danger, he couldn't help but let his mind wander. The atmosphere grew somewhat ambiguous. He could clearly feel her warm breath lightly brushing against his face, tickling and bringing a faint sense of awkwardness. She likely hadn't recovered from the shock and was unaware of their current awkward proximity. To ease the tension, Suchao broke the silence. "Miss, are you all right?" When Jieyu stammered, I'm fine. But I'm a little afraid of the dark. Can I hold on to your hand for now?" So she was afraid of the dark. To divert her attention, Suchao joked, "No problem, hold on tight. We're lucky enough to still be alive." She was clearly unused to such casual remarks from a stranger. After a pause, she said, "Thank you. I know you're just trying to help me relax. Having someone to talk to does make it much better. No need to thank me. If you fainted from fear, I'd be the one having a headache here. By the way, why are you so afraid of the dark?" This time, her silence lasted even longer. Finally, her voice carried a hint of coldness. "Can I not answer that question?" Suchao felt the awkwardness immediately. He had just killed the conversation. Quickly, he tried to remedy the situation. "I'm sure the staff will notice the elevator malfunction soon. It won't take long, let's hang in there." When Jieyu realized her tone earlier might have been too harsh. After all, this person was trying to show concern for her. Thanks to his company, facing this situation alone didn't feel as terrifying. Otherwise, just thinking of certain past memories made her tremble uncontrollably. I'm sorry. My attitude was bad just now. This is related to my childhood experiences, and it's hard for me to talk about. I hope you understand. I get it. Everyone has their own difficult past, especially from childhood. For example, when I was a kid, I got a big cut on my hand. I heard salt could disinfect wounds, so I went ahead and poured salt on it. I was even worried it wouldn't get in properly, so I opened the wound wider to make sure. Man, I'll never forget that feeling. Boys can really be mischievous when they're young. When Jieyu realized Su Chao was deliberately sharing embarrassing stories to cheer her up and ease her tension, her impression of him improved a bit. The awkward moment when she caught him sneaking a glance at her during their first meeting now seemed less significant. Judging by your outfit, you were heading to the training room on the 33rd floor, right? Su Chao nodded. Yes, I need to improve my strength quickly. I only awakened my abilities in college and am quite behind. I can't afford to slack off. Unlike you all, awakening your abilities in high school, getting into top martial arts universities, and having endless resources. She suddenly asked, how do you know I attend a top martial arts university? Su Chao cursed himself internally for almost slipping up and quickly explained, I guessed. You look like a student, and I can sense you're very strong. Only a top martial arts university could nurture geniuses like you. She was half convinced. Can you perceive others' martial arts strength? Su Chao froze for a moment at her question inside. This girl was too clever. He had to be more careful with his words. Of course not. I don't have that ability. I just have sharper senses than most people. Are you a student at Shanghai Martial Arts University? Yes, I'm a junior. What a coincidence. I'm a junior too, but at Shanghai Institute of Technology. At this moment, a knock came from outside the elevator. Is anyone in there? Hearing the voice, Su Chao was relieved someone had come. He quickly responded, yes, there are two of us trapped in here. The staff outside called out, all right, are you okay? Please be patient, the malfunction will be fixed soon. Before long, the elevator lights came on. The sudden brightness made the two squint their eyes. Once they adjusted. When Jieyu finally let out a breath of relief, only to realize her embarrassing state moments before. She was clutching Su Chao's hand tightly, gripping it so hard it had been pushed into her chest, creating an exaggerated shape. Ah! She reacted as if electrocuted, letting go of his hand immediately. Her neck and ears turned red. Sorry, I'm afraid of the dark, so... Seeing her flustered expression, Su Chao couldn't help but laugh. He shook his arm, which had gone a bit numb from her grip. It's all right. You mentioned it earlier. It was hard to imagine that a student from Shanghai Martial Arts University, regarded as a goddess by her peers, could look so shy. Su Chao thought it was worth it, even though his hand felt a bit numb. He lifted his hand to his nose and took a sniff. Smells nice. He decided not to wash that shirt for now, let it air out a bit first. When Jieyu happened to glance up and caught Su Chao sniffing his hand, her face instantly turned scarlet. She glared at him fiercely, raising her eyebrows. You? She wanted to call him shameless, but it was her who had been holding his hand. So, she just glared at him again, even harder. She had originally planned to thank him, but now she didn't feel like it anymore. At that moment, the elevator doors opened. She dashed out as if fleeing for her life, not even looking back. The staff at the door gave Su Chao a puzzled look, their expressions full of suspicion. Su Chao was speechless. What are you looking at me like that for? Do you think I'm a bad guy? I didn't do anything wrong, so don't jump to conclusions. If I told you I was the real victim here, would you believe me? Sir, are you okay? Is the young lady all right? Suppressing his irritation, Su Chao said, I'm fine, and so is she. This elevator of yours really needs proper maintenance. That was terrifying. The staff quickly apologized, Sir, we're very sorry for the fright. We will strengthen elevator management in the future. For now, your room charges will be waived for the next few days as compensation. Su Chao nodded, satisfied with their attitude. Is the elevator next to this one working? I need to get to the 33rd floor. The staff smiled. It's operational, sir. With that, he pressed the elevator button. In a moment, the doors opened, and Su Chao stepped in. He needed to continue his training and not let this little incident distract him. Speaking of which, when Jieyu hadn't taken the elevator and had probably gone up the stairs instead, she must still be shaken. She sure left in a hurry. Su Chao brought his hand to his nose again, catching a faint, pleasant scent. It was quite soothing. Arriving on the 33rd floor training room. There weren't many people training. Su Chao scanned the room but didn't see Wen Jieyu, and he felt a bit disappointed. She was probably too frightened and had gone back to her room to rest. Su Chao casually picked an arena room and began his training. Meanwhile, in Bai Jia and Wen Jieyu's room. Seeing her cousin push open the door, Bai Jia asked in surprise. Jieyu, weren't you at the training room? Why are you back so soon? Wen Jieyu removed her disguise mask, revealing her beautiful face, and complained, don't even mention it. What bad luck! What happened? Did another handsome guy ask for your number? Wait, weren't you wearing your disguise mask? That's something your master painstakingly crafted, something even skilled experts can't detect. Bai Jia immediately perked up, firing off questions like a machine gun, clearly intrigued by the gossip. This kind of thing had clearly happened often before. When Jieyu shot her a glare, helpless against her cousin's love for gossip. Although they were cousins, Bai Jia was only 2 months older than her. Their relationship was incredibly close, they had grown up together like best friends, sharing everything. Come on now. All you think about is handsome guys. Honestly, are you lovesick and wanting to find a boyfriend? Didn't you say someone from Nanhua Martial Arts University was chasing you? Pick one already. Even that Fu Jun from our squad seems interested in you. I've seen the way he looks at you. Bai Jia snorted dismissively. Those guys? I don't like any of them. They're all weaklings. If they can't even beat me, how dare they chase me? When Jieyu stared at her. By the way, what about that Su Chao you met this morning? You seemed pretty enthusiastic about him. Be honest, do you like him? Bai Jia threw a pillow at Wen Jieyu, growling, how dare you tease me? Are you itching for a fight? I don't like Su Chao. I just find him interesting. During the Beast Tide, I was right next to him. Even though he's only a level 2 martial artist, he was incredibly brave, killing more beasts than me. When Jieyu dodged the pillow and kept pressing, no wonder you invited him to join our team. I heard he only awakened his ability in university, and he's at a liberal arts college? Bai Jia sighed. Yes, it's a pity. If he had awakened in high school, he'd probably be on par with me now. When Jieyu gave her a questioning look. Are you sure you don't like him? Bai Jia nodded helplessly. I really don't. I just think he's interesting. During the Beast Tide, I observed him. He seems to have some kind of detection ability. He can easily find a monster's weak spots and often kills with a single blow. His efficiency is almost terrifying. That's why I invited him to join our squad. I figured he'd be helpful for this mission. Plus, his friend is a genius from your school. I heard they're really strong, which will also boost our squad's combat power. After listening to Bai Jia's explanation, Wen Jieyu felt relieved. Thinking about that annoying guy earlier who had the audacity to sniff the hand she hugged in front of her face, looking utterly intoxicated, she clenched her teeth. She had to find a chance to teach him a lesson, though considering he had helped her, she decided to show some mercy. Bai Jia cast a suspicious glance at Wen Jieyu, feeling that her cousin was acting strange today. Jieyu, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Your face and ears are all red. By the way, you still haven't told me what happened. How did the conversation suddenly shift to me? Wen Jieyu had no choice but to tell Bai Jia about the elevator malfunction. Of course, she didn't mention encountering Su Chao in the elevator or how he hugged her hand, thinking it unnecessary. What? You were trapped in the elevator? And it was completely dark. Jieyu, are you okay now? Bai Jia immediately stood up, ran over to grab her hand, her face full of worry. Clearly, she knew Wen Jieyu was afraid of the dark, especially in confined spaces, which would remind her of some unpleasant memories. When Jieyu looked at Bai Jia's worried expression and understood what she was concerned about, she gently patted Bai Jia's hand and gave her a reassuring look. Don't worry, cousin. I'm fine. Luckily, there was someone else inside who kept talking to me to help ease my nerves. This time, I wasn't affected at all. It doesn't seem as bad as before. Bai Jia let out a sigh of relief, patting her chest as if a heavy weight had been lifted from her heart. I'm so glad you're okay. Otherwise, your mom and my mom would have scolded me to death for secretly bringing you out to the wilderness. It's fine, they won't blame you. I came out on my own this time. As martial artists, we can't just stay home and train behind closed doors. If we don't go to the wilderness to hunt monsters, what's the point of our cultivation? Being overly protected is actually detrimental to growth. Bai Jia glanced around the room and lowered her voice. Jieyu, you still need to be careful. They're getting bolder and bolder now. Recently, even Chu Feiyu from the Chu family was targeted. This has already caught the attention of the higher-ups, and they're preparing for a large-scale cleanup. I heard Chu Feiyu might have awakened an SS-level ability and is already a 6th-level martial artist. The other side sent an ordinary grandmaster to deal with him, obviously underestimating his strength. The Chu family gave him a life-saving card, and he managed to escape. Although he returned home seriously injured, you have to admit, the guy's got skills. Hearing Bai Jia mention this, Wen Jieyu's expression turned serious. She knew exactly who her cousin was referring to as they. A group of traitors to humanity, lurking in the shadows like vile insects. They hide too well. Even if the higher-ups want to clean them out, it won't be easy in the short term. But you're right, cousin. We need to be extra careful when we go out. Seeing that Wen Jieyu understood the seriousness of the situation, Bai Jia relaxed slightly. She knew her cousin's talent was extraordinary, one of the top prodigies at Shanghai Martial University, and also a prime target for those people. Bai Jia was deeply worried about her safety. That's why they had agreed that Wen Jieyu must always wear a disguise mask when out in public and had informed every teammate to keep it confidential. The reason she hadn't worn the mask earlier when encountering Su Chao and the others was that the mask's effect had worn off and needed time to recover. This was why their team had no choice but to return to the base city for a break. Fu Jun and Feng Hui were teammates Bai Jia had carefully selected, both with solid strength. Fu Jun was one of her suitors, and as they were high school classmates, she was familiar with his background and found him reliable. Feng Hui had a cheerful and outgoing personality, was well liked, and had a good reputation at school. She believed both of them were trustworthy, which was why she invited them to form a team and venture into the wilderness together for monster hunting. Jieyu, speaking of Chu Feiyu, I heard that your family elders are planning to arrange a marriage alliance between you and him? When Jieyu froze at Bai Jia's sudden question, then fell silent for a moment. What? You don't agree? Bai Jia was a bit surprised. They had never discussed this topic before. The Chu family is one of the top 5 families in the Kyoto base city, and Chu Feiyu himself is quite an outstanding talent. I heard he's also pretty good-looking. Although he's seriously injured this time, it hasn't affected his core cultivation. With the Chu family's resources, he'll recover quickly. By all accounts, it seems like a good match. What exactly are you resisting? When Jieyu finally spoke, her tone filled with anger and agitation. Why should they get to dictate my life? If they want me to marry someone, I have to marry him? When I was a child, they ignored my mother and me, letting others bully us. Only after I awakened my S-level ability did they start trying to make amends by sending all kinds of resources to smooth things over. Too late. And now they want to interfere in my marriage? No way. I will never allow my marriage to have any impurities. In the past, I couldn't protect my mom and myself, but now that I can, no one can control me. My marriage will be my decision. My future partner must be someone I choose myself. Even if he's just an ordinary person, as long as I like him, that's all that matters. Bai Jia clearly understood the complexities of her family situation and didn't press further. She sighed. Have you really thought this through? This isn't just a spur-of-the-moment thing, right? When Jieyu, having just vented her feelings, seemed calmer now. Yes, I'm serious. Even my master supports my decision. When Bai Jia heard that her master supported her, she realized Wen Jieyu had made up her mind. After all, her master was highly influential in Shanghai base city, and others would have to give some respect. Bai Jia didn't bring up the topic again but thought to herself, this will only worsen her relationship with her family and might even lead to conflict. Sigh. Such a stubborn personality, just like her mom. Jieyu, since you've decided, of course, I'll support you. I hope you can find happiness. Honestly, I also hate marriage alliances in big families. They show no respect for women. Your elders want to marry you off to Chu Feiyu to leverage the Chu family's power and open up business opportunities in Kyoto Bay City. At the end of the day, it's just a transaction, not about the happiness of two young people. Wen Jiayu nodded deeply in agreement. Forget it, let's not talk about them anymore. I'm going to take a shower, I was sweating all over in that elevator earlier. Bai Jia gently hugged her. Jiayu, don't go to the training room anymore. Just rest in your room today. We still have to head out to the wilderness tomorrow. After dinner with Zhang Kuang that evening, Su Chao returned to his room early. He was utterly exhausted today. In the afternoon, he spent over 2 hours in the battle room sparring with combat puppets. The adrenaline rush was electrifying, and he found it incredibly satisfying. Both his physical abilities and mastery of martial techniques had improved significantly. The only downside was that the battle room was too expensive, and his account balance had shrunk by several tens of thousands again. He picked up his phone and had a brief video call with his mother, informing his family that he would need a few more days before returning home and reassuring them not to worry. Originally, he planned to go to sleep, but then he suddenly realized that he hadn't been in touch with his sister for several days. The last time they spoke was when the family was moving. He had told her that they had relocated to a new community, that everything was fine, and that she didn't need to worry. So, he picked up the phone and dialed her number. After the call ended, Su Chao frowned slightly, his expression becoming serious. He sensed that something was troubling his sister, as if she had encountered some kind of issue. However, when he asked, she avoided the question and didn't say much. It didn't seem to be a financial problem. Though neither his sister nor her husband were martial artists, his sister, Su Yufei, had graduated from college and worked for a company with a modest monthly salary of about 8,000. Her husband, Zhao Jihong, was an assistant researcher at an institute, earning a slightly higher salary than Su Yufei. Ever since Su Chao awakened his abilities, his sister had stopped sending money to their family. Besides, after Su Chao transferred a sum of money to their mother last time, their mother had sent 200,000 yuan to Su Yufei. Forget it. It probably wasn't anything major for now. Once he became stronger, he would go and check on them. Having thought it through, he decided not to dwell on it any longer, lying down to rest. He needed to recharge his energy. Tomorrow, he would head to the wilderness. Early morning, the wilderness. On the road leading to the Wui mountain range, 6 people were moving forward at a brisk pace, easily dispatching any beasts they encountered. The group consisted of Su Chao, Zhang Kuang, Feng Wei, Fu Jun, Bai Jia, and Wen Jiayu, heading toward the outskirts of the Wui mountain range. At the moment, Wen Jiayu was wearing a disguise mask, transforming her appearance into that of the girl next door type, making her less conspicuous. At the gathering earlier, Bai Jia had specifically explained that Wen Jiayu's striking looks could easily attract trouble in the wilderness, so everyone needed to keep a low profile. Su Chao and Wen Jiayu exchanged a glance, pretending not to notice. Wen Jiayu assumed Su Chao was unaware of what had happened in the elevator, while Su Chao also feigned ignorance to avoid any awkwardness. The Wui mountain range was located southwest of Shanghai Bay City, spanning thousands of kilometers and teeming with countless beasts, including a significant number of high-level ones. It was rumored that the core region had even seen beasts of the 9th tier or higher, making it extremely dangerous. Nonetheless, many martial artists still ventured there to hunt, as the area was home to numerous rare flowers, herbs, and spiritual fruits. Some of these could rapidly enhance a martial artist's abilities, heal injuries, or even possess special effects. The martial artist's home website featured many lucrative bounties for these rare flowers and fruits, offering highly enticing prices. As a result, countless martial artists were driven to madness in pursuit of them. After exiting the wilderness zone, Bai Jia finally disclosed their mission to Su Chao and Zhang Kuang. Their target this time was a valley in the southwestern outskirts of the Wui mountain range, where a soul infant fruit tree had been discovered. The soul infant fruit was a 6th-tier spiritual fruit capable of nourishing and enhancing a martial artist's spiritual power, as well as healing mental injuries. It was exceedingly rare and valuable. Su Chao had seen someone offering a price of 50 million on the martial artist's home website to purchase a single soul infant fruit. The fruit was unique in that its mature form could enhance spiritual power and heal mental injuries. However, if picked prematurely, the fruit would turn highly toxic. Consuming it could lead to mental poisoning, which was difficult to cure at best, rendering the victim mentally impaired and powerless, and at worst, causing death. The last time they found the fruit, it wasn't mature yet, so they hadn't dared to harvest it. Now, the timing seemed just right, and the fruit should ripen within a day or two. But there was a problem. This particular soul infant fruit tree was being guarded by a peak 5th-tier beast. The good news was that the beast was injured, seemingly suffering from mental trauma. It was guarding the soul infant fruit in hopes of consuming it once it ripened to recover its strength, or perhaps even ascend to the 6th tier. After Bai Jie's explanation, Su Chao and Zhang Kuang exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Typically, a soul infant fruit tree bore 2 fruits. Based on the purchase price listed on the martial artist's home website, if they succeeded, each person could earn at least 10 million. If the beast were in peak condition, they wouldn't dare to take the risk. But with the beast injured, they felt it was worth trying. If things went south, they could always retreat. After all, no martial artist ventured into the wilderness without taking risks. This was the plan Bai Jie and Feng Hui had previously devised. Now, they were simply briefing Su Chao and Zhang Kuang again. Once the group agreed on the plan, they continued heading toward the valley on the outskirts of the Wui mountain range. The valley was approximately 200 kilometers from Shanghai Bay City, making it a fairly deep wilderness venture. However, given their strength, the risks were manageable as long as they remained cautious. "Brother Feng, how did you discover that valley last time?" On the way, Zhang Kuang struck up a conversation with Feng Hui again. The two hit it off particularly well, chatting like old friends reunited. Feng Hui, being naturally straightforward, also appreciated Zhang Kuang's candidness. "Brother Zhang, it's actually quite a coincidence. The 4 of us were hunting on the outskirts of the Wui mountain range last time when we ran into a beast riot. Scared out of our wits, we fled for our lives and accidentally stumbled upon that valley. Later, when we returned to the base and asked around, we learned that the demon hunter squad had provoked a 7th-tier beast king and were being chased down, which caused the riot in that area. Many martial artists suffered because of it, and we were caught in the chaos. I actually ran into the demon hunter squad when I returned to the city. They looked miserable. Several members had died, and even their captain, who was said to be a peak 6th-tier expert, was severely injured." Recalling the scene, Feng Hui still felt lingering fear. "Brother Zhang, you wouldn't believe it. The whole mountain was crawling with beasts. We all thought we were done for and ran for our lives. Who would have thought we'd stumble upon that valley and even discover the 6th-tier soul infant fruit tree, along with a bunch of rare flowers and herbs? Sometimes, you really have to marvel at the saying, blessings and misfortunes are intertwined. It couldn't be more true." Zhang Kuang nodded in agreement. Along the way, Zhang Kuang and Feng Hui's chatter was incessant. Fu Jun, on the other hand, was a man of few words, focused solely on the journey and seemingly uninterested in their conversation. Occasionally, when he glanced at Bai Jie, his eyes revealed tenderness and infatuation. Wen Jiyu was unusually quiet today as well, occasionally discussing the route with Bai Jie before lowering her head to continue walking. Su Chao, meanwhile, was the least conspicuous member of the group. Even Feng Hui and Fu Jun couldn't understand why Bai Jie had included him. What could a 2nd-tier martial artist possibly contribute? He seemed more like a burden. However, Wen Jiyu did not object, and no one else said anything either. After all, she was the strongest member of the team. After traveling about 100 miles, the group decided to find a place to rest. The road ahead was more dangerous, with Tier 4 beasts lurking, so they had to conserve their strength and maintain their mental state. During the rest, the others began to look at Su Chao differently. Although they hadn't encountered any Tier 4 beasts along the way, they ran into several waves of Tier 3 beasts and numerous Tier 1 and Tier 2 beasts. This was when they witnessed Su Chao's prowess. His efficiency in killing Tier 2 beasts was astonishing. Every strike was a one-hit kill. It was as if he could see through the beast's weaknesses. His movements were sharp and precise. In terms of speed at taking down Tier 2 beasts, no one could match him, even though the rest of the team was overall stronger than him. Su Chao, of course, noticed their gazes. This had been his intention all along. It was important to display an appropriate level of strength, as it seemed more normal and could earn respect. Otherwise, being an ordinary Tier 2 martial artist among a group of geniuses would make him stand out more and arouse suspicion. The 6 of them took turns standing guard while the others ate to replenish their energy and meditated to recover. they also sorted through their spoils. They had killed over a dozen Tier 3 beasts along the way, along with too many Tier 1 and Tier 2 beasts to count. As usual, they only collected materials from the Tier 3 beasts and a small portion of the Tier 2 beasts, leaving the rest behind, taking only spirit armor shards to exchange for combat merit. Even so, the materials they gathered were worth over 3 million, which wasn't bad at all. After resting for about an hour, everyone had recovered well. They prepared to set off again, but the second half of the journey wouldn't be as easy as the first. They had just traveled 20 kilometers when they encountered 2 Tier 4 beasts, causing the team's expressions to grow serious. They had already entered the outskirts of the Wui Mountains. The first was a monkey-like Tier 4 beast in its early stages. Zhang Kuang stepped up voluntarily, whether to show off or to earn merit as a new member. Using his lightning-based ability, he took it down in less than 15 minutes, leaving everyone impressed by the power of lightning abilities. The second Tier 4 beast was a large, spotted tiger that exuded a powerful aura. It roared at them threateningly, as if to drive them out of its territory. Su Chao recognized it as a Tier 4 peak-level diamond tiger, with bones as hard as alloy. Ordinary weapons would struggle to harm it. This time, the group was more cautious. They made sure no one fought it alone and aimed to finish the battle quickly. Fang Hui was the first to attack, wielding a long blade that was about 10 centimeters longer than Su Chao's horizontal blade, and it appeared to be a Tier 5 alloy weapon. He moved swiftly, flashing to the side of the diamond tiger in an instant and slashing downward with his blade. The diamond tiger raised its paw sharply, swatting Fang Hui back several meters. Sparks flew from the collision of blade and claw. Zhang Kuang also joined the fray, thrusting his spear directly at the tiger's neck, but its tail lashed out, knocking the spear aside. The impact left Zhang Kuang's hands numb, and he almost lost his grip on the weapon. It was clear this beast wasn't going to be easy to deal with. Fortunately, at this moment, when Jieyu launched her attack, she wielded a long sword that was similar in length to Su Chao's horizontal blade, its blade shimmering with starlight, strikingly beautiful. Su Chao guessed that this sword was of a high grade, likely an A-level alloy weapon. Her timing was impeccable. The diamond tiger hadn't anticipated that the true threat would come from this seemingly delicate human. It failed to dodge entirely and was stabbed in the neck, spraying a stream of blood. Roar! The tiger bellowed in fury, and raged that it had been injured so early in the fight. It turned its focus directly onto Wen Jieyu, deciding to eliminate the greatest threat first. With Wen Jieyu, a Tier 4 peak martial artist, as the primary attacker, and Zhang Kuang and Fang Hui providing support from the sides, the three worked together to suppress the diamond tiger. Soon, the tiger's body was covered in wounds, most inflicted by Wen Jieyu. The three of them fought with increasing vigor, the battle lasting dozens of breaths. In the end, the Tier 4 peak diamond tiger collapsed unwillingly at their feet, its massive body lying among the shattered rocks and broken trees surrounding them. Throughout the battle, Su Chao didn't see Fang Hui or Wen Jieyu use their abilities, which left him somewhat disappointed. Fang Hui, despite his outwardly straightforward demeanor, seemed rather reserved and didn't easily reveal his abilities. Su Chao was very curious about what abilities the two of them possessed. He already knew the abilities of the other members. Bai Jia had a B-level metal ability, and Fu Jun had a B-level wind ability. Su Chao also wanted to probe Fang Hui and Wen Jieyu's abilities. However, when he had previously tried to test Wen Jieyu, he failed to uncover anything and was even caught red-handed by her. As for Fang Hui, he had an A-level ability, and Su Chao didn't dare to test him recklessly for fear of being detected. After all, his Eye of Insight was also an A-level ability. He had experimented with Zhang Kuang before and found that probing someone of the same level would give them a vague sense of being watched. After defeating the diamond tiger, worried that the noise of the battle might attract other beasts or martial artists, the group quickly collected materials and left the area. Not long after they departed, a group of beasts arrived at the site where the diamond tiger had been killed. Seeing its mangled corpse, they roared angrily. Among them were several powerful presences, clearly Tier 4 beasts. After leaving the diamond tiger's territory, the group carefully navigated through the mountainous terrain, getting closer to the valley they were seeking. This area occasionally saw Tier 4 beasts, making them even more cautious. They avoided conflict whenever possible, not wanting to alert the Tier 5 beast that resided nearby. Unless they encountered Tier 3 or lower-level beasts, they refrained from fighting, only collecting materials and spirit armor shards from such encounters. By this point, Su Chao no longer held back. He claimed that he could sense the movements of beasts within a certain range, though he didn't exaggerate, stating that his range was less than a kilometer. He even deliberately lay on the ground, pressing his ear to it as if sensing, which nearly made Zhang Kuang burst out laughing. He thought to himself, this guy Su Chao is unexpectedly good at acting, I never noticed before. Su Chao's caution was not without reason. With someone as mysterious as Feng Hui in the team, he couldn't afford to expose his eye of insight too easily. It's always wise to stay vigilant around others. At first, the group was skeptical. But after following Su Chao's guidance to successfully avoid several waves of Tier 4 beasts, they began to take him seriously. They hadn't expected him to have such a skill. For martial artists who often ventured into the wilderness, being able to avoid strong beasts in advance greatly increased their safety. Under Su Chao's leadership, they finally arrived at the valley Bai Jia had mentioned. The valley was encircled by towering mountains, forming a narrow strip about 2 kilometers wide. The entrance was hidden within a small patch of dense forest they had just passed through. It was a place most people would never discover. About a kilometer to the left of the entrance, at the base of a mountain, there was a cave. Beside the cave's entrance, in a crack in a nearby rock, grew a small tree over a person's height. Its trunk was as thick as an adult's arm. The tree's leaves rustled in the breeze, their edges lined with sharp thorns. Amidst the leaves, 2 dark purple fruits could be vaguely seen, shaped like tiny humanoid figures, with a somewhat eerie appearance. From afar, they resembled 2 children hanging from the tree, hence the name Soul Infant Fruit. The 6 individuals noticed the Soul Infant Fruit's dark purple hue and were delighted, realizing they hadn't missed the best time for harvesting. The sign of the fruit's maturity was when its color shifted from purple to black. Now being dark purple indicated it was almost ripe and would likely mature within a day. Just as they were elated, their excitement was interrupted by the appearance of a large python near the Soul Infant Fruit tree. The python measured about 4 to 5 meters long, as thick as a large bowl, with golden yellow scales. As it slithered, it made a swooshing sound, raising its head, flicking its tongue, and fixating its gaze on the Soul Infant Fruit tree. This was a pinnacle Tier 4th order beast, the golden python. When it was less than 2 meters from the cave entrance, it suddenly paused, warily staring into the cave, emitting a threatening hissing sound. From within the cave, a figure slowly emerged. It was a rodent-like beast, somewhat resembling a prehistoric kangaroo. Its body was over 2 meters long, with elongated hind legs and a muscular build. It also had an exceptionally long and thick tail, longer than its own body. Most strikingly, one of its eyes was hollow, with dried bloodstains at the corner, as if some force had forcibly gouged it out. Despite this, its entire being exuded immense power, carrying a faintly oppressive aura. A pinnacle Tier 5th order beast, the treasure-seeking rat. Its name came from its innate ability to sense treasures. It loved searching for rare items and had an internal space where it could store and safeguard its finds. The rat emerged from the cave, baring its teeth at the golden python and letting out a threatening growl. Feeling the threat, the python retreated a few steps, glanced longingly at the Soul Infant Fruits, but, unwilling to back down, remained in place. The treasure-seeking rat, enraged by the python's defiance, refused to tolerate any provocation as a 5th order beast. It turned into a black blur, charging directly at the python. The golden python had just started to lunge forward when the rat landed successive punches, sending the snake flying over 10 meters away. Upon crashing, the python shattered a large swath of rocks. The treasure-seeking rat allowed no respite, launching another fierce assault. Its movements were swift, with punches as sharp as those of a top-tier boxer, so fast they left after images. Its tail, like a lightning whip, lashed out with unrelenting force. Each strike forced the golden python to stumble back continuously. In no time, the python became a lifeless, limp corpse sprawled on the ground. The treasure-seeking rat was truly terrifying. A golden python, already at the peak of the 4th order, was taken down within moments. After slaying the python, the rat grabbed the corpse and dragged it back to the cave entrance. Then, it raised its head to stare at the Soul Infant Fruit tree for several minutes, scanning its surroundings. Just when everyone thought it would return to the cave, it sat directly beneath the tree, supporting its body with its tail and forelegs, vigilantly observing the area. Clearly, it knew the Soul Infant Fruits were nearing maturity and had decided to guard them. Upon closer inspection, however, the rat's remaining eye appeared somewhat lifeless, showing signs of fatigue. Its aura also seemed slightly weakened. As it turned out, it was already injured. The rat had been recuperating in the cave and would not have emerged had it not sensed the golden python nearing the soul infant fruit tree. If it had been in peak condition, dealing with the python would have taken far less time. In the distance, Su Chao and the other 5 witnessed the rat's formidable strength, immediately realizing how tricky the situation had become. Bai Jia was the first to speak. We underestimated both its injuries and its power before. Even though it's injured, the force it unleashed is still beyond what we can handle. Fang Hui stared at the treasure-seeking rat for a moment, then glanced at the soul infant fruits on the tree. But giving up just like that, it doesn't sit well with me. We all know the value of these 2 soul infant fruits. Everyone certainly understood how precious the soul infant fruits were. After unlocking their genetic potential, martial artists focus on enhancing their mental energy and vitality during training. Vitality could be improved through potions or the blood and flesh of high-order beasts. These were relatively easy to purchase, available at the Martial Artists Guild or the Hunters Association, as long as one had money. However, enhancing mental energy was not nearly as simple. Most martial artists could only improve their mental energy through prolonged meditation. Awakened abilities of higher levels allowed for faster improvement. Of course, there were rare spiritual herbs and miraculous flowers that could directly enhance mental energy, and the soul infant fruit was one of them. Such treasures were exceedingly difficult to come by. Those lucky enough to acquire them were unlikely to sell, opting instead to use them themselves or keep them for their family lineage. As a result, these treasures were rarely seen on the market. Even if the Martial Artists Guild offered high prices for them, no one was willing to sell. The people present were all prodigies from their respective schools. If they could obtain the soul infant fruits, their strength would increase rapidly, allowing them to easily surpass their peers. Su Chao, however, was the sole exception. Before joining, he had promised that if the soul infant fruits were obtained, he wouldn't need them and would instead take their monetary equivalent. Because of this, no one opposed his inclusion, despite his second-order strength. Everyone believed Su Chao was pragmatic. Su Chao was happy to let them misunderstand. He indeed had no need for soul infant fruits to enhance his mental energy. After all, he existed as a panel, and improving mental energy was easy for him. What he lacked now was money. He urgently needed to gather enough funds to buy the Heart of Willow for his father. Seeing Feng Hui still contemplating acting against the treasure-seeking rat, the usually quiet Fu Jun finally spoke. No matter how valuable the soul infant fruits are, they're only worth it if we survive. Didn't you see? That pinnacle tier 4th order golden python didn't even have a chance to retaliate, it was just a punching bag. I advise against taking action. Let's leave while it hasn't noticed us. Zheng Kuang hesitated for a moment before asking with doubt, but doesn't this pinnacle 5th order treasure-seeking rat look less injured than you mentioned before? Bai Jia nodded. When we saw it the other day, its aura was indeed much weaker than it is now. It's likely that it consumed something over this period to recover to its current state. Everyone nodded in agreement. The name treasure-seeking rat wasn't given without reason. No one knew what treasures it had stored in its internal space. It could very well include medicines for healing injuries. In fact, Bai Jia and her group had considered attacking it while it was severely injured, but ultimately dismissed the idea. At that time, the soul infant fruits hadn't yet matured. A fight would have drawn more beasts or martial artists to the area, complicating matters further. The atmosphere suddenly became silent, no one spoke further. The strength exhibited by this peak 5th tier treasure rat made it clear that a frontal assault might result in injuries among their team. After all, their team included 3rd tier warriors. If one of them were struck by the 5th tier treasure rat even once, it could be fatal. The gap of 2 major tiers was no joke. Bai Jia noticed the divided opinions among the group and directed her gaze toward Wen Jieyu, seeking her input. Wen Jieyu surveyed the group, carefully observing everyone's expressions, and then slowly began to speak. I think everyone is overcomplicating the issue. Our goal isn't to kill this peak 5th tier treasure rat but to pluck the soul infant fruit. In other words, we just need to temporarily distract it to create an opportunity for someone to grab the fruit. Once the fruit is plucked, we retreat immediately without engaging it in a full fight. This way, we still stand a chance. The key question is, who will distract it? After all, even the act of distraction carries significant risk. Of course, whoever takes on the distraction will receive a larger share of the bounty, while the person picking the fruit will receive a smaller portion. Since I proposed this plan, I'll definitely be part of the distraction team. Let's hear everyone else's thoughts. After Wen Jiayu finished speaking, everyone's eyes lit up, and they began to seriously weigh the risks and rewards. Feng Wei was the first to speak. I agree. Count me in for distracting the creature. Bai Jia nodded as well. I can provide long-range support for you with my bow and arrows. Everyone knew Bai Jia was a peak third-tier warrior with impressive archery skills. She had also awakened a B-grade metal-based ability, which enhanced the lethality of her arrows. Coupled with her B-grade alloy longbow, she could pose a significant threat to the treasure rat. When Jiayu and Feng Wei both nodded in agreement to Bai Jia's participation. Zhang Kuang, seeing three people already committed, also spoke up. Since everyone wants to give it a shot, I'll join too. But let me make it clear, if the situation becomes untenable, I'll retreat immediately. Noticing that Fu Jun was still hesitant, Wen Jiayu continued. The four of us are enough to handle the distraction. Fu Jun, your responsibility will be to pick the soul infant fruit. Su Chao, you'll be in charge of keeping watch. If anything unusual happens, alert us immediately. Hearing that he wouldn't have to face the fifth-tier treasure rat directly and would only be responsible for picking the fruit, Fu Jun quickly nodded in agreement. Su Chao, assigned a relatively light task, didn't object either. He glanced at Wen Jiayu, but she deliberately avoided his gaze. She added, since everyone agrees to this plan, let's clarify the distribution of the bounty now to avoid disputes later. I'll start with my proposal. I'm the strongest, so I'll take 25%. Feng Wei and Zhang Quan will each take 20%. Bai Jia will get 15%. Fu Jun and Su Chao will each take 10%. Does anyone have any objections? No one voiced any dissent. After all, Wen Jiayu was the main force in the distraction, and it was reasonable for her to take a larger share. Even if she had claimed 30%, no one would have opposed. Feng Wei and Zhang Kuang, both early fourth-tier warriors, faced considerable danger in close combat, so 20% each was fair. Bai Jia's strength was comparable to Fu Jun's, but her share was 5% higher. Fu Jun might have been dissatisfied, but as he had a crush on Bai Jia, he chose to remain silent. Su Chao, a second-tier warrior, receiving 10% might have seemed excessive. However, his ability to sense approaching beasts and navigate for the team was a valuable contribution. Moreover, he had made it clear he wanted money, not the fruit itself. Since no one was particularly short of funds, they didn't mind. Once everyone had agreed, they began to finalize the operation plan. Feng Wei spoke first. During the operation, we should try to lure the treasure rat away, leading it as far as possible from the soul infant fruit tree. But we can't hold it off for long, so Fu Jun, seize the opportunity and pick the fruit quickly. Once you've got the fruit, you and Su Chao should retreat immediately to the mountain cave we rested in earlier. We'll shake off the treasure rat as fast as we can and regroup with you there. He added with a solemn tone, everyone knows the risks of this operation. In the wilderness, anything can happen. If we get separated, wait in the cave for 3 hours. If we haven't regrouped by then, don't wait any longer. Head back to Shanghai Base City and meet at the Hunters Association where we stayed last night. Bai Jia chimed in, Feng Hui's plan is good. I'd like to add that, even though we're a temporary team, if anyone is in danger and nearby teammates can help, they should do so. Everyone nodded in agreement. Zhang Kuang, seeing no objections, asked, judging by the state of the soul infant fruit, it might not ripen today. Are we just going to guard it the whole time? Feng Wei looked at him and said, Zhang, are you suggesting we go hunting and then come back? I'd advise against wandering off. The soul infant fruit is too important. If something happens while we're away, it's not worth the loss. Zhang Kuang scratched his head. I'm just worried it'll get boring staying here all the time. By the way, Bai Jia. After Fu Jun and Su Chao retreat, you should leave with them as well. The three of us are fourth-tier warriors, but you're third-tier. It's easier for the fifth-tier treasure rat to target you. When Jiayu and Feng Hui both agreed with Zhang Kuang's suggestion. Bai Jia looked at the muscular Zhang Kuang, surprised by his thoughtfulness toward her. When Jiayu grasped Bai Jia's hand and said, Cousin, when the time comes, you should retreat to the rendezvous point and wait for me. Then she turned to Feng Hui and Zhang Kuang, you two should also withdraw at the right moment. I'll hold that creature off for as long as I can to buy you time. After finalizing their plan, the group found a hidden small cave nearby and sat down to meditate and cultivate. Night soon fell. During the day, the soul infant fruit still hadn't ripened. The black on its peel had deepened, but the purple parts hadn't completely faded. Everyone concluded it wouldn't be ready today and would likely mature tomorrow. That night, the fifth-tier treasure rat returned to its den, taking with it the corpse of the golden python. As they watched the python's carcass being dragged away, everyone couldn't help but calculate in their minds its gallbladder, fangs, and skin were all valuable materials. Unfortunately, it was now destined to become the treasure rat's dinner. The six of them took out food to replenish their energy as they ate and discussed the night watch schedule. In the end, they decided Bai Jia would take the first watch, followed by Zhang Kuang and Feng Wei. Since they would be distracting the treasure rat the next day, they needed rest after their watch. The latter half of the night would be covered by Fu Jun and Su Chao. When Jieyu, as the main force, wouldn't take a watch to maintain her peak condition. Around midnight, Fu Jun woke Su Chao. It was his turn to take the watch. Glancing at the time, it was 4 a.m., the hour when one felt the most drowsy. Using the faint light from his phone, he looked around the cave. Everyone else was meditating. After unlocking their genetic potential, warriors could use deep meditation to replace sleep, though it wasn't something they could rely on frequently. Occasionally, they still needed proper rest. Su Chao quietly walked to the cave entrance and sat down. The mountain wind brushed against his face, instantly clearing his mind. The surroundings were pitch black, with occasional roars of wild beasts in the distance breaking the silence of the night. Su Chao lowered his head in contemplation. In fact, he wasn't engaging in deep meditation. Unlike the others, he didn't need to meditate for cultivation, it was useless to him. But he still pretended to be meditating. Except for the 2 hours when Zhang Kuang was on watch, he had only closed his eyes for a short rest. At other times, he couldn't truly sleep. Trust within this temporary team had yet to be established. In the wilderness, vigilance was a necessity. He discreetly glanced at Feng Hui and Fu Jun, noticing they both had their eyes closed in meditation. A trace of suspicion arose in his heart. Earlier during their night watch, they would always take out their phones and send a few messages. Sending messages in the middle of the night? The night passed without incident. As dawn broke, everyone gradually woke from their meditation. Their first instinct was to check the state of the soul infant fruit. They found that a faint purple hue still clung to it. It would likely take another 1 or 2 hours to fully mature. Everyone let out a sigh of relief and began eating to replenish their energy. Inside the cave, the only sound left was that of eating. On the other side, the many treasure rat crawled out of its burrow after feasting on the golden python. It sat at the cave entrance, staring intently at the soul infant fruit. Its single eye flickered with a complex light. It hadn't realized that several uninvited guests were already stealthily approaching, now within 200 meters of its burrow. These intruders were Wen Jieyu, Bai Jia, Zhang Kuang, and Feng Wei. They were worried that the many treasure rat would act first when the soul infant fruit matured, so they crept closer. Su Chao and Fu Jun stayed 500 meters away from the cave entrance, ready to act at any moment. Time slipped by in the tense atmosphere. Finally, the last trace of purple on the soul infant fruit completely faded. 2 miniature black fruits, resembling tiny human figures, hung from the tree. They swayed eerily in the breeze. The single eye of the fifth-tier many treasure rat suddenly lit up. It was ready to enjoy the treasure it had guarded for so long. Suddenly, the sound of something piercing through the air rang out. 3 golden arrows, gleaming like meteors, shot toward it at high speed. Bai Jia had made her move, unleashing her ultimate skill, 3-star chain arrows. Immediately after, Wen Jieyu, Zhang Kuang, and Feng Wei charged out. These 4th-tier warriors advanced at full speed, their weapons glinting coldly. The many treasure rat dodged the first 2 arrows, but the third grazed its neck, drawing a few drops of blood. Bai Jia's full-powered sneak attack, enhanced by her B-rank metal ability and B-rank alloy arrows, managed to injure the many treasure rat. The rat was furious. How dare these humans try to steal its treasure and even wound it? Just as Bai Jia's arrows delayed its movements and before it could pluck the soul infant fruit, Wen Jieyu's sword aura closed in. Her long sword sliced through the air, forming 5 sword shadows that aimed straight at the rat's head. The many-treasure rat had no choice but to abandon the fruit and swiftly turn to punch at the incoming sword. Clang! A deafening clash echoed through the valley as sword met fist, sparks flying in all directions. Wen Jiayu was forced to retreat, flipping backward several steps. The many-treasure rat also backed up 2 steps. This human was strong. Stronger than the peak 4th-tier golden python it had previously defeated. Of course, Wen Jiayu, gripping her longsword, appeared solemn. Her sword technique had been charged for a long time. She had used her perfected skill, the 7 Tribulations killing sword, which could form 5 sword shadows. If she reached mastery, it could form 7 shadows. This was her strongest attack aside from her ability, yet it only managed to push the many-treasure rat back a few steps. Looking at the rat's punching forelimb, it was actually wearing a pair of gauntlets. No wonder Wen Jiayu's longsword didn't injure it and even produced sparks upon impact. The gauntlets were likely looted from a human and, while not on par with Wen Jiayu's sword, were already showing cracks. The exchange between the two had lasted only a moment. Zhang Kuang's spear, crackling with purple lightning, pursued the retreating mini-treasure rat. The rat initially tried to counter with its fist, but it fell into Zhang Kuang's trap. The purple lightning on his spear rapidly conducted through the rat's alloy gauntlets, paralyzing its entire body. The rat froze for a moment, and Zhang Kuang seized the opportunity to pierce its left shoulder, causing blood to spurt out. Zhang Kuang was overjoyed. He hadn't expected to wound the beast with a single strike. No matter how powerful the beast was, it lacked intelligence and didn't understand that metal conducts electricity. As Zhang Kuang prepared to pull out his spear for another attack, the rat slowly recovered from its paralysis. Enraged, it grabbed the spear with its left paw and roared at him. Roar! Its tail whipped up with the sound of an air explosion, lashing ferociously at Zhang Kuang. Bang! Bang! 2 loud impacts followed as Fang Hui and Wen Jiayu arrived to block the tail's attack. Fang Hui was sent flying over 10 meters, leaving a trail of craters in the ground, evidence of the rat's immense strength. After all, he was only an early 4th-tier warrior and no match for the beast's power. Wen Jiayu was only forced back 2 steps, as the two had shared the brunt of the attack. Zhang Kuang had initially planned to abandon his spear and dodge, but seeing his teammates block the strike, he immediately activated his ability. Purple lightning enveloped the rat's body. Although the beast was somewhat prepared this time, it still became paralyzed again. Zhang Kuang seized the moment to snatch back his spear and swiftly retreated. The rat's tail had also been wounded earlier by Wen Jiayu's sword. It hadn't expected these humans to be so difficult to deal with. Especially the one who could wield lightning. Though not the strongest, he had inflicted the most damage. It bore a grudge now, its single eye flashing with murderous intent as it glared at Zhang Kuang. The many-treasure rat let out a low growl, its single eye gleaming with malice. Its tail swept up the rubble on the ground and hurled it toward the 3 humans. Wen Jiayu's longsword flickered as she struck down the stones one by one. Fang Hui dodged to the side, but the stones left craters and the debris left him in a sorry state. Zhang Kuang steadied himself, his lightning spear flashing as he shattered the incoming stones. The recoil left his palms trembling with numbness. Wen Jiayu shouted, "Don't let it get a chance to grab the soul infant fruit. Keep it pinned down." The 3 of them quickly closed in on the many-treasure rat in a triangular formation, preparing for close combat. Otherwise, the creature was like a mobile artillery unit, putting them at a disadvantage. Bai Jia occasionally fired arrows to draw the rat's attention, but her supply of B-rank alloy arrows was limited, and she had to conserve them. For the moment, the group managed to keep the many-treasure rat thoroughly occupied, preventing it from approaching the soul infant fruit. Meanwhile, Su Chao and Fu Jun had been tensely observing the battle from a distance. Seeing the many-treasure rat temporarily restrained, Fu Jun turned to Su Chao and said, "I'm going in. Watch your back." With that, his figure darted forward like a shadow. After Fu Jun made his move, Su Chao activated his eye of detection to observe the surroundings. He found no sign of any monsters within the detection range and let out a sigh of relief. Perhaps this valley was particularly secluded. Even if stray monsters had wandered in before, they might have been turned into food by the treasure mouse. Su Chao then turned his gaze to the treasure mouse. Through his eye of detection, the treasure mouse appeared far less formidable than its exterior suggested. In fact, it seemed somewhat incapable of holding its ground. He estimated that its current strength was at most at the late stage of the 5th tier. Moreover, its mental energy was clearly insufficient, making it look exhausted. Coupled with the injuries it had sustained earlier from the group, it was now barely being held in check. At this moment, Fu Jun was closing in on the Soul Infant Fruit Tree at an incredible speed. Within a few breaths, he would be able to pick the fruit. The operation was already more than halfway to success. Time seemed to slow down. Closer and closer. Finally, Fu Jun reached the Soul Infant Fruit Tree and was just about to leap up to pluck the fruit. Suddenly, Su Chao's face changed dramatically. He urgently shouted into the earpiece. Fu Jun, watch out for the ground on your left. The ground not far from Fu Jun erupted with a loud explosion. A monster entirely covered in golden armor plates burst out from underground, lunging straight at Fu Jun. It was a mid-fourth tier monster, a golden armor beast, resembling a pangolin. Hearing the warning, Fu Jun instinctively dodged to the right, narrowly avoiding a lethal strike. However, his left shoulder was grazed, leaving several gashes on the fourth-tier armor he was wearing. That was close. Had it not been for Su Chao's warning, it might have been his neck that was clawed. Fu Jun wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Thanks, Su Chao. Su Chao quickly replied, don't mention it. I didn't expect there to be a monster hiding underground. Be careful. Su Chao's eye of detection encountered significant resistance when probing underground, making it difficult to scan deeply. As a result, he seldom checked below the surface. The sudden development near the Soul Infant Fruit Tree also drew the attention of the Treasure Mouse and the others on the other battlefield. Wen Jiayu and the others had not anticipated such a twist at this critical moment. Their expressions turned grim. The Treasure Mouse grew furious. It hadn't expected another human to be hiding nearby, let alone a golden armor beast eyeing its treasure. Enraged, its attacks became even more ferocious, immediately increasing the pressure on Wen Jiayu's group. Wen Jiayu's sword flashed with afterimages as she blocked the Treasure Mouse's onslaught. She remained calm and instructed, cousin. Help Fu Jun hold off that fourth-tier golden armor beast as best as you can. Su Chao, go and pick the Soul Infant Fruit now. Quickly. We can't hold on for much longer. Everyone immediately followed Wen Jiayu's commands. Fu Jun unsheathed his massive greatsword, his gaze firm and filled with rage as he stared down the golden armor beast. He activated his wind element ability without hesitation. Against a fourth-tier monster, he had to go all out. Anything less would be too dangerous. Bai Jia occasionally fired arrows, although her B-grade alloy arrows had already been used up. She now resorted to C-grade alloy arrows, coordinating with Fu Jun. The two of them successfully kept the fourth-tier golden armor beast at bay for the time being. Around the Soul Infant Fruit Tree, two intense battlefronts had formed. Whether it was Wen Jiayu's group or the Treasure Mouse and the golden armor beast, all combatants avoided the Soul Infant Fruit Tree when attacking. Everyone fought desperately, hoping Su Chao could successfully pick the Soul Infant Fruit. If they failed, the losses this time would be catastrophic. Su Chao dashed through the forest at high speed, even utilizing part of his ability to accelerate. Within a few breaths, he reached the base of the Soul Infant Fruit Tree. Suddenly, his body split into several shadowy figures. A large boulder flew through the shadows, crashing onto the ground with a loud bang, scattering fragments of rock. This was the Treasure Mouse's reaction upon noticing another human closing in on the Soul Infant Fruit. Seeing that the fruit was about to be taken, it urgently swung its tail, hurling a massive boulder. Fortunately, Su Chao's eye of detection alerted him in time, allowing him to nimbly evade the attack. When Jiayu and the others saw the boulder hurtling towards Su Chao and wanted to shout a warning, but it was too late. To their surprise, Su Chao dodged it effortlessly. Instead of using teleportation, he employed the shadow clone technique he had recently mastered. Dodging the Treasure Mouse's attack, Su Chao moved swiftly once more. In an instant, the two Soul Infant Fruits on the tree disappeared and reappeared in his hands, which he immediately stashed into his backpack. Seeing Su Chao successfully pick the Soul Infant Fruits, the entire team erupted with joy. Zhang Quine, shaking his right hand, still numb from the Treasure Mouse's earlier attack, shouted, Su Chao, well done. You're incredible. When Jiayu instructed, Bai Jia, you and Fu Jun escort Su Chao out of here first. The rest of us will retreat to the rendezvous point we agreed on yesterday. In contrast to Su Chao's team's elation over securing the Soul Infant Fruits, the Treasure Mouse and Golden Armor Beast were furious that their treasure had been snatched away. The treasure mouse, in particular, was driven to a frenzy, launching relentless attacks regardless of its own injuries. Zhang Quan, Feng Hui, and Wen Jieyu bore the brunt of its wrath. Zhang Quan took a punch to the abdomen from the treasure mouse. Despite wearing armor, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his internal organs violently shaken. Feng Hui was struck by its tail and sent flying, coughing up blood incessantly. Several of his ribs were likely broken. Wen Jieyu fared slightly better. Her hand was scratched by its claws, but thanks to her B-grade armor, her clothes were torn and her armor bore cracks, yet her arm remained unscathed. Facing the frenzied treasure mouse, the trio was under immense pressure but continued to engage it, ensuring it couldn't pursue Su Chao. The treasure mouse, however, was in dire straits itself. Already mentally exhausted, it now bore fresh wounds inflicted by the group, and its aura had dropped to the mid-stage of the 5th tier. Meanwhile, on the other battlefield, the 4th-tier Golden Armor Beast and Fu Jun were locked in a fierce stalemate. Despite Fu Jun's peak 3rd-tier strength, even with martial arts enhancements, he found it impossible to break through the Golden Armor Beast's thick scales. The Golden Armor Beast only needed to protect a few vital areas to hold its ground. However, its speed was no match for Fu Jun's wind element ability, making it equally challenging for the beast to land an attack. Bai Jia occasionally fired arrows to interfere, forcing the Golden Armor Beast to watch helplessly as Su Chao picked the soul infant fruits and then quickly retreated. Bai Jia fought while retreating, closely following Su Chao out of the valley. Seeing Su Chao and Bai Jia safely leave, Fu Jun glanced at Zhang Quan and the others, confirming they could still hold on. He, too, prepared to retreat. Clutching his greatsword with both hands, he glared at the Golden Armor Beast and roared, "Beast, I'm done playing with you. Take this." His greatsword began to spin, forming a whirlwind around him. Rocks and branches were swept up, whirling in a violent vortex. When it reached its peak, the tornado surged towards the Golden Armor Beast. This was Fu Jun's ultimate martial technique, Whirlwind Slash. Due to its immense energy consumption, he had avoided using it earlier. Now that he was about to retreat, he decided to unleash it, delivering a fierce blow to the Golden Armor Beast to avenge its ambush. The Golden Armored Beast was startled by the sudden commotion. Before it could react, it was swept into the tornado. From within came the sound of metal clashing, followed by two figures being flung out. The Golden Armored Beast hit the ground and rolled a few times before getting up. A few scales had fallen from its body, and there was only a shallow wound on its abdomen, a minor injury. After landing, Fu Jun shook his numbed hand and spat on the ground. "Pa, this guy's scales are really tough." He glanced at the Golden Armored Beast before turning to leave. The Golden Armored Beast didn't pursue Fu Jun. It cast a glance toward the other battlefield and then turned, disappearing into the depths of the valley. In the valley, only Wen Jieyu, Zhang Quan, and Feng Hui remained. Facing the still frenzied attacks of the treasure rat, they decided they could no longer delay and prepared to retreat. Feng Hui spoke first. "Brother Zhang, you go first. You've been using your powers continuously and are too drained. I can hold out a bit longer." Zhang Quan was about to argue further when he saw Wen Jieyu nodding. Without saying more, he fiercely thrust his spear at the treasure rat's incoming tail, using the recoil to retreat swiftly. Within a few steps, he disappeared into the depths of the valley. Seeing Zhang Quan successfully retreat, Wen Jieyu shouted to Feng Hui, "Hurry, you retreat too. I'll hold it off a bit longer." Feng Hui glanced around the valley, then urgently spoke into his earpiece. Hello. Brother Zhang, Bai Jia, have you both safely withdrawn?" There was no response from the earpiece. It seemed the distance was too far, and communication had been cut off. He removed the earpiece and said to Wen Jieyu, "Then I'll go first. Be careful. See you at the rendezvous point." With that, he turned and prepared to leave. Just then, roar! Roar! Two furious roars echoed. The treasure rat, seeing the one who could harm it with electricity retreat, became even more enraged. Its treasure had been stolen, and it absolutely could not allow these thieves to escape unscathed. Its eyes turned an even deeper red, its aura suddenly intensified, and it charged at the two of them with tremendous force. Facing the treasure rat's sudden burst of power, Wen Jieyu's expression turned grim. She braced herself to take the hit head-on. Unexpectedly, Feng Hui, who was about to leave, suddenly stepped forward and blocked her path, a complex light flashing in his eyes. "Before I leave, let me block one attack for you," he said. His aura surged, stronger than before. The martial technique soul-destroying blade manifested. Gripping the blade with both hands, its edge glimmered faintly with a black light. Even Wen Jiayu could feel its terrifying aura, a threat far greater than anything she'd encountered before. Even the treasure rat's pupils shrank, its spirit feeling a sharp sting. Then, something completely unexpected happened. Feng Hui's blade, which was aimed with full force at the treasure rat, suddenly veered and slashed toward the unsuspecting Wen Jiayu. She barely had time to turn her head to avoid her vital areas. The blade grazed past her ear, slashing into her left shoulder. Her armor was torn apart, and the blade embedded deeply into her shoulder until it struck bone. Ah! Hiss! Wen Jiayu screamed in pain, gasping as she stared at Feng Hui in disbelief. She couldn't understand why he would attack her, fully aware that doing so might cost him his life. Indeed, in order to ambush her, Feng Hui had turned his back on the furious fifth-tier treasure rat. This meant he would have to endure the creature's full-force attack, risking severe injury or even death. Wen Jiayu was even more perplexed. Why would Feng Hui do such a thing? The next moment, she found her answer. Feng Hui seemed utterly unconcerned about the treasure rat's attack. Instead, he gave Wen Jiayu a sinister smile. Then, the treasure rat's attack passed right through Feng Hui's body as if he were air. His figure began to blur and eventually vanished. Boom! Caught off guard, Wen Jiayu was struck hard by the treasure rat, sent flying dozens of meters, and crashed heavily to the ground. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Her clothes were torn, her abdominal armor caved in, and the knife wound on her left shoulder was ghastly. The sudden turn of events had come too quickly. Zhang Kuang had only just left, and Wen Jiayu was already gravely injured and down. After hitting the ground, Wen Jiayu struggled to get up, one hand pressing on the knife wound on her shoulder, the other clutching her abdomen. Her face was pale and grim. She stared at Feng Hui, her voice filled with anger as she questioned, "Why? What kind of power did you awaken? How can you make your body immaterial?" Feng Hui glanced at the stunned treasure rat, which was clearly also baffled by the turn of events. He sneered and looked at the pale Wen Jiayu. "Hey, you must have a lot of questions, right? Since you're about to die, I'll indulge you with 2 answers. First, because you're too exceptional. You must have awakened an S-class ability, right? That's why you have to die. Second, my ability is intangibility. Once activated, I can ignore all physical attacks." Wen Jiayu's gaze sharpened. "You're with Heaven's Kingdom?" Feng Hui clapped his hands, laughing. "Smart. Truly worthy of being one of Star Sea Martial Academy's top talents. Why join them? With your talent, you have limitless potential." Wen Jiayu gritted her teeth. "Traitors like you, traitors to humanity, assassinating geniuses everywhere, you'll face retribution sooner or later." Feng Hui shook his head quickly, his face taking on a sanctimonious glow. No, you've misunderstood. I've always been one of them. As for retribution? We're doing this to ensure humanity's survival. The path we're taking is the correct one. It's the stubborn upper echelon of humanity dragging everyone toward destruction. We're preserving hope for humanity." Wen Jiayu sneered. "Preserving hope? Is that what you call living like dogs?" "Shut up!" Feng Hui suddenly roared. "That's better than everyone dying. Why are you all so selfish, clinging to the old ways?" Roar! Roar! 2 furious roars interrupted their argument. The treasure rat, after pausing in confusion following its charge at Wen Jiayu, was now enraged. These 2 humans, who had just been attacking each other, now dared to ignore it and continue chatting. This was too much. How dare they disregard the great king rat? It let out a furious roar and charged at Feng Hui, the nearest of the 2. But as before, its figure and attack passed right through Feng Hui, leaving a massive crater in the ground. The treasure rat, furious and bewildered, turned to see Feng Hui's form reappear on the other side, completely unscathed. It couldn't comprehend the strange abilities of this human. Turning its gaze, it locked onto Wen Jiayu and charged at her with full force. Feng Hui stared at Wen Jiayu and shouted loudly, "Miss Wen, you're so badly injured right now, there's no way you can withstand a few moves from this rat king. If you're willing to join us, I can save you. I'll take you to receive the Lord's blessing. With your talent and potential, your status won't be any lower than mine. We could even become husband and wife. Even if one day Blue Star is destroyed, we would still survive." Wen Jieyu's face turned ashen immediately, clearly enraged by Feng Hui's words. She roared, "Shut up! You damned traitors, beasts, I'd rather die than join you." With that, she let go of her hands, abandoning the effort to press on her two wounds, and picked up the sword on the ground. She sneered at Feng Hui, "You think you can capture me today? Just wait and see, I'll remember this debt, and I'll settle it with you another day." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure darted, dodging the Rat King's attack, and she prepared to turn and flee. "How is this possible? How did you recover so quickly? I clearly saw that you were gravely injured just now." Feng Hui shouted in frustration and shock. "And the wound on your shoulder, why is it almost healed now, leaving only a scar? Wait, were you intentionally stalling for time by chatting with me just now? But how did you heal yourself? I didn't see you take any medicine or use anything." Wen Jiayu smirked coldly. "I know you have a pile of questions right now, but I'm not going to answer any of them. I get it now. You awakened an S-class ability of the healing type, right? It's a life-based ability, isn't it?" Feng Hui stood to the side, shouting in both surprise and anger. "It must be that. You actually awakened a life-based ability. No wonder you kept pressing your hands against your wounds, so you were secretly healing yourself while talking to me. Miss One, you're so cunning. Pretending to be furious the whole time just to lead me into talking and buy yourself time to heal." His tone shifted, and his face darkened. "Ha! It turns out that beautiful women are the best liars." Wen Jiayu ignored him, dodging the Rat King's attacks as she sprinted toward the valley's exit. Although she had just used her ability to temporarily suppress her injuries, time was tight. The wounds were only partially stabilized, not fully healed, and she couldn't keep fighting for long. Feng Hui's irritating voice rang out again. "Miss One, trying to run? Now that my identity is exposed, don't think you can escape. What are you two waiting for? Get moving!" As his voice fell, two silhouettes leapt out from the mouth of the valley, blocking Wen Jieyu's path. The two were middle-aged men in their 40s, one tall and thin, the other short and stout, exuding a powerful aura. Wen Jiayu was startled by their sudden appearance, not expecting Feng Hui to have reinforcements. Sensing their strength, her expression changed drastically. Their auras far surpassed hers. They were at least at the peak of the 5th tier, and the short, stout man might even be at the 6th tier. Now she was in real trouble. The Rat King, seeing human warriors appear, mistook them as Wen Jiayu's allies and roared furiously as it charged at the three of them. The short, stout man, seeing the beast bearing its fangs at him, let out an angry roar. "Beast, you court death." He stomped hard with both feet, shattering the boulder beneath him with a thunderous crash. His body shot out like a cannonball, and his right fist smashed fiercely toward the Rat King's head. A sharp crack echoed as the sound of bones breaking filled the air. The Rat King was sent flying, slamming into the foot of a mountain 100 meters away, stirring up a cloud of rubble and dust. As the dust settled, the Rat King lay in a deep pit, struggling to rise, blood flowing continuously from its mouth. Wen Jieyu's pupils contracted. Indeed, he was a 6th-tier powerhouse. His punch was terrifyingly powerful. Just then, a round of applause rang out, and Feng Hui's figure appeared beside the group. "Truly impressive, Steward 1. A 6th-tier expert indeed. One punch nearly killed this troublesome beast." The short, stout man addressed as Steward 1, along with the tall, thin man, both bowed respectfully to Feng Hui. "Young Master Feng. Young Master Feng, you flatter us. With your talent, you'll surpass us sooner or later. Young Master Feng, what should we do with this young lady?" Wen Jieyu's face darkened. She understood that Feng Hui held a high position within Heavenly Kingdom, given his extraordinary talent. But the way these two powerhouses addressed him as young Master Feng with such deference made it clear that his status within Heavenly Kingdom was even higher than she had imagined. With these two assisting him, there was no way she could escape on her own. Realizing this, she gritted her teeth and made a decision. "Miss One, have you given my earlier proposal any serious thought?" That annoying voice from Feng Hui echoed beside her again. Wen Jiayu, looking at the three people surrounding her, suddenly became unusually calm. "You've really gone to great lengths. For a mere student like me, deploying several experts, you must think highly of me." Feng Hui chuckled in response. "Miss One, you're underestimating yourself. You're worth such careful planning on our part. Star Ocean Martial Arts University's security measures are excellent. We had to go to great lengths, even sacrificing a few. Informants, just to find out that you've awakened an S-class ability. However, we couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. Only today did I discover that you've awakened the extremely rare life-based ability. What a pleasant surprise. Miss 1, I'll extend my invitation one last time. If you join us, I can ask my father to personally secure the highest level genius cultivation resources within our organization for you. It'll be no worse than what you have at Star Ocean Martial Arts University. Wen Jiayu didn't reply, merely staring at him as if he were a clown. Feng Hui, infuriated by her disdain, shouted angrily, "Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Stop acting so righteous, no one is better than anyone else." As his voice fell, his expression suddenly changed. Wen Jiayu's aura surged violently, and an immense amount of energy from the surroundings poured into her body like a tidal wave. In an instant, she broke through her bottleneck and ascended to the 5th tier. Everything happened so quickly that Feng Hui and his two companions had no time to react. He stared at Wen Jiayu with a gloomy expression. "You keep playing me. Do you find it amusing? Last time, you delayed for treatment. This time, you delayed to break through. But do you really think reaching the 5th tier will change the current situation?" Wen Jiayu's breathing gradually stabilized as she felt the surge of power from her breakthrough. She glanced at the three of them. "How would you know if you don't try?" Before her words had even settled, her figure, holding a long sword, vanished in an instant. "Young Master Feng, be careful!" The short and stout middle-aged man shouted, and he too vanished, but he was a step too late. Wen Jiayu's sword had already slashed toward Feng Hui's head, brushing past his face in a flash. Feng Hui's figure reappeared in his original spot. He touched the bloodstain on his face, his expression dark. His ability had activated just a step too slow. If he had been even a moment later, he might have been decapitated by that one stroke. He hadn't anticipated Wen Jiayu's speed to be so astonishing after her breakthrough. The stout steward Wan and the tall, thin middle-aged man stood protectively by Feng Hui's sides, their eyes fixed on Wen Jiayu. "Forget about me. Take her down quickly. Show no mercy." Feng Hui's low, hoarse voice sounded from behind them. Wen Jiayu landed lightly, steadying herself. She frowned slightly, the corners of her mouth twitching. It was evident that her full-force strike just now had aggravated her still-healing injuries. The two men opposite her were preparing to attack. She sighed softly. This battle was unavoidable after all. With a flick of her hand, a small dark gold box appeared. She caressed the box, her expression tinged with reluctance and faint pain. But seeing the powerful auras emanating from the three in front of her, she gritted her teeth, tapped the box rapidly a few times, and flung it toward them, retreating swiftly at the same time. Steward Wan had been ready to strike when he saw Wen Jiayu take out a box from her spatial ring. At first, he didn't take it seriously. But when the box opened, it unleashed an intensely cold force. The temperature plummeted, frost formed on the ground, and flowers, grass, and trees turned into ice sculptures in an instant. The air seemed to freeze. This power seemed capable of freezing everything in its wake. Steward Wan and the tall, thin man, standing closest to the box, were the first to feel the terrifying chill. Their eyebrows and hair froze, their blood flow slowed, and an unbearable cold swept over their entire bodies. Fear began to show in their eyes. Even as they channeled their blood and energy with all their might, it had no effect. Gradually, their bodies stiffened, their thoughts dulled, and in the end, they froze into two lifelike ice sculptures. Feng Hui, standing behind them, hadn't seen Wen Jiayu's actions with the box. The moment Steward Wan shouted a warning, he sensed imminent danger. Instinctively, he tried to activate his ability to escape, but as soon as it began, he found his body unable to phase as before. Instead, the freezing effect grew more pronounced, and his expression changed drastically. He realized that with his current strength, even his ability couldn't save him from this deadly crisis. No matter how strong his power was, it was useless in the face of such a disparity. The stiffness in his body grew worse, he couldn't delay any longer. Gritting his teeth, a light appeared in Feng Hui's hand, revealing another box. Without hesitation, he opened the box. A surge of earthy yellow energy burst forth, forming a protective barrier that enveloped a 2-meter radius around him. The terrifying chill outside was immediately blocked, unable to penetrate further. He let out a silent sigh of relief, quickly sitting cross-legged to channel his energy and expel the cold that had invaded his body earlier. After some time, he spat out several mouthfuls of blood mixed with frosty white mist, the blood carrying tiny shards of ice. This was followed by a bout of violent coughing. It took him a while to stop, leaving his face flushed and his expression grim. He had survived, but his injuries were severe. What enraged him the most was that this operation had cost him 2 skilled companions and wasted the life-saving treasure his father had painstakingly acquired for him, a high-tier spiritual artifact. And yet, he had failed in his mission. Wen Jiayu was likely still alive. After this failure, he was sure the organization would punish him. Even worse, the organization would begin to doubt his abilities, which could shake his standing within it. The thought of his father's disappointed gaze felt like a knife twisting in his heart. Thinking of this deepened his hatred for Wen Jiayu. This woman had played him from the start. Now that he reflected on it calmly, she was truly cunning and calculating. When she saw the stout and tall men appear, knowing she couldn't escape, she began to lay her plans. Step by step, she lured them into her rhythm, finally revealing a high-tier spiritual artifact to counterattack successfully. As Feng Hui was contemplating how to take revenge on Wen Jiayu, the earth-colored barrier around him began to dim, cracking and shattering before finally vanishing. He immediately activated his ability, causing his body to phase into an incorporeal state. Only when he sensed the icy energy in the air had mostly dissipated and no longer posed a threat did he fully reappear. Before him lay a crystalline world of ice. Within a kilometer radius, the flowers, grass, and trees were adorned in sparkling coats of frost, as if the land had been transformed overnight. Though the air was still frigid, it was no longer a danger to someone of his level. Not far away, 2 figures were frozen mid-stride as if paused in the act of running. It was none other than Steward Wan and his tall companion, their faces and eyes still etched with shock and fear. Feng Hui's gaze followed the frozen duo and then narrowed sharply as a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. About a kilometer away, a seated figure stirred slightly, slowly opening her eyes and exhaling a thick puff of white frost. It was none other than Wen Jiayu, the person he hated most. After exhaling the frost, her body seemed completely drained. Exhausted, she collapsed weakly to one side. Feng Hui's heart surged with joy. What a surprising turn of events, he hadn't even needed to exert himself. Miss Wen, so you didn't manage to escape after all, and even got hurt by your own high-tier artifact. How delightful. He laughed loudly, rushing toward her. Although he was injured as well, his high-tier artifact had protected him, and his injuries were far less severe than Wen Jiayu's. This was the perfect moment to kill her. In no time, he was standing near Wen Jiayu, drawing his long blade and pointing it at her. You're truly difficult to deal with. You almost ruined my plans after all this time, and cost the organization 2 important members. But it doesn't matter, once I kill you, all the losses will be worth it. Prepare to die. With that, the long blade in his hand gleamed with black light as he slashed fiercely toward Wen Jiayu. The martial technique, soul-extinguishing slash. This time, he would not give Wen Jiayu a chance to speak or defend herself. Seeing Feng Hui's ferocious blade, a trace of helplessness appeared in Wen Jiayu's eyes. Was she really going to die here? She no longer had the strength to avoid the fatal strike. The earlier battle with the 5th-tier mini-treasure rat had drained her, and afterward, Feng Hui's ambush had left her gravely wounded. Even though she used her abilities to heal, the time was too short. She could only barely suppress her injuries, which still demanded a heavy toll on her strength. In the end, her only choice was to force a breakthrough. She intended to seize the opportunity to kill Feng Hui while luring the other 2 assailants into the fray. She pulled out the life-saving trump card her teacher had prepared for her at great cost, intending to counterattack and kill all 3. But who would have thought that Feng Hui also had a high-level defensive spiritual artifact? It seemed as though everything was predestined. After deploying her trump card, she managed to retreat in time, yet she was still injured by the icy energy that erupted. Fortunately, she was far enough from the center and barely managed to hold on with her abilities, avoiding an immediate collapse. She had exhausted all her means and cards. But in the end, she still couldn't escape the arrangement of fate. Looking at Feng Hui's twisted face, filled with the ecstasy of wanting to kill her, she slowly closed her eyes, thinking to herself, let it be. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind. It was a pity there were still so many things she hadn't accomplished. She hadn't killed enough monsters, hadn't had a proper romance with the one she liked, hadn't had time to honor her mother, hadn't made her teacher proud. Her life, though short and full of regrets, would end this way. Her teacher would likely be very disappointed. Her mother would definitely grieve for a while. Ha! Why is it taking so long? Why don't I feel any pain? Wen Jieyu was puzzled when suddenly, she heard a scream of agony. It was unmistakably Feng Hui's voice. She opened her eyes, and the scene before her was one she would never forget. Feng Hui clutched his severed arm with one hand, screaming in pain, his face filled with shock and disbelief. Earlier, as he swung the blade at Wen Jieyu, his forearm had been cleanly severed by another blade, falling to the ground. At this moment, he was clutching the stump of his right arm with his left hand, blood gushing out continuously. On the ground between him and Wen Jieyu was a deep gash carved by the force of a blade. Following the trail of the gash, near Feng Hui's left hand, stood a young man holding a horizontal blade, still in an attacking stance, with fresh blood dripping from the tip of his weapon. His back was trembling slightly, clearly out of breath. That strike had taken a lot out of him. As the young man slowly turned around, Wen Jieyu finally saw his handsome face, and her heart involuntarily skipped a beat. Su Chao! How could it be him? She recognized that face. Seeing him appear, she was both shocked and full of questions. The newcomer was indeed Su Chao. He had actually returned to the valley long ago. After picking 2 soul infant fruits, he had retreated quickly as planned. During his retreat, he kept his eye of detection ability active. Not far from the valley, he noticed 2 figures, one tall and one short, sneaking in its direction. Curious, he immediately turned back to follow them. He knew that with his eye of detection and teleportation abilities, as long as he didn't encounter a top-tier expert, he could withdraw safely with a bit of caution. He silently trailed the 2 figures, returning to the valley. Fortunately, he didn't run into Fu Jun, Bai Jia, and Zhang Kuang. Perhaps they had deliberately avoided him. He didn't dare get too close, staying hidden about 500 meters away, or he witnessed a dramatic scene. From Feng Hui's sudden attack on Wen Jieyu, to the short and tall figures joining forces to ambush her, and finally, to Wen Jieyu using a high-level spiritual artifact to counterattack and kill all 3, it all happened so quickly. He had no chance to intervene. Luckily, he had kept his distance. When Wen Jieyu unleashed her spiritual energy, he retreated in time to avoid danger. Once the cold energy dissipated, he rushed over, arriving just in time to see Feng Hui preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Wen Jieyu. Without hesitation, he struck. Using teleportation, he suddenly appeared, severing Feng Hui's arm as the man stood in stunned disbelief, saving Wen Jieyu. This was the scene Wen Jieyu had just witnessed. After Su Chao turned around. Not only did Wen Jieyu recognize him, but Feng Hui also did. Moments earlier, Feng Hui had only seen a shadow flash by before his right arm was severed, the searing pain overwhelming him. Now, realizing it was the insignificant Su Chao who had done this to him, the humiliation nearly made him faint. It's you, Su Chao? Why are you back? And how are you this strong? Su Chao turned, glancing at Feng Hui with a look of surprise. Huh, brother Feng? It's you? I just saw someone attacking Miss Wen, and in a moment of urgency, I struck without thinking. I didn't realize I'd hurt you. What's going on here? Why are you fighting among yourselves? It's my fault for being too heavy-handed. Brother Feng, are you okay? Let me take a look at your arm, maybe it can be reattached. As he spoke, he took a step forward, but in the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared. The next moment, he reappeared by Feng Hui's side, his blade aimed straight at the man's neck. But Feng Hui was prepared. His body instantly turned incorporeal, and Su Chao's blade left only a shallow cut. Seeing his strike fail, Su Chao shook his head with a sigh. It seemed this wouldn't be easy. Su Chao, you must have a death wish. Feng Hui roared furiously. At this moment, his usual cheerful and outgoing demeanor was gone. Paired with the agony of his severed arm, his face twisted into one of madness and rage. Su Chao sneered coldly, the one who deserves to die, isn't it you, a traitor to humanity? With that, he stopped paying attention to Feng Hui and walked directly to Wen Jieyu, speaking softly, Miss Wen, are you alright? Wen Jieyu, having just brushed past death, looked at the handsome young man who had saved her at the crucial moment. Hearing his gentle and concerned voice, she felt a wave of grievance welling up, almost bringing her to tears. But she held back, smiling instead. Thank you, Su Chao. I'm fine. Su Chao observed her for a moment, confirming she was stable, and nodded. Now's not the time for chatting. Let me deal with him first, and then we'll talk. He stood protectively in front of Wen Jiayu. "Be careful," she warned, her voice gentle and soothing from behind him. "Fang Hui's ability, intangibility, is very tricky." "Don't worry, I have a way to handle him," Su Chao replied confidently. Watching the two of them exchange words as if he didn't exist, Fang Hui's fury reached a boiling point. With a flash of his left hand, a vial of powdered medicine appeared. He quickly poured it over his severed arm and tore off a piece of cloth to bandage the wound. Then, with a flash of light, a long blade appeared in his left hand. Though this weapon wasn't as high grade as his previous one, it was still a B-grade alloy weapon. So much wealth! Su Chao couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the several B-grade weapons and the spatial ring on Fang Hui's hand. His gaze fixated on the ring on Fang Hui's left middle finger, his eyes filled with envy. His grip on the blade tightened. Fang Hui let out an angry roar, holding the blade in his left hand as he charged fiercely toward Su Chao. He wanted to strike first, taking advantage of Wen Jiayu's current state of recovery to eliminate both Su Chao and her. The reason Su Chao had managed to sneak up and sever one of his arms earlier was purely because of the ambush. In a direct confrontation, Su Chao stood no chance against him. Fang Hui estimated that Su Chao's true strength was, at best, that of a third-tier warrior. Although Fang Hui was injured now, he was originally a fourth-tier warrior and had confidence in his ability to take down Su Chao. The only thing that unsettled him was Su Chao's astonishing speed in his earlier burst. Su Chao also raised his blade to meet the attack, charging toward Fang Hui. He had always wanted to go all out in a fight, to test the gap between himself and a true fourth-tier warrior. Fang Hui, standing before him, was a perfect target. Wen Jiayu, seeing this, shouted anxiously. "Su Chao, don't clash head-on. He's a fourth-tier warrior, you'll be at a disadvantage. Your advantage lies in your speed. Just stall him until I recover, and I'll help you." Before she could finish her sentence, the two had already collided, their blades clashing, releasing a thunderous sound. Both were forced back several steps, each step leaving deep imprints in the ground. Wen Jiayu's mouth fell open in shock. She hadn't expected their direct clash to be so evenly matched. Su Chao's strength was completely on par with Fang Hui's. Fang Hui halted in his tracks, staring at Su Chao in disbelief. He hadn't anticipated that Su Chao's strength would be so comparable to his own. "Su Chao, you've hidden your strength well." A wave of panic rose in his heart. Just how much strength had Su Chao been hiding? To him, Su Chao felt like a bottomless pit, revealing only what he chose to show. A sense of danger surged through Fang Hui. He began contemplating an immediate retreat. Su Chao, however, was exhilarated. He had previously speculated that, with his full power unleashed and the amplification from his perfected martial arts techniques, his strength might just reach the level of an early-stage fourth-tier warrior. The recent clash had confirmed his hypothesis. However, Fang Hui was injured, had lost his right arm, and could only wield his weapon with one hand, unable to exert his full strength. That was the only reason the fight had ended in a draw. Seeing Fang Hui hesitate, Su Chao shouted, "Come on. Are you out of strength? Is that all you've got?" As soon as he finished, he took the initiative, wielding his perfected blade techniques to engage Fang Hui in a fierce battle in the valley. When Jiayu watched their evenly matched fight, secretly astonished. With her keen eyes, she quickly discerned that Su Chao was still a third-tier warrior, but his blade techniques had already reached a perfected level. This discovery left her incredulous. After all, even for someone like her, a top-tier talent who had awakened an S-grade ability, her martial arts techniques had only recently reached the advanced level, a feat already considered rapid. Perfected-level martial arts techniques were rare even among the teachers at their school. Su Chao's talent in martial arts was monstrous. And he had awakened his abilities only in college, starting his training later than most of them. She couldn't fathom how he had achieved such mastery. While Wen Jiayu marveled, the duel reached its conclusion. After another blade clash, both combatants retreated a few steps, standing still and panting heavily. Fang Hui bore several additional wounds. Though his upper body was protected by B-grade alloy armor and remained unharmed, his clothes were torn, and his legs sported 2 bloody gashes. After all, he was wielding his blade with only one hand, unable to exert his full power. Su Chao had seized this weakness and landed a hit. Su Chao's blade techniques were ruthless and incredibly fast, making them nearly impossible to defend against. Even so, Fang Hui had relied on his ability, phasing, to evade several lethal attacks. At this point, Fong Hui's resolve wavered. Su Chao, let's stop this fight. Neither of us can defeat the other. I don't know why you're hiding your strength, but I know you must have your secrets. I can't kill Wen Jieyu or you today, but you can't kill me either. Su Chao looked at him calmly. Oh? And who gave you the confidence to think I can't kill you? Fong Hui sneered. I admit you're strong. Your overall strength isn't inferior to Zhang Quan's. But kill me? I don't buy it. As he spoke, he glanced at Su Chao and the distant Wen Jieyu. His body began to blur. He was confident. Once he phased out, neither Su Chao nor Wen Jieyu would be able to track him. Suddenly, Fong Hui's body reappeared dozens of meters away, a mocking smile on his face as he prepared to taunt Su Chao. However, he froze in shock. A blade was already aimed straight at his neck. Had he not tilted his head at the critical moment, it would have been severed. Even so, cold sweat poured down his back in terror. How is this possible? You can actually see through my phasing ability. Su Chao looked at him disdainfully. Your ability is indeed impressive, but unfortunately, you met me. Fong Hui roared, I don't believe it. You must have guessed. Once again, Su Chao's body blurred and reappeared dozens of meters away. But as soon as he materialized, a blade thrust fiercely into his neck. The wielder, a trembling youth, stared at Su Chao in horror, clutching his neck. What's your ability? You can really see through my phasing ability. Su Chao slowly withdrew his blade, his gaze steady. Did you think I fought you earlier just to vent or gain experience? What I truly wanted to know was how long your ability could last. You want to know my ability? Ha, I wouldn't tell someone like you. A traitor to humanity doesn't deserve to know. Fong Hui's face twisted with unwillingness and shock as his body slowly collapsed. Before his death, he glared fiercely at Su Chao. My father will avenge me. With that, he breathed his last. Fong Hui was dead. Su Chao stepped forward, nudging Fong Hui's lifeless body. He removed the spatial ring from Fong Hui's left middle finger and slid it onto his own hand. Then, he thoroughly searched Fong Hui's body, collecting all valuables, including the tattered battle armor. He picked up the long blade lying beside Fong Hui, a B-grade alloy weapon that must not go to waste. Afterward, he approached the frozen Steward Wan and the tall, thin man, casually taking their spatial rings and armor as well. Steward Wan was a 6th-tier warrior, his possessions were bound to be valuable. However, what left Su Chao somewhat disappointed was that Steward Wan's armor was only B-grade. He had thought it would be A-grade. It seemed even a 6th-tier martial artist wasn't as wealthy as he had imagined. After all, cultivation required massive resources. He could only hope that the contents of their spatial rings wouldn't let him down. Fearing he might miss something, he carefully searched the two bodies again. After confirming there was nothing else, he returned to Wen Jieyu. When Wen Jieyu saw Su Chao walking over, she still hadn't recovered from the shock of him killing Fong Hui. Miss Wen, how are you feeling? We need to leave quickly, the commotion here was too loud. Hearing Su Chao speak, Wen Jieyu finally snapped back to her senses. Her expression was complicated. After hesitating for a moment, she finally spoke. You killed him. This is going to cause a lot of trouble. Fong Hui had a special status. He was a genius from Nanhua Martial University. Later, I'll take his body along with the other two. You'd better stay out of this, I'll claim it was all my doing and handle the aftermath. I don't know why you're hiding your strength, but from that, I can see you don't want trouble. If it weren't for saving me, you wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. Su Chao smiled at Wen Jieyu. Miss Wen, you've thought this through very thoroughly. Let's do as you say. If you're able to move now, help collect the bodies. I'll handle that 5th-tier treasure rat. Wen Jieyu looked a little embarrassed and said, could you lend me a spatial ring first? She quickly explained, don't misunderstand, I'm not trying to take your spoils. It's just that my spatial ring can't fit all 3 bodies. I'll return it to you once we're back at the base. Su Chao had just acquired 3 spatial rings and hadn't had the chance to inspect them. After a quick check, he found that the storage capacities of the 3 rings varied. The ring from the tall, skinny 5th-tier peak martial artist was the smallest, with only 2 cubic meters of space. Steward Wan's spatial ring had 5 cubic meters, and surprisingly, so did Fong Hui's. No wonder Wen Jieyu said Fong Hui had a special status. A 4th tier, early-stage martial artist possessing a 5 cubic meter spatial ring, it clearly indicated he wasn't ordinary. It was worth noting that even a ring with just 1 cubic meter of space would sell for at least tens of millions. As for what was inside the rings, Suchao didn't have time to check. He decided to deal with that after leaving this place. He handed Steward Wan's 5 cubic meter spatial ring to Wen Jieyu. Here, take this. Consider it your spoils of war. I haven't looked inside, it's all yours. The other 2 spatial rings will be my spoils. Wen Jieyu looked at him apologetically and said, I can't accept it. I'm just borrowing it, I'll return it later. If it weren't for you saving me, I'd already be dead. There'd be no talk of spoils. Suchao didn't want to argue further and waste time. Suit yourself. Let's get moving. I sense monsters heading toward this valley. With that, he shoved the spatial ring into Wen Jieyu's hand and turned to head toward the treasure rat. Looking at the motionless treasure rat lying in a large pit, Suchao's expression grew complicated. It was this very treasure rat that had caused his team so much trouble, nearly leaving them empty-handed. Now, it was covered in wounds, encased in a thin layer of ice. Suchao planned to use Feng Hui's spatial ring to store it. The intact corpse of a 5th-tier monster was worth a fortune, potentially fetching tens of millions. But in the next second, Suchao froze. He couldn't store the treasure rat in the spatial ring, it remained lying there silently. What was going on? Suchao frowned, deep in thought. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. There was only one explanation, this treasure rat wasn't dead, it was merely unconscious. After all, living creatures couldn't be stored in spatial spaces. If that were true, he stood to gain a significant amount of source points. To confirm, he immediately drew his curved blade and stabbed it hard into the treasure rat's eye. The next moment, Suchao was overjoyed. He really did gain source points, a whopping 985 points. He recalled the last time during the Beast Tide, when he had sniped a 5th-tier green-eyed fox from the city wall and only earned 888 points. Clearly, this 5th-tier peak treasure rat was far more formidable. Suddenly, he froze. His ability panel had undergone a change. Looking at the displayed content, Suchao couldn't help but burst into laughter. On the other side, Wen Jieyu turned her head and gave him a puzzled look. What on earth was this guy so ecstatic about? A 5th-tier monster corpse might be worth a lot, but it was definitely not as valuable as Feng Hui's wealth. When he killed Feng Hui and looted his belongings earlier, he didn't seem nearly this happy. Suchao didn't notice Wen Jieyu's strange look at all, and even if he had, he wouldn't have cared. All he could think was, you wouldn't understand, this joy is beyond your imagination. He focused his attention on his ability panel. Name, Suchao. Level, 3rd tier martial artist. Abilities, A grade Eye of Insight, B grade Teleportation, B grade Inner Space. Physique, 62. Mental Power, 35. Source Points, 3025. Martial Skills, Shadow Pierce, Beginner Martial Skill, Mastery. Wind Slash, Beginner Martial Skill, Perfection. Mountain Shatter Fist, Beginner Martial Skill, Mastery. A new ability had appeared under the Abilities section, B-grade Inner Space, yet another spatial type ability. Inner Space? Suchao recalled the treasure rat's ability, it could create a small storage space within its body. After killing it, he had somehow inherited this ability. He immediately used his mental power to probe and discovered a small black dot 3 inches below his navel. Directing his mental power into the black, he found a space roughly 1,000 cubic feet in size. This space functioned much like a spatial ring, it could only store inanimate objects, not living things. Looking at this 1,000 cubic foot inner space, Suchao couldn't stop grinning. He knew that the largest spatial rings available on the market were only about 100 cubic feet, and their prices were exorbitant. With this inner space, he could store all his valuables securely. He had gained yet another ability. It seemed he had a special connection with rodent-type monsters. His first ability had come from killing a 2nd-tier shadow rat. Now, he had gained a new ability from the treasure rat. Only now did he realize just how lucky he had been. The 2nd-tier shadow rat he encountered had actually possessed an ability. Later, he had killed countless monsters in the wilderness but had never encountered another with an ability. This suggested that the proportion of monsters capable of awakening abilities was extremely low. It made sense, two monsters were numerous and bred quickly. If too many of them awakened abilities, humanity wouldn't have lasted this long. It is precisely because human warriors become significantly stronger than beasts of the same level after awakening their abilities that our small numbers have been able to hold on until now. Moreover, Su Chao vaguely felt that his ability to acquire the powers of beasts was not limitless and was related to his own strength. For example, as a third-tier warrior, he estimated he could only simultaneously possess 3 abilities at most. If he wanted a new ability, he would have to replace an existing one. Retracting his mental strength, Su Chao glanced at the over 3,000 source points on his panel and shook his head. This trip had resulted in too few beast kills, with nearly 1,000 points contributed by the treasure rat alone. However, the other gains were undeniably bountiful. Soul Infant Fruit, the spatial rings and weaponry of Feng Hui and the Lanky Man, and the treasure rat's corpse. Exiting the panel, he placed the treasure rat's corpse into Feng Hui's spatial ring. Turning around, he saw that Wen Jieyu had finished her task and began walking toward her. He habitually activated his eye of perception to observe the surroundings, and his expression suddenly changed dramatically. "Miss Wen, we need to leave. The valley's exit is about to be surrounded by beasts." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately activated teleportation and appeared beside Wen Jieyu. Wen Jieyu saw Su Chao suddenly appear beside her. Guessing it was one of his abilities, she was still startled, even though she had seen him use it during his fight with Feng Hui. This ability was terrifying. A warrior 1 or 2 levels stronger than him could still fall victim to a sneak attack if they let their guard down. Noticing Su Chao's serious expression, she knew the situation was dire. Without saying much, she followed him toward the valley's exit. The two quickly arrived at the valley's exit and could clearly feel the ground trembling. There were quite a few beasts. "Run to the left." After scouting the area, Su Chao whispered. Wen Jieyu, knowing that Su Chao had a method to detect beasts, silently followed behind him. She was still injured, so her running speed was about the same as Su Chao's. After walking for a while, they encountered a few second and third-tier beasts. Su Chao swiftly dealt with them, not even taking time to collect their materials. The further they went, the more beasts appeared. "Miss Wen, can you hold on? We'll need to break through, otherwise, we'll be completely surrounded. This direction has the fewest beasts." Wen Jieyu glanced at him. "I can manage for now. Let's kill. If things get dangerous, leave me behind and save yourself." Su Chao didn't respond, only saying calmly, "Stay close behind me." As soon as he spoke, he charged to the front, carving out a bloody path. Going all out, they had to break out of this area as quickly as possible. With just the two of them, there was no need to hold anything back. With the eye of perception and his perfected blade techniques, Su Chao killed beasts with astonishing efficiency. Most beasts below the 3rd tier fell to a single strike. Only a few peak 3rd tier beasts required 2 or 3 moves. Leading this direction's beasts were 2 early 4th tier creatures. Su Chao had no choice but to use teleportation to launch a sneak attack, heavily injuring one of them. The other 4th tier beast, realizing how dangerous this human was, immediately roared and commanded the others to swarm the two while it hid among the herd, refusing to show itself. Su Chao inwardly cursed this cunning 4th tier beast. He glanced at Wen Jieyu behind him, her face growing paler, and knew she couldn't hold on much longer. He himself was also nearly spent, but he had to push harder. They were close to breaking out of the encirclement. If they could just cut through the beasts ahead, they would escape successfully. Su Chao had no choice but to fully activate both teleportation and the eye of perception. Previously, he hadn't dared to use both simultaneously due to the immense energy consumption. But now, he couldn't afford to hold back. They had to break through, or they would be overwhelmed as more beasts arrived. In the chaos, Su Chao's figure was nowhere to be seen, only a series of afterimages flickering relentlessly. With each flicker, 1 or 2 beasts fell. Gradually, a path opened up amidst the beasts. "Miss Wen, go." A voice, tinged with exhaustion, sounded beside Wen Jieyu. She looked at Su Chao, covered in blood, and felt a surge of gratitude. If not for his efforts to ensure her escape, he could have easily left on his own. Without wasting time, she followed Su Chao out of the encirclement. The beasts pursued relentlessly, with the 4th tier leader trailing behind, ready to strike at any moment. Su Chao glanced back at Wen Jieyu, his brows furrowing. She was almost unable to continue, blood trickling from the corners of her mouth as she gritted her teeth to press on. The earlier intense battle had clearly worsened her injuries. At this rate, they wouldn't be able to shake off the beasts. Desperately, he said to Wen Jiayu, "Miss One, we won't lose them like this. Get on my back, and I'll carry you out." Wen Jiayu, though hesitant, quickly made up her mind. Blushing, she climbed onto his back. Su Chao felt a soft sensation on his back and caught a faint, pleasant fragrance. His opinion of her grew even fonder. She didn't hesitate in critical moments. Carrying Wen Jiayu, Su Chao scouted the direction and activated teleportation. In the next moment, the two of them appeared 200 meters away. Su Chao felt a wave of weakness, realizing that carrying someone while teleporting consumes several times more energy than going alone. Feeling his strength waning, he dared not use teleportation again. Fortunately, they had gained some distance from the beasts. Su Chao resorted to his movement techniques, carrying Wen Jiayu as he dashed toward a nearby forest. From behind, Wen Jiayu retrieved a vial of potion and began applying it to both of them. Blushing, she explained, "This potion masks our scent, making it harder for the beasts to track us." While applying the potion, her hands inevitably brushed against Su Chao's body. But as people of the martial world, they didn't dwell on such trivialities. Su Chao nodded, silently admiring her resourcefulness. He hadn't thought of this tactic earlier. The two quickly disappeared into the forest. The beasts, now scattered, pursued them into the woods, clearly unwilling to give up. Elsewhere, at a cave near the Wui Mountains outskirts, close to the base city, Zhang Kuang, Fu Jun, and Bai Jie gathered, their faces grim. This was the designated rendezvous point, but an hour had passed, and 3 members of their temporary squad had yet to arrive. The 3 were growing increasingly anxious. Zhang Kuang ended his meditation and looked at Bai Jie. "Miss Bai, is Miss Wen still unreachable when you try calling her?" Bai Jie, her expression equally troubled, shook her head. "Still unreachable. You know how bad the signal is in the wilderness, with all the interference. Also, the temporary communication earpieces we used earlier have a short range. We've completely lost contact with those 3. Zhang Kuang nodded. He had also tried calling Su Chao, but to no avail. "Didn't Su Chao retreat with you first? Both of you arrived here already, so why isn't he here yet?" Bai Jie said, "I don't know his situation either. When I chased out of the valley, I couldn't find him. I had no choice but to come back here and wait for you." Fu Jun spoke up at the right moment. "I think he might have encountered an accident. I didn't see him on my way here either." The 3 of them fell silent. They weren't worried that Su Chao would keep the soul infant fruit for himself. After all, they all lived in Xinghai Base City, where identity information was clear, and no one would dare take such a risk. Bai Jie was more concerned about Wen Jiayu's safety. According to the plan, it would have been difficult for Wen Jiayu to shake off that 5th-tier treasure rat, but it shouldn't have taken this long. Something must have gone wrong. What made them even more uneasy was that half an hour ago, they had sensed a large-scale beast riot from the valley, which they speculated was connected to Wen Jiayu and the others. But they couldn't risk going over to check. The valley was teeming with beasts, including many 4th-tier and even 5th-tier ones. With their strength 1. Early 4th-tier and 3-peak 3rd-tier martial artists, charging in recklessly could mean no return. Seeing the 2 remain silent, Fu Jun spoke again, "You two, the situation has changed. Beasts are gathering in greater numbers near the valley. I suggest the 3 of us head back to the base city now. It's getting more dangerous here." Zhang Kuang, though aware that Su Chao had hidden much of his strength, still worried and didn't want to leave alone. He looked at Fu Jun and said, "Let's wait a bit longer. They might be on their way. The 3-hour deadline we agreed upon hasn't passed yet." Fu Jun, seeing Zhang Kuang's insistence, turned to Bai Jie. "What do you think?" Bai Jie was also reluctant to leave first. "I think we should wait a bit longer." Fu Jun shook his head helplessly. "All right, we'll wait for another half an hour. If they still don't show up, we have to leave and we'll make sure to leave our information for them." This time, Zhang Kuang and Bai Jie didn't object. They understood that Fu Jun was right. The longer they stayed, the more dangerous it would be. About 50 kilometers away from Zhang Kuang and the others' cave, in a dense forest, 2 figures were fleeing in panic, glancing back frequently with fear in their eyes. It was Su Chao and Wen Jiayu. They were in a terrible state. When they first entered the forest, they managed to avoid most of the beast hordes chasing them, but small groups of beasts still discovered them, forcing them into one battle after another. After finally shaking off the beast packs, they barely had time to catch their breath. Looking around, Su Chao's expression darkened. Something felt wrong. This place was unnaturally quiet. In the areas they had passed earlier, there were always beast roars or insect chirps. But here, there was no sound at all, as if someone had pressed a mute button. Ignoring his exhaustion, Su Chao immediately activated his Eye of Detection. He hadn't been using this ability consistently due to the massive energy drain from their earlier battles, as he wanted to conserve his strength. The Eye of Detection revealed no beasts nearby, only a large patch of crimson thorn bushes not far away. Suddenly, Su Chao's pupils contracted. Among the thorn bushes, he spotted many white bones scattered around, partially hidden beneath dead branches and rotting leaves. His skin crawled with goosebumps. Wen Jieyu's voice trembled as she said, "Su Chao, we have to leave immediately. That's a red blood thorn. Judging by its size, it's at least at the peak of 5th tier strength." Su Chao didn't need her warning to feel the terror. His instincts screamed of imminent disaster. But the ground showed no signs of danger. Something's wrong. The ground looks fine, but what about underground? He quickly focused his Eye of Detection beneath the surface. His expression changed drastically in an instant. Grabbing Wen Jieyu, he activated teleportation, and the two of them vanished from their spot. The ground where they had just stood erupted as countless roots shot up, forming a cage bristling with sharp thorns. The roots thrashed wildly, creating a terrifying spectacle. The two reappeared 200 meters away. As they landed, Su Chao's legs gave out beneath him, and he nearly collapsed, his face pale as a sheet. Fortunately, Wen Jieyu caught him before he fell completely, though the contact made her cheeks flush. Su Chao wasn't trying to take advantage of her, he was genuinely too weak to stand. Seeing his state, Wen Jieyu knew that escaping with her had drained him severely, especially after the teleportation. She quickly retrieved a recovery potion from her spatial ring and handed it to Su Chao. It was the last one she had. This potion was a newly developed formula unavailable in the human market. It had been given to her by her teacher. She had already used 2 on Su Chao earlier. Without them, they wouldn't have made it this far. After drinking the potion, Su Chao's complexion improved slightly. He turned to look at the red blood thorns, roots and vines, which were still wildly stretching toward them. His heart chilled at the sight. Grabbing Wen Jieyu's hand, he continued running farther away. Only now did he truly feel the dangers of the wilderness. A few days ago, when he and Zhang Quine hunted beasts just a few dozen kilometers from the base city, the wilderness hadn't seemed so terrifying. This time, venturing about 200 kilometers deep with Wen Jieyu was a completely different experience. Not only were there large numbers of 3rd and 4th tier beasts here, but occasional 5th tier ones. Even humans posed a significant threat. He had read discussions about plant-type beasts on the Home of Martial Artists forum before, but he always found them hard to believe. Now, encountering a plant-type beast for the first time, he instantly understood their horror. The 5th tier red blood thorn relentlessly pursued them, its vines and roots stretching at alarming speeds. Su Chao and Wen Jieyu ran with all their might. Only when they were over a kilometer away did the red blood thorn, seemingly exhausted, withdraw its roots and vines with an unwilling roar. The two narrowly escaped death. Though utterly drained, they didn't dare stop and cautiously pressed on. Eventually, just before collapsing from exhaustion, they found a hidden cave. Su Chao used the last of his strength to activate that Eye of Detection and confirmed the area was safe before they hurried inside. The cave was small but well concealed. As soon as they entered, Su Chao collapsed onto the ground, completely disregarding his appearance. Wen Jieyu, still mindful of her image, forced herself to walk a few steps further inside and sat down against the cave wall in a slightly wider area. The only sound in the cave was their heavy breathing. After a few minutes, Su Chao weakly propped himself up, drank a vial of blood vitality potion, and began meditating to recover. Although the blood vitality potion wasn't as fast-acting as the recovery potion Wen Jieyu had given him earlier, it still helped restore his stamina. Wen Jieyu also sat silently on the other side, meditating to recover. After multiple battles and the frantic escape, her internal injuries had worsened. The bloodstains at the corners of her mouth hinted at her condition. The cave fell into silence. About an hour later, Su Chao slowly opened his eyes. After this period of rest, about 70% of his strength had been restored. Now, he finally had the confidence to survive in the wilderness. That previous feeling of tension and fear was something he never wanted to experience again. He began to observe the surrounding cave. The cave was about 5 or 6 meters deep, roughly 2 meters wide, with a ceiling 7 or 8 meters high. A few faint rays of light filtered in, allowing him to vaguely make out the environment inside. His gaze shifted to Wen Jiayu, who was sitting nearby. Her clothes were somewhat damaged, and she sat there quietly. The slanting light illuminated her exquisitely. Beautiful face, paired with her bright silver, ear-length short hair, making her appear independent and outstanding. Any man seeing her would instinctively feel the urge to protect her. At that moment, Wen Jiayu slowly opened her eyes. Their gazes met. Instantly, a subtle atmosphere filled the cave. Wen Jiayu was the first to break the silence. Blushing, she lowered her head and said awkwardly, "Su Chao, how's your recovery?" Su Chao deliberately cleared his throat to ease the embarrassment of having stared at her for too long. "I'm much better, probably about 70% recovered. After a bit more rest, we should be able to head back to the base city." "And you, Jiayu? Is your injury any better?" When Jiayu glanced at him and replied, "The time's been too short. For now, I've only managed to suppress the injury. It'll take a few more days to fully recover once we're back at the base city." She paused for a moment before continuing, "From now on, just call me Jiayu. We've been through life and death together, calling me Miss Wen sounds too formal." Su Chao nodded. No, Jiayu. Can you get in touch with Bai Jia and the others?" He had tried using his phone earlier to call Zhang Kuang and the team, but there was no signal. When Jiayu also took out her phone to check, shaking her head to indicate there was no signal. Su Chao sighed. "I wonder how they're doing. Are they still waiting for us at the agreed location?" When Jiayu responded, "Don't worry about them. Zhang Kuang is strong, and Fu Jun and my cousin are also very capable. As long as they don't encounter a large-scale beast horde, they'll definitely make it back to the base city safely. Oh, by the way, Feng Hui is dead. I can save you a share of his soul infant fruit. I'll take it out, and they won't object." Su Chao shook his head. "No, you all can divide it. I don't need the soul infant fruit. Just convert it into cash for me." When Jiayu looked at him, surprised. Money can be earned, but treasures that can quickly enhance spiritual power are hard to come by. "Are you sure you don't want it?" Su Chao nodded firmly. She curiously asked, "You seem to be in a hurry to get money. Can you tell me why?" After hesitating for a moment, Su Chao decided to explain his family situation, including his need to gather money to buy willow core for his father. After listening, when Jiayu was silent for a while before saying, "Su Chao, maybe your father doesn't necessarily need willow core to heal." Su Chao was stunned. "Jiayu, are you talking about other spirit items? Those are even more expensive. Willow core is the cheapest thing I know that can cure my father." When Jiayu quickly clarified, "I'm not talking about spirit items. I mean using an ability to heal." "An ability to heal?" Su Chao looked at her in confusion, waiting for her to explain. "There are many kinds of abilities awakened by humans. Some people awaken life-based abilities, which can heal illnesses and save lives." Su Chao had assumed she was going to suggest another method, but upon hearing this, he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. "I've heard of that, but people with life-based abilities are extremely rare. Where would I find one? And even if I did, why would they help me? Raising money to buy willow core is more reliable. At least it's something I can accomplish in the short term." When Jiayu didn't respond directly. Instead, she asked an unexpected question. "Do you know why Feng Hui wanted to kill me? And after he ambushed me, how I was able to recover so quickly from my injury?" She pointed at the knife wound on her shoulder from Feng Hui's sneak attack. The wound no longer looked severe, only a faint pink scar remained. When Su Chao had returned to the valley earlier, he had stayed far away and hadn't heard the conversation between her and Feng Hui. Seeing her injury improve, he had assumed she had used some kind of fast-acting healing agent. Since when Jiayu frequently brought out different types of potions, Su Chao had grown accustomed to her having healing remedies. Now, hearing her words, he thought for a moment, and a light flickered in his eyes. Su Chao's voice trembled with excitement. "Jiayu, are you saying your ability is life-based? And you can heal my father's injury?" His eyes were filled with anticipation. When Jiayu nodded. "However, I'll need a few more days. I have to fully recover first before I can help your father. Upon hearing this, Su Chao immediately jumped up, his face beaming with joy. He hadn't expected that this trip to the wilderness would bring such an incredible surprise. Fate was truly mysterious. Su Chao sighed with emotion. If not for his sudden whim to return to the valley and coincidentally save Wen Jieyu, she would never have told him about her life-based ability, let alone offered to help his father. He said excitedly, "It's fine. My father has endured all these years, waiting a few more days won't matter." "Jieyu, thank you." Wen Jieyu shook her head with a smile. "Not at all. You saved my life." "Oh, right, Su Chao, what exactly is your ability? Is it speed-based? I feel like your bursts of speed are incredibly fast. Your level must be quite high, right?" Su Chao hesitated for a moment before replying, "It's not speed-based. It's space-based." "What? Space-based?" Wen Jieyu stared at him in shock. She knew that space-based, time-based, and her own life-based abilities were among the most elite types of powers. People who awakened such abilities were exceedingly rare, and their levels were generally very high. Among humans, those with such top-tier abilities were exceptionally scarce, making each one a treasured asset, heavily protected. She also recalled her teacher mentioning that when warriors reached the 9th rank, they had to comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth, and even the universe, to break through to higher realms. Beyond that, achieving even higher realms required understanding the laws. As for whether those higher realms existed, even her teacher was uncertain. Laws. After a moment of silence, she spoke again. "Su Chao, do you know what abilities truly are?" Su Chao didn't understand why she suddenly asked this and shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Wen Jieyu patiently explained, "My teacher once said that abilities are essentially incomplete seeds of laws. Those who awaken abilities can, through these seeds, perceive and even borrow a portion of the power of the laws. The higher the awakening level, the more complete the law seed is, and the stronger the power of the laws that can be borrowed." 4. Example, even within the same fire element ability, the power of a sea-level flame is definitely inferior to that of an A-level flame. Furthermore, those with more complete law seeds find it easier to comprehend the mysteries of heaven and the universe, which greatly aids their future advancements. Legend has it that if someone awakens an SSS-level ability, it is equivalent to possessing a complete law seed. Such individuals are terrifyingly powerful. However, no one has ever heard of anyone achieving this to date. Moreover, abilities like your spatial element and my life element fall into the category of top-tier abilities. They are extremely difficult to awaken. These top-tier abilities borrow law powers that are more wondrous and powerful. Su Chao was shocked after hearing this. He had never heard these things before. He only knew that lower-level martial artists were completely out of touch with such profound concepts. Only a genius like Wen Jieyu had the chance to learn about them. She had the strongest teachers to guide her and resources far surpassing those of ordinary people. Su Chao sighed. The geniuses at top-tier martial universities were indeed on a different level, their resources and training were leagues ahead of what he had access to at his ordinary university. He then thought about it. If abilities were law seeds, then what exactly was his panel? He felt that as long as his source points were strong enough, the abilities on his panel could keep upgrading, even evolving into an SSS-level complete law seed in the end. Thinking of this, his heart surged with excitement. What secrets was his panel truly hiding? Wen Jieyu didn't notice all the thoughts racing through his mind. She only saw his wide-eyed, astonished expression, clearly shaken by the knowledge she had shared, and felt quite satisfied. Back when her teacher had first told her about these things, she hadn't been much better off than he was now. "Su Chao, honestly, with your talent, staying at Shanghai Polytechnic University won't do much to help your cultivation. After all, it's not a specialized martial arts university. If you'd like to come to our university, I can help you find a teacher to handle your admission. With your talent, the Shanghai Martial Arts University would definitely welcome you." Su Chao knew Wen Jieyu genuinely had his best interests at heart. But he also had his own plans. With his panel, he wasn't as reliant on cultivation resources. As long as he was given time to grow, he wouldn't lose to any genius. What he needed most right now was to keep a low profile. He carried too many secrets on him. If they were discovered by top-level powerhouses, the consequences would be unimaginable. After all, some powerhouses, stuck at a certain level for too long, would go to any lengths to break through. With this thought, Su Chao became even more determined to remain cautious. He gratefully said to Wen Jieyu, "Thank you, Jieyu. But I still want to stay at Shanghai Polytechnic University." As for why? "I didn't choose Shanghai Martial Arts University, it involves some personal matters that are inconvenient to explain. Also, about my newly awakened spatial ability, please don't tell anyone. You're the only one I've shared this with." Wen Jieyu was a little surprised that Su Chao would reject her suggestion, but she quickly came to terms with it. She sensed a mysterious aura around Su Chao, as though he was concealing a deep and unfathomable martial power and strange detection abilities. She knew Su Chao was a young man with his own convictions, so she didn't press further. She simply reminded him. "Su Chao, you're right. The fewer people who know about your spatial ability awakening, the better. You probably know this too, there are traitors among humanity. They've formed an organization, lurking among us, specifically hunting down exceptionally gifted talents." Su Chao nodded, his expression serious. "The Fang Hui I killed, he was one of them, wasn't he?" Wen Jieyu was impressed by Su Chao's composure. "That's right. Fang Hui was indeed one of their members, and his status within the organization wasn't low. His father is likely a high-ranking member of the group, at least a Grandmaster-level powerhouse. Their organization is called Heaven's Kingdom." Su Chao repeated the name softly, "Heaven's Kingdom?" Wen Jieyu's expression turned grave as she spoke of the organization. "Yes, it's called Heaven's Kingdom. Their leader claims to have received orders from a god and professes to lead humanity away from Blue Star, which is overrun by monsters, to the place where this god resides. There are no monsters, and life is peaceful and worry-free. Those who want to go there must first prove their loyalty by acting according to the god's orders. As a result, they've attracted many people who have lost hope for the future. Their organization is powerful, with influence spanning across all human base cities. It's tightly knit and deeply hidden. Even the human upper echelons struggle to completely eradicate them." Su Chao's expression grew darker as he listened to Wen Jieyu's explanation. Only now did he understand why Wen Jieyu claimed it was she who had killed Fang Hui. Wen Jieyu was a top-tier genius at Shanghai Martial Arts University, with powerful teachers to protect her. If Heaven's Kingdom found out she had killed Fang Hui, seeking revenge would be no easy task. But if they discovered Su Chao was the one who did it, the consequences would be disastrous, potentially even endangering his family. Knowing the terrifying influence of Heaven's Kingdom, Su Chao felt an even stronger sense of urgency. He had to become stronger as quickly as possible to protect himself and his loved ones. He also understood why so many people would join Heaven's Kingdom. Humanity was already struggling against increasingly powerful monsters. Now, with a faction like Heaven's Kingdom dragging them down, how could anyone have hope for the future? Perhaps thinking along these lines, Wen Jieyu didn't say more. The cave fell silent once again. "No one can predict the future," Wen Jieyu finally said, breaking the silence. "But for now, all we can do is strive to improve our strength. Don't worry too much about troubles that haven't yet arrived." Su Chao nodded. "For now, we should focus on recovering and getting back to the base city as soon as possible. It's already noon. Let's eat something, rest for an hour, and then set out." In the 12th district of Shanghai Base City, West Lake Villas. Inside Su Chao's home. Wang Lihua was holding her phone, her face full of worry as she looked at Su Chao's father. "Lao Su, why can't we get through to Xiao Chao's phone? Do you think something might have happened to him?" Su Jianye was also worried about their son. But he tried to comfort his wife, pretending to be calm as he said, "Lihua, don't worry. Xiao Chao went to the wilderness zone, and the signal there isn't great. It's normal for the phone not to connect. Didn't Xiao Chao call us yesterday morning to let us know he was safe? Relax, Xiao Chao knows what he's doing. He won't act recklessly. Besides, old Zhang's son, Zhang Kuang, is with him. Zhang Kuang is a 4th-tier martial artist, so it should be fine." Wang Lihua, hearing this, began to complain to Su Jianye. "At the beginning, I said I didn't agree to let Xiao Chao go to the wilderness zone, but you insisted. Xiao Chao had just awakened as a martial artist, it's too dangerous for him to go there. He should have stayed at school to train peacefully and waited until after graduating in his senior year to venture into safer areas." Su Jianye gave a bitter smile. "You know Xiao Chao's temperament. We couldn't stop him. Even if we didn't approve, he would have snuck out on his own. We have to accept this reality. Xiao Chao has become a martial artist, and it's impossible for him to always stay in the base city. This is something we have to face sooner or later. Wang Lihua sighed. Sigh, I don't know why, but I've been feeling lately like something's about to happen. I talked to Yu Fei on the phone yesterday, and she seemed to be in a bad mood. I don't know what's going on with her. Raising kids, what's the point of it? Once they grow up, they don't even tell us the truth, hiding everything from us. And another thing, every time I leave the residential area lately, I feel like someone's following me. But whenever I turn around, there's no one there. After hearing what Wang Lihua said, Su Jianya's expression turned serious. Lihua, when did you notice someone following you? About the day before yesterday. Then try not to go out unnecessarily from now on. Let's wait until Xiao Chao comes back. About 20 kilometers away from Shanghai Base City, two people were traveling swiftly. A young man and a woman, youthful and full of energy. The young man carried a large backpack, while the woman carried nothing. They were Su Chao and Wen Jieyu, who were hurrying toward the base city after a long journey. After leaving the cave, they moved in the direction indicated by the map. With Su Chao's eye of detection providing protection, the journey back to the city went relatively smoothly. They avoided powerful beasts, and any beasts below the 4th tier were easily defeated by them, with the collected materials stored in Su Chao's backpack. Why not use a spatial ring? To keep a low profile and avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Two young people coming out of the wilderness zone without carrying backpacks would definitely look suspicious. The most dangerous part of their journey was the forest where they had been hiding, where they were targeted by a 5th-tier golden-feathered eagle. When Jieyu's strength hadn't fully recovered and was at best at the 4th-tier level, unable to contend with the golden-feathered eagle. Faced with the relentless pursuit of the 5th-tier golden-feathered eagle, Su Chao had no choice but to rely on his usual tactic, using teleportation to take Wen Jieyu into the dense forest, finally losing the eagle. The closer they got to the base city, the weaker the beasts became, and the safer the roads were. Their expressions gradually relaxed as they walked and chatted along the way. Passers-by who saw them thought they were a couple and couldn't help but envy them. Ah, to be young, carefree, and enjoying the prime of life. When they finally reached the base city, just as they passed the city gates, they saw a burly man waving and shouting among the crowd, accompanied by a girl and a skinny young man. Chaozi, over here. I knew you wouldn't die in the wilderness zone. Turns out you snuck off to meet a beauty. The people around them turned to look. Su Chao and Wen Jieyu exchanged wry smiles, Wen Jieyu's face flushing red. That guy cracking jokes was none other than Zhang Kuang, and the two with him were Bai Jie and Fu Jun. When Su Chao and his group had gotten close to the base city earlier, they discovered they had phone signals again. They had called Zhang Kuang to let him know they were almost there. Unexpectedly, the three had come all the way to the city gate to meet them. Su Chao and Wen Jieyu quickly walked over. Zhang Kuang reached out for a hug, but Su Chao didn't oblige, instead punching him hard on the shoulder. Zhang Kuang grimaced in pain. He glanced at Bai Jie and Wen Jieyu, who were walking hand in hand and chatting intimately, as if they had endless things to say to each other. Zhang Kuang felt a bit jealous, thinking this is what a proper reunion between friends after a life-threatening ordeal should look like. Chaozi, you really have no sense of romance, just punching me like that. Meanwhile, Fu Jun glanced behind Su Chao and Wen Jieyu but didn't see Fang Hui among them. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, Su Chao, weren't you with Fang Hui? Su Chao hadn't gone into detail over the phone, only saying they were close to the base city and would explain in person. Fu Jun had assumed Fang Hui was with them. Su Chao looked at everyone and said, this isn't the place to talk. Let's find somewhere to sit and chat. The five of them quickly headed to the Hunters Association, where they had stayed before, and rented a private room on the 3rd floor. As soon as they sat down, the three of them looked eagerly at Su Chao and Wen Jieyu. Su Chao glanced at Wen Jieyu. Do you want to explain, or should I? Wen Jieyu replied, I'll explain. Fang Hui is dead. What? The moment Wen Jieyu spoke, she dropped a bombshell, leaving the three of them stunned. Seeing that only Su Chao and Wen Jieyu had returned, they had already guessed something was wrong but had still clung to some hope. Now, all hope was completely shattered. Fu Jun's face turned grim. He had been the closest to Fang Hui and was the first to ask, how did he die? Can you tell us in detail what happened? Wen Jieyu's expression grew heavier as she nodded. Even if you didn't ask, I plan to tell you. What I'm about to say involves classified information, so please keep it to yourselves. Feng Hui was a member of the Heavenly Kingdom organization. Her words made the three of them gasp audibly, exchanging shocked glances, but they didn't interrupt and continued listening. After you all retreated, I told Feng Hui to prepare to evacuate as well. But while I was fighting a fifth-tier treasure rat, he suddenly ambushed me and injured me severely. He threatened me, saying I had to join their organization, or he would kill me. That's when I learned he was part of Heavenly Kingdom. You all know this organization frequently assassinates humanity's talented martial artists. Naturally, I refused to join. However, I pretended to comply, talking to him while secretly using medicine my teacher had given me to heal my injuries. Once my injuries were barely under control, I tried to escape. But I didn't expect that he had two accomplices waiting at the valley entrance to block my way. These two were incredibly strong, one at the peak of the 5th tier, the other at the 6th tier. In the end, I had no choice but to use a high-level psychic artifact my teacher had given me to counterattack, killing those three in the 5th tier treasure rat. But I was seriously injured myself. Luckily, Su Chao arrived in time and helped me escape. Otherwise, I would have been killed by the horde of beasts that came after us in the valley. After hearing Wen Jieyu's account, the three of them felt as if their minds were buzzing with 1,000 bees, utterly chaotic. The Heavenly Kingdom organization. An ambush. A peak 5th tier and a 6th tier martial artist? A high-level psychic artifact. One term after another bombarded their minds, making them feel like they had missed an epic drama. But none of them doubted Wen Jieyu's words. Because there was no reason for her to lie. Such a significant incident would undoubtedly prompt the authorities to dispatch personnel to investigate the valley. Moreover, Wen Jieiyu mentioned that the corpses of Feng Hui and his two other companions could serve as evidence. Feng Hui was a genius from Nanhua Martial University. If he was indeed a member of the Heavenly Kingdom organization, Fu Jun and Bai Jie could already sense that a storm was brewing within the school. Su Chao silently gave Wen Jieiyu a thumbs up in his mind. 80% of her account was likely true, while the remaining 20% might have been a cover-up. It would be difficult for others to discern the truth. She had skillfully concealed the fact that Su Chao had killed Feng Hui, merely stating that he had arrived at the last moment and saved an injured Wen Jieiyu, helping her escape the valley. As for why Su Chao had returned to the valley, he explained that when he left, he had vaguely seen two figures heading into the valley, and his curiosity had driven him to follow them. Since everyone knew Su Chao could sense beasts remotely, they didn't think much of it. After discussing Feng Hui's death, the group shifted to talking about their gains and the distribution of those spoils. Su Chao pulled out 2 soul infant fruits from his backpack. Everyone's eyes lit up. These fruits were the primary objective of their expedition. For this, Feng Hui had died, and Wen Jieiyu had been severely injured. The soul infant fruit was the most significant reward from this endeavor and the item everyone was most concerned about. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Wen Jieiyu coughed lightly and said, "Let's first discuss how to divide the spoils. I'll share my thoughts. Now that Feng Hui is dead, the distribution plan we previously discussed needs to be adjusted. Since I contributed the most to this mission and suffered the greatest losses, I'll take 35%. For the rest, Zheng Kuang gets 22.5%, Bai Jie gets 15%, Fu Jun 12.5%, and Su Chao 15%. Some of you might wonder why Su Chao gets 15%. Let me clarify, he risked his life at a critical moment to save me. Otherwise, you might not see me here today. Although Bai Jie only provided remote support, which didn't seem too dangerous, she did shoot many arrows. Giving her 15% is a fair compensation. Take a look, everyone. Any objections? The group fell silent for a moment before nodding in agreement to the distribution plan. Of all of them, Fu Jun received the smallest share, but he didn't object and even breathed a sigh of relief. When Fu Jun first heard Wen Jieyu's proposal, he wasn't too happy about it. Why should Su Chao, the weakest among them, get more than him? But after hearing Wen Jieyu's explanation, he found it reasonable. Wen Jieiyu was undeniably the strongest. Moreover, she had been severely injured by Feng Hui's sneak attack during the mission and had even lost an advanced life-saving artifact. If she insisted on taking 50%, no one would have opposed it. Once the group agreed on the distribution of the soul infant fruits, Wen Jieiyu continued, Su Chao and I will each take 1 soul infant fruit. The remaining one will be divided among the three of you. The quantity should be sufficient for your short-term breakthroughs. Then she turned to Su Chao, saying, "You said you didn't want the soul infant fruit and preferred cash instead. That works perfectly for me, as I need a whole one. I'll value it at 60 million per fruit." Although the martial artist's home lists it at 50 million, no one actually sells at that price. So with this arrangement, I'll transfer 18 million to you. That's correct, right? Give me your account details, and I'll send the money immediately. Su Chao, knowing Wen Jiayu came from a wealthy background and had a powerful mentor who often gifted her invaluable treasures, didn't hesitate. He swiftly provided his account information. Moments later, his account balance increased by 18 million, reaching nearly 23 million. Su Chao couldn't contain his excitement. Finally, he had money. Now, he no longer had to worry about buying the willow core for his father. After setting aside a portion for his family, the rest could be used for his training. He had always wanted to experience the gravity chamber at the Starry Sky Martial Hall but had never been able to afford it. After transferring the money, Wen Jiayu stored one of the soul infant fruits. Meanwhile, Bai Jia, Zheng Kuang, and Fu Jun divided the remaining fruit and carefully secured their shares. Since the fruit's potency would diminish if split, it had to be consumed as soon as possible to retain its full effect. One by one, they got up and returned to their rooms to prepare for consuming the soul infant fruit. As for the other materials, such as those acquired from the Tier 4 initial level beast and the Tier 4 peak level Vajra tiger they hunted before entering the valley, along with materials from some Tier 3 beasts, they agreed to sell them and split the proceeds later. There wasn't much value, each person would only receive a few 100,000, so no one paid much attention. The corpse of the Tier 5 peak level treasure mouse from the valley wasn't mentioned, as it was Wen Jiayu's rightful trophy. After the others left, only Su Chao and Wen Jiayu remained in the room. Su Chao handed a spatial ring to Wen Jiayu. "Jiayu, I've placed the treasure mouse's corpse inside. Since you defeated it, it's yours." Wen Jiayu looked at him and said, "If you were to handle the corpse of this Tier 5 treasure mouse, it would undoubtedly attract suspicion. It's better if I take care of it. As for the proceeds, we'll split it 50-50, and I'll transfer your share to your account. However, I'll be keeping its spiritual armor plates as compensation. All the beast materials and spiritual plates we collected from the beasts we killed on our way back to the city will be yours." Su Chao didn't hesitate, nodding his agreement. He knew Wen Jiayu wasn't concerned about this amount of money and appreciated her thoughtfulness and tact. Wen Jiayu continued, "I've already informed my mentor about Feng Wei. She told me to stay here and wait for her. The authorities will definitely send people to investigate. If they question you, just stick to the story we discussed. I'll be busy for the next few days recovering from my injuries and cooperating with the investigation. Regarding your father's matter, I'll be in touch with you." Su Chao asked with concern, "Are you sure your injuries aren't serious? You seemed pretty badly hurt back then. Are there any risks of lingering effects?" "Don't worry. You know how my abilities work. I'm heading back to my room to heal. I'll likely be staying here for the next few days. You have my contact information, so feel free to reach out if anything comes up." With that, Wen Jiayu rose, bid Su Chao farewell, and left the room. Now, Su Chao was alone in the private suite. At last, he had time to sort through his gains. He turned his attention to his status panel. Name, Su Chao. Level, Tier 3 Martial Artist. Abilities, A rank Inside Eye, B rank Teleportation, B rank Inner Space. Constitution, 62. Mental Power, 35. Source Points, 6852. Martial Techniques, Beginner Shadow Stab, Mastery, plus, Beginner Wind Slash, Perfected, Beginner Mountain Crushing Fist, Mastery, plus. His source points had surprisingly reached over 6,000. When they first set out from the valley, he'd only had a little over 3,000. After relentlessly slaying beasts outside the valley, combined with the ones he killed during their flight and return journey, it wasn't surprising he had amassed so many. However, what made Su Chao frown was that despite having so many source points, the panel only displayed options to upgrade 2 other basic combat techniques. After some thought, he decided not to upgrade the techniques. At this stage, 1 perfected combat technique was sufficient for him. Upgrading the other 2 techniques wouldn't significantly enhance his combat power. He planned to save the source points for now, aiming to upgrade the B-level teleportation ability and see how many points it would take to reach A level. After all, if the upgrade succeeded, his survival ability would drastically improve, something he was eagerly anticipating. The only regret he had was that during his escape, he hadn't had the chance to collect materials and spirit armor fragments from the numerous beasts he had killed, which seemed like such a waste. As for the beast materials he had collected on the way back to the city, he estimated they could sell for 2 to 3 million, which could be converted into about 200 combat points, not bad at all. Finally, he glanced at the spatial ring in his hand, which had a storage capacity of 2 cubic meters. This spatial ring belonged to the lanky companion of Feng Hui. As a peak 5th-tier martial artist, Su Chao wondered what valuable items might be hidden inside. Since obtaining the ring, Su Chao hadn't had the time to examine it closely. As for Feng Hui's spatial ring, the corpse of the treasure-seeking rat inside had already been handed over to Wen Jieyu for processing. The other items had been transferred to Su Chao's internal space. He first inspected the lanky man's ring. The most valuable items inside were weapons and armor, a long sword and a set of armor, both B-level equipment. Together, they were worth over 10 million. There was also some cash, roughly a few 100,000. Lastly, there were some clothing items and potions, with a particular abundance of blood-replenishing potions, dozens of bottles in total. In fact, the 2 cubic meter spatial ring itself was the most valuable item. In the market, a 1 cubic meter spatial ring was worth at least 10 million, so this one was worth no less than 20 million. Adding it all up, this peak 5th-tier martial artist's total net worth was about 40 million. As for how much money he still had in his accounts, Su Chao had no idea. It seemed that even a 5th-tier martial artist wasn't that wealthy, much of their money was spent on improving their level and strength. Next, Su Chao examined Feng Hui's items. Similarly, there was a set of B-level armor, but Feng Hui also had 2 blades, both made of B-grade alloy. Su Chao was delighted, just these 3 pieces of equipment were worth over 20 million. There was also several 100,000 in cash. For some reason, members of this organization seemed to prefer carrying cash. Additionally, there were dozens of potions, 3 of which Su Chao recognized as the ones Wen Jieyu had given him earlier to quickly restore his stamina. Lastly, there were some beast materials. Of course, what Su Chao valued most was the 5 cubic meter spatial ring. Once Wen Jieyu finished processing the treasure-seeking rat's corpse, she would return it to him. Overall, Su Chao was very satisfied. 2 trips to the wilderness zones had yielded him a wealth of rewards. His net worth had skyrocketed to over 100 million, achieving a small personal goal. More importantly, his strength had improved significantly. Before heading to the wilderness zone, his highest level combat technique had only reached the proficient level, and his abilities consisted of just an A-level Eye of Insight and a C-level Shadow Clone. Now, one of his basic combat techniques had reached the perfected level. Not only had he gained a new B-level inner space ability, but he had also upgraded his previous C-level Shadow Clone to B-level teleportation. Having 3 abilities, Su Chao had heard that someone awakening 2 abilities was already shocking to the martial artist community worldwide. Yet, he had 3, with the potential for even more in the future. In the office of Zhao Dezhong from the Hunters Association. Brother Su, I've already transferred the money to you. If you have more materials to sell in the future, feel free to come to me anytime. I promise to give you a fair price. Zhao Dezhong smiled and stood up, shaking hands with Su Chao. No problem, Manager Zhao. I trust you. If I get good stuff, I'll definitely come to you. Alright, take care. Su Chao politely shook hands as well, and Zhao Dezhong escorted him all the way to the door. After leaving Manager Zhao's office, Su Chao found that his account had increased by about 4 million. He planned to rent a room here and take a proper rest. Once Zhang Kuang finished his cultivation, they could head home together. He had already called his parents to let them know he was safe, so returning a day or 2 later wouldn't be an issue. What made Su Chao laugh helplessly was that during the call, his mother, Wan Liwa, was worried he might lie about being back in the city. She insisted on a video call to confirm he was indeed safe and in the base city before she finally hung up, reassured. In the room, after washing up, Su Chao lay comfortably on the sofa watching TV. Just then, the doorbell rang. Thinking it was the food delivery, he got up to open the door. As the door opened, a cold voice sounded. Are you Su Chao? Standing at the door was a middle-aged woman of striking appearance. She was dressed in a dark gray high-collared martial arts outfit, her hair neatly combed and tied into a strict bun at the back of her head, with a few silver strands conspicuously mixed in. Her figure was thin, and she wore no accessories except for a spatial ring on her hand. She stood quietly at the door, her gaze cold and sharp, exuding the authority of someone in power. There was an overwhelming sense of distance about her. Su Chao had never seen her before, but she had accurately called out his name. Immediately, his vigilance heightened. Instinctively, he wanted to activate the Eye of Insight, but as soon as he started, his eyelids twitched violently, sensing that if he continued, it would lead to big trouble. Reluctantly, he suppressed the urge. He had never encountered such a situation before. Even during the beast-tide battle, when he had observed a grandmaster from the city wall, he had merely felt his eyes dazzled and been detected. This woman was clearly an extraordinary powerhouse, and Su Chao felt a storm brewing in his heart. His nerves were taut, ready to use teleportation at any moment, though he doubted it would be effective. Why had she come to find him? Was it to avenge Feng Hui? No, that couldn't be it. Even if the Heavenly Kingdom organization was powerful, there was no way they could uncover the truth and locate him so quickly. Only he and Wen Jiayu knew about the matter. Though numerous thoughts flashed through his mind, he quickly adjusted his demeanor. With a puzzled expression, he looked at her and asked, "May I know who you are?" He didn't immediately admit to being Su Chao, deciding not to reveal anything unless the woman first identified herself. Su Jin scrutinized the cautious young man in front of her, her eyebrows slightly raised. She had sensed earlier that he was about to use some kind of special ability to investigate her, but fortunately, he had stopped in time. Otherwise, he might have suffered a backlash. "I'm Wen Jiayu's teacher. My surname is Su. Are we really going to talk at the door? Aren't you going to invite me in to sit?" she said. Hearing that she was Wen Jiayu's teacher, Su Chao's face immediately lit up with a big smile. Quickly stepping aside, he greeted her, "Oh. It's Teacher Su. My apologies for the oversight. Please, come in and have a seat." The corners of Su Jin's mouth twitched slightly. What a quick change of demeanor. She nodded and walked into the room. Su Chao poured her a glass of water, and the two of them sat in the reception area. The aura she exuded was overwhelming, but fortunately, his panel shielded him from mental pressure. In an effort to break the awkward silence, he spoke first. "I wonder what brings Teacher Su here to see me." Su Jin quietly fixed her gaze on him. After a long pause, she finally said, "Your ability to conceal your aura is quite unique. I could only sense the power of a peak stage Tier 2 martial artist from you. However, I've heard from Jiayu that you possess the strength of a peak stage Tier 3 martial artist? And earlier, at the door, were you trying to use some special ability to probe me? Lucky for you, you didn't try. What a mysterious young man you are. I also heard that you've awakened spatial abilities?" Su Chao warned Jiayu, "We agreed you'd keep my secrets. How could you spill everything about me? You're such a beautiful girl, yet so untrustworthy." Su Chao grumbled internally. Sensing his silent complaints, Su Jin continued in her calm tone, "Don't blame Jiayu. I've examined Feng Hui's body. She wasn't killed directly by the high-level spiritual tool I gave her. Although there are wounds on her body caused by the spiritual tool, they are not fatal. The real cause of death was the knife wound on her neck. That wound was clearly inflicted while she was alive, not post-mortem. So, was it you who killed Feng Hui? She actually lied to me just to help you cover up the truth." Her tone grew more intense. "She's never lied to me before. I told her I could tell something was off, and the other investigators also found anomalies. If she didn't come clean, both she and the friend she was protecting would face trouble. Eventually, she confessed the truth." Su Chao noticed Su Jin seemed a bit upset about Wen Jiayu's dishonesty. He hurriedly explained, "Teacher Su, please don't blame Jiayu. It's all my fault. I asked her to help me keep this matter a secret, as a way of repaying a life-saving favor. She's a person of integrity, and only lied to you out of necessity." Unexpectedly, Su Jin didn't seem appeased. Instead, her tone suddenly grew sharper. "Jiayu? You're calling her by her name so intimately? Are you two that close?" Su Chao was momentarily speechless. He dared not say more, fearing the more he explained, the worse it would get. Lowering his head, he sat there like a child being scolded by a parent, though inwardly he was grumbling. Teacher Sue, this really isn't the main issue here, is it? Sigh. I've just gotten used to calling her that recently, didn't even notice. Sue Jean stared at the somewhat nervous young man before her, silent for a few seconds. Then, she asked nonchalantly, you should know about Jieyu's abilities and rank, right? Su Chao raised his head and nodded. Sue Jean locked her gaze on him and suddenly asked, do you like Jieyu? This sudden question caught Su Chao completely off guard, leaving him dumbfounded. How should he answer? Admit that he liked her? Someone as excellent and beautiful as Wen Jieyu, who wouldn't like her? Besides, though they had only known each other for a few days, they had faced life and death situations together, forging an unusual bond. But if he admitted he liked her, what would she think of him? Love at first sight? Such feelings are mostly based on physical attraction. Claiming he didn't like her, though, would feel dishonest. This question was truly tough. His expression kept shifting, anxiety growing in his heart. Su Jean continued to observe him intently, as if trying to see right through him. After a while, she seemed to have her answer. She then said, I will handle this matter personally. As for Feng Hui's body, I've already taken care of it. No one else will notice or suspect you. Consider it part of the repayment for saving Jieyu's life. With that, she took out a spatial ring and placed it on the table. There are resources inside this ring that should be enough for you to train up to a Tier 5 martial artist. Su Chao was somewhat stunned. What was going on? Was this one of those melodramatic TV dramas where the rich and powerful try to bribe the hero to leave the heroine? He looked at Su Jean with a puzzled expression. She met his gaze calmly, though there was a hint of an indescribable emotion in her eyes. Jieyu is a good child, kind, grateful, and outstanding. Though we are teacher and student, I've always treated her like my own child. I absolutely don't want to see her suffer. Let me share some news with you. Her family wants her to marry Chu Feiyu of the Chu family in Kyoto. You've heard of Chu Feiyu, haven't you? Su Chao finally broke his silence. He thought she was deliberately bringing up a strong rival to make him back off from Wen Jieyu. With a mocking tone, he retorted, how could I not know? Chu Feiyu is a super genius likely to have awakened SS-level abilities. His family wields significant influence in Kyoto's base city. Su Jean ignored the sarcasm in his tone, as though she hadn't noticed his dissatisfaction, and continued in a thoughtful manner. The Chu family and Jieyu's family elders are actively trying to arrange this marriage, but no one is considering Jieyu's feelings. She's strongly opposed to it and even came to me for advice. I support her in principle, but my position is limited. After all, I'm not her parent and can't intervene directly. Jieyu has had a strained relationship with her family since she was a child, living alone with her mother. Because of this marriage, things have only gotten worse. This time, when she went to the wilderness to clear her mind, she was almost killed by Heaven's Kingdom. If not for your timely rescue, the consequences would have been unimaginable. She paused to calm herself, then pointed at the spatial ring on the table. The items in this ring are for you, a token of my appreciation. Su Chao was about to speak. But she cut him off. Don't rush to refuse. Hear me out. Your talent is impressive, you've even awakened spatial abilities. But to be honest, you're still a step behind. Chu Feiyu, who has awakened SS-level abilities. Jieyu has probably told you about the concept of rule seeds, so you should understand just how formidable Chu Feiyu is. He's a top-tier talent, and with the Chu family's immense resources, he's highly likely to become a Tier 9 or higher powerhouse in the future. Do you know his rank when he graduated college this year? Tier 6 martial artist. This caused a sensation among the elite circles. It's been years since Huaxia has seen a Tier 6 graduate. Hearing her constantly praise Chu Feiyu, Su Chao felt increasingly uncomfortable. He thought to himself, sure, his talent is incredible, but compared to me, he's still lacking. Just give me time, and I'll elevate my abilities to SSS level. Let's see who's afraid then. But Su Jean was unaware of his thoughts and continued. Although I think Chu Feiyu is a good choice, since Jieyu doesn't like him, of course, I support her decision. So, if you like Jieyu, as long as she's willing, I personally support the two of you being together. Of course, this is just my opinion. Whether her family opposes it or not is beyond my control. Su Chao was stunned. Wait a minute, why does this plot feel so strange? Shouldn't it be that you think I'm not worthy of Jieyu, and you're using this spatial ring to make me leave her? I throw the spatial ring you gave me in anger and say, these days, everyone has their moment to shine, don't underestimate a poor boy. Why did it suddenly turn into you agreeing to me and Jiayu being together? That demeanor earlier had me on edge. Su Jin looked at Su Chao's troubled expression, a faint smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. Did you just think I came here to tell you to stay away from Jiayu? Su Chao felt extremely awkward, realizing he'd made a complete joke of himself. Su Jin put away her playful expression and spoke seriously, if you want to be with Jiayu, shouldn't you at least be better than him? Otherwise, Jiayu will face even more pressure. I don't want to hear people saying her judgment is poor. You should at least reach the level of a Tier 5 warrior before graduating from college. Feel the pressure yet? I've also heard about your family's situation and know you're working hard to gather money to buy spiritual items for your father. This shows you have good character, which is one of the reasons I'm not against you being with Jiayu. But your family's circumstances are indeed average. Cultivating as a warrior requires substantial resources. If you're always venturing into the wilderness to find things, your cultivation will be delayed. The resources I've given you are enough to support your training until you graduate from college. After she finished speaking, she looked at Su Chao. Now, do you still plan to refuse? Finally, Su Chao spoke sincerely, Ms. Su, regarding my rescuing Jiayu, there's no need for you to thank me so much. She agreed to help treat my father, and if it succeeds, we'll be even. As for what happens between me and her in the future, no one can say for sure. But I promise, if I do end up with her, I will never let her suffer. I, Su Chao, won't lose to anyone. The resources you've given me, I won't accept, not because of pride, but because I truly don't need them. As long as my father's issue is resolved, the resources I currently have are sufficient for my training. After hearing this, Su Jin fell silent, staring at him for a while. Su Chao, I heard you're from Shanghai Polytechnic Institute? You didn't get into a martial arts university and only awakened your ability in your freshman year? Su Chao didn't hide anything, it would be easy for her to find out anyway. He said, Ms. Su, I actually awakened in my junior year. Su Jin sighed, what a pity. It would have been better if you awakened in your freshman year, even better if you had awakened in high school. Suddenly, she froze. From the moment she walked in until now, she had been calm. But now, her expression completely changed. She looked at Su Chao in disbelief. Did you just say you awakened in your junior year? So you've been awakened for less than a year and you're already a Tier 3 warrior? Su Chao nodded at her, his expression innocent yet curious. Ms. Su, is there something wrong with that? The corner of Su Jin's mouth twitched, her mind racing, big problem. This kid must be hiding some kind of secret. Otherwise, how could he cultivate so quickly? And he's deliberately using this tone to mock me. Just earlier, I was saying his talent isn't as good as Chu Feiyu's. In truth, Su Chao felt quite smug inside. Now you know I'm a top-tier genius, huh? If you knew I awakened less than a month ago, you'd probably faint. Su Jin adjusted her mindset. I take back what I said earlier, you might actually have talent that rivals Chu Feiyu's. As for becoming a Tier 5 warrior before graduating college, it seemed unlikely before, but now I have more confidence in you. She asked expectantly, have you considered transferring to Shanghai Martial Arts University? The resources there are far better than at your current school. I can even introduce you to a teacher who's just as strong as me. Ms. Su, I think my current school is fine. I won't transfer, but thank you for your kind offer. Su Chao thought she might get angry, since this was already the third or fourth time he'd rejected her today. Unexpectedly, she suddenly asked, is Hua Gang your principal? How did you know? Su Chao froze for a moment but quickly replied, yes, Principal Hua is doing well. Do you know him? Su Ji nodded, sighing softly. Her expression turned complicated, as if she were reminiscing. After a brief pause, she regained her calm demeanor. Since you're determined to stay at Shanghai Polytechnic Institute, make sure you find a good mentor. Having a good teacher in your cultivation journey can help you avoid unnecessary detours. Principal Hua is a good choice. Although he's a bit eccentric, he's an excellent teacher. Su Chao laughed awkwardly. I think Principal Hua has probably forgotten about me by now. Su Jin looked at him with amusement. Principal Hua probably doesn't know that your awakened ability is space-affiliated, and he certainly doesn't know you're already a tier 3 warrior, does he? Then, in a serious tone, she said, I can tell you're cautious and like to keep things to yourself. The way you hide your strength and how you observed me when we first met both prove that. Being cautious and hiding your skills isn't wrong, but Su Chao, let me tell you this, sometimes, you need to show a bit of your strength to seize more opportunities, gain resources, and even find a mentor. That way, you won't have to always tread so carefully. Many people are cautious because they lack a powerful supporter, which makes them hesitant to act boldly. But if you reveal a bit of your talent and get noticed by a strong individual who takes you as their disciple, most of your problems will be solved. Su Chao seriously contemplated Su Jin's words and found them very reasonable. Because of his family background, he'd always felt somewhat inferior, which made him prefer to keep a low profile and hide himself too deeply. He had always dreamed of delivering a striking surprise at the end. But he understood now that finding a strong mentor wasn't just about gaining guidance and cultivation, it would also provide him with a powerful backer. Moreover, it could give him access to information that ordinary warriors wouldn't know. For example, even when Jieyu didn't know that abilities like his were actually law seeds. After thinking it through, he looked at Su Jin gratefully. Ms. Su, thank you for your advice. I'll seriously consider it and make sure to look for the principal after the semester starts. Seeing that he genuinely accepted her suggestion, Su Jin nodded in satisfaction and stood up. That's all for today. I'll take my leave now. Who would have thought that, after going out of my way to deliver a gift, I wouldn't even be able to give it away? With that, she gave a self-deprecating laugh, picked up the spatial ring on the table, and turned to leave. At the entrance of Area 12's Westlake Courtyard residential complex, Su Chao stepped out of the car. After having a conversation with teacher Wen Jieyu yesterday, he stayed over for the night and returned home early this morning. He didn't run into Zhang Quan. That guy mentioned he would continue cultivating for 2 more days after consuming the soul infant fruit, so he came back on his own. Looking up at the entrance of the residential complex, he couldn't help but feel emotional. It had only been a few days in the wilderness, experiencing life and death, yet coming back felt like a lifetime had passed. It seems that a person's growth and understanding don't necessarily depend on the length of time. If he spent his days in a 9-to-5 routine and passed through the community gate every day, he wouldn't have such feelings even after a year. What mattered most were experiences. Only a life rich in experiences could lead to deeper insights. Mr. Su, you're back. A low voice interrupted his thoughts. Brother Li, you're on duty today? He turned his head and saw Brother Li, the community security guard, a retired soldier. When Su Chao's family moved in, his father was in a wheelchair, which left a deep impression on Brother Li. Every time Su Chao entered or exited the community, he would greet Brother Li knowing that he wasn't often at home and his parents might need help sometimes. He would occasionally give Brother Li a pack or 2 of cigarettes. Their relationship was quite friendly. Brother Li respected Su Chao, knowing he was a martial artist, and usually addressed him as Mr. Su. Just as Su Chao was about to head into the complex after their brief exchange, Brother Li stopped him and spoke in a low voice. Mr. Su, has your family run into any trouble recently? I've noticed someone has been following your mother whenever she enters the complex. Although they've been cautious, I still caught them. You know I'm a former soldier, my alertness is high. You all should be careful. Hearing this, Su Chao immediately became alert, his expression turning serious. Who would follow my mom? What's their purpose? He needed to go home and get to the bottom of this. Thank you, Brother Li. I'll keep this in mind. I owe you a drink after work someday. Grateful, he gave Brother Li's hand a firm shake and quickly made his way home. Upon entering the house, he saw only his father in the study, writing. Since moving here, his father had found hope in life again. He was no longer dispirited and had even taken a liking to calligraphy, saying it helped cultivate the mind. When tired from writing, he would go downstairs to play chess with the elderly neighbors. His life was leisurely and content. Hearing the door open, his father thought it was his wife and didn't pay much attention. It wasn't until he saw Su Chao at the door that he set down the brush happily. Xiao Chao, you're back. I thought you weren't coming home until the afternoon. Dad, you're writing? My work over there finished early, so I came back ahead of schedule. Where's your mom? Are you home alone? Mom went to buy groceries. She knew you were coming back today and wanted to cook you a nice meal. Looks like I'll get to benefit too. He said it cheerfully. Seeing his father in a good mood, Su Chao didn't mind letting him enjoy it a bit longer. He jokingly said, "Dad, your days are pretty comfortable now, but this leisurely life of yours might be coming to an end soon. Enjoy it while you can." Su Jianya looked at his son in confusion. "You brat, what do you mean by that? I'm stuck in a wheelchair, how could this peaceful life be disrupted? Unless I could regain my strength, but that's not so easy." After saying that, he hesitated for a moment and looked at Su Chao. "Xiao Chao, are you saying the heartwood of the willow has been found?" Su Chao shook his head. Su Jianya sighed. "I thought so. I was overthinking. It's not that easy to get something like that. Xiao Chao, you've just become a martial artist. Your priority should be improving yourself through cultivation. Don't keep thinking about healing me. If you keep risking yourself in the wilderness for my sake, I won't agree to it. Honestly, I'm already content with life as it is now. Waiting a few more years isn't an issue." Su Chao realized his father misunderstood and quickly explained, "Dad, I didn't get the heartwood of the willow, but I recently made a friend. She has a special ability that can heal your injury. However, she's currently busy and might need a few more days before she can come to help." The hand Su Jianya had resting on his lap clenched tightly around the wheelchair's armrests, veins bulging. His voice trembled as he asked, "Xiao Chao, are you telling the truth? I can really stand up again?" At that moment, the door suddenly opened, and his mother, Wang Liwa, called out, "Old Su, what's that about standing up again?" "Oh, Xiao Chao's back." Su Jianya joyfully shouted, "Liwa, Xiao Chao said I'll be able to stand up in a few days." With a loud clang, the sound of something falling to the ground came from the doorway. Wang Liwa stood there, holding a large bundle of groceries that had all fallen to the floor. There was meat, vegetables, and fruits scattered everywhere. But Wang Lihua's eyes were brimming with tears as she stood frozen at the doorway, staring at her husband and son in the living room. "Is it true, Xiao Chao? Your dad can really stand up in a few days?" Seeing his mother so emotional, Su Chao walked over to pick up the groceries and teased her. "Yes, Mom. When the time comes, all the grocery shopping and cooking will be Dad's job. You can just relax and enjoy life while he takes care of you." Wang Lihua was amused by her son. "With your dad's cooking skills, even the dog wouldn't eat it." "Mom, if the dog won't eat it, I will." Wang Lihua burst into laughter at her son's cheeky response. "You little rascal, a few days away and your tongue's gotten sharper. You've been hanging out with that scoundrel Zhang Kuang, haven't you? He's corrupted you. By the way, did Zhang Kuang come back with you? Call him and invite him over for dinner tonight. Hasn't he been craving my cooking for ages?" After putting the groceries back in the kitchen, Su Chao shrugged and said, "Mom, Zhang Kuang hasn't returned yet. He's still busy and left me the responsibility of eating his share." Wang Lihua said, "All right then, we'll invite him another day. I'll make something simple for lunch, but tonight I'll prepare a feast for you." With that, Wang Lihua went into the kitchen to start cooking. Since he couldn't help, Su Chao pushed his father's wheelchair back to the study. He found a place to sit down, his expression turning serious as he stared at his father. "Dad, I need to ask you something." Seeing his son's serious demeanor, Su Jianya nodded to signal him to continue. "Has anyone been keeping an eye on our family lately?" Hearing this question, Su Jianya's expression immediately turned grave. "Xiao Chao, who told you about this?" "Brotherly, the security guard at the gate, said someone's been following Mom lately." "Is it true? So it's him, huh? No wonder. A former soldier has a keen sense of awareness. I was just waiting for you to come back so I could tell you about this." Su Jianya appeared a bit nervous. "Your mother mentioned yesterday that she felt someone was following her. Seems like she wasn't mistaken. I haven't left the neighborhood recently. Your mom went out a few times to shop. I wonder who it is and what they're after by following her. Xiao Chao, have you offended anyone recently?" Su Chao didn't respond immediately, instead silently reflecting. Who could he have offended recently? Over the past few days, he had a conflict with Zhang Kuang and the members of the Blazing Fire Squad. Could it have been them? But that bald captain seemed pretty sharp, not like someone who'd do such a thing. Then who else? The Heavenly Kingdom organization? He had killed Feng Hui, but they shouldn't know it was him. When Jieyu's teacher had promised to help handle the situation, so it likely wouldn't lead back to him. Suddenly, Su Chao's pupils contracted as if something dawned on him. "Dad, don't worry about this. Leave it to me. Let Mom go about her routine, but if anything happens, let me know immediately." Su Jianya looked at his son with concern. "Xiao Chao, are you sure nothing bad will happen?" Seeing his father's worry, Su Chao leaned close and whispered a few words in his ear. After sitting with him for a while, he went off to join Wang Liwan in the kitchen. When Su Chao left the study, the shock hadn't yet faded from Su Jianya's face. What shocked him was that Su Chao had already reached the strength of a third-tier warrior. This wasn't just ordinary shock, it was fear. His son had awakened less than a month ago, yet his abilities had grown so strong. Back in his own day, Su Jianya had taken nearly 10 years to reach the third tier as a warrior. Truly, talent reigns supreme. In truth, Su Chao had shared this information with his father out of necessity, while also urging them not to tell anyone else. If he didn't say anything, they'd worry endlessly. By telling them, at least they'd feel reassured, knowing their son had the ability to handle many problems. During dinner, his mother brought up the fact that someone had been following her. Su Chao told her not to overthink it, suggesting it was probably just some petty thief and advising her to carry less cash and fewer valuables. Hearing this, his mother sighed in relief, her only concern being about money. After all, they weren't short of money these days. Earlier that afternoon, her son had transferred 5 million yuan to her account. Su Chao also informed his parents that his application for 2-star honorary citizen status had been approved. As their family members, they would be virtually untouchable within the base city. After dinner, the family sat together, chatting. Su Chao cherished this time with his parents, staying with them until late before heading to his room to rest. Meanwhile, in a secret underground base within the Kyoto base city. Bang! 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 The sound of violent smashing echoed, and the floor was littered with shattered objects. Among the debris, there were 2 craters, each holding a bloodied corpse. Not far away, a dozen people wearing masks stood hunched over, heads bowed, trembling as they faced the center of the room. There stood a man exuding a murderous aura. He, too, wore a mask, with a golden, mysterious emblem at its center radiating an ominous energy. This was the Golden Emissary. "Useless, all of you are useless. Tell me, who assigned my son to this mission? He's now dead in the Shanghai base city, who's going to give me an explanation?" The masked figures dared not make a sound, let alone reply. The 2 who had just reported the news now lay motionless not far away. Lord Fong was seething with rage, and anyone who dared speak would meet with disaster. The 2 on the ground had been mid to high-level members of the organization, both 6th-tier peak warriors. Yet Lord Fong had reduced them to this state with a single strike. At this moment, one of the 2 figures at the front of the group, wearing a mask adorned with a silver, mysterious emblem, spoke up. "My lord, I just contacted the person in charge over there. They've already mobilized all resources for an investigation. Their feedback indicates that young Master Fong Hui voluntarily requested to undertake the mission. They never expected the target to possess a high-tier psychic artifact, which ended up countering him. Tragically, he was killed in the process. Alongside him, a 6th-tier deacon and a 5th-tier peak warrior also perished." Hearing the Silver Emissary's report, the Golden Emissary, though furious, refrained from continuing his outburst. This man was his trusted confidant, a grandmaster at the 7th tier, second in rank only to him. "Emissary Han, is this the result of their investigation? That a high-tier psychic artifact killed my son?" "Humph. Huier had the high-tier psychic protective artifact I gave him. How could he have died so easily? You will personally go to Shanghai base city, uncover the truth, and find out who is responsible. I've been tied up these past few days with matters involving Lord Divine Envoy. If it truly was Su Jin's disciple behind this, I will personally go there. My son's death will not go unavenged." With that, his expression darkened, and he waved for the others to leave. Only the Silver Emissary, Han, and another Silver Emissary remained. He continued issuing orders. "Tell everyone to keep a low profile and conceal their tracks. Our recent operations have already angered the higher-ups in Huaxia. I suspect they're preparing for a massive purge against us." Emissary Han quickly nodded. "Yes, my lord. I'll issue the order immediately. We'll ensure that our people in Kyoto Base City and Shanghai Base City remain on high alert. However, the other base cities are beyond our jurisdiction. Fong waved dismissively. No need to worry about them. Emissary Han hesitated, then asked cautiously, "My lord, with the young master's death, if the authorities investigate his identity, might it implicate you?" Fong sneered. "They won't be able to trace it back to me. Huir was operating under an alternate identity. It has nothing to do with me. Let the people in Shanghai Base City clean up any traces." He sighed deeply. "I had originally wanted Huir to stay in Kyoto, where I could guide him closely. But he was adamant about going there. This was my failure to stand firm." Emissary Han offered comfort. "My lord, when I head to Shanghai Base City, I'll make sure to uncover the truth and see if I can bring back young Master Fong Hui's body." Fong patted his shoulder. "You have my gratitude." In a luxurious suite at the Hunters Association, a stunningly beautiful young woman and an elegant, aloof woman were in conversation. "Jie, how has your recovery been since finishing your training?" "Teacher, I'm almost fully healed. I should be completely recovered in another day. Thank you for all your care. You were in great danger this time. Don't venture into the wild zones so easily in the future. The Heavenly Kingdom has already set its sights on you, and they'll surely make another move. As for the matter with Fong Hui, Nanhua has already joined us in forming an investigation team. We've examined the 3 bodies and inspected the scene. Once your seclusion is over, we'll discuss the findings with you." "Teacher, did they find anything?" "Not for now. But since you took the blame for that kid for killing Fong Hui, you must prepare for retaliation from their organization. According to what you said, Fong Hui's identity is not simple. However, after the investigation, no useful clues were found. His registered parents are just ordinary martial artists. Though, we did find some clues from the dead 6th-level martial artist, which led to the destruction of one of their hideouts. Unfortunately, we didn't catch any big fish." At this point, Su Jin couldn't help but sigh. This Heavenly Kingdom organization operates so covertly. The more secretive they are, the more they resemble a toxic tumor buried within our system. The longer it exists, the greater the harm. For years, the higher-ups have been trying to eradicate them, but there's been little progress. The most critical person we've captured was only a silver emissary. He confessed that there are still golden emissaries above him and a mysterious figure they call the Divine Envoy. But even he doesn't know their true identity. When Jieyu walked to Su Jin's side, holding her hand to comfort her. "Teacher, the matter of the Heavenly Kingdom can't be resolved in a short time. Don't worry too much. The higher-ups will surely have countermeasures. You've already done so much over the years, you need to take care of yourself." Su Jin patted Wen Jieyu's hand, her eyes full of affection. "Jieyu, you forced a breakthrough to the 5th-level realm this time, so you'll need time to stabilize your cultivation. Fortunately, you obtained that soul infant fruit, which will help you quickly solidify your realm." Suddenly, she noticed something odd about Wen Jieyu's expression. Wen Jieyu fell silent, one hand tightly clutching the hem of her clothes, looking conflicted, as if she wanted to say something but didn't dare. Su Jin asked with a puzzled tone, "Jieyu, what's wrong?" "Teacher, I think I've awakened a new ability." Su Jin's previously calm expression instantly froze. Her eyes widened in disbelief. She quickly motioned for Wen Jieyu to stop talking, closed her eyes to sense the surroundings, ensuring there was no one else in the room and no surveillance. Then, in a trembling and urgent voice, she asked, "Jieyu, are you saying it's a second ability?" Wen Jieyu nodded. "When I was almost killed by Fong Hui in the valley, I suddenly felt time around me slow down, and it seemed like something new appeared in my mind. But at that time, I was constantly on the run. It wasn't until I returned to the base city that I had time to feel it. Only recently did I confirm that I truly awakened another ability." Su Jin's face lit up with joy. She grasped Wen Jieyu's hands tightly, her smile so wide it almost couldn't be contained. "This is amazing. Truly amazing. Jieyu, your first awakened ability is an S-rank life system power, which is already an extraordinary talent. Now, with a second ability, you've become an incredibly rare dual ability prodigy. Your future potential is limitless. Let me help you test the level of this new ability." As she spoke, she retrieved a half-meter-tall instrument from her spatial ring. The device looked like a slender cylindrical column with a slanted top, its metallic surface gleaming faintly. Su Jin handed it to Wen Jieyu. This is the latest ability detection device, much more precise than the one used at the Ability Management Bureau. It's not easy to manufacture, and our school only has a few. Here, place your hand on it and try activating your new ability. Without hesitation, Wen Jieyu placed her hand on the device. She had thought deeply before deciding to tell her teacher. Her teacher had always treated her as a daughter, one of the people who cared for her the most in the world, along with her mother. Her teacher was also the person she trusted the most. The moment when Jieyu's hand touched the instrument and she attempted to activate her ability. Suddenly, it seemed as if time in the room had frozen. Everything stood still. Even Su Jin and the device remained motionless, while only Wen Jieyu could move freely. In less than a second, she felt a wave of dizziness and quickly stopped. The surroundings returned to normal. Su Jin looked at Wen Jieyu in confusion, then at the device. Jieyu, why haven't you reactivated your new ability? Are you still unfamiliar with it? Oh. Why does your face look so pale? Is it your old injury acting up again? Wen Jieyu, feeling a bit drained, replied, Teacher, I already activated it just now. What? You've already activated it? Then why didn't I sense any energy fluctuations? Could it be your new ability is too weak? That doesn't make sense. Even the weakest F-rank ability should still emit some detectable energy fluctuations. Suddenly, Su Jin's eyes widened as she stared at the rapidly flashing level display on the device. Her eyes grew larger with each passing moment. F. D. A. S. The levels on the screen jumped rapidly, and the flashing gradually slowed. Finally, the screen stopped at SS. Su Jin's face was filled with utter shock as she stared at the SS displayed on the screen. She laboriously turned to Wen Jieyu, her voice trembling. Jieyu, what exactly is your new ability? I couldn't sense it at all. Wen Jieyu hesitantly replied, Teacher, I'm not entirely sure. It just feels like when I activate it, time around me stops, and only I can move. But I get very dizzy at the start, so I stopped quickly. Hearing this, Su Jin's body swayed slightly. She swallowed dryly and uttered 3 words with difficulty. Time system. As if recalling something, she suddenly clenched the detection device tightly. In an instant, the device shattered into a pile of scrap metal, which she swiftly stored in her spatial ring. Then, with an unprecedentedly serious tone, she solemnly warned Wen Jieyu, You must never tell anyone about awakening dual abilities, not even your mother. In fact, even I shouldn't speak of this lightly. Su Jin gently brushed Wen Jieyu's hair with her hand, her expression full of affection. You've just awakened this new ability, and your talent will become even stronger. Your cultivation speed will accelerate, and surpassing me will be just a matter of time. However, remember, until you've fully grown, never reveal your full strength to others, especially your time-related ability, unless it's a matter of life and death. If those traitors from the Heavenly Kingdom learn about your talent, they'll stop at nothing to kill you. At that point, even I might not be able to protect you. Wen Jieyu obediently leaned into Su Jin's embrace. I understand, teacher. I'll be more careful from now on. Su Jin suddenly couldn't hold back her laughter, her usually stern face glowing with an extraordinary radiance. When Wen Jieyu curiously looked up at her, Su Jin explained. Speaking of being cautious, I just remembered a rather interesting young fellow. Teacher, who are you referring to? The one who saved your life, that little guy called Su Chao, I believe. Wen Jieyu immediately tensed up and stared at Su Jin. Teacher, have you met him? Su Jin gave her a mischievous look, teasing her until Wen Jieyu's neck and ears turned red before she finally stopped. Yes, after you went into seclusion to cultivate yesterday, I went to meet him. He's indeed a cautious little guy. If you hadn't told me he had the strength of a third-tier martial artist, I wouldn't have been able to discern his true level. His methods for hiding his abilities are impressive. Moreover, the moment he saw me, he even tried to probe me with his methods. Fortunately, he quickly sensed the danger and stopped. Otherwise, he would have been in big trouble. Don't you think he's particularly careful? Wen Jieyu recalled their first meeting, where Su Chao had used the same probing method on her. She couldn't help but smile wryly. He also secretly probed me the first time we met, but I sensed it. His methods are indeed unique. Hearing this, Su Jin frowned slightly. Jieyu, I suspect that Su Chao's probing method might also be a type of supernatural ability. Although he claims to have awakened a spatial type ability, still. Her expression suddenly became serious. So, he might actually be a dual ability user. This would also explain why his strength has improved so quickly, reaching the third-tier martial artist level after only awakening for a year. What? He's a dual ability user? Wen Jieyu was astonished. Teacher, how do you know he only awakened a year ago? Did he tell you? Yes, and I believe he wasn't lying. This kind of thing is easy to verify. With his intelligence, he wouldn't make such a rookie mistake. After speaking, she smiled again. Su Jin was clearly in a good mood today. Even though his talent is slightly inferior to yours, it's still quite remarkable. You two really make a good match. Teacher. When Jieyu blushed and softly whined. In Su Chao's home at West Lake Villa in the 12th district. He had nearly been stripped of all his secrets by Wen Jieyu and Su Jin's conversation. The next day, while his mother Wang Lihua went out, Su Chao secretly followed behind her without being noticed. In the afternoon, after returning home, he pretended as if nothing had happened, though the cold glint in his eyes betrayed his murderous intent. He had already realized that someone was keeping an eye on his family, yet he still had an errand to run tonight. After dinner, Su Chao informed his parents that he was stepping out. Exiting the residential area, the streetlights on either side were dim, with only the occasional passerby. The 12th district where they lived had much better security compared to the 25th district where they used to stay. Su Chao found a secluded corner, took out a set of black clothes from his spatial ring, and changed into them. He then donned a lifelike human skin mask. The mask was something he had specifically purchased that day. Although it lacked the advanced features of Wen Jieyu's face-changing masks, it was sufficient to conceal his appearance. After tidying up, he transformed into an ordinary middle-aged man. When out in the world, your identity is what you make it. He wove through several streets before arriving at a deserted alleyway where a bar was located. Several drunken women and oddly dressed men were tangled at the entrance, but Su Chao ignored them and headed straight inside. During the day, while tailing his mother, he had noticed the person following them eventually entering this bar. He had snuck inside earlier and overheard the man reporting to someone else, saying their boss wouldn't return until 8 p.m. Su Chao had refrained from alerting them then, deciding instead to come back at night to meet this so-called boss. Navigating the bar's main hall with practiced ease, he found a corner seat, ordered a drink, and quietly waited. There was still half an hour left until the designated time. He didn't remain idle. Activating his eye of detection, he scanned the entire bar to check for any unusual activity. A thorough search revealed no sign of the person who had been tailing them during the day, likely because they hadn't arrived yet. Just as he prepared to continue his probes, a heavily made-up woman sauntered over and sat directly across from him. She smiled seductively. "Sir, drinking alone is so lonely. How about buying me a drink?" Su Chao shook his head. "Sorry, I'd like to be alone." The woman teased, "Oh my, who's this alone you're talking about?" Su Chao responded coldly, "She's my 101st girlfriend. She caught a virus yesterday and passed away." The heavily made-up woman's smile stiffened. She shot him a look of disdain and immediately got up and walked away as if afraid of catching something from him. The bar returned to its quiet state as Su Chao resumed his observations. Aside from a few amusing scenes in dim corners, there was nothing noteworthy. After waiting for over 10 minutes, a bald young man with a snake tattoo around his neck entered the bar. This was the very man who had been tailing earlier during the day. Judging by his interactions with the bar staff, he was clearly a regular here. The snake-tattooed man approached the bar counter. He ordered a drink and began bantering with the bartender. From their conversation, Su Chao learned that the man was called Brother Lang. A fitting name for a man who lived so recklessly. True to his name, the man had barely been in the bar for 10 minutes before flirting with 5 or 6 different women, including the heavily made-up one who had just approached Su Chao. Suddenly, Brother Lang's playful demeanor vanished as he focused on a young man in a gray jacket who had just entered the bar. He put down his drink and stood up, heading straight for the newcomer. The young man gave him a subtle signal, and without a word, Brother Lang followed him. Coincidentally, their path led them toward the corner where Su Chao was hiding, likely seeking a quiet spot to talk. Su Chao's eyes narrowed as he observed the gray-jacketed youth, surprised. This guy was actually a third-tier martial artist and so young. His talent was certainly impressive. The two sat down at a table just one seat away from Su Chao. The music in the bar was loud, but Su Chao's sharp ears allowed him to catch their conversation clearly. After some small talk, Brother Lang ordered 2 drinks to be brought over, and the real discussion began. The gray-jacketed youth was the first to speak. "Ah Lang, did you discover anything new about the family I asked you to monitor?" Brother Lang replied, "Boss, there's new info today. I was just about to report." While tailing that woman, Wang Lihua, I initially thought there was nothing noteworthy. But then, as she was buying groceries, she mentioned needing to buy extra good food because her son has returned. The gray-jacketed youth immediately perked up. "Oh? That son of hers who awakened his ability during university has returned? What's his name again? Seems like it's Su Chao?" Lang Ji quickly said, "Boss, your memory is amazing. I only mentioned it once, and you remembered it." "Yes, his name is Su Chao. Do you still remember why I told you to keep an eye on their family?" "Of course. You said their family might be connected to A Long and the others' deaths." The young man in the gray jacket sneered, "This Su Chao is quite interesting. He just awakened recently and already dares to wander into the wilderness zone. A few days ago, A Long and his gang were completely wiped out in Zone 25. The people sent to investigate the scene said it looked like an internal gang fight. Everyone was killed. I personally went to the site. Guess what I discovered?" He muttered to himself, "I checked Wang Matzi and his gang's call records and found out they had just gone to press Wang Lihua for debt repayment. In the phone calls, they were complaining about being beaten up by that newly awakened kid." Su Chao, sitting not far away, slightly narrowed his eyes when he heard this. So that's how it was. Originally, they wanted to fabricate the appearance of an internal gang conflict to make Wang Matzi and the others disappear. But they had been careless, leaving traces of conversations about him in the phone records. Lang Ji continued to ask, "Boss, are you saying Su Chao killed both Long Ji and Wang Matzi's group? But how is that possible? I heard he just awakened recently, and Long Ji had already become a first-tier warrior through genetic enhancement. How could Su Chao kill them so easily and even stage it to look like a gang fight? How is that even doable?" The young man in the gray jacket glared at Lang Ji, clearly dissatisfied with his skepticism. "I didn't say he's definitely the killer, but the suspicion is huge. Besides, the fact that Wang Matzi and his gang went to collect a debt and got their limbs broken by him is undoubtedly true. Just for that, he dared to mess with my people, so I'll make sure he learns his lesson. He shouldn't think becoming a warrior means he can do as he pleases." This time, Lang Ji became more obedient, quickly flattering him, "Exactly, we need to teach him a lesson. Daring to provoke us, the triad, he must pay the price." "Boss, you're incredible. You can find clues from such details and catch the culprit." The young man in the gray jacket waved his hand dismissively, "Enough talking. Keep an eye on their family, but from a distance, don't get caught. If you see Su Chao leaving the wilderness zone, call me immediately." A cold light flashed in his eyes, and a sly smile appeared on his lips. It's hard to touch him within the base city, but outside the base city, any accidents wouldn't raise suspicion. Lang Ji laughed loudly, "Brilliant, boss. That reason is so perfectly justified. I won't do anything else these days, I'll just keep watch on his family. Do a good job, and I won't treat you poorly. The higher-ups are sending us a batch of genetic potions soon, I'll save you a spot." The young man with a snake-shaped tattoo immediately stood up in excitement and bowed deeply. "Really? Thank you, boss, for grooming me. From now on, whatever you order, I'll follow, even if it's through fire and water." The young man in the gray jacket disliked being stared at. He beckoned to Lang Ji, signaling for him to sit down. "That's all for now. I've got other things to handle. You keep playing." After saying that, he pulled a wad of cash from his bag, tossed it to Lang Ji, and turned to leave. Su Chao glanced at the snake-tattooed youth, then stood up and followed him out of the bar. Outside, Su Chao saw a car pull away right in front of him, with the young man in the gray jacket inside. Su Chao hailed a taxi, keeping a safe distance as he followed the car. Since the other man was a third-tier warrior, staying too close risked being detected. He maintained a distance of about a kilometer. With his eye of detection, there was no need to worry about losing track. After 10 minutes, Su Chao watched as the car entered a residential complex. He instructed the driver to stop outside the complex and entered alone. Only when he saw the man enter a room did Su Chao stop his surveillance. Finding a spot to sit down and rest in the complex, Su Chao took a moment to recover, using that eye of detection continuously had drained a lot of his stamina. 10 minutes later, Su Chao stood up. Soon, he arrived at the door of the young man in the gray jacket's home. However, he didn't knock immediately. Instead, he used the eye of detection to observe the interior. The apartment was about 150 square meters, with 3 rooms. Inside, there was only one person, seated at a desk in the study. Su Chao's eyes narrowed as he noticed the items on the desk. Still, he pressed the doorbell. The door opened swiftly, and the young man in the gray jacket looked at Su Chao with a puzzled expression. "Who are you looking for?" Su Chao smiled confidently. "Weren't you looking for me? Here I am." As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of light appeared in his eyes. Using the moment of confusion caused by the eye of detection, he pushed the door open, stepped inside, and, with a gleam of light in his hand, placed a knife against the man's neck, closing the door behind him in one swift motion. The young man in the gray jacket snapped out of his daze. Seeing the knife at his throat, his face turned pale, and his eyes filled with fear. "Sir, you must be mistaken. I don't believe I know you?" Su Chao sneered. "You're right, you don't know me. But you've been having people watch my family." The man's pupils contracted. "Who are you?" Su Chao removed his mask. "Do you recognize me now? You're Su Chao? Impossible. Aren't you just a recently awakened university student? How are you so strong?" Su Chao's eyes narrowed as he gave a cold snort. "You ask too many questions. Unfortunately, the knife's in my hand now, so you're not in a position to ask anything." With that, he moved the blade slightly, leaving a shallow cut on the man's neck. "Now, I'll ask, and you'll answer." The young man in the gray jacket hadn't expected Su Chao to act so decisively, resorting to violence without hesitation. "What's your name?" "Wu Qiming." "The triad you mentioned in the bar, what kind of organization is it?" The man's expression changed. "You eavesdropped on our conversation?" Su Chao's knife pressed closer, deepening the cut on his neck. "Don't waste time with irrelevant nonsense." Wu Qiming, drenched in cold sweat, hurriedly said, I'll talk. The triad was founded by the 3 of us who are sworn brothers. That's why we call it the triad. Our sphere of influence spans several nearby zones. How many members are in your group? What's their strength? What's your position within the organization? I'm not sure about the exact number of members. People like Wang Mozi who went to your house are outsiders, real members are all warriors. I'm a 3rd-tier warrior, which makes me middle management. Responsible for overseeing a small area. I've heard the 2 deputy leaders are 5th-tier warriors, and as for the boss, I don't know his exact level, but there are rumors he's a 6th-tier warrior. Su Chao frowned deeply. Unexpectedly, the triad turned out to be quite powerful. He had previously thought that Wang Mozi and his group were just small-time loan sharks with no significant backing, which was why he acted decisively. It never occurred to him that Wang Mozi and his associates were merely peripheral members, while the real core members were even more formidable. It seemed their business wasn't limited to lending money. This was trouble. Wu Qiming noticed the hesitation in Su Chao's eyes and persuaded, Mr. Su, there's no deep grudge between us. Ah Long is just one of my trusted subordinates, so I looked into this matter. Now that I know it's you, I won't pursue it any further. Let's pretend it never happened. Su Chao stared at him with a faint smile, making Wu Qiming's eyelids twitch uncontrollably. You keep glancing towards the study unintentionally. Is there something in there? Wu Qiming's expression instantly changed upon hearing this. He quickly feigned composure and said, Mr. Su, you're kidding, right? That's just a place for some ordinary books. Let's go. Take me to have a look. Su Chao gestured for him to lead the way to the study. Wu Qiming had no choice but to reluctantly walk over. The study was small, with a bookshelf holding a few scattered books. At the center was a large wooden desk, on which lay a bag and a box containing 2 vials of medicine. Su Chao was surprised, but his face soon lit up with joy. It was genetic medicine, and one of the vials was a 2nd-tier genetic serum. Wu Qiming noticed the delight on Su Chao's face, and a trace of panic flickered in his eyes. Mr. Su, these 2 vials of genetic medicine and the items in the bag can't be touched. They're goods the organization wants me to deliver tomorrow. If they don't get delivered, the higher-ups will definitely investigate, and it'll be big trouble. Su Chao sneered, "That's your problem, not mine. Take out everything in the bag." Wu Qiming's face darkened. He hesitated for a moment, but feeling the wound on his neck widen slightly, he reluctantly reached into the bag. Just as a glimmer of elation appeared in his eyes and a sinister smile tugged at his lips, his neck suddenly felt cold. A blade pierced through his throat, its tip emerging in front of him. Wu Qiming's elation and sinister smile froze instantly, replaced by terror and disbelief. Quite the performance earlier, a deep, mocking voice whispered in his ear. "You've been trying to lure me into the study all along because of what's inside the bag, haven't you? What could it be? Let me guess, a mid-tier psychic artifact? You wanted to use it to kill me or escape my control?" The terror in Wu Qiming's eyes deepened. Su Chao stepped closer and whispered, "Here's some bad news for you. I already knew what was in the bag. I just wanted to see how you'd act. I hadn't made up my mind to kill you before, but you've made the decision for me. Thanks for saving me the trouble." Wu Qiming could no longer speak. His eyes widened, and he could only let out faint gasps as Su Chao continued talking to himself. "The information you gave me before, some of it was fake, wasn't it? You must hold a high position in the Triad, otherwise, how would you have access to so much genetic medicine and even a mid-tier psychic artifact? So your promise of wiping the slate clean was a lie too. You can't complain about dying for this." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Qiming finally breathed his last. Su Chao picked up the bag on the desk and opened it. Inside was indeed a box glinting with metallic luster. When Wu Qiming's hand had briefly brushed against it earlier, Su Chao had already detected its presence using the Eye of Insight. He sighed inwardly, realizing that one should never underestimate any martial artist. The tables could turn in an instant. If not for that Eye of Insight, the outcome might have been very different. Su Chao grabbed a large sack from Wu Qiming's house, stuffed the corpse into it, and placed it in his spatial storage. He also took the genetic medicine and the psychic artifact from the desk. Afterward, he searched through Wu Qiming's home for anything valuable. What intrigued him the most was discovering a set of clothes in a hidden compartment of Wu Qiming's bedroom wardrobe. The collar bore a mysterious emblem. He had seen this emblem before. Both Feng Hui and his fifth-tier peak-level tall, thin companion had clothing with the same symbol in their spatial rings. Could Wu Qiming be one of the heavenly nation? It didn't matter anymore, he was dead. Su Chao used a few towels to meticulously clean all traces from the house. Even after using that Eye of Insight to check, he found no clues left behind. Only then did he store everything he had touched into his spatial storage. His expression was complicated. The combination of the Eye of Insight and spatial storage was practically the perfect tool for eliminating evidence. Two top-tier abilities, and he was using them for something like this. Initially, he had hesitated to kill Wu Qiming because of the hassle of dealing with the body and traces. But then he thought, why hesitate when he had spatial storage? So Wu Qiming had to disappear completely. Since Wu Qiming was dead, there was one more person who had to be dealt with, the snake-pattern tattooed Ulung who had been watching his family. That evening, Su Chao returned home just before midnight. His parents were still awake, waiting for him. He sat with them for a while before they all retired to their rooms to rest. Back in his room, Su Chao thought about finding a place to dispose of the two corpses in his spatial storage the next time he ventured into the wilderness zone. Even though the bodies were in his spatial storage, he still felt uneasy. Yes, two corpses. After cleaning all traces, he had discreetly left Wu Qiming's house and returned to the bar to continue following his next target, Ulung. That was why he got home late. The next day, Su Chao indulged in a rare opportunity to sleep in. When he woke up, he felt refreshed, all his previous fatigue gone. He had a vague sense that his mental power and physical body were becoming more synchronized, signaling that his next advancement might not be far off. Checking the time, it was almost noon. His mother had probably been worried he'd wake up hungry since he had skipped breakfast. Just as he was about to get up and get dressed, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen, and his eyes lit up. His account had just received 4.1 million. Earning money while sleeping, it felt amazing. Then a message notification followed. It was from Wen Jiayu. Su Chao, I sold the corpse of the treasure-seeking rat for 8.2 million and transferred half of it to you. Did you receive it? Su Chao quickly replied, Jeyu, I got the money. How's your recovery? I'm almost fully recovered. I still have some matters to take care of here. Give me 2 more days, and I'll come to help treat your father. Really? That's fantastic. Jeyu, don't rush. Finish what you need to do first. It's fine if you take a few more days. Although he said that, deep down, he was eagerly looking forward to seeing her soon. Jeyu, have the results of that investigation come out? Yes, it's concluded. The details aren't convenient to discuss over the phone. I'll explain everything in detail when I visit your place. After ending the call with Wen Jeyu, Su Chao sat on his bed and began planning his upcoming holiday schedule. He needed to make more trips to the wilderness zone, collect as many source points as possible, and attempt to upgrade his abilities to the next level. Ever since he learned that abilities were essentially seeds of laws, he couldn't wait to elevate his power to SSS level and discover what new abilities a complete law seed would bring. At the same time, he needed to earn more money. Now that he was a 2-star honorary citizen and eligible to settle in the core district, he planned to save enough money to buy a house there. Wu Qiming had sent people to monitor his family, which served as a warning. As his strength continued to grow, he might attract even more powerful enemies. Moving his parents to the core district would be safer since the law enforcement there was far better, and martial artists couldn't act recklessly. However, there was no rush. For now, the most important thing was to heal his father. Once Wen Jeyu helped treat his father in 2 days and restored his father's martial artist capabilities, Su Chao could venture into the wilderness zone to hunt beasts without worry. Of course, he couldn't idle during these 2 days. He planned to visit the Star Martial Arts Hall. Firstly, to continue honing his martial skills in their combat rooms, secondly, to test the effects of their gravity training rooms. He had always wanted to try the gravity training rooms, but they were too expensive to use, and he hadn't had the money or opportunity before. Recently, he felt that his martial artist abilities were on the verge of advancing. He hoped the gravity training rooms could help. During lunch, Su Chao's mother, Wang Lihua, looked at him with a puzzled expression. Xiao Chao, what's going on with you today? You're in such a good mood. You've been smiling since you woke up this morning. Are you in love? Su Chao hurriedly explained, Mom, don't overthink. I'm focused on training right now, and I'm not considering relationships at the moment. Wang Lihua pursed her lips. I've heard that dating can affect studies, but I've never heard of it affecting martial artist training. Su Chao was left speechless by his mother's retort. To avoid further questioning, he quickly changed the subject. I'm happy because I received some money this morning. Money? Who sent you money? Was it from your recent outing? Yes, it's from this trip. As for who sent it, that's not important. Wang Lihua glanced at her husband, Su Jianye, who was quietly eating. Old Su, look at how quickly martial artists earn money. Xiao just awakened his martial artist abilities not long ago, and he's already made so much. He even gave me 5 million yesterday. You've been a martial artist for so many years, and you didn't give me that much. Su Jianye. He was baffled as to why this fire suddenly burned onto him and immediately felt like he had lost his appetite. He looked up, his face turning red. I'm different from Xiao Chao. How are you different? Wang Lihua pressed on. Su Jianye glared at Su Chao. Seeing his father holding back laughter, Su Jianye said irritably, Your son is special. I'm just an ordinary awakened martial artist, can't compare to him. Watching his parents bicker, Su Chao felt a warm sense of nostalgia, as if the family had returned to the harmonious days before their troubles. Ever since he learned that his father would recover in a few days, his mother had stopped being overly accommodating and was gradually returning to her old, feisty self. It was wonderful. After lunch, Su Chao called his father into the study and assured him not to worry about the people monitoring them, he had already taken care of it. As for how he handled it, he didn't go into detail, and Su Jianye didn't ask. After informing his parents, Su Chao headed out to the Star Martial Arts Hall. As he arrived at the hall, he saw many martial artists coming and going, and he couldn't help but marvel at how much money they must earn in a day. He and Zhang Kuang risked their lives hunting beasts in the wild, earning millions per trip. Ordinary people couldn't imagine making money so quickly. But compared to this place, forget it, there was no comparison. This place was in a completely different league, safe, risk-free, and profiting off the hard-earned money of countless martial artists risking their lives. He approached the reception desk. He asked a staff member, "Are there any available gravity training rooms here?" The staff member, noticing that he was a student, hesitated and asked, "Are you sure you want a gravity training room and not a combat room?" Suchao thought to himself, "Who's looking down on who here?" But outwardly, he replied curtly, "I'm sure I want a gravity training room." "Are there any available?" The staff checked the system. "Sir, we currently have gravity training rooms available. Would you like a basic or intermediate one?" "What's the difference?" "The difference lies in the adjustable gravity levels. Basic rooms can go up to 10 times gravity, while intermediate ones can reach up to 50 times gravity. Of course, the prices differ as well. Basic rooms cost 1 to 5 million per hour, while intermediate rooms cost 10 to 50 million per hour. Suchao couldn't help but be shocked. While he had expected it to be expensive, he hadn't imagined it would be this outrageous. Noticing his reaction, the staff explained, "Sir, the gravity training rooms consume a significant amount of rare energy to operate, which is why the cost is relatively high." After a moment of hesitation, Suchao decided to give it a try. "I'll take a basic gravity training room." "Very well, sir. How long would you like to book it for?" Suchao's mouth twitched slightly. He thought, "You're overestimating me, who would book several hours at these prices." In the end, Suchao chose to recharge his account with 5 million. This meant that if he trained at the maximum 10 times gravity, he could only use it for 1 hour at most. The staff explained that the gravity multiplier could be adjusted during the session. After receiving a white metal card, Suchao was led to the door of room C05. The display above the door read "Unoccupied." He swiped the card, and the heavy metal door slowly slid open. Once inside, the lights turned on. Suchao observed the room. It was only about 50 square meters, with walls made of an unknown metal that shimmered with mysterious patterns under the light. The staff showed him how to operate the room. By inserting the card into a slot on the right-hand wall, a control panel would appear, allowing him to adjust the gravity level. After the staff left, the door slowly closed. Suchao followed the instructions, tapping the screen to activate the gravity training mode. He started with 1 times gravity. Immediately, he felt his body become noticeably heavier. But it wasn't enough. He continued increasing the gravity. As the numbers climbed, Suchao felt as if he were carrying several hundred kilograms on his back. At this moment, he felt it was just about right. The screen displayed a gravity level of 5 times the normal. He tried lifting his legs, attempting to walk, but it felt as if his legs were bound with sandbags, unbearably heavy. As he moved, his breathing quickened, and his heartbeat noticeably sped up. It was as though an invisible pressure weighed on his chest, making each breath deeper and more laborious than usual. After taking a few steps to adapt, Suchao began throwing punches. Every punch felt like his bones were cracking, with every cell in his body operating frantically. He could sense that his ability to adapt to his physical strength and body had improved significantly, and the exhilarating feeling almost made him want to shout out loud. As he continued punching and kicking, Suchao felt like a piece of iron being repeatedly forged. Sweat dripped onto the floor, his breathing grew heavier, and the only sound in the gravity training room was his labored panting. Yet he couldn't bring himself to stop. The sensation was simply too thrilling. Every cell in his body was activated, and as he delved deeper into this experience, it felt like the cells had begun to breathe on their own. In the past, when practicing martial arts under normal gravity, he had to consciously activate cellular respiration to recover his physical and mental energy. For a martial artist, improving strength involved breaking through during the cycles of exhaustion and recovery. But now, this invisible pressure seemed to instill a sense of urgency in his cells, compelling them to breathe autonomously, frantically absorbing and converting surrounding energy at several times the usual efficiency. There was another discovery. The energy concentration in the gravity training room was significantly higher than outside, making it much easier for martial artists to absorb. Though he didn't understand the principle behind it. But who cared? It was worth every penny he spent. Finally, Suchao even took out his weapon to practice martial techniques. Time flew by. Nearly an hour later, he collapsed onto the ground from exhaustion, his clothes soaked, looking as though he had just been fished out of water. With his mouth wide open, he gasped for air, his entire body aching. Even though he was worn out, he struggled to stand up and walked over to turn off the gravity training mode. Instantly, he felt his whole body lighten, as if he could float into the air. When he glanced at the number on the screen, his lips twitched in distress. Just under an hour had cost him 2.5 million. The gravity training room was indeed effective, but it was no different from burning money. He then sat down to meditate, quietly feeling the changes in his body. Not long after, he opened his eyes, a smile spreading across his face. Due to his rapid advancement in martial artist levels, he hadn't fully mastered his strength. Now, his control over his body and mind had improved significantly. He estimated that with one more session, he could break through. After figuring this out, Su Chao meditated a while longer. Once his body felt mostly recovered, he got up and prepared to leave. He exited the gravity training room. At the martial arts hall, he took a quick shower, retrieved a fresh set of clothes from his spatial ring, changed, and left the Starry Sky Martial Hall. He decided to return for another session tomorrow. Just then, his phone rang. Su Chao picked it up, smiling as he answered. "Hey, Xiongdae, you finally remembered to call me. What's up, done with your seclusion? How did it go?" On the other end, Zhang Kuang's cocky voice came through. "Heh. Chaozi, you'd better train harder and not slack off, or you won't even see the back of my car." "Oh, Xiongdae, listen to you. Who doesn't know you've already broken through to the 5th level? Chaozi, that's easy for you to say. How many people in the whole world manage to break through to the 5th level in their 3rd year of university? My bro's already at mid-4th level. How about that, jealous? Treat me to dinner tonight, and I might even give you a few free pointers." Su Chao could almost see Zhang Kuang's smug expression through the phone. He simply hung up, not giving him the chance to keep bragging. Not long after, the phone rang again. Su Chao looked at the screen. It was, of course, Zhang Kuang. Answering it, he said, "I'll give you 2 sentences. If you start bragging again, I'm hanging up." On the other end, Zhang Kuang was still full of himself. "Chaozi, don't hang up. I was serious about dinner tonight. Tell your mom to make something nice. I'm coming over to your place for dinner tonight. Why don't you tell her yourself? I've been freeloading at your house for so long, I'm too embarrassed to ask directly." Su Chao laughed. "Xiongdae, I didn't think you were capable of being embarrassed." Not teasing him any further, he said, "All right, come early tonight. My mom won't save you any food if you're late. You'll only get leftovers." As Su Chao was about to hang up, Zhang Kuang quickly asked, "Chaozi, are you planning to head to the wilderness zone anytime soon? Why? You eager to head out?" On the other end, Zhang Kuang sounded a little sheepish. "I just broke through, and I spent a fortune on blood vitality potions to stabilize my cultivation. The money we earned last time is almost gone." Su Chao paused for a moment. "In a few days. I'll let you know. I've got some things to take care of first." He didn't mention that when Jieyu was going to treat his father, her secret wasn't his to share. Hearing that Su Chao planned to head to the wilderness zone again, Zhang Kuang grew excited. "Great, Chaozi. Just watch me show off this time." Su Chao couldn't be bothered to listen to him bragging further and hung up directly. That evening, Zhang Kuang came over to Su Chao's house for dinner. He brought quite a few valuable items, probably worth hundreds of thousands, which earned him a scolding from Su Chao's mom. Zhang Kuang could only grin awkwardly in response. Su Chao's mom prepared a table full of Zhang Kuang's favorite dishes. The guy had a hearty appetite. What the 3 members of Su Chao's family couldn't finish, he polished off entirely. Seeing this, Su Chao's mom thought Zhang Kuang hadn't been eating well recently and kept telling him to eat slowly, worried he'd overeat. Su Chao rolled his eyes at the sight. With a martial artist's extraordinary digestive ability, even though the dishes were mostly beast meat and packed with energy, it was almost impossible for Zhang Kuang to overeat. When Zhang Kuang arrived, Su Chao could clearly sense his aura had grown stronger. He had indeed reached mid-4th level as a martial artist. He needed to pick up the pace himself. The next day, Su Chao woke up early and had breakfast. After greeting his parents, he headed out to the Starry Sky Martial Hall. With about 2.5 million left on his recharge card, he returned to the gravity training room for more intense training. Skillfully arranging for the staff to open his room, Su Chao began his gravity training once more. Unlike the previous day, today, after just half an hour of training, a joyful expression appeared on his face. He had succeeded. Drenched in sweat, he walked to the door and adjusted the gravity level back to normal. At this point, his card balance still had over 1 million left. At normal gravity, he could train for at least another hour. He sat cross-legged in the center of the room and looked at the panel. Name, Su Chao. Level, 3rd level martial artist. Abilities, Grade AI of detection, Grade B teleportation, Grade B internal space. Physique, 62. Mental power, 35, plus. Source points, 6852. Martial skills, beginner martial skill shadow stab, mastery, plus, beginner martial skill windbreaker / perfect, beginner martial skill mountain suppression fist, mastery, plus. Finally, he could break through. Seeing the plus symbol next to mental power, Su Chao grinned widely. The millions he had spent were worth it. It had saved him several days of time. He immediately chose to upgrade. That familiar sensation came rushing back. As the source points were continuously consumed, his mental power kept increasing. Until at one moment, he felt as though something within his body had unlocked. His mental power broke through the bottleneck and entered a new realm. 4th tier. His mental power had broken through to the 4th tier. The sensation of something unlocking earlier must have been the gene lock for breaking into the 4th tier. When the source points finally stopped decreasing, he glanced at the panel. Mental power, 42. 700 source points had been consumed. During this time, he had researched various data at the warrior's home and combined it with his mental power to conclude that the mental power of a 4th-tier warrior typically ranged between 40 and 60. In other words, he had just stepped into the threshold of the 4th tier. No matter what, he had officially entered the ranks of mid-level warriors. He then looked at another part of the panel. Physique, 62, plus. As expected. After the mental power increased, his physique improved as well. Without hesitation, he continued to upgrade. As the source points were further consumed, his body began undergoing subtle and profound changes. His bones, muscles, and organs were gradually being strengthened. Energy from the surrounding environment surged crazily into his body, aiding in his refinement. This was his first time breaking through in a gravity training chamber, and the feeling was completely different from doing it outside. Due to the enhanced gravity here, his body absorbed energy at a faster rate, and the energy conversion efficiency within was much higher. Every cell in his body was extraordinarily active. The process lasted for about half an hour. When the panel indicated that his physique could no longer be improved, and the source points stopped draining, the energy flowing into the surroundings gradually diminished and returned to normal levels. Su Chao let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had sensed that the energy here was denser than outside last night, which led him to decide to break through here. He had originally worried that the energy consumption during the breakthrough would deplete the room's energy. But even if it had, it wouldn't have mattered. His unique method of breaking through was different from others. He could halt at any time without being affected. Now that he confirmed the energy density hadn't decreased, he finally felt at ease. For his next breakthrough, he would choose this place again. Clearing his mind, Su Chao looked at the panel. Name, Su Chao. Level, 4th tier warrior. Abilities, Grade AI of detection, Grade B teleportation, Grade B internal space. Physique, 88. Mental power, 42. Source points, 5892. Martial skills, beginner martial skill shadow stab, mastery, plus, beginner martial skill windbreaker / perfect, beginner martial skill mountain suppression fist, mastery, plus. His physique had increased from 62 to 88, consuming 260 source points, while the mental power upgrade had cost 700 points. This breakthrough had consumed a total of 960 source points. Seeing the 88 beside physique, it meant his strength had reached 8,800 kilograms. Su Chao clenched his fists, feeling the explosive power coursing through his body. He stood up and moved around, his bones emitting crisp cracking sounds. Additionally, he noticed that gravity's constraints on his body had significantly lessened compared to before the breakthrough. He tried throwing a punch into the air, and a booming sound echoed. The power was immense. From what he understood, the strength range of 4th-tier warriors generally spanned from 8,000 to 16,000 kilograms. His 8,800 kilograms placed him slightly below mid-range. But let's not forget, his martial skills were all at near-perfect levels, granting him an 80% power boost. With this, his strength reached the peak of the 4th tier. Not to mention, he possessed 2 top-tier abilities, enabling him to easily kill any peak-level 4th-tier monster. Even against fifth-tier monsters, with these powerful abilities, he stood a chance. That is, unless he encountered monsters awakened with extremely terrifying abilities. Moreover, as his abilities further developed, his combat potential still had vast room for growth. Currently, all three of his martial skills were beginner level. It was time to learn an intermediate martial skill. If he could cultivate an intermediate skill to perfection, his combat strength would skyrocket even further. As for advanced martial skills, he'd set those aside for now. It was said that the most expensive intermediate martial skills could cost as much as 10 million. With his current finances, he could barely afford it. He couldn't help but think of Zhang Kuang. That guy had been urging him to catch up, boasting that Su Chao wouldn't even see his taillights. In truth, Su Chao estimated that his current strength was already on par with Zhang Kuang's. Zhang Kuang's mastery of an intermediate skill at the minor stage provided about a 50% boost in combat effectiveness, equivalent to the power of his beginner skills at mastery level. In terms of raw strength, Zhang Kuang's lightning-based ability was undoubtedly powerful. But in a life-or-death struggle, Su Chao was confident he would be the one to survive. Why am I even considering Zhang Kuang as a rival? It must be because he's been acting too cocky in front of me lately. Su Chao smirked. Unknowingly, the boy who once had to work as a sparring partner at a martial arts dojo had grown to this level. And all of this, accomplished in less than a month. No one would believe it if he told them. In under a month, he'd gone from being an awakened novice to a fourth-tier warrior. Pulling himself out of his thoughts, Su Chao walked toward the gravity training room's door. Seeing that his card still had tens of thousands of credits left, he shook his head. At the current 1x gravity setting, he estimated he could train for another half hour or so. Time to continue training. He might as well get accustomed to the newfound strength in his body. The sound of air bursting echoed once again in the training room. Half an hour later, the door to the gravity training room slowly opened. Su Chao wiped his sweat, retrieved his card, and found that the balance had been fully used up. Just like yesterday, he took a quick shower, changed into clean clothes, and left the Starry Sky Martial Hall. What Su Chao didn't know was that after he left, a staff member entered his gravity room and removed a pigeon egg-sized energy crystal from the card slot. The crystal had dimmed significantly, clearly depleted of most of its energy. Why did the energy crystal in the gravity training room run out so quickly this time? It should have lasted for several more days. Never mind, I'll report the situation to the supervisor and see what she says. Muttering to himself, the martial arts hall staff member held the dimmed energy crystal and turned to leave. Su Chao returned home. It wasn't even lunchtime yet, so he planned to lie down for a bit. The morning training, combined with breaking through to a fourth-tier martial artist, had left him utterly exhausted. Just as he lay down, his phone rang. He glanced at it. It was a message from Wen Jieyu. Su Chao, I've handled my matters here. I'll come over tomorrow to help treat your father. Su Chao immediately sat up in excitement and replied, That's great. Are you driving or taking public transport? After a brief hesitation, Wen Jieyu responded, I'll drive. Send me your address. Alright, I've sent the address. I'll ask my mom to prepare some delicious food for you. After sending the message, Su Chao let out a long breath. Finally, his father's injury could be healed. During lunch, he shared the good news with his parents. The two elders were overjoyed. His mother, in particular, declared that after lunch, she would go grocery shopping to prepare all her best dishes to welcome this distinguished guest to their home. To this simple woman, this was the best way to express her gratitude. At the entrance of Westlake Courtyard in District 12, Su Chao sat in the security booth, chatting idly with someone. That someone was none other than Brotherly, who had previously warned him about his family being followed. Su Chao felt a bit helpless. Early in the morning, his mom had woken him up, insisting that he meet their important guest at the entrance of the neighborhood to show respect. Unable to bear her nagging, he had no choice but to head to the security booth to chat with Brotherly. Brotherly's full name was Li Zhangwei, a former soldier in the city defense forces. Last night, with nothing better to do, Su Chao had invited him to dinner, making it clear that it wasn't just a polite gesture. During the meal, Su Chao had even given Brotherly 10,000 yuan. For Su Chao, it wasn't much, but for Brotherly, it was more than a month's salary. This generosity made Brotherly even more enthusiastic about Su Chao, believing that Su Chao had a bright future ahead and that maintaining a good relationship with him might be beneficial someday. As the two were chatting, a silver-gray SUV pulled up to the entrance of the neighborhood. Su Chao's eyes lit up as soon as he saw the car. Its entirely alloy body made it look imposing, like a steel beast cruising the streets. The car came to a gentle stop, the window rolled down, and an incredibly beautiful face appeared, smiling and waving at Su Chao. Brotherly blinked, and in that instant, a figure had already dashed out. A voice floated in the air, "We'll chat next time, Brotherly. My guest is here." Stunned, Brotherly watched Su Chao get into Wen Jieyu's car, feeling a mix of emotions in his heart. It wasn't until the silver-gray SUV disappeared from sight that he bent down, pulled up his pant leg, and revealed a prosthetic leg gleaming with metallic luster. This young Su, he's truly a winner in life. Lucky enough to awaken as a martial artist, and his girlfriend's so stunning, I've never seen such a beautiful girl in my life. Such good fortune. I need to train my two boys harder when I get home. They must awaken as martial artists too. This is their second chance to change their destiny. I can't let them end up like their old man, guarding the gate forever. In the car, Su Chao sat beside Wen Jieiyu, grinning foolishly, making her blush. She playfully scolded, "Haven't you stared enough, you idiot? Hurry up and give me directions, or I'll never find your house." Despite Su Chao's decisiveness in other matters, he was utterly clueless when it came to relationships. Given his family's past situation, he had never had the heart or time to think about dating. For 3 years in college, he had lived like a monk, focusing solely on how to awaken as a martial artist and ease his family's burden. Thankfully, fate had been kind to him, compensating him for everything. Looking at the stunning beauty before him acting coy, his heart raced, and his face flushed red. While giving her directions, he said, "Jieiyu, I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. I thought it'd take you at least half an hour." When Jieiyu rolled her eyes at him. "I'm a martial artist. My reaction speed is faster than ordinary people's. Driving a bit faster is normal. Jieiyu, you're so busy, yet you still made time to come and help. You've really done me a huge favor, and I need to thank you properly." To his surprise, when Jieiyu suddenly pulled over, looked at him seriously, and asked, "Su Chao, do you consider me a friend?" Su Chao's heart tightened, and he quickly replied, "Of course, you're my most special friend." When Jieiyu smiled. "Alright, since we're friends, let's not be so formal. You saved me, and I didn't keep thanking you endlessly either." Su Chao nodded in agreement. As they chatted, the car arrived at the base of Su Chao's apartment building. When Jieiyu got out, opened the trunk, and pulled out a large pile of gifts, asking Su Chao to help carry them. He stared in shock. "Jieiyu, what's all this?" Blushing slightly under his gaze, when Jieiyu cleared her throat and said, "I stopped by the mall on my way here and picked up some small gifts for your parents. I can't just come to your house for a meal empty-handed, can I?" Looking at the pile of small gifts in their hands, Su Chao shook his head with a helpless smile. These weren't cheap at all. The two took the elevator up to Su Chao's apartment. He rang the doorbell, and shortly after, his mother, Wang Lihua, answered. Seeing Wen Jieiyu behind Su Chao, Wang Lihua froze as if struck by lightning. It wasn't until Su Chao coughed to remind her that she snapped back to reality. "Jieiyu, this is my mom." When Jieiyu smiled gracefully and greeted her, "Hello, Auntie." "Mom, this is my friend Wen Jieiyu. Why are you standing in the doorway and not letting us in?" Reminded, Wang Lihua quickly stepped aside. "Come in, dear." "Mom, these are all gifts Jieiyu brought for you and Dad." Taking the items from Wen Jieyu's hands, Wang Lihua warmly held her hand and said, "Oh, dear Jieiyu, just coming to help us is already a big favor. Why did you go to the trouble of bringing gifts?" Wen Jieiyu smiled gently. "It's nothing, Auntie, just some small things." At that moment, Su Chao's father, Su Jianye, came out of the study. Seeing how young and beautiful Wen Jieiyu was, he was visibly surprised. He glanced at Su Chao with a look that held unspoken words. He then warmly greeted Wen Jieiyu, "Young lady, I'm sorry to trouble you to make this trip because of me." "Uncle, don't mention it. Su Chao has helped me a lot. I'll examine you in a bit, and if things go well, you could be up and walking in 1 or 2 days. Really, Jieiyu?" At the side, Wang Lihua's voice trembled slightly. When Jieiyu gently patted her hand. "Auntie, let me check on Uncle's condition first. But it shouldn't be a big problem." This wasn't Wen Jieiyu boasting. With her S-level life energy ability, as long as there was still a breath left in someone, she was confident she could save them. The only difference was how much time it would take. She speculated that if it were a more advanced SS-level life energy ability, it might even be possible to regenerate severed limbs. When Jieyu entered Su Chao's home, where his parents received her with the highest regard, Su Jianye brought out some rare tea leaves that Su Chao had purchased for him a few days ago, brewing a cup for Wen Jieyu. This tea was something he normally couldn't bear to drink. According to Su Chao, the tea was picked from a mutated spiritual tea tree that emerged after the Nirvana era. Its price was staggering, costing hundreds of thousands per pound, and it was said to nourish the spirit. Su Chao had specially bought it to help his father recover his health. Xiaoyu, have some fruit first. Wang Lihua enthusiastically brought over a fruit platter and handed it to Wen Jieyu. Su Chao couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth when he saw the fruit. This was no ordinary fruit but a first-tier spiritual fruit that could aid martial artists in cultivation. Each piece was worth tens of thousands of yuan. There were only a few pieces on the platter, clearly something his mother had gritted her teeth to buy in order to entertain such a benefactor. After chatting with Wen Jieyu for a few moments, Wang Lihua headed into the kitchen to continue cooking. The dishes she was preparing today were ones she usually wouldn't even consider buying. High-grade beast meat that cost tens of thousands per pound, along with some expensive vegetables. Su Chao estimated that just the cost of the ingredients for this meal would exceed 1,000,000 yuan. For two elderly people who had only a few thousand yuan to live on each month, this was the greatest sincerity they could offer. Su Chao gestured to Wen Jieyu. Jieyu, go ahead and eat. My mom bought this just for you. Wen Jieyu nodded, picking up a spiritual fruit and beginning to eat. She was a bit overwhelmed by the warm reception from the elderly couple. After finishing the fruit, Wen Jieyu saw Su Chao's mother busy in the kitchen and stood up to address Su Jianye. Uncle, let me conduct a checkup for you first. Su Jianye was both nervous and expectant. Xiaoyu, Chao said you drove for hours to get here. You just sat down, why don't you rest for a bit first? It's okay, uncle. I'm not tired. As she spoke, she walked over to Su Jianye and placed her hand on his wrist. Su Chao noticed a green glow emanating from her fingers as energy slowly flowed into his father's wrist. Wen Jieyu gently closed her eyes. After a few seconds, she opened them again, smiling warmly at Su Jianye. Uncle, don't worry. I can heal this injury. Hearing this, Su Jianye let out a long sigh of relief. After so many years, he finally saw hope of standing up again. His eyes grew misty, but he quickly turned his head to discreetly wipe the corners of his eyes. Wen Jieyu gave Su Chao a look, and the two headed to the study, leaving Su Jianye alone in the living room to process his emotions in private. Once in the study, Wen Jieyu spoke softly to Su Chao, I've examined your father's injuries, and they're more severe than what you described. His lower back suffered a heavy blow, and the wound on his left leg looks like a snake bite. The main issues are the severe damage and deformation of his spine, as well as chronic toxins in his system. The toxins have already infiltrated his heart and bone marrow. He used to be a third-tier martial artist, and his strong physique is the only reason he's lasted this long. He's been suppressing the toxins with medication, but without that, he would have been beyond saving months ago. Hearing this, Su Chao felt his heart tighten. He hadn't realized his father's condition was far worse than previously thought. Thankfully, they had Wen Jieyu now. Jieyu, I can't thank you enough for this. Wen Jieyu nodded slightly. Originally, I planned to heal his injuries within a day, but it looks like I'll need an extra day. Her tone grew serious as she turned her gaze toward the door, in the direction of Su Jianye. Su Chao, there's something you need to know. Although your father has made it through these years, his body has been severely overtaxed. His organs are close to failing. So, even if I completely heal his injuries, his lifespan will still be significantly shortened compared to a normal person. What? Su Chao felt a wave of dizziness, his body swaying involuntarily. He hadn't expected such devastating news. In a low voice, he asked, Jieyu, when you say shortened, how short are we talking? Su Chao, I can't give you an exact number, but I estimate it won't exceed 10 years. Su Chao's face turned ashen. He had thought that once his father was healed, he could focus on cultivating, gaining strength, and unraveling the secrets surrounding himself. But now, it seemed the ordeal wasn't over. Jieyu, is there really no other way? He asked, unwilling to give up. I'm sorry, Su Chao. This is something I can't help with. But don't lose hope. I've heard of some extremely rare spiritual fruits that can extend a person's lifespan. However, these fruits grow in extremely dangerous places, surrounded by powerful beasts that even ordinary experts wouldn't dare approach. Seeing Su Chao deep in thought rather than disheartened, Wen Jieyu seemed to understand his intentions and added, "That's right. You're different from others. You have a chance to obtain those fruits because of your spatial abilities. Once you grow stronger and reach the Grandmaster level, you could use your spatial powers to successfully retrieve those fruits and return safely." Su Chao nodded. This wasn't something he could rush. He still had time. With his growth speed, he could become incredibly powerful within a few years. At that point, seeking out such longevity-extending fruits should be feasible. Having thought it through, Su Chao finally let out a breath of relief. He said to Wen Jieyu, after lunch, "Please help heal my dad so he can recover first. As for the lifespan issue, don't tell my parents for now. I'll figure something out." At lunchtime, Wen Jieyu experienced the culinary skills of Su Chao's mother. Normally a light eater, she found herself unable to stop this time. Wang Lihua kept piling food onto her plate, and Wen Jieyu ended up eating twice her usual amount. "Uncle, just sit here and put your leg on this stool." Wen Jieyu pointed to a small stool nearby. After a brief rest following lunch, she began the treatment. Wang Lihua helped roll up Su Jianya's left pant leg, revealing a ghastly wound on his calf, surrounded by blackened and necrotic flesh. "Su Chao, grab a basin and place it under your dad's leg. I'm going to guide the toxins out of his body through the wound. Once the toxins are drained, I'll heal the injury." Su Jianya followed her instructions and got into position. When Jieyu placed one hand on his shoulder, and green energy began to flow from her palm into Su Jianya's body. As the green energy continued to flow in, sweat began to form on Father Su's forehead. From the wound on his lower leg, black liquid started to drip into the small basin, accompanied by a strong, fishy stench. The treatment continued. Su Jianya was drenched in sweat, while Wang Lihua stood beside him, using a towel to wipe his brow. The amount of black liquid increased, and Father Su's pale, ashen complexion gradually regained a healthy flush. When Jieyu wasn't having an easy time either, sweat began to form on her forehead and along her temples. Su Chao, feeling awkward about directly helping her wipe the sweat, handed his mother a tissue and asked her to assist instead. An hour passed. The liquid flowing from the wound slowly changed from black to blood red, and the stench significantly subsided. The small basin now held nearly half a bowl of black liquid. Father Su was drenched in sweat, clearly indicating that the detoxification process was grueling. Su Chao's brows furrowed. He noticed that Wen Jieyu's face had turned pale while treating his father. Her hands trembled slightly, and sweat continuously beaded on her forehead and temples, which his mother wiped away for her. All of this indicated that she was expending an enormous amount of energy, and the detoxification process was even more challenging than she had anticipated. Su Chao felt a deep ache for her, but he didn't dare to interrupt. He wasn't sure if abruptly stopping the process would be dangerous, but he trusted that Wen Jieyu was someone who exercised caution and wouldn't recklessly take risks. Another 10 minutes passed. At a certain moment, Su Chao finally saw that the liquid flowing from his father's wound had turned into fresh, red blood. He let out a sigh of relief. At last. Wen Jieyu also exhaled a long breath and withdrew her hands from Father Su's shoulder. She slowly opened her eyes, revealing exhaustion within them. "Jieyu, are you okay? Did you overexert yourself?" Su Chao asked with concern. Looking at Su Chao's worried gaze, Wen Jieyu, though utterly fatigued, still managed a faint smile. The frailty in her expression made it impossible not to feel protective of her. "I'm fine. I've completely cleared the toxins from your father's body. Help me to the balcony so I can rest for a while." Su Chao immediately extended his hand to support her, preparing to help her to the balcony to rest. Unexpectedly, after taking just 2 steps, Wen Jieyu suddenly collapsed into his arms. Su Chao's heart ached terribly. He hadn't realized she was this weakened. Without hesitation, he scooped her up in his arms, holding her like a princess. Wen Jieyu's face, initially pale, suddenly flushed with a hint of redness. She softly murmured near his ear, "Put me down. Your parents are right there, it's so embarrassing." But Su Chao completely ignored her embarrassment, carrying her with unrelenting determination. He walked straight to the balcony before gently setting her down. When Jieyu shot him a glare, then quickly glanced toward Su Chao's mother. Seeing that she was entirely focused on Father Su, who was unconscious, and hadn't noticed them, she sighed in relief. She gave Su Chao another glare. Su Chao could only awkwardly scratch his nose and smile sheepishly. When Jieyu gestured for him to go speak with Wang Lihua. Go and reassure your mom. Your father's toxins have been completely expelled, but the process drained him significantly. He's unconscious right now, so don't wake him. Let him rest. He'll finally get a good night's sleep this time. Once he regains his strength tomorrow, I'll come back in the afternoon to treat his spinal injury. That should just about do it. Su Chao nodded and asked with concern, Are you sure you're okay? I'm fine. I'll recover after meditating and using a breathing technique. Go on now. Su Chao had already checked on his father earlier, though he was asleep. His breathing was steady and even, showing no signs of major issues. Su Chao felt much more at ease. When Wang Lihua saw Su Chao walking over, she anxiously asked, Chao, is your dad okay? Mom, don't worry. Dad's fine. He's just exhausted and drained. A good sleep will do wonders. Didn't you notice how his usually furrowed brows are now relaxed? This time, he'll definitely get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow, he'll wake up full of energy and probably even argue with you louder than ever. Wang Lihua, while wiping Su Jianya's body, glanced at the small basin filled with the black toxins expelled from his system. She sighed deeply. I never realized your father had so many toxins in his body. How did he endure all these years? It must have been so hard for him. Yet he always acted like nothing was wrong. As she spoke, she wiped at the corners of her eyes. Sometimes, I'd wake up in the middle of the night and see him trembling with his back to me. I thought he was just cold and didn't even bother to cover him with a blanket. Looking back now, he must have been in so much pain. From now on, I won't argue with him anymore. I'll let him have his way. He's suffered so much over the years. No wonder there were times when he wanted to give up. This kind of torment isn't something just anyone could endure. Su Chao placed his hands gently on his mother's shoulders and comforted her. Mom, it's all in the past. Things will only get better from now on. When the incident first happened and we returned to the base city, the hospital said we came too late. The toxins had already spread, and conventional methods couldn't completely remove them. They could only use medication to control the spread. As for those unconventional treatments, we couldn't afford them. All these years, I've been hoping to awaken my abilities as soon as possible to help heal Dad. Luckily, fate was kind, and now we've finally managed to solve it. Wang Lihua nodded, holding Su Jianya's hand and gently stroking it, her gaze never leaving him. The more she looked, the more she noticed how much older he had grown over the years. His once jet-black hair now had streaks of white that had quietly appeared. Seeing his mother lost in thought, Su Chao reminded her, Mom, let me carry Dad to the bedroom. It's quieter there, and he can rest better. Wang Lihua snapped out of her daze and glanced toward the balcony, where Wen Jieyu was meditating with her eyes closed. Chao, this time, treating your dad must have been incredibly hard on Xiaoyu. You and your dad owe her a big thank you. Once your dad recovers, I'll cook a meal and invite her over to properly express our gratitude. Now, go ahead and carry your dad to the bedroom. I'll stay there and watch over him. Su Chao bent down and gently picked up his father, feeling how much thinner and frilier he had become. The thought of his strong, warrior-like father reduced to this state filled him with sadness. He resolved to buy more nourishing supplements for his father once he recovered and to give his mother some money, so she wouldn't hesitate to spend it on good food. He still had about 18 million in his account. He decided to give his mother 5 million and keep the rest for now. It should be enough. Money was being spent too quickly. Once his father recovered, he'd need to head out with Zhang Kuang again as soon as possible. After placing his father in the bedroom, Su Chao found a bottle, collected the toxins his father had expelled, and stored it in his spatial ring. Then he sat quietly in the living room, watching Wen Jieyu meditate with her eyes closed. The longer he looked, the more captivated he became by her figure. To him, she seemed like a heavenly fairy who had descended to earth. His eyes were filled with admiration and infatuation. Until Wen Jieyu softly cleared her throat, pulling him back from his daze. She opened her eyes, her expression tinged with shyness as she looked at Su Chao. Dummy, have you seen enough? Su Chao dared not stare at her any longer and stood up deliberately to brew her a cup of tea. Jieyu, are you feeling better? When Jieyu took the tea he handed her, Yes, I've recovered a bit. I can move around for now. If I meditate and regulate my breath tonight, I should be almost back to normal by tomorrow. Luckily, I've advanced to a 5th-rank martial artist, and my mental strength has improved significantly. Otherwise, this would have been really dangerous. The poison has been in your father's body for too long, to the point that it has formed a kind of symbiotic relationship with his system, making it incredibly difficult to remove. If it's not completely eradicated, it will be even more troublesome to deal with in the future. Su Chao looked at her with deep concern. Jieyu, if you're not fully recovered yet, take another day to rest before helping my father with his treatment. The toxins in his body have already been expelled, so waiting one more day won't matter. I'm fine. I don't want to make your parents wait any longer. For someone who has already seen hope, even one extra day of waiting is torture. Seeing her insist, Su Chao could only nod silently. Suddenly, something occurred to him. By the way, Jieyu, I want to ask you something. Can my mom still take the genetic serum? When Jieyu was momentarily taken aback by the question. After realizing, she asked, You have genetic serum? Did you apply to purchase it from the martial artist's home? Su Chao didn't deny it and tacitly admitted. Some things didn't need to be explicitly spelled out. When Jieyu understood correctly. After becoming a 2-star honorary citizen, martial artists could apply to purchase a first-tier genetic serum from the martial artist's home for their family members. By accumulating 10,000 battle merit points and advancing to 3-star honorary citizen, they could apply to purchase a set of serums that would enable a breakthrough to the 3rd tier. Of course, this only granted the qualification to purchase. Buying the serum itself was not cheap. The martial artist's home had clear pricing. A first-tier genetic serum cost 1 million per vial, second-tier 3 million, and third-tier 6 million. A complete set of third-tier serums would cost a staggering 10 million. This underscored just how precious genetic serums were. Their production was limited and couldn't be widely distributed. Otherwise, the authorities would surely supply them on a large scale to enhance overall combat strength. When Jieyu continued, Su Chao, since you've applied for genetic serum, you should know that unlocking the genetic lock is an intense process, and taking it comes with risks. That's why most people choose younger individuals to take the serum. Younger bodies are more resilient and have a greater chance of successfully activating the genetic lock. If an elderly person takes it, their body might not withstand the intense effects of the serum, and they could suffer severe injuries or even death. You're hesitant to give it to your mother because of this, aren't you? Su Chao genuinely admired Wen Jieyu's intelligence and nodded, saying, Yes, it's a tough decision for me. On one hand, watching my mom age day by day, her health deteriorating, especially in recent years, it breaks my heart. I want her to become a martial artist. Even if I don't expect her to have great combat strength, at least her health would improve significantly. But on the other hand, as you said, I'm terrified that she might not handle the serum's effects and something terrible might happen. He hesitated for a moment and then looked at Wen Jieiyu earnestly, confessing his thoughts. When I saw you treating my dad today, I suddenly thought if my mom takes the genetic serum with you by her side to assist, wouldn't that minimize the risks? Seeing the anticipation in his eyes, Wen Jieiyu smiled and nodded. He immediately lit up with joy. Overjoyed, he stepped forward and held Wen Jieyu's hands. Jieiyu, you're truly a blessing to my entire family. You've solved 2 major problems for me in one go. I honestly don't know how to thank you. Tell me, is there anything I can do to help you? That way, I'll feel better. When Jieiyu gently pulled her hands back from his grip, shyly saying, Oh, stop being so touchy. Helping your mom take the genetic serum is just a small matter for me. You don't need to think too much about it. As for helping me, your current strength isn't enough to be of assistance. Su Chao seemed to make a decision. He looked at Wen Jieiyu solemnly. Jieiyu, I've recently broken through again. I'm now a 4th-rank martial artist. But this is a secret I'm only telling you, so you have to keep it confidential. Wen Jieiyu was stunned, staring at him in disbelief. Before coming here, her mentor had speculated whether Su Chao might be a dual-ability Awakener, and she had her own doubts at the time. But now, she was 100% certain that Su Chao was indeed a dual-ability Awakener, and both abilities were of a high level. Otherwise, there was no way to explain how he had advanced to a 4th-rank martial artist within a year. Such rapid progression wasn't something she'd ever seen even with S-class talents. It was difficult to compare even to SS-class talents. She felt a surge of emotion, not expecting Su Chao to share such an important secret with her. Su Chao, you must never tell anyone else about this secret. I promise I'll keep it safe. But if you want to help me, you'll need at least a Grandmaster level strength. Su Chao had carefully thought this through before revealing the secret to Wen Jieyu. The two had shared life and death experiences, and through their time together, Su Chao had come to understand Wen Jieyu's character well. His greatest secret was his personal interface. As long as that remained undiscovered, there would be no problem. As for his dual ability talent, though rare, it wasn't unheard of. Even if it were exposed, it wouldn't cause too much of a stir. At the same time, he was secretly surprised. It seemed Wen Jieyu's family background was far more complicated than he had imagined. When she advanced to a 4th rank martial artist, he had thought his strength was decent, but now it turned out he still couldn't provide her with any help. He shook his head and let out a wry laugh. Wen Jieyu noticed his expression and seemed to guess what he was thinking. Su Chao, don't worry. I'm guessing you're a dual ability awakener, right? Su Chao wasn't surprised. For someone as intelligent as Wen Jieyu, it was natural for her to figure that out. Your talent is already the most exceptional I've ever known. But even the strongest talent needs time to grow. As long as you have time, I believe you can reach a level that rivals anyone. Besides, my situation is a bit unique. I've mentioned before that my family has some complicated matters. But for now, there's no need to worry. At least, nothing major will happen before I graduate. Su Chao looked at Wen Jieyu seriously and said, Jieyu, if you ever need help when that time comes, please tell me. I'll definitely do my best to help you. Seeing the sincere look in Su Chao's eyes, Wen Jieyu hesitated for a moment before gritting her teeth and making a decision. Since you trust me so much and have told me your biggest secret, then I will tell you mine. Actually, I am also a dual ability awakener. My second ability awakened after this life and death experience. Right now, only you and my teacher know this secret. Su Chao's pupils suddenly dilated, and he was too shocked to speak. Wen Jieyu's S-rank life-type talent was already powerful, and now that she had awakened a second ability, becoming a dual ability awakener, her talent was simply heaven-defying. At the same time, he couldn't suppress the joy in his heart. For Wen Jieyu to share such an important secret with him meant she trusted him deeply. Now that they both knew each other's secrets, their relationship took a step forward. That evening, Wen Jieyu did not follow Su Chao's suggestion to stay at his house. Su Chao had no choice but to escort her to a nearby hotel, where he booked the most luxurious room for her and arranged to pick her up the next afternoon to treat his father. Back at home, he saw his mother still in the room, leaning against his father's bed, asleep. He gently draped a blanket over her and didn't have the heart to wake her. He knew that even if he did, she wouldn't leave his father's side. Seeing the warmth between his parents, he quietly left the room. Unusually for him, he didn't train that night. Instead, he busied himself with household chores, starting by cleaning the room thoroughly before heading to the kitchen to make dinner. The next afternoon, in Su Chao's study. General. Dad, you can't lose your temper this time. You brat, I'm not losing my temper. It's just that my eyesight was a bit blurry since I was feeling better today. Dad, come on, you were full of energy this morning, with a rosy complexion, how could your eyesight be blurry? At that moment, his mother, Wang Liwa, walked into the study. Seeing the two of them bickering over chess, she rolled her eyes. You two just can't help me with anything, can you? You've been playing chess here for 2 hours. Xiao Chao, stop playing chess with your dad. It's about time, go pick up Xiaoyu for dinner. I'm about to start cooking. She helped us so much yesterday, and we didn't even properly thank her. Hearing this, Su Jianye tossed the chess piece in his hand and quickly packed up the chessboard. Xiao Chao, your mom's right. Go pick up Xiaoyu for dinner. Su Chao replied, I've already told her, I'm heading out now. As he got up, he smirked at his father and said, Dad, I'm just saying, it's one thing for your chess skills to be bad, but your chess strategy could really use some work. With that, he quickly left the study. Behind him came Su Jianye's shout, You brat! How dare you talk to your dad like that? Leaving the neighborhood, Su Chao was in a good mood, humming a tune as he walked. His father had slept all the way from yesterday until this morning. When he woke up, he was in excellent spirits and even had an extra bowl for breakfast. After the meal, he was in such a good mood that he asked Su Chao to play chess with him, only to be thoroughly trounced in several rounds. When Su Chao arrived at the hotel to meet Wen Jieyu, he noticed her complexion had improved significantly and breathed a sigh of relief. The two quickly returned to Su Chao's house. By then, his mother had just finished cooking, and everyone soon sat down to eat. That afternoon's treatment was much easier than the detoxification process the day before. In less than an hour, when Jieyu was finished, she said, "Uncle's spine has been fully repaired. I also took care of the previously damaged internal organs. In a moment, let him try standing up slowly to see how it feels." Su Chao once again marveled at the power of life-based abilities. He watched as the blackened and bruised wounds on his father's legs gradually grew fresh flesh, the necrotic skin turning into dead skin and scars, which then peeled away. It was all as miraculous as magic. Hearing Wen Jieyu's words, Su Jianye gripped the armrests of his wheelchair tightly, taking a deep breath to steady his emotions. Under the expectant gazes of everyone, he exerted great effort to slowly stand up. Su Chao and his mother gently supported him. Once Su Jianye steadied himself and felt the long-lost sensation of standing firmly on the ground, tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. He wiped his tears away and gently pushed Su Chao and Wang Lihua, who were supporting him, aside. He then tried taking his first step, then his second. He moved like a child learning to walk for the first time. Though his steps were wobbly, he didn't fall. After only a few steps, sweat began to bead on his forehead. Like a child with a brand new toy, he turned around with excitement and called out to Wang Lihua, "Lihua, I can walk. I can finally walk on my own." Wang Lihua was equally moved, tears streaming down her face as she tightly held Su Jianye's hand. "Old Su, I see it. I'm so happy for you, you finally made it through." Although Wen Jieyu didn't want to interrupt this heartwarming moment, she still reminded them, "Uncle, you've only just regained mobility. Don't rush yourself. You'll need to train gradually and take some time to adapt. You'll recover fully soon enough." Su Chao quickly brought over the wheelchair. "Dad, listen to Jieyu. Don't rush it, take your time with the rehabilitation. In just a few days, you'll be fully recovered." Wang Lihua also chimed in reassuringly, "Old Su, don't rush it. Take it slow. After all these years, what's a few more days?" Su Jianye glanced at the wheelchair that had been his companion for so long. His expression was complicated, but in the end, he obediently sat back down. Su Chao looked over at Wen Jieyu. Although she didn't seem as exhausted as she had been the previous day, she still appeared somewhat tired. He handed her a cup of tea. "Jieyu, are you okay? Why don't you rest over there for a bit? As for helping my mom take the genetic medicine, maybe we should postpone it? You've really overexerted yourself these past couple of days." Wen Jieyu took the tea and sipped it. "I'm fine, let's do it today. No more rescheduling. My teacher asked me to return to school today and to stay close to her for the time being. I'll rest for half an hour over there. Helping Auntie take the genetic medicine isn't strenuous. In the meantime, you can have her get ready." Su Chao thought her reasoning made sense and didn't insist further. Watching Wen Jieyu sit down to meditate, he turned to his mother and said, "Mom, about what I told you last night, go get ready and change into something loose. After Jieyu rests for half an hour, we'll start." Wang Lihua, nervously, said, "Xiao Chao, is this really okay? I'm at this age already, will it be dangerous? I'd hate for your dad to just recover, only for me to end up disabled." Su Chao couldn't help but laugh. "Mom! You don't trust me? At least trust Jieyu, won't you? What you just saw of her treating my father, right? Don't worry, although the process might hurt a bit, there's no significant risk." Su Jianye, who was standing nearby, had also heard about this earlier. After waking up in the morning, he was in a great mood. He patted Wang Lihua's hand and comforted her, "Lihua, don't worry, the danger is minimal. Even if something happens, I'll take care of you." Wang Lihua got anxious. "Su Jianye, if you don't know how to comfort someone, then don't say anything. The more you talk, the more nervous I get." Su Chao was speechless, amused by the two elders. "Dad, Mom, can you stop arguing? Hurry up and get ready." However, this round of comforting did have some effect. Wang Lihua no longer resisted and got up to change her clothes. Half an hour later, when Jieyu finished meditating and regulating her breathing, and the fatigue on her face visibly eased, Noticing Wang Lihua was ready, she nodded at Su Chao, signaling that they could start. Su Chao had Wang Lihua sit cross-legged and took out the first-tier genetic potion he had obtained from Wu Qiming from his spatial ring. Mom, the process might hurt a bit, but you have to endure it. Since Wang Lihua had made up her mind, she wouldn't back out at the critical moment. She gave Su Chao a look. Don't underestimate me. I endured the pain of giving birth to you, what's this compared to that? Su Chao's mouth twitched, and Wen Jieyu couldn't stop herself from turning her head to stifle a laugh. Wang Lihua's comment lightened the tense atmosphere. Without hesitation, Su Chao opened the potion bottle and poured the liquid into his mother's mouth. Wen Jieyu quickly reminded her, Auntie, close your eyes and focus your mind. A few breaths later, Wang Lihua frowned as the potion began to take effect. Sweat beaded on her forehead, but she gritted her teeth and held on. After more than a dozen breaths, her body started trembling. Wen Jieyu placed her hand on Wang Lihua's chest, and a green glow flashed. Gradually, the trembling subsided. Until a certain moment. Wang Lihua, still sitting cross-legged, shuddered all over as if chains within her body had been unlocked. Slowly, she opened her eyes, feeling incredibly light and free. Wen Jieyu withdrew her hand. Su Chao saw his mother open her eyes. Mom, how do you feel? Wang Lihua moved her body a bit. I feel great. My whole body feels unblocked and so much lighter. Wen Jieyu said to Wang Lihua, Auntie, your genetic lock has been opened. You can start cultivating now. Let Su Chao teach you the breathing technique. Spend more time meditating and practicing, it will enhance your mental strength. Coupled with taking vitality potions, your body will only get better and better. Wang Lihua listened attentively to Wen Jieyu, nodding repeatedly like a student eager to learn. After Wen Jieyu finished speaking, Wang Lihua grabbed her hand. Xiaoyu, thank you so much. This family matter has been such a trouble for you. Please come to our house more often when you have time, and I'll make you a great meal. You're so kind. I like you so much. I wonder who will be lucky enough to marry you in the future. After speaking, she glanced at Su Chao nearby. Su Chao deliberately ignored his mother's gaze and turned to look at Wen Jieyu. Wen Jieyu blushed slightly at the compliment, pretending to check the time. Auntie, it's getting late. I should head back, my teacher is urging me. Wang Lihua didn't expect Wen Jieyu to leave so soon. Ah, so soon? Stay for dinner before you go. Next time. My teacher gave me a set amount of time for this trip, and I don't want to upset her. Seeing that Wen Jieyu really had something urgent, Wang Lihua relented. Xiao Chao, escort Xiaoyu back and make sure she gets home safely before you return. Su Chao nodded. Mom, you should go wash up. You smell pretty bad. Wang Lihua sniffed herself and, realizing there was indeed an odor, jumped up and headed for the bathroom. Ah, you brat. Why didn't you say so earlier? Su Chao and Wen Jieyu left the house. They retrieved their car from the parking lot and drove out of the neighborhood. In the car, Su Chao was driving while chatting with Wen Jieyu, who was seated in the passenger seat. He had learned to drive in high school. Though he hadn't driven much in recent years, his fourth-tier martial artist mental acuity allowed him to quickly regain his skill. He wanted Wen Jieyu to relax a bit. Jieyu, are you really heading back to school today? My teacher wants me to stay by her side. It's safer that way. Is it still because of Feng Wei? Not entirely. My teacher hasn't been in a calm mood lately. For someone at her level, she wouldn't feel that way without a reason. Su Chao frowned. You mean someone might be targeting you? Not necessarily, but my teacher said it's best to stay with her. Once I break through to a sixth-tier martial artist, she'll feel reassured letting me venture out. They chatted casually as they drove toward District 1. Shanghai Martial Arts University ranked among the top martial arts universities in Huaxia and held a prestigious position. The school was located in District 1. To get there, they needed to pass through District 5, which bordered District 12. Su Chao drove quickly, his skills growing sharper by the minute. As they were about to leave District 12, they entered a secluded road. Suddenly, a large truck on the opposite lane sped toward them, crashing through the central divider in an instant. Su Chao felt that no matter how he pressed the accelerator, he couldn't avoid the collision. He decisively gave up. Control, grabbed Wen Jieyu tightly from the passenger seat, and used teleport to disappear from the car in an instant. The two of them reappeared 100 meters away. Their SUV flipped violently multiple times before coming to a stop over 20 meters away, severely deformed. Su Chao stared at the wrecked SUV, his face dark. Wen Jieyu's expression was equally serious. She scanned the surroundings warily. Clearly, this was no ordinary accident. Though they'd been safe inside the car, injuries were almost inevitable. The truck that collided with them also had a severely deformed front. Its cargo was scattered across the ground. Su Chao activated his eye of insight to examine the scene closely. He saw the driver slumped over the steering wheel, unconscious and bleeding from the head. Moreover, the driver was just an ordinary person. Could it really be an accident? He continued scanning the area, his expression suddenly shifting. He leaned toward Wen Jieiyu and whispered a few words. The two of them vanished instantly. About 600 meters away from the crash site, in a small forest, two figures lay low. They wore clothing and hats that blended so well with the surroundings they were nearly invisible. One of them held a sniper rifle made of a special material, its barrel aimed at the crash site. The other used binoculars to observe. "Old cat, why did the target suddenly disappear from my scope? Did you see anything on your end?" "Mountain Hawk, I don't see anyone in the car." "Wait, am I seeing things? They just appeared over 100 meters away. What kind of ability is this?" The intel didn't mention the target having this ability. Could it be that guy next to her? "Old cat, what now? Should we proceed? If I shoot now, there's a high chance I'll miss and only wound her. That'll alert them. Even though my sniper rifle is custom-made and uses grade A alloy bullets." Old cat, holding binoculars, thought for a moment. "Let's not act. Abandon the mission." The original plan was to use the truck to trap them in the car, leaving no space to escape, and then you would take them out with the sniper rifle. But now the situation has changed. Wait, the guy disappeared. We need to retreat. Before he could finish his sentence, a long blade suddenly pierced through his throat. The sudden turn of events startled Mountain Hawk, who was holding the sniper rifle. Just a second ago, he was talking to his teammate. In the next instant, his teammate lay dead, throat pierced. The young man who appeared out of nowhere caused Mountain Hawk's face to twist in terror. "Who are you?" he asked while instinctively trying to turn and aim his gun at Su Chao. "You want to know who I am? Go ask the King of Hell." Su Chao left no chance for survival. The blade slashed down again, ending the assassin's life. These two were both Tier 3 martial artists. Su Chao activated his eye of detection but found no traces of supernatural abilities on them. They were likely martial artists who had used genetic serums. More importantly, assassins like these were difficult to capture for interrogation, so there was no need to leave them alive. He swiftly cleaned up the scene. He stored the custom-made sniper rifle into his spatial ring and packed the two corpses into bags, placing them inside the inner space. Looking at the neatly arranged 4 corpses in his spatial storage, Su Chao shook his head helplessly. A perfectly discrete storage space had somehow become a place for storing corpses. He quickly returned to Wen Jieyu's side, his expression serious. "It wasn't an accident. There were 2 assassins over there waiting to ambush us with a custom sniper rifle. I've dealt with them. If we had stayed in the car even a moment longer, the consequences would have been unimaginable." He retrieved the sniper rifle from his spatial ring and handed a bullet to Wen Jieiyu. "This bullet packs a terrifying punch. Our bodies wouldn't withstand it. It could easily pierce through the car and hit us." Wen Jieiyu said coldly, "It seems someone couldn't wait any longer, daring to make a move within the base city." Su Chao scanned the surroundings and noticed a car approaching. He quickly grabbed Wen Jieiyu and left the area. Fortunately, there wasn't anything valuable in the car. They only lost the vehicle. They didn't want to attract attention and create more trouble. The two sped off. Soon, they passed through District 12 and arrived at District 5. Here, they hailed another car and drove directly toward District 1. In Starsea Base City, not all vehicles could enter District 1, only those with license plates from Districts 1 to 5 were allowed access. The rest of the journey went smoothly, without further mishaps. Over an hour later, they entered District 1. This was Su Chao's first time in the core area of Starsea Base City. The architecture here was luxurious and beautiful, the streets were clean and tidy, and the people walking by were well dressed, exuding an air of prosperity. Moreover, most of the people here were martial artists, many of whom had deep, profound auras, far surpassing Su Chao in strength. This was the true foundation of Starseed Base City. The car continued onward. Half an hour later, they finally arrived at the gates of Starseed Martial University. Su Chao gazed at the imposing campus gate, feeling a wave of emotions. His life trajectory might have led him to study here, but an unexpected turn had sent him to a liberal arts university instead. Though when Jieyu had later invited him to attend this school, he had declined. Now, after gaining formidable strength, returning here held little special meaning for him. Jieyu, I'll leave you here, Su Chao said gravely. You must be extra cautious in the coming days. Don't leave the wilderness zone for now, stay within the school or District 1. It's very likely you're being targeted. When Jieyu nodded, she looked at Su Chao and said, don't worry about me. I'll be staying at the school for now, and my family is in District 1 as well. But you, be careful out there in the wilderness. She hesitated for a moment before softly advising, make sure you keep your abilities hidden too. Don't let them notice you. After parting ways with Wen Jieyu, Su Chao wandered around District 1, bought some supplies, and then took a car back home. Inside the study of a luxurious villa in District 3. An elderly man with silver hair sat reading a book. Across from him stood a middle-aged man on the phone, his expression shifting between uncertain and grim. Without looking up, the silver-haired elder asked, still no news? The middle-aged man quickly responded, no, father. The 2 assassins I hired had previously succeeded in killing a Tier 6 martial artist. They should have been successful this time too. The silver-haired elder closed his book and raised his head, fixing his gaze on the man. Hang up the phone. Dispose of the line you used to contact them. They're not coming back. Prodigies. They're always a little harder to kill. She probably had some life-saving measures prepared by her teacher. Still, we can't act too brazenly within the base city, it would be courting death. Hiring Mountain Hawk and Old Cat this time was already a gesture to appease Lord Feng. The middle-aged man hesitated. Father, should we keep sending people after her? The silver-haired elder shook his head. This attempt failed. Su Jin won't let her leave the school or District 1 again anytime soon. There's no chance within the base city. Keep monitoring her movements. If she dares step out of the wilderness zone in the near future, inform me. I'll deal with her personally. Understood, father. The silver-haired elder let out a sigh. Lord Feng's task for me remains incomplete. Based on the current intel, the prime suspect in Feng Hui's death is Wen Jieyu. I visited that valley, there are still traces of high-level ice element spiritual tools left there. I've also reviewed the profiles of her companions, none of them could have taken down Feng Hui in a one-on-one fight. But ultimately, seeing the body is the only way to confirm. The issue now is that Feng Hui's corpse is under Su Jin's control at Starseed Martial University. Obtaining it is no easy task. My original plan was that if I couldn't get the body, I'd kill the prime suspect outright to give Lord Feng an explanation. She won't leave the wilderness area anytime soon, and my visit to Shanghai Base City this time is officially labeled as a business trip. I can't stay for too long, so I probably won't get a chance to act. I estimate that I'll have to leave in a few days. Keep an eye on things here, stay low-key, and don't reveal your organizational identity easily. Also, keep your triad activities low-profile for now. Focus on steady development. In a while, I'll arrange for a new batch of gene serums for you. The middle-aged man nodded in response and turned to leave. The study was left with only the elder, sitting quietly in thought. After a long while, he exhaled heavily. Night had fallen, and Su Chao returned home. As he opened the door, his parents were waiting for him to join them for dinner. His mother had prepared a table full of dishes. His father had even opened a fine bottle of wine, planning to have a drink with Su Chao. Today was a day of celebration for their family. His father had recovered, and his mother had become a martial artist. When they called Su Chao's sister, who was in another base city, she was so overjoyed that she wept. Everything was perfect. The next day, Su Chao taught his mother how to cultivate using the breathing technique and left her with enough vitality serums. Previously, he had obtained quite a lot of serums from Feng Hui and that tall, skinny man's spatial rings. After handling the family matters, over the next few days, he ventured into the wilderness area again with Zhang Kuang. The harvest this time was substantial. Upon returning to the base, they tallied their spoils, 3 4th-tier beasts, 12 3rd-tier ones, and materials from dozens of 2nd-tier beasts, earning each of them nearly 5 million in their accounts. Their battle merits increased by more than 1,000 points. After Zhang Kuang's strength improved, he was almost invincible against solitary 4th-tier beasts. This time, the solo 4th-tier beast and 2 early-stage 4th-tier beasts they took down had all been turned into materials packed in their bags. Su Chao, however, didn't reveal his inner space ability in front of Zhang Kuang, so he had to abandon some of the beast corpses, which was a pity. He only showed off a spatial ring with 2 cubic meters of capacity, claiming it was a gift from Wen Jiayu to thank him for saving her life. Zhang Kuang was deeply envious. However, the capacity of the ring was limited, only allowing them to carry more beast materials. This was also why they managed to split nearly 5 million between them. After parting ways with Zhang Kuang, Su Chao hurried back to his room. They were still staying at the Hunters Association like before. He casually tossed his backpack aside. Excitedly, he stared at the system interface. Source points, 10,086. This time, despite only displaying the strength of a 3rd-tier martial artist, he had killed quite a number of beasts, earning nearly 5,000 source points. Combined with the 5,000 plus points he had left over, his source points finally exceeded 10,000. He glanced at the abilities panel. Abilities: A-grade Eye of Insight, B-grade Teleportation, plus, B-grade Inner Space, plus. He couldn't help but laugh aloud. His abilities finally had the chance to upgrade. It seemed that upgrading a B-grade ability to A-grade required 10,000 source points. He decided to upgrade Teleportation, a life-saving ability that was crucial and became even more valuable as it grew stronger. He initiated the upgrade. As the source points depleted rapidly, he felt his understanding of space deepen further, as if layers of veils were being lifted. Previously, B-grade teleportation felt like connecting one point to another. Now, under the surge of source point consumption, his spatial perception expanded, transforming from a line into an entire plane. At a certain moment, the source point consumption ceased, and his comprehension was complete. He looked at the panel. Abilities: A-grade Eye of Insight, A-grade Spatial Traverse, B-grade Inner Space. Spatial Traverse? He attempted to sense it. With a wave of his hand, a void portal appeared in the air, and he vaguely felt that stepping into it would transport him to another location. The distance wouldn't be too close. When he had broken through to a 4th-tier martial artist earlier, the range of teleportation had increased from 200 meters to 500 meters. Now, it felt as though the range of this portal was several times greater than before. Curiosity drove him to step inside. The next moment, he found himself in a void. Looking around, he saw a desolate ruin, with the distant roars of beasts echoing. It was the wilderness zone. In the distance, he spotted a damaged stadium, and his eyes narrowed. He had been here before. This was Kaiyang County, where he and Zhang Kuang had previously fought the Blazing Team for their spoils in the stadium. He was astonished. This place was about 40 kilometers from Shanghai Base City. He felt this wasn't even the ability's limit. This being his first use, he hadn't pushed it to the maximum. Conservatively estimating, 50 kilometers should be achievable. Just moments ago, he had been in the luxurious room at the base city. Now, he was in a wilderness zone dozens of kilometers away. The surreal feeling left him momentarily dazed. Very quickly, a 3rd-tier beast and several 2nd-tier beasts charged toward him, breaking his train of thought. Su Chao grinned. Perfect timing. Without Zhang Kuang around, Su Chao could finally unleash his full strength. He drew a long blade from his spatial ring and began a frenzied slaughter. Half an hour later, Su Chao looked at his inner space, now piled high with beast corpses. The beasts within a 1-kilometer radius had been almost entirely cleared out. Shaking his head helplessly, he decided to head back. This round of slaughter had drained him significantly. Moreover, he had caused quite a commotion. Through the Eye of Insight, he could see more beasts were being drawn by the noise and heading in his direction. Su Chao slashed the void in front of him with his hand. The space split like thick paper, revealing a portal. Waving goodbye to the approaching beasts, he stepped into the portal, vanishing instantly. The next moment, he was back in his previous room. This was the new capability he had gained after unlocking Spatial Traverse. Every location he had previously traversed through space was automatically marked. If it was within his traversal range, he could instantly teleport back there. This newly upgraded ability was incredibly practical. With it, his survival capabilities had improved by several levels. And there was an additional reward. Source points, 3,135. This exhilarating slaughter had earned him over 3,000 source points and a mountain of beast corpses. As for the 4 corpses previously in his spatial storage, they had already been dealt with during his last trip with Zhangquang. Stretching his body, Su Chao sighed. He had been too exhausted these past few days. A shower and a good rest were in order before dealing with the beast corpses. When he woke, it was already the next morning. He stretched lazily, feeling refreshed. Picking up the phone by his bedside, he saw a message from Zhangquang. "Chaozi, I have plans with some friends today, so I won't be heading home. You go ahead yourself." Su Chao curled his lips. Zhangquang was pulling this stunt again. It's likely he went on another date with Bai Jie. Last time, their date was accidentally witnessed by Su Chao, though he didn't expose them. Ever since the Soul Infant Fruit operation, the two had secretly gotten together, keeping it from everyone. Bai Jie was a good person, and Su Chao approved of them. He hoped his close brother would find happiness. He casually replied to the message. Getting up to prepare breakfast, he decided to spend the day dealing with all the monster corpses in his inner space. These intact monster corpses wouldn't be processed at the Hunter Association. He spent the entire morning visiting more than 10 shops. At each shop, depending on the size of the monsters, he sold 2 to 5 corpses. Only after selling off 8 Tier 3 and over 40 Tier 2 monster corpses was his inner space cleared. He wasn't being paranoid, but after all, a spatial ring couldn't possibly hold so many corpses at once. By noon, his account had grown by nearly 9 million, with a total balance exceeding 30 million. This was the benefit of having a large storage space. Without his spatial abilities, bringing back monster materials worth even 1 million this time would have been impressive. But doing this repeatedly was too much trouble. Su Chao frowned as an idea suddenly struck him. He could rent a nearby warehouse to stash the monster corpses before selling them in bulk. This way, he wouldn't expose the secret of his large storage space. Zhao Dezhu from the Hunter Association was a good candidate. Su Chao had worked with him a few times and found him reliable. No sooner thought than done. After 2 hours, he finally found an ideal underground warehouse. Covering an area of about 800 square meters, with a ceiling height of 7 meters, it was perfect. Calculating roughly, it had a storage volume of over 5,000 cubic meters, more than 5 times the capacity of his inner space, more than enough. The rent was 100,000 a month, which wasn't an issue for Su Chao. Without bargaining, he straightforwardly signed a 1-year lease. Once settled, he activated spatial traversal inside the warehouse, instantly returning to his hotel room. He took out his phone and had a video call with his parents, letting them know he'd be home in a few days so they wouldn't worry. His father, after rehabilitation training, could now walk normally again. He had also started cultivating, gradually working to regain his strength. The blood energy potions Su Chao had left at home were enough to meet his parents' short-term cultivation needs. Afterward, Su Chao went to the front desk to pay for another week's stay. Returning to his room, he meditated for half an hour. It wasn't even 3 p.m. He decided to head to the wildlands for another round of monster hunting. Once again, he activated spatial traversal, his figure appearing in the underground warehouse. Opening the spatial portal, he immediately appeared in Kaiyang County. Su Chao didn't rush into monster hunting but used his eye of detection to first scout the surroundings. After breaking through as a Tier 4 warrior, his eye of detection now had a range of 5 kilometers, practically turning him into a biological radar. Within range, he identified 6 Tier 4 monsters, dozens of Tier 3s, and thousands of monsters below Tier 3. There were also 2 hunting teams active in the area. Time to act. Deliberately avoiding the direction of the 2 teams, he began his slaughter. Yes, slaughter. With his current overall combat strength, he was practically invincible among Tier 4 warriors. Against monsters below Tier 4, he could take them down in one move. Tier 4 monsters required a bit more effort. An hour and a half later. Su Chao, slightly out of breath, wiped the sweat from his forehead, happily surveying the monster corpses piled like a mountain in his inner space. He didn't collect every monster's corpse, only those Tier 1 and above. For lower-tier monsters, he couldn't even be bothered. At the moment, his inner space held 1 Tier 4, 8 Tier 3, 37 Tier 2, and over 200 Tier 1 monster corpses. It was time to return to the base city and rest. He had expended quite a bit and needed proper recovery. He didn't activate spatial traversal directly on the spot. Instead, he found a residential area nearby, entered a relatively intact building, and opened a room before activating the spatial portal. This way, the next time he came, he wouldn't suddenly appear out in the open, avoiding unnecessary trouble. The next second, his figure appeared in his hotel room in the base city. He glanced at the tea he had brewed earlier on the table. It was still warm. Picking it up, he took a sip. A peculiar thought crossed his mind. In the past, Guan Yu warmed his wine before slaying Hua Xiong. Now, he, Su Chao, was warming tea before slaughtering monsters. Today, he decided not to head back to the wildlands but to enjoy a full day of rest at the hotel, relaxing and recharging for tomorrow. Otherwise, he feared he'd truly turn into a killing machine. He spent the rest of the day comfortably lounging in the hotel. The next morning, feeling fully rejuvenated, Su Chao got back to work. First, he went to the underground warehouse and unloaded all the monster corpses from his inner space, forming a mountain of bodies. Then, activating spatial traversal, he appeared in an apartment building in Kaiyang County. The slaughter began again. The process was familiar and efficient. 2 hours later, he returned to his hotel room in the base city. This time, he didn't bother with the tea. Instead, he stared eagerly at his ability panel, his face brimming with excitement. Abilities: A-level Eye of Detection, A-level Spatial Traversal, B-level Inner Space, D-level Morph. That's right. A new ability had appeared on his panel, D-level Morph. This was acquired after killing a Tier 3 monster resembling a lizard, possessing a camouflage ability akin to chameleons from the pre-Nirvana era. That monster had hidden itself in a park's rockery, disguising itself as a stone, attempting to ambush Su Chao. During a fight. However, his Eye of Detection saw through its ploy, and he dispatched it with a single strike. Afterward, the new ability appeared on his panel. It was known that the chance of humans awakening abilities was only 1 in 1,000, while for monsters, the odds were even lower, perhaps 1 in 10,000. Despite the low probability, with the vast number of monsters and their strong reproductive capabilities, powerful mutant beasts were not uncommon. Su Chao reconfirmed a fact. As his warrior rank advanced, the number of abilities he could possess also increased. Now that he had broken through to Tier 4, he could hold up to 4 abilities. He decided to test out this new ability. Activating Morph, Su Chao immediately felt he could alter his appearance and skin tone, though he couldn't change his height, weight, or skeletal structure. He wasn't fully content with it. Glancing at the remaining 8,000 source points on his panel, he gritted his teeth and decided to upgrade the ability. Upgrade. Spending 1,000 source points, the D-level Morph was upgraded to C-level Transformation. Testing the upgraded transformation, he found he could now mimic the appearance and voice of a specific target, even replicating subtle expressions and habitual movements. Not bad. But he still wasn't satisfied and continued to improve. He spent another 5,000 source points, upgrading his Grade C shapeshifting to Grade B mirror replication. This mirror replication ability was more powerful. In addition to mimicking others, he could now replicate a specific target's clone, including their abilities and combat skills. Of course, if the target's ability level was higher than Grade B, the replication would fail. Moreover, this ability had a time limit and could only last for 1 day at most. Seeing his source points drop back to just over 2,000, Su Chao smiled bitterly. Source points came quickly, but they were spent just as fast. Nonetheless, he was very satisfied with this new ability because it was highly practical. In the future, he could use it to disguise himself as another identity when venturing into the wilderness, adding an extra layer of protection. Inside the hotel room. After taking a shower, Su Chao sat comfortably on the sofa, sipping tea while casually flipping through the book in his hands. He had no plans to visit the wilderness that morning. Instead, he decided to take a good rest and, after lunch, head to Kaiyang County in the afternoon to hunt down some beasts. Next, he planned to save the source points he earned and avoid spending them recklessly. He wanted to see if he could upgrade one of his Grade A abilities to Grade S before the semester started. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Standing in front of the hotel mirror, Su Chao used his ability to transform himself into a burly man, then changed into a gray martial arts uniform. No one who saw him now would associate him with Su Chao. Moments later, his figure vanished into thin air, reappearing in an underground warehouse. He released all the beast corpses stored in his inner space. The pile of beast corpses in the warehouse instantly doubled in size. Su Chao looked at it with satisfaction. He then opened the spatial channel and stepped through, appearing moments later in a room in Kaiyang County. Activating his eye of detection, he found that the number of beasts nearby had significantly decreased after his two previous massacres. It was time to change locations. Before long, he began a new round of slaughter 5 kilometers away from the previous neighborhood. 2 hours later, he returned to the underground warehouse. He emptied all the beast corpses from his inner space. Looking at the mountain of corpses piled up, Su Chao decided to contact Zhao Dezhu and sell off part of the stockpile. Among these, the most valuable items were the corpses of 4 fourth-tier beasts and 21 third-tier beasts. Su Chao stored 2 of the 4th-tier beast corpses in his spatial ring and then walked toward the warehouse entrance. After locking the warehouse door, he headed toward the nearest Hunters Association building. On the second floor of the Hunters Association, inside an office. Zhao Dezhu was in a terrible mood lately. The reason? A managerial position in his department had recently opened up. By all accounts, whether in terms of seniority or ability, he was the most likely candidate for the promotion. But yesterday, his old boss called to inform him that upper management planned to transfer someone with connections from another district to take the position. Zhao Dezhu had done some digging. The person wasn't even as capable as he was, but they had backing. Zhao Dezhu felt indignant. His old boss, sensing his frustration, had said, in the end, that if Zhao Dezhu could significantly boost his performance within a month, he would try to fight for the opportunity on his behalf. Zhao Dezhu smiled bitterly. How could he boost his performance? The purchase prices they offered for materials weren't better than those of other firms, and sometimes were even lower than those of small shops. They had no competitive edge. If it weren't for his good relationships and loyal customers, his performance wouldn't be much better than anyone else's. As he smoked in frustration, the office door knocked. Suppressing his irritation with professional courtesy, he said, "Come in." The door opened, and a burly young man stepped inside, wearing a gray martial arts uniform. From the aura emanating from him, Zhao Dezhu could tell he was a 4th-tier martial artist, a sense honed from years of experience. "You must be Manager Zhao? I have a business proposal for you," the man said. It was Su Chao, who had decided to use this fake identity for the transaction. After all, if a student came carrying so many beast corpses, it would raise questions. Zhao Dezhu, sensing the imposing aura of the visitor, immediately put on a professional smile. "That's me. Please, have a seat. Let me pour you some tea, and we can talk." Su Chao sat down as Zhao Dezhu brewed him a cup of tea. "How should I address you? And what business would you like to discuss?" Su Chao got straight to the point. "People call me Old Mo. I have some beast corpses to sell. A friend mentioned that Manager Zhao is fair in business, so I came to you." Zhao Dezhu's eyes lit up upon hearing the words beast corpses. "Oh. Mr. Old Mo, would you mind letting me take a look?" Su Chao removed his spatial ring and handed it over. Zhao Dezhu used his spiritual power to probe the ring's contents and found only 2 4th-tier beast corpses. He felt slightly disappointed. Although intact 4th-tier beast corpses were valuable, they were fairly standard. He quickly adjusted his attitude. "Mr. Old Mo, these 2 4th-tier beast corpses are in excellent condition. They died from precise strikes to the eyes, and their pelts are undamaged. I can offer 3.5 million. How does that sound? You should know that the maximum price for 4th-tier beast corpses is usually 2 million each. These aren't peak 4th-tier beasts, so the price I'm offering is already very high." Su Chao nodded inwardly. The man wasn't lying, the price was indeed fair. He agreed without hesitation. Just as Zhao Dezhu was about to process the payment, Su Chao raised his hand to stop him. "No rush, Manager Zhao. These are just appetizers. I actually have many more beast corpses like these, ranging from 1st tier to 4th tier. Would you be able to purchase them all?" Zhao Dezhu stood up excitedly. "Really? Mr. Old Mo, you're not joking?" "Of course not. If you're doubtful, you can come with me to the warehouse, it's not far from here." "Alright, then I'll go with you to take a look." Su Chao nodded, rising to lead Zhao Dezhu out of the office. Before long, the two arrived at the underground warehouse. When the warehouse door opened, Zhao Dizhu was rendered speechless by the mountain of beast corpses inside. He had assumed Su Chao had meant dozens of corpses at most. He never imagined it would be an entire mountain. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he asked, "Mr. Old Mo, roughly how many are there?" Unconsciously, he had begun addressing Su Chao with respect. Su Chao replied calmly, "About 600 or 700. Among them are 2 fourth-tier beasts, 21 third-tier beasts, 70 or 80 second-tier beasts, and over 600 first-tier beasts." After hearing this, Zhao Dizhu was so thrilled he nearly jumped in excitement. Luck was finally on his side, his moment had arrived. This stockpile alone was nearly equivalent to his usual monthly transaction volume. If he closed this deal, his performance for the month would undoubtedly skyrocket. With some maneuvering from his old boss, the managerial position would be within reach. As for how these beast corpses came to be, he didn't care. In the world of hunters, it was better to ask fewer questions. He looked at Su Chao with newfound respect, his tone sincere. "Mr. Mo, please, you must sell me these monster corpses. I promise to purchase them at the highest authorized price." Su Chao smiled faintly. "Of course, I trust Manager Zhao. I'll leave this matter to you. Have your people come and assess the value. I'll wait for you at your place for tea. Once the settlement is done, come find me." After speaking, he waved casually at Zhao Dizhu and turned gracefully to leave. Zhao Dizhu watched Su Chao's confident and composed figure, unable to help but feel admiration. This is what a true big shot looks like. He immediately pulled out his phone to call a few subordinates over to assist. Su Chao did indeed head to the Hunters Association for tea. To him, these monster corpses were no big deal. In this post-apocalyptic world, monsters were everywhere. As long as he went out, he could bring back hundreds of them. What he valued was Zhao Dizhu as a person, someone he wanted to rely on for long-term processing of monster corpses. He had only finished 2 cups of tea when Zhao Dizhu came running in a hurry. "Mr. Mo, I've assessed everything. The total comes to 54.15 million. Rounding up, I'll make it 55 million for you. What do you think?" Su Chao gave him a meaningful glance. This guy really knows how to play the game. This rounding method was quite to his liking. He nodded. "We'll go with Manager Zhao's price. I'll continue working with you in the future. Have your people move the monster corpses from the warehouse as soon as possible today. I'll lock the place up after dark." "Understood, Mr. Mo. I'll also have the spirit armor plates extracted and stored in the warehouse." After leaving the Hunters Association, Su Chao's account balance had increased by 55 million, bringing his total assets to around 86 million. Of course, the account he used to transfer money to Zhao Dizhu was a different one, just to avoid being identified. He walked to a secluded corner, activated spatial traversal, and returned to his hotel room. He stared at the interface. Source points, 7365. Originally, he could have gained over 10,000 source points from this trip, but upgrading his camouflage ability had cost him 6,000. Additionally, once he exchanged the spirit armor plates for battle merits, he estimated he would earn over 2,000 battle merits, bringing his total to over 4,000. That evening, after finishing a phone call with his parents, Su Chao transferred 5 million to his father, Su Jianya. Now that his father was recovering and starting to train, he would definitely need money. A man should always have some cash on hand. Besides, once his father recovered, he'd want to reconnect with old friends. Eating, drinking, and having fun would cost money too. He also transferred 5 million to his sister. He felt that there was something his sister hadn't mentioned during their phone call. Hopefully, this money would help her family. He also planned to find time to visit her. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days had passed. Su Chao sat in the lounge area of the Hunters Association, sipping tea while eavesdropping on a conversation among a few nearby warriors. "Have you guys noticed? The number of monsters around Qinghai Base, especially near Kaiyang County, has noticeably decreased recently." Another chimed in, "I went there yesterday and noticed it too. Especially the second tier and above monsters, their numbers have dropped significantly." Someone else joined the conversation. "It's probably because a team of 5th tier or higher experts went hunting there." The first speaker shook his head in disagreement. Teams of 5th tier experts usually venture further out, where the rewards are greater. After all, space rings have limited capacity. Who would specifically go there to hunt so many second and third tier monsters? At that moment, a contemplative warrior spoke up. Have you guys noticed something strange? With so many monsters killed, their corpses should have been left behind, right? Even if other monsters ate the meat, there should still be some bones. But have you checked Kayang County? You can't see any traces of monster corpses at all. It's as if these thousands of monsters just vanished into thin air. That makes a lot of sense. It is strange. Could someone have used a space ring to collect all the monster corpses? Someone rebutted immediately. Don't be ridiculous. Who has such a large space ring? Ordinary low to mid-tier warriors' space rings don't exceed 5 cubic meters. Don't tell me some low to mid-tier warrior has 100 cubic meter space ring. That's something only top-tier experts could possess. And would a top-tier expert bother hunting monsters there? Su Chao sat there leisurely sipping tea, listening to their arguments, and couldn't help but chuckle. These warriors had no idea that the person they were discussing was sitting right next to them. Over the past 20 days, apart from spending 3 or 4 days at home and going out with Zhang Kuang once, Su Chao had been madly hunting monsters during the rest of the time. Every time he went out, he transformed into a young, robust man in a gray martial arts uniform. For 14 consecutive days, he operated alone, going out twice a day, once in the morning and once in the evening. Each time he went to Kayang County, he activated Eye of Detection to find unoccupied areas for monster hunting. He could collect about 7,000 source points in a single day. As for the monster corpses he brought back, every 2 days, he would contact Zhao Deju to handle their sale and processing. During this period, he had processed over 7,000 monster corpses in total. This had led Zhao Deju to treat him as a major client, delegating all other matters to his subordinates and focusing solely on coordinating with Su Chao. This was partly because his former superior had called him a few days ago. Zhao Deju's performance had skyrocketed recently, and his superiors were very impressed with his capabilities. After some discussion, they decided to promote him to fill a vacant managerial position in the association. As a result, he was even more determined to maintain a good relationship with Su Chao. To show his gratitude, Zhao Deju ensured that all subsequent purchases were made at the highest price his authority allowed. Additionally, he used his privileges to reserve a luxurious room in the association exclusively for Su Chao's use, free of charge. Although Su Chao didn't care much about such trivial matters, he graciously accepted the gesture since it was well-intentioned. By the time all the monster materials were processed, Su Chao's account had gained over 400 million. Combined with his previous balance, his net worth had soared past 500 million. Su Chao had grown numb to it. In the first few days, he had been quite excited to see his balance rise, but now it felt meaningless. When money reached a certain level, it was just a numbers game. He used to think people who said that were pretentious and found it annoying. But now, he couldn't help but smile. I'd become the person I used to hate. Money was only part of his gains over the past 20 days. What he valued most were the source points. He stared at the interface. Source points, 96,465. The source points were about to break the 100,000 mark. He had a vague feeling that once they did, his grade A ability might upgrade. It was now noon. If he went out again in the afternoon, he should have enough by the time he returned. Another reward he gained was battle merit. Inside his inner space, there were many spirit armor fragments. He didn't rush to exchange all of them for battle merit, keeping his merit points at just over 4,000. If he were to exchange all the spirit armor fragments, he could gain around 15,000 battle merit points. That number was terrifying. A student who had only awakened 2 months ago possessing so much battle merit would undoubtedly attract attention from higher authorities. So, he decided not to exchange them for now, planning to wait until his strength grew stronger before considering it. In truth, over these 20 days, he had one final gain, his strength. Physique, 124. Mental power, 51. That's right. 10 days ago, his strength had surged once again. His mental power rose from 42 to 51, and his physique increased from 88 to 124. This consumed 1,260 source points. His cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the 4th tier. A physique of 124 meant he could unleash a force equivalent to 12,400 kilograms. With the 80% boost from his perfected martial technique, he could explode with a power of 22,300 kilograms, already approaching the level of a mid-stage 5th-tier warrior.
In the afternoon. Wilderness Zone, Kayang County.
A sturdy young man in a gray martial arts uniform darted swiftly between the buildings, targeting 2nd and 3rd-tier monsters.
With each swing of his long blade, a monster fell lifeless before disappearing. This man, disguised as Old Mo, was Su Chao.
He was very familiar with this place and planned to harvest one last round before never returning. Most of the 4th-tier monsters here had already been slain by him, leaving only 2 4th-tier pinnacle King Kong tigers, 1 male and 1 female. They were hiding in the center of the county. If he could eliminate them this time, Kayang County's danger level would decrease, making it suitable for low-tier warriors to train here. With his current strength, he could practically walk unchallenged. Before long, he arrived at a shopping center in the county's core. The eye of detection revealed that the 2 King Kong tigers were roaming on the 2nd floor. Apart from them, there were over a dozen 3rd-tier monsters and dozens of 2nd-tier monsters nearby. No wonder previous hunting teams dared not approach this area. For ordinary hunting teams, coming here was akin to courting death. Even regular 5th-tier warriors could perish when surrounded. Su Chao wasn't afraid of being surrounded. At worst, he could escape using his teleportation. Thus, without hesitation, he charged forward. After slaying more than a dozen 2nd-tier and 4 3rd-tier monsters, he rushed to the 2nd floor. At this point, the King Kong tigers were alarmed and ran toward him, roaring continuously, summoning more monsters to surround him. In a clash of life and death, it was do or die. In a flash, he teleported to the first female tiger leading the charge. With one strike of his martial technique, the perfected shadow stab, his blade pierced through its eye, straight into its brain. The female tiger didn't even have time to react before collapsing into a lifeless heap. The pelt of a King Kong tiger was incredibly valuable. Su Chao intentionally avoided damaging it by choosing to kill it through its eye. The male King Kong tiger following behind let out an enraged roar when it saw its companion suddenly fall. Its body swelled in size, its aura intensifying. Su Chao squinted at it, eager to test its strength in this berserk state. Since his strength had increased, he hadn't yet faced an opponent of equal caliber in a full-power battle. He unleashed his perfected martial technique, wind-splitting slash, striking out with his blade and clashing with the tiger's claws. With a resounding crash, the sound of metal colliding echoed. The floor beneath them caved in, and both fell to the level below. Su Chao felt that in their initial exchange, he had the upper hand. The King Kong tiger, in its enraged state, had its strength soar to the early 5th tier, yet it was knocked down a floor and rolled several meters away by his strike. By comparison, Su Chao only stepped back a single pace. Exhilarating! He immediately raised his blade and charged forward, engaging the tiger in a deadly brawl. After more than 10 breaths, Su Chao felt he had grasped the tiger's rhythm and decided not to drag the fight out any longer. He activated the Eye of Detection, which carried a spiritual intimidation effect. The King Kong tiger was momentarily startled and failed to react. Su Chao seized the opportunity, teleporting in an instant and driving his blade into the tiger's eye. The King Kong tiger collapsed, unwilling to accept its fate, before dying. At the moment of the King Kong tiger's death, Su Chao felt a new ability appear on his panel. E-rank Berserk. This newly emerged ability flashed continuously on the panel. When it saw that Su Chao had no intention of replacing his existing abilities, it gradually disappeared. Su Chao shook his head. It seemed his earlier speculation was correct. As a 4th-tier warrior, he could possess a maximum of 4 abilities. This Berserk ability belonged to the enhancement type. Its practicality was low, inferior even to his current abilities, so he didn't plan to replace any. Storing away the corpse of the 4th-tier pinnacle King Kong tiger, Su Chao glanced around, noticing more monsters converging toward him. A cold, ruthless smile appeared on his lips. One man against hundreds of monsters, this advantage was mine. He raised his blade and charged forward. Blade shadows flashed, and monsters fell one after another, their corpses vanishing in an instant. Half an hour later. In the heart of Kayang County, where the monsters were most concentrated, there remained only bloodstains, severed limbs, and a few corpses of unranked monsters. Su Chao scanned his surroundings, his expression complex. He had spent the most time in Kayang County. From the early days of cautiously exploring with Zhang Kuang to now freely coming and going alone, this place had essentially become his backyard. Here, he accumulated immense wealth and source points. Here, he left his footprints, and it helped him grow rapidly.
It was time to leave. Perhaps he would never return. Because
the source points on his panel had already exceeded 100,000. He extended his hand, opening a spatial portal in mid-air, and stepped inside.
the next moment, he was back in his hotel room in the base city. Without even pausing for tea, he immediately looked at his panel. Name, Su Chao.
Level, 4th tier warrior. Abilities, A rank Eye of Detection, plus, A rank Spatial Teleportation, plus, B rank Inner Space, plus, B rank Mirror Clone, plus.
Physique, 124. Mental Power, 51. Source Points, 101,534.
Martial Techniques, Beginner Level Shadow Stab, Perfected, plus, Beginner Level Wind Splitting Slash, Mastered Perfection, Beginner Level Mountain Crushing Fist, Mastered, plus. With source points surpassing 100,000, his A rank abilities could finally be upgraded.
He was finally about to own his first S rank ability. But which one should he upgrade?
At present, he had two options.
Should he upgrade the A rank Eye of Detection or the A rank Spatial Teleportation? Su Chao deliberated for a long time.
In the end, he decided to upgrade the Eye of Detection first. He had his reasons. For now, the spatial teleportation was sufficient. In the future, he would frequently venture into the wilderness, exploring deeper and farther regions. Moreover, he needed to help his father search for life-extending spiritual artifacts, placing high hopes on the upgraded Eye of Detection. No matter what he did, having information others didn't know in advance always kept him one step ahead. Once he made up his mind, he immediately sat cross-legged and began the upgrade process. As the source points were quickly consumed, Su Chao felt the Eye of Detection undergoing changes on the panel, but this time, the upgrade process took longer than before.
Time ticked by, and half an hour later,
the source point consumption stopped, precisely costing 100,000. He glanced at the panel. Abilities, S-level Eye of Truth, A-level Spatial Traversal, B-level Internal Space, B-level Mirror Duplication.
An S-level ability. Su Chao was overcome with excitement. He finally possessed his first S-level ability. Eye of Truth?
He was curious to know just how powerful the upgraded ability had become. Activating the Eye of Truth, he immediately felt a significant transformation. He could now see the various energies in the air clearly and concretely. Previously, the Eye of Detection could only vaguely sense energy flows. Now, he could distinctly observe different types of energy existing in various forms within space. For instance, the heavy and stable yellow earth element energy. The green wood element energy being slowly absorbed by nearby plants. And the intertwined red and golden fire element energy, forming thin threads that merged into the body of a nearby fire ability warrior who was meditating. Following a larger energy flow, Su Chao discovered a room on the top floor of that Hunters Association where he resided.
Inside, an elder in gray robes was meditating.
Using the Eye of Truth to observe, the elder's information instantly flowed into Su Chao's mind. 6th tier peak warrior, B-level fire ability.
And the elder was completely unaware of Su Chao's secret observation.
This was the most powerful individual Su Chao had detected within the Hunters Association. He continued cautiously probing outward, and information about the cultivation levels and ability grades of every warrior he saw automatically appeared
in his mind.
Although he detected a few A-level ability users, there wasn't a single trace of an S-level user, proving just how rare they were.
Until his gaze reached the city walls, his pupils suddenly contracted.
In a pavilion atop the city walls, he saw a man dressed in black martial robes, appearing to be around 50 years old. At this moment, the man was sitting cross-legged and meditating, with immense energy continuously flowing into his body. His aura was restrained. An ordinary person would think he was unremarkable at first glance.
But Su Chao thought otherwise. Information immediately surfaced in his mind. 7th tier peak warrior, A-level wind ability.
Just then, the man abruptly opened his eyes, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. In that instant, his aura erupted like a volcanic explosion.
It was clear he sensed someone was spying on him, though he couldn't ascertain who it was.
Finally, with a puzzled expression, he closed his eyes again and resumed his meditation. A kilometer away, inside a room in the Hunters Association, Su Chao withdrew his gaze and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead.
A Grandmaster level expert, too powerful.
In that brief moment, every hair on his body had stood on end, as if he were being targeted by a ferocious beast, instinctively sensing danger. Nonetheless, he was extremely pleased with his upgraded ability. He still remembered the first time he had obtained the Eye of Detection and used it to spy on this Grandmaster from atop the city walls, only to be immediately sensed by the man. Now, although the man could still sense someone probing, he had no way of identifying it as Su Chao. Moreover, Su Chao felt that he hadn't yet fully tapped into the potential of his newly upgraded S-level ability and would need time to study it. Looking at the information on the panel, he fell into deep thought. He now had 4 abilities, 1 S-level, 1 A-level, and 2 B-levels. If abilities were to be categorized, awakening a B-level ability made one an elite, much like by Jie and Fu Jun, talents coveted by major factions. Awakening an A-level ability made one a genius, akin to Zhang Kuang, who would be heavily recruited to become a core member of any force. S-level ability users were exceedingly rare, considered top-tier geniuses. Before, when Jieyu awakened dual abilities, she had been a secret weapon of her faction. Higher levels like SS level and dual ability users were even rarer, classified as anomalies. Individuals like Chu Feiyu, one of humanity's top experts. As for SSS level abilities, he'd never heard of one, perhaps his level wasn't high enough yet. And as for himself, all 4 of his abilities were B-level or higher, including 1 S-level. What did this signify? He couldn't say for sure, but he would never reveal it to anyone. Even when Jieyu only knew he was a dual ability user. After thoroughly assessing his own strength, he concluded that against 5th-tier beasts, as long as they weren't exceptionally powerful, he was confident in confronting or even killing them. He stood up and stretched his body. It felt great. Finally, he had some ability to protect himself and was no longer among the weakest of warriors. Thinking of the large sum of money in his account, he decided to use it to enhance his combat prowess. Starting with weapons and equipment. With his current strength, B-level weapons were no longer sufficient. He needed to upgrade to A-level or even S-level gear. With the remaining funds, he planned to spend more time in the gravity training room at the Starry Sky Martial Hall. He felt he wasn't far from breaking through to the next warrior tier. After organizing his thoughts, noticing that he had just returned from the wilderness and was still covered in blood, he felt a wave of discomfort. He quickly headed to the bathroom to clean up. Afterward, he brewed a cup of tea, settled comfortably on the sofa, and opened the Warrior's Home website. He began browsing for weapons and equipment. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. He had thought his billions in savings would last a long time. But A-level weapons cost tens of millions, with the priciest ones reaching 50 million. S-level weapons were even more expensive, often exceeding 100 million. Moreover, purchasing them came with prerequisites. At least 1,000 battle points were required. He gritted his teeth and made a decision. He would buy a set of S-level weapons and armor so he wouldn't have to replace them frequently. In the end, he purchased an S-level longsword for 118 million and armor for 182 million, reducing his account balance by 3 billion in an instant. Money came fast, but it went even faster. After buying the weapons and equipment, he initially wanted to purchase an advanced combat technique, but when he saw the requirements, 10,000 battle points, he realized he wasn't eligible. Although he could afford the nearly 1 billion cost, his lack of qualification forced him to give up. As for buying an intermediate combat technique as a temporary measure, he deliberated for a long time but ultimately decided against it. Even if an intermediate combat technique were perfected, it would only enhance his strength by about 20% compared to a basic combat technique. But perfecting it would require 10 to 20,000 source points, which is far too low in cost efficiency. It is more practical to save up resources to purchase advanced martial techniques later. Everything was planned out. He picked up the phone to order food delivery, preparing to rest for a full day. He planned to return home tomorrow, stay for 2 days, and wait to receive his gear. It had already been several days since he left. At Shihubi Yuan residential area, in Su Chao's home, Su Jianye softly spoke to Wang Lihua, who was meditating and cultivating in the study. Lihua, stop cultivating for now. Xiao Chao is coming home today. Let's go out and buy some groceries, and cook at home instead. We've been ordering takeout for days, I'm already sick of it. We can't have Xiao Chao eating takeout as soon as he gets back, can we? Wang Lihua opened her eyes slowly, shaking her head helplessly. Su Jianye, can't you cook yourself? Have I spoiled you too much in the past? Since becoming a martial artist and beginning her cultivation, Wang Lihua could feel her body growing stronger every day, and she had grown increasingly fond of cultivating. Sometimes, she was too busy to cook, so the two of them frequently ordered meals from nearby restaurants. Su Jianye grimaced and said, "Lihua, I've tried cooking myself. But, after getting used to your cooking, mine tastes like pig slop, I can't even eat it." Wang Lihua sighed, ending her cultivation, her expression complex. "Old Su, I've recently realized that becoming a martial artist and cultivating is truly fascinating. No wonder so many people aspire to be martial artists. Unfortunately, I started too late and wasted so much time. It's not that I don't want to cook for you all, I just want to focus on cultivating. The stronger I become, the more time I can spend with you and the kids. I've heard that after becoming a martial artist, your genes evolve and your lifespan increases. Newly advanced martial artists can generally live to over 100 years old. If you reach the level of a grandmaster, they say your lifespan can extend to 200. She laughed at herself self-deprecatingly. "I know it's incredibly difficult for me to reach the grandmaster level, but as people get older, they fear death more, especially now that life is finally getting better." Su Jianye held his wife's hand, his face full of guilt, and said, "Lihua, it's all my fault. You focus on cultivating, it's okay. I just regained my old strength and don't need to rush into cultivation. I'll take over buying groceries, cooking, and handling chores." At that moment, the door opened, and Su Chao's voice rang out. "Dad, don't bother cooking. Let's eat out." "What you just said, I admit I didn't consider it before. Mom is right, now that you both can cultivate, you shouldn't waste time on these trivial things. How about this? Let's hire a housekeeper for the house, so you two can focus on cultivation. Mom, I'll transfer 10 million to you later, don't worry about money. This afternoon, I'll also get you memberships at the Shinkong Martial Hall and load up some money on the account. You can go there regularly to train." Seeing her son return, Wang Lihua smiled happily. Then she complained, "Xiao Chao, it's not easy for you to earn money in the wild. Don't waste it on us. I know. Cultivation requires a lot of resources to advance. Your own cultivation is the priority, don't let us hold you back." Su Chao walked over and began to knead his mother's shoulders, making Wang Lihua's smile even brighter. "Mom, don't worry about my cultivation. I'm a genius, I progress quickly. As for money, I recently earned another big sum, it's more than enough for the family." Wang Lihua looked at her son with doubt. "Xiao Chao, I've heard it's very dangerous and difficult for other martial artists to make money in the wild. But for you, it seems effortless, as if you're just picking up money?" Su Chao couldn't help but grin internally. Mom's absolutely right, going to the wild recently has felt exactly like picking up money. Out loud, he said, "Mom, I've got unique methods for making money. Others can't replicate them, so don't worry about it." He turned to his father. "Dad, you and Mom get ready, we're going out to eat. I'm starving." Su Jianye nodded and went into the room with Wang Lihua to change clothes. He didn't want to stay there and listen to his son show off. When Su Chao had said others can't replicate it, he had even sneaked a glance at him. Back in the day, when he and a few comrades ventured into the wild to hunt monsters, they risked their lives and only earned a few 100,000 each. What secret method did this kid have to make money so easily? Recently, he had already transferred tens of millions to the family. He must have even more on him, there had to be something unusual going on. Could it be that the monsters in the wild had grown weaker in recent years? Su Chao had just sat down on the couch when his phone rang. Picking it up, he was a bit surprised. It was his sister, Su Yufei, calling. "Hey, sis. Calling me at noon, does my little niece Tonton miss me?" His sister had been married for over 3 years and had a nearly 2-year-old daughter. Su Chao often video called his sister just to see his little niece. The little one had just started learning to talk and was very amusing. But unexpectedly, his sister's voice came through the phone, choked with sobs and full of urgency. "Xiao Chao, your brother-in-law is in trouble. He was severely beaten and is now in the hospital undergoing emergency treatment. Xiao Chao, I'm begging you, please help me. I don't know who else to turn to. You're the only martial artist in the family who can help." Su Chao sprang up from the couch. Glancing toward his parents' room, he walked out to the balcony, his expression serious, and spoke in a low voice, "Sis, don't panic. Tell me exactly what happened." Over the phone, his sister's tearful voice continued.
I don't even know where to start.
About a month ago, your brother-in-law came home excitedly, saying that our lives were about to improve because his research had made a major breakthrough. But over the past half-month, he's come home looking worse and worse, barely talking to me and not even playing with Tong Tong much anymore. When I tried to talk to him, he barely responded. And late at night, I'd wake up to find him smoking on the balcony. He almost never smoked before. Then this morning, I got a call saying he was in a car accident and is now in critical condition at the hospital. The sounds of a chaotic hospital environment and a child crying came through the phone.
Su Chao could already imagine the scene on the other end.
He quickly said, "Sis, don't worry. Listen to me, I'll transfer a large sum of money to you right now. Make sure the hospital knows to do whatever it takes to save his life, no matter the cost. I'll head over immediately and be there this afternoon. Until I arrive, stay in crowded places and keep yourself and Tong Tong safe." After hanging up the phone, Su Chao quickly transferred 50 million to his sister's account. He also sent a message saying that if the money wasn't enough, she should let him know. His expression soon grew heavy. Gripping his phone, he stood on the balcony, lost in thought. From his sister's brief words, he sensed that the situation was far more complex than a car accident. There was likely some conspiracy hidden behind this, and the fact that his sister had called him suggested she had her own suspicions as well. Thus, he specifically instructed his sister and niece to stay in crowded areas. This way, even if someone intended to harm them, they would hold back due to the witnesses. As for his brother-in-law, Zhao Jihong, Su Chao hadn't had much interaction with him. When they got married, he and his parents attended the wedding. Over the years, he had learned that Zhao Jihong was the type who focused on research, wasn't very talkative, but treated his sister well. During tough times at home, his sister often sent money to their parents, and Zhao Jihong had always supported the family. Because of this, Su Chao had a good impression of him. A person like that was unlikely to have made any serious enemies. The trouble this time was very likely related to his ongoing research. Next, Su Chao began to consider how to head over there. The Dan base city, where his sister's family lived, was about 900 kilometers east of the Shanghai base city. Large caravans often traveled between the two cities, and these caravans were protected by powerful warriors to ensure safety. Some people were willing to pay to hitch a ride with these caravans, but the fees were steep, unaffordable for most families. Moreover, the departure times of caravans were irregular and not daily. Su Chao tried calling to check if there was a caravan heading to Dan base city today. The results were disappointing. He was told that a large caravan had just left early that morning, and there likely wouldn't be another one departing for several days. After all, the wilderness was too dangerous. Without enough strong warriors, caravans wouldn't dare to set out lightly. Su Chao shook his head, clearly unlucky this time. Although he was quite capable, the thought of traveling 900 kilometers alone to another base city left him uneasy. But now, he had no other choice. His sister couldn't wait too long. He could only steel himself for the solo journey. He possessed the S-rank abilities Eye of Truth and Space Traversal, which meant he could escape quickly if he encountered danger. Just then, his parents happened to come out of their room. Su Chao realized he couldn't hide this from them. After all, he was going to another base city, and it might take some time. So he told his parents that his brother-in-law, Zhao Jihong, had been in a car accident. However, he downplayed the severity, saying it was just an accident. Hearing this, his parents immediately grew anxious and wanted to go with him. It took Su Chao a lot of effort to persuade them, promising that he would first check the situation himself and call them over if necessary. Just as they were talking, the doorbell rang. Su Chao opened the door to find a courier from the warrior's home delivering the S-rank equipment he had ordered. He was overjoyed. What perfect timing! After signing for the delivery, Su Chao looked at the S-rank longsword in his hands. The sword was similar in shape to the horizontal blade he used before, but its blade exuded a gray-black glow. It was at least 10 times heavier than his previous B-rank longsword, clearly crafted from a higher density alloy. The armor was equally impressive. He couldn't tell what material it was made of, but it was both soft and durable, fitting comfortably. The description when he purchased it claimed that the armor could withstand attacks from warriors below Tier 4 and even resist damage from Tier 6 warriors. However, if a low-tier warrior wore it, the shockwaves from a Tier 6 attack might knock them unconscious. But such scenarios were unlikely. After all, low-tier warriors couldn't afford such equipment and wouldn't provoke Tier 6 powerhouses either.
Su Chao was very satisfied with the two pieces of equipment and immediately stored them in his spatial storage. Seeing his father looking at him eagerly, he thought for a moment and took out his previous C-rank armor and B-rank longsword, handing them over to him. As for the spatial ring and the equipment he had obtained from Feng Hui, he decided not to give them to his father to avoid unnecessary trouble. It was now noon. Su Chao and his parents had a quick meal at a nearby restaurant in their community before parting ways at the entrance. He didn't tell his parents that he was heading to Dawn Base City alone. At this moment, he was walking on a road about 50 kilometers away from Dawn City. A massive convoy was traveling at high speed on the road, consisting of at least dozens of vehicles and hundreds of people. The August sun blazed fiercely, making the heat almost unbearable. Inside one of the armored SUVs sat an ordinary-looking young man. He had his eyes closed, his body swaying gently with the movement of the vehicle, appearing to be asleep. This person was none other than Su Chao, who had altered his appearance. As soon as he set off, he headed straight towards Dawn Base City. After traveling several dozen kilometers from the base city, he realized he was moving too slowly and wanted to use space traversal to speed things up. However, the wilderness was crawling with powerful beasts. He worried that opening a spatial portal might drop him right into the lair of a high-tier beast, which would be disastrous. Thus, he opted for a safer approach. First, he used the Eye of Truth to scout and ensure the area was safe before traversing. Currently, he could scout an area up to about 10 kilometers away. So, he traversed every 10 kilometers, resting for half an hour after about 10 traversals before continuing. In this manner, it took him around 4 hours to cover over 800 kilometers. It was slow, but it was safe. After this journey, he marked the locations he had passed. The next time he returned to Shanghai Base City, he could directly traverse every 50 kilometers, needing to rest only once in between. This would allow him to reach home in under an hour. The deeper he ventured into the wilderness, the more tense Su Chao became. He was already being extremely cautious, scouting continuously along the way. Whenever he sensed the terrifying aura of a high-tier beast, he would immediately traverse to avoid it. The wilderness was far too dangerous. When he was still about 60 kilometers away from Dawn Base City, he encountered the large convoy that had set off from Shanghai Base City the day before. When he used the Eye of Truth to scout the convoy, his pupils contracted sharply. There were 2 Grandmaster-level warriors in the convoy. Clearly, the goods being escorted this time were extraordinary. Having used space traversal throughout his journey, Su Chao was already exhausted despite taking breaks. Now that he had come across the convoy, he didn't want to continue traveling alone. So, he contacted the convoy leader and paid to hitch a ride with them to Dawn Base City. Of course, he had changed his appearance. After all, a young man who looked like a student traveling alone through the wilderness would attract far too much attention. The convoy continued for nearly an hour. Su Chao heard someone shouting inside the vehicle, "We've arrived at Dawn Base City. I can see the city walls." Only then did he open his eyes and, through the small window of the armored off-road vehicle, indeed see a wall several dozen meters high a few kilometers away. From afar, it looked like a natural barrier. Dawn Base City was larger in scale than Shanghai Base City, with a greater permanent population. This was because it was guarded by a powerful figure above the 9th rank. Among the 8 human base cities in Huaxia, not everyone had experts above the 9th rank, as top-tier warriors were rare. Dawn Base City was closer to the ocean, and to defend against the sea monsters, a top-tier expert had been stationed there. The convoy moved forward for another 10 minutes before arriving at the city gate. Every base city was similar in this aspect. Many hunters came and went from the wilderness zone, but when they saw such a large convoy, they all made way. After all, a convoy this large definitely carried many strong individuals. Accidentally offending them could lead to big trouble. Su Chao felt that spending money to hitch a ride this time was totally worth it. Not only could he rest comfortably, but he also avoided the hassle of queuing to enter the city. The convoy quickly passed through the inspection and entered the city. After separating from the convoy, Su Chao needed to transfer to a vehicle heading to the hospital where his brother-in-law was located. They had entered the city through the West Gate, which was part of District 39, but the hospital where his sister's family was located was in District 15. Around 8 p.m. District 15 Hospital in Dawn Base City. In the hospital room, a man lay on the bed with his head wrapped in layers of bandages, leaving only his tightly closed eyes visible. One of his legs was in a cast and suspended in the air. By the bedside, a woman around 28 years old, her face full of exhaustion and concern, was tightly holding the man's hand. From time to time, she used a cotton swab to apply a bit of warm water to his lips to prevent them from cracking. On a small stool beside her, a 2-year-old girl was sitting, munching on snacks. Occasionally, the little girl would offer her mother a piece, saying, "Mommy, eat." The woman gently stroked her daughter's head. "Mommy's not eating. Tong Tong, you eat it yourself." She was Su Chao's older sister, Su Yufei. The unconscious man on the hospital bed was her husband, Zhao Jihong, and the little girl beside them was their 2-year-old daughter, Tong Tong. She felt that she was truly unlucky. Thinking back, before graduating from college, her life had been fairly good. Her father was a warrior, and although the family was not wealthy, she and her younger brother had never lacked food or clothing. It was during college that she met her current husband, Zhao Jihong. He was an outstanding student at the university. Although he hadn't awakened any warrior abilities, his academic performance was always top-notch. The two met by chance, and Zhao Jihong got to know her. They began interacting and eventually became boyfriend and girlfriend. Like most young couples' stories, there was nothing particularly thrilling or dramatic about their meeting. Life was originally peaceful and stable. However, as graduation approached, Zhao Jihong was recruited by a top research institute in Don-based city and needed to move there for work. He didn't want to give up this dream opportunity and persuaded her multiple times to move to Don-based city with him. Caught in the throes of young love, she didn't want to be apart from him. Despite her family's opposition, she decided to follow Zhao Jihong to Don-based city. However, her parents and younger brother traveled from Shanghai-based city to Don-based city to attend their wedding. On their return trip, they encountered a sudden outburst of energy tides, and their convoy was attacked by ferocious beasts. Her father was gravely injured. To treat her father, the family exhausted all their savings, sold everything of value, and even their house. Life became increasingly difficult. When she heard the news in Don-based city, she was overwhelmed with guilt and cried through the night. To help her family and atone for her guilt, she worked hard, lived frugally, and frequently sent money back to her mother. Fortunately, her husband, Zhao Jihong, always supported her and handed over his entire salary. Even so, their lives remained financially strained. Shortly after their marriage, they unexpectedly found out she was pregnant. Originally, they had planned to hold off on having children, but the arrival of this new life disrupted their plans. She was both overjoyed and anxious. Zhao Jihong, understanding the family's struggles, worked even harder. His outstanding talent made him highly valued at the research institute. And so, life continued in its difficult yet steady way. 10 months later, the family welcomed a lovely little girl, whom they named Tong Tong. Tong Tong's arrival brought even more financial burden to the family. Zhao Jihong pushed himself harder, often coming home late at night. One day, he excitedly told Su Yufei that the project he was working on had made a major breakthrough. If it succeeded, their family's difficulties would finally be resolved. He promised her and their child a happy life. This reignited a faint hope in her heart, which had long been numbed by hardship. Her luck seemed to be turning. When her younger brother was in his 3rd year of university, he awakened as a warrior, and her parents' lives began to improve. Not only did they manage to buy a new house, but her brother might also be able to heal her father's long-standing injuries. She and her husband no longer needed to send money back to her parents, and their lives gradually started to improve. To her delight, her younger brother, who was earning well, had even sent her money several times. She grew increasingly happy. If her father could recover, much of the guilt she had carried for years would be alleviated. Life was finally moving in a positive direction, and her smiles became more frequent. The only regret she had was that her husband had recently been coming home in a low mood, with worry clouding his eyes. The happiest day for her was 20 days ago. Her family called to say her father's injuries were healed, and her mother had awakened as a warrior. That day, she cried alone in her room, releasing years of pent-up grievances. Her daughter, Tong Tong, seeing her cry so sorrowfully, joined in crying, and only then did she stop. The little girl didn't understand that her mother's tears weren't tears of sadness but of bidding farewell to the hardships of the past. She thought the days ahead would only get better. Her brother even transferred her a large sum of money, and she had already started planning to buy a house. But each time she tried to discuss it with her husband, he seemed distracted,
so she didn't bring it up again. It seemed fate wasn't done testing her, playing yet another cruel trick. This morning, she received a phone call. Her husband had been in a car accident, critically injured, and was undergoing emergency treatment at the hospital. She felt as if the sky had fallen. In her panic, she hurried to the hospital with her daughter. Looking at her husband lying motionless on the hospital bed, she could only wish for him to wake up immediately. At the same time, she was also deeply frightened. The hospital informed her that her husband was no longer in critical condition. But she still harbored a lingering worry, and could only hope that her extraordinary younger brother might be able to help. In the 6th district of Aurora Bay City, inside a luxurious mansion, a young man with neatly combed hair was sitting on the sofa, speaking on the phone. Suddenly, he stood up, his voice raised several notches. "What?" He made it through the critical period. Then he lowered his voice, laced with anger, and said, "Didn't you say he would definitely die? What are we supposed to do now that he's actually waking up?" From the other end of the phone came a hoarse voice. "Mr. Wang, my apologies. This time, we didn't handle it well. We didn't expect his wife to find a way, gather a huge amount of money, and spare no expense in having the hospital use the most expensive medications to save him. We are at fault here. For this, you only need to pay half of the remaining balance. As for him, this time I will personally take care of it. I assure you, he will never have the chance to wake up again." The young man's tone softened. "Uncle Sean, I trust your reputation. Once the job is done, I will pay the remaining amount as agreed. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Just wait for my news." The call ended. The young man surnamed Wang wore a dark expression, muttering under his breath. "Zhao Jihong, I never thought you'd be this tough to kill. After so many attempts, you're still alive. Guess you do have a good wife. But it's unfortunate she's about to become a widow very soon. Such an important research breakthrough, how could someone like you, from a rural backwater, possibly have developed it?" 2 hours later. At 8 p.m. Su Chao finally arrived at the hospital in the 15th district where his brother-in-law was admitted. He looked up at the large letters on the sign, Bright Hospital. Taking a step inside, he recalled the specific room number his sister had mentioned. Before long, he reached the 12th floor, heading to the special care ward. He pushed the door open. Su Yufei was feeding her young daughter, Tong Tong. When she saw someone open the door, she turned her head. Upon seeing a bright and handsome young man step inside, she froze, tears welling up in her eyes. "Xiao Chao. Sis." Hearing her brother's voice, Su Yufei couldn't hold back any longer, and tears flowed uncontrollably. For those who hadn't experienced it, it was hard to understand the loneliness and helplessness she had felt living alone in a strange place for so many years. Seeing a long-lost family member suddenly appear, the surge of emotion was indescribable. Most importantly, in the face of her dire situation, her brother had risked everything, traveling thousands of miles at her call. This familial bond felt incredibly real at this moment. Tong Tong didn't understand why her mother was suddenly crying. In her soft voice, she called out, "Mama, Mama." Su Yufei quickly stood up, hastily wiping the tears from her face. She greeted him, "Xiao Chao, come in and sit. You must be exhausted from the journey." Then, turning to her daughter, she said, "Tong Tong, call him uncle." Tong Tong looked at Su Chao curiously, feeling that he seemed somewhat familiar. Seeing her daughter's hesitation, Su Yufei prodded gently, "Tong Tong, don't you recognize your uncle? He's the one you've seen in the video calls." Only then did Tong Tong softly say, "Uncle." Su Chao smiled as he walked over and extended his arms. "Tong Tong, come here. Uncle wants to hold you." The little girl hesitated for a moment but eventually stretched out her arms. Su Chao picked her up. "Tong Tong, Uncle will show you a magic trick." He extended his right hand, which glowed briefly, producing a series of toys that he placed into Tong Tong's arms. Tong Tong clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "Wow! Uncle is amazing." Seeing her daughter and brother so happy, a relaxed smile finally appeared on Su Yufei's face. It was so comforting to have family by her side. Su Chao turned to look at his unconscious brother-in-law, Zhao Jihong, lying on the bed, then shifted his gaze to his sister. He asked with concern, "Sis, are you okay? How's brother-in-law doing?" Su Yufei nodded. "I'm fine. The doctor said he's out of critical condition, but it might still take a day or two for him to wake up. Thanks to the money you sent, I spent over 10 million on the expensive medication, which saved his life. The hospital also moved him to this special care ward. The environment here is so much better, no noise, and there's even a rest area.
Tong Tong really likes it.
As she spoke, she gazed at Su Chao with gratitude.
Xiao Chao, thank you so much. I can't bear to think about what might have happened otherwise.
Sis, we're family.
There's no need to thank me. Don't worry about the money. If it's not enough, just let me know, and I'll transfer more.
Su Yufei quickly waved her hands.
It's enough, it's enough. The money you transferred before is still a lot.
She closely observed her younger brother, whom she hadn't seen in years. He had grown taller and even more handsome. She was a bit intimidated by Su Chao, who casually transferred tens of millions as if money were something he found on the street.
Su Chao felt a pang of sympathy for his sister.
Her face looked weary, and her eyes were bloodshot.
He reached out and gently patted her arm. Sis, you must be exhausted today. Go rest for a while.
I'll take care of everything here.
Don't worry. With me here, everything will be fine.
Su Yufei hesitated, wanting to say something.
Su Chao knew what she wanted to discuss and quickly interrupted her. Let's talk after Tong Tong falls asleep.
From morning until now, Su Yufei was utterly drained. Now that her brother was here to help, she no longer forced herself to endure.
She moved to the nearby resting area to lie down for a bit.
Su Chao played with Tong Tong. With the toys he had brought, Tong Tong's laughter filled the room. In his spare moments, Su Chao carefully examined his brother-in-law, Zhao Jihong, lying on the bed.
One of his legs was in a cast, likely from a fracture.
The most severe injury was on his forehead, where he had undergone cranial surgery, leaving a prominent scar. There was also a penetrating wound on his abdomen, which had been treated. Around 9 p.m., Tong Tong grew sleepy and wanted to go to bed. Su Chao carried her to the companion bed where his sister was resting. In the ward, Su Chao was the only one still awake.
At around 10:30 p.m.,
while Su Chao was meditating, the sound of the door opening startled him. A man in a white coat, carrying a tray, entered. Upon seeing Su Chao, he paused in surprise.
He asked, "Are you a relative of Zhao Jihong? Is the patient's condition still stable?"
While speaking, his footsteps never ceased. He walked to Zhao Jihong's bedside, carefully observing the patient's pupils, the condition of the bandages on the wounds, and the medication being infused.
Su Chao glanced at him.
He got up and walked beside him, responding, "Yes, I'm a family member. There's nothing unusual, he hasn't woken up this entire time."
The male nurse replied, "That's normal.
Although the patient has made it through the critical phase, under normal circumstances, it will take at least 2 days for him to wake up. You family members need to be patient." Saying this, he picked up a syringe from the tray he had brought in, preparing to inject medication into Zhao Jihong.
Suddenly,
the nurse froze, his entire body stiff, as a cold and threatening voice came from behind him.
"Move a muscle, and I'll slit your throat." At the same time, Su Chao felt a chilling sensation rise against his neck.
The male nurse's hands trembled, and he stammered in panic, "Please, don't be rash, family member.
The patient hasn't woken up yet, not because we haven't tried, but because his injuries are too severe." Su Chao wasn't interested in idle talk. "What's in the syringe you're holding?" The male nurse, still visibly nervous, answered, "It's just a common medication to maintain electrolyte balance." Su Chao gripped the knife tighter, the blade pressing harder against the man's neck.
A faint sting was followed by the dripping of liquid. His voice was as cold as ice.
"Still pretending? I'll give you one more chance. If your answer doesn't satisfy me, you can prepare to die."
The male nurse's trembling hands abruptly froze, and his tone turned eerily calm.
"Who are you? How did you see through me?"
"I thought I did a good job disguising myself."
"How did you discover me?"
Su Chao ignored the nonsense, pressing the blade even harder.
"Your previous answer didn't satisfy me. You've got 2 sentences left."
The male nurse was silent for a moment. Then he spoke, "I didn't expect to slip up this time."
"I'll admit it. The syringe actually contains K-type neurotoxin.
Within half an hour of injection, the patient's heart will stop beating, and an autopsy won't find any trace of it."
"I've answered your question. Now it's your turn to answer mine. Who are you? How did you see through me?" Su Chao sneered, a fake is always a fake. You think your disguise is flawless, but it's riddled with flaws in my eyes. First of all, your uniform was taken off someone else. It doesn't fit, and while it's not obvious at first glance, it's noticeable. Also, the disinfectant smell on you is too faint. Nurses who work in hospitals long-term carry a strong smell of disinfectant. Moreover, you were too eager to administer the injection. You didn't even bother to remove the bubbles from the syringe. That's unprofessional. Do I need to go on? In truth, Su Chao's words were all fabricated nonsense. The real reason he grew suspicious lay elsewhere. When he entered the room, he used his eye of truth to examine the man and discovered that he was a stage 4 beginner martial artist. His ability was a D-level morph. It was an ability Su Chao himself also possessed, but his had already been upgraded to B-level, far superior to the man before him. The opponent's ability could only mimic appearances superficially without altering body shape, which was why the uniform didn't fit properly. The male nurse gave a self-deprecating smile. I didn't expect my flaws to be so obvious. Who are you? So young, yet so observant and sharp. Not to mention your strength. Su Chao cut him off, you ask too many questions. Answer mine first. Who are you? Why are you trying to harm Zhao Jihong? Do you have a grudge against him? The man looked at the blade against his neck and sighed helplessly. People call me Uncle Sean. I have no grudge against Zhao Jihong, I'm just a guy hired to do a job. Su Chao pressed further. Who hired you? The man fell silent for longer this time. After a moment, he finally spoke, sorry, I can't say. We have rules, we don't reveal client information. Su Chao paused for a moment, glancing at his sister and Tong Tong, who were sleeping not far away. Come on, let's talk in the bathroom. The man called Uncle Sean wanted to refuse. But upon feeling the bloodstained blade and the faint sting at his neck, he had no choice but to follow Su Chao toward the bathroom and the hospital room. Once inside the bathroom, sweat began to bead on Uncle Shan's forehead as he asked anxiously, young man, are you planning to kill me? I'm just doing my job. Even if it's not me, someone else will come for him. I hope you can spare me. I'm willing to pay for my life. 10 million. No, 50 million. That's all the money I have. Even for this job, the payment was only 10 million. Su Chao pondered briefly and asked, was Zhao Jihong's car accident also your doing? Uncle Sean nodded. It was arranged by us. We initially thought he wouldn't survive being sent to the hospital. I didn't expect him to pull through. As if recalling something, he asked, his wife suddenly received a large sum of money. Was that you? Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived. Who the hell are you? Could it be that you were sent by the authorities to protect Zhao Jihong? We've investigated, no one in his family knows someone as powerful as you. Su Chao didn't answer, instead suddenly posing a completely unrelated question. Was your operation solely targeting Zhao Jihong, or did you plan to eliminate his wife and daughter as well? Uncle Sean was visibly stunned. He couldn't understand why Su Chao would suddenly ask such a question. Of course, we were only targeting Zhao Jihong. Why would we harm his wife and daughter? Seeing his cooperation, Su Chao decided to reveal some information. His wife recently received a large sum of money, and yes, I transferred it to her. However, I'm not from any official agency. You've investigated his family's connections and background, but didn't you notice that Zhao Jihong's wife has a younger brother? Uncle Shan's face showed utter shock. Impossible. Her brother hasn't awakened any abilities. Isn't he just a literature student in college? Before he could finish speaking, he felt a chill at his throat, and saw Su Chao's long blade piercing him. As Uncle Shan's eyes filled with shock and terror, Su Chao smiled faintly, his voice cold and sinister like a demon. I have good news for you, you've saved your family's lives. Even as he took his last breath, Uncle Sean stared wide-eyed at Su Chao. This young man, so decisive and ruthless, had hidden himself remarkably well. Mr. Wang had truly provoked a terrifying opponent this time. Su Chao looked at Uncle Shan's lifeless body sprawled on the bathroom floor. He skillfully took out a bag, packed the corpse, and stored it in his spatial pocket. Of course, he also retrieved everything on the man's body, including a spatial ring hidden in his pocket. Since the last time he killed Wu Qiming, he had developed a habit of keeping body bags ready in his space. Then, he swiftly cleaned up all traces in the bathroom. To remove any lingering odors, he even used shower gel to rinse the area thoroughly.
Once everything was properly arranged, he walked out of the bathroom. Seeing his elder sister and his niece Tongtong still sound asleep, it was clear they were truly exhausted today.
He smiled faintly and walked over to sit by the hospital bed.
Taking out Uncle Shan's phone, he began checking the messages on it.
There was nothing particularly useful. He then browsed through Uncle Shan's call history.
When he saw a few recent contacts, his eyes lit up. Before killing Uncle Shan, he had secretly activated a Class B ability, mirror image duplication, which copied Uncle Shan's appearance, including his voice and tone. He intended to probe each contact to find out who had paid Uncle Shan to come after him. Every time Su Chao made a call, he would remain silent after the other end picked up. Once the other person spoke first, he would reply, "The job is done." Then he would observe their reaction. If something felt off, he would immediately hang up. After 2 unsuccessful attempts, he tried the third number, noticing that the contact was labeled Mr. Wang. Using the same strategy, he dialed the number, and soon the call connected.
"Hello, Uncle Shan? Calling so late, does this mean it's done?" A gleeful expression spread across Su Chao's face.
Finally, he had found his target. Using his ability to mimic Uncle Shan's voice and tone, he calmly replied, "Yes, it's done."
On the other end of the line, Mr. Wang was overjoyed. "Ha, as expected of Uncle Shan. Your reputation in this field is truly unmatched. Don't worry, once I've had someone confirm it, the remaining payment will be transferred to your account." Su Chao frowned.
He hadn't expected the other party to be so cautious, insisting on verifying the job first.
Using a displeased tone, he said, "What, you don't trust me?" No, of course not. If Uncle Shan says it's done, then there's no need to verify.
The remaining payment will be in your account tomorrow morning, and this matter will be settled." In truth, the earlier suggestion to verify was merely a polite gesture. In their line of work, trust was paramount, deception was not an option.
"Good. Since Mr. Wang is so straightforward, let me give you a bonus. I found something in Zhao Jihome's hospital room that I think will interest you.
Let's meet tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. at the Lucky Tea House near District 15's Guangming Hospital."
"I'll hand it to you then, don't be late." Before finishing his sentence, Su Chao abruptly hung up the phone. That night, nothing unusual happened.
In the middle of the night, Su Yufei woke up and offered to switch shifts with Su Chao, but he refused. For Su Chao, staying awake for 1 or 2 days straight was no problem.
The next day,
after buying breakfast for his sister and Tongtong, the three of them ate together. Su Chao then informed his sister that he had some errands to run and advised her to stay vigilant at the hospital.
Lucky Tea House. Su Chao arrived half an hour early, transforming himself into the appearance of an unfamiliar young man.
He chose a seat by the window on the second floor, which offered a clear view of the tea house's entrance. He leisurely sipped his tea while observing the comings and goings of people. As the appointed time neared, he hadn't yet spotted anyone who might be Mr. Wang. But he wasn't in a hurry. 2 minutes before the agreed-upon time, he felt Uncle Shan's phone vibrating in his pocket. Instead of answering, he used his Eye of Truth ability to scan his surroundings. A smile gradually appeared on his face.
"Found you at last."
As expected, Mr. Wang was cautious. He hadn't come alone, which was why Su Chao hadn't noticed him earlier. Now, Mr. Wang was alone in a private room, making a call.
The screen of his phone displayed Uncle Shan. This Mr. Wang appeared to be a handsome young man.
He wore glasses, his hair was neatly combed, and he checked his watch while speaking on the phone. Su Chao assessed him as a third-tier martial artist without any special abilities, likely someone who had consumed a genetic serum. Having identified his target, Su Chao stood up, ready to act. Moving to an unnoticed corner, he answered the phone, his voice adopting Uncle Shan's accent.
"Hello, Mr. Wang."
A questioning voice came through from the other end.
"Uncle Shan, I'm here. Where are you?"
Hearing the familiar voice from the previous night, Su Chao responded, "Apologies, something came up today.
Let's reschedule."
Without giving the other party a chance to reply, he hung up the phone and immediately turned it off. Using his Eye of Truth, he saw Mr. Wang's face twist in anger when the call ended. It seemed the man wanted to call back, but upon hearing the phone powered off message, he nearly threw his phone in frustration. However, his anger didn't last long. He quickly calmed himself. He felt something was off about this situation.
Looking around cautiously, he grabbed his bag and left the tea house. Stepping outside, he got into a car parked by the roadside and drove off quickly. Su Chao descended the tea house stairs unhurriedly. He hailed a car and followed from a distance. With the range of his eye of truth, there was no chance of losing his target. Half an hour later, the cautious Mr. Wang led Su Chao on a winding route, seemingly ensuring he wasn't being followed, before driving to District 6, adjacent to District 15. There, he entered the parking lot of a large building. Su Chao looked up at the bold characters atop the building, Yuanchuan Research Institute. His eyes narrowed slightly. That was the place where his brother-in-law Zhao Jihong worked. So this Mr. Wang was a colleague of his brother-in-law. Although he had suspected this before, confirming it made Su Chao's gaze turn icy. He didn't follow him inside. The Yuanchuan Research Institute was a prominent establishment in Huaxia, handling important research projects and undoubtedly housing formidable individuals. Instead, Su Chao found a nearby spot to rest. He took out his phone and searched online for personnel information about the institute. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything useful. Deciding not to linger, he chose to return to the hospital. Leaving for an extended period made him uneasy. He planned to return toward the institute near the end of the workday to track this Mr. Wang again. Back at the hospital, he spent time chatting with his sister and playing games with Tong Tong. By afternoon, his brother-in-law Zhao Jihong still hadn't regained consciousness. Su Chao glanced at the time. Work hours were almost over. Once again, he informed his sister that he had errands to run before leaving the hospital. At the Yuanchuan Research Institute, Wang Wentao felt uneasy all day. He had been unable to reach Uncle Shan's phone the entire day. At one point, he even suspected Uncle Shan might be targeting him. But after some thought, he dismissed the idea, reasoning that Uncle Shan had no reason to harm him. It was more likely that Uncle Shan had run into some unexpected situation. Such occurrences were common in their line of work. Having not slept well recently, Wang Wentao decided that after work, he would go home, have a few drinks, and get a good night's sleep. He quickly packed up his things, headed to the parking lot, started his car, and began driving home. Little did he know, 2 kilometers away, a car was slowly following him. 15 minutes later, he returned to his home in Zone 6. He opened the door. Wang Wentao took out a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet and changed into them. These past few days, his wife and child had gone to stay at his mother-in-law's house, leaving him alone at home. Dragging his exhausted body, he walked over to the liquor cabinet. Opening it, he took out a bottle of alcohol and a glass, poured himself a drink, and took a large gulp, letting out a satisfied sound. Holding the glass, he turned to head back to the living room sofa. Suddenly, his pupils shrank violently, and shock flashed in his eyes. The glass in his hand fell to the ground, shattering into pieces as alcohol spilled everywhere. On the sofa in the living room, a young man with an ordinary face sat quietly, a faintly mocking smile on his lips. Wang Wentao asked in a trembling voice, "Who are you? How did you get into my house?" The man with the ordinary face was Su Chao, disguised. In this unfamiliar base city, he had to act cautiously, never revealing his real appearance when going out. At this moment, he spoke with a teasing tone, "Good evening, Mr. Wang. Zhao Jihong asked me to send his regards." Surprised? Caught off guard? Hearing this, Wang Wentao's entire body shuddered, his legs turning to jelly. Then, as if recalling something, his hand shimmered, and a long sword appeared in his right hand. In his left, he held a metal box. He spoke with a stern and threatening tone, "I don't know what you mean. I don't care who you are, but leave my house immediately, or face the consequences." Su Chao remained still, seated on the sofa, calmly watching him. "Mr. Wang, I advise you not to do anything foolish. It will only hasten your demise. Do you think that as a third-tier martial artist who's taken genetic agents, armed with those 2 items, you can deal with me? I must admit, you're quite wealthy. Not only do you own a spatial ring, but you also wield a B-class weapon and a mid-tier psionic artifact. And of course, you've spent quite a bit hiring assassins, haven't you?" Wang Wentao's hand holding the sword began to tremble even more as he listened. "Did Zhao Jihong send you?" "That's impossible. He's already dead. How could he still be alive?" Su Chao shook his head and sighed, looking at him. "So loyal, clinging to your delusions? Did you hear this news from him?" As he spoke, Su Chao pulled out Uncle Shan's phone from his spatial ring and pressed the call button. In an instant, the phone Wang Wentao had placed on the table began to ring. Su Chao gestured for him to answer it. He hesitated for a moment before slowly retreating to the bar counter, glancing at the caller ID. Uncle Sean. Those two words struck him like a dagger to the heart. At that moment, he was utterly shocked. The glimmer of hope he had been holding on to was instantly shattered. He had previously suspected the person in front of him was bluffing, trying to scare him. But now, all hope was gone. It felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head, making him shiver uncontrollably. His voice trembled as he asked, "Did you kill Uncle Sean?" But he spoke to me on the phone just this morning." Su Chao ended the call, and the ringing of Wang Wentao's phone ceased. Su Chao continued in a mocking tone. "Have you ever considered that the person you spoke to this morning might have been me? The Uncle Sean you mentioned, I've already sent him off. He left quietly, cooperatively, and didn't suffer much before he died. I hope our conversation following this will go just as smoothly." Wang Wentao stared intently at Su Chao. "So, you possess a similar ability? The face you're showing me isn't your real one either?" Su Chao seemed a bit surprised. "I must admit, you researchers have sharp minds and quick thinking." Wang Wentao took another look at Su Chao, who was sitting a few meters away. "I believe most of what you've said. Uncle Sean was killed by you. He was a fourth-tier psionic user and still wasn't your match. I certainly can't defeat you either." Su Chao nodded in acknowledgement, seeming to appreciate his understanding. Talking to smart people really is a relief. Wang Wentao glanced at the two items in his hands and continued. "However, before I die, I can make a lot of noise. That would make it difficult for you to escape unscathed. After all, this is Zone 6. I live in a high-end neighborhood, and there are many strong individuals nearby. So, you should leave now. I'll pretend you were never here." Su Chao sighed. "I just praised you for being clever, yet now you've let your own cleverness lead you astray. Your confidence comes from the mid-tier psionic artifact in your left hand, doesn't it? Well then, give it a try." Wang Wentao's expression turned grim. He hadn't expected the other party to be entirely unyielding. They were separated by only a few meters, and he was confident he could activate the mid-tier psionic artifact in his left hand in an instant. Though he didn't know Su Chao's exact strength, having killed Uncle Sean with ease, Su Chao was at least a fifth-tier martial artist. It was said that this artifact could instantly kill any martial artist below the fourth tier and seriously injure those in the fifth tier. Even if it didn't succeed, the commotion it caused would alert nearby strong individuals. Escaping unscathed would be impossible for Su Chao. The problem was that using the artifact would be a desperate move. It would mean cutting off his own retreat, forcing a life-or-death struggle with the enemy, a struggle he was likely to lose. But allowing himself to be manipulated by the opponent was something he couldn't accept either. If the other party claimed to be sent by Zhao Jihong, there was no way they'd let him off. For a moment, Wang Wentao's expression shifted repeatedly. After a brief pause, he made up his mind, clenching his teeth in determination. He wasn't the kind of person to place his fate in someone else's hands. Just as he was about to activate the psionic artifact, suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his left hand, and the mid-tier psionic artifact vanished. His left thumb had also been severed, falling to the ground. On the sofa, a figure slowly came into view. Su Chao remained seated, but now held a knife and a box in his hands. At that moment, a sigh was heard. "You just won't stop until you hit a wall, will you? You could have spared yourself this pain." Wang Wentao felt the pain in his hand intensify, the agony of his severed thumb. "Ah!" He clutched his wound, letting out two cries of pain. A cold voice warned him, "If you scream again, I'll send you on your way, and your family might get dragged into it too." Wang Wentao could only suppress his cries, groaning softly. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. This man was ruthless, willing to do anything. He dared not provoke him further and gritted his teeth, saying, "Don't you have any professional ethics? Don't involve my family." Su Chao sneered. "Mr. Wang, even basic martial ethics are a form of morality. And you dare lecture me about rules?" He looked at Wang Wentao, who had collapsed to the ground in a pathetic state. To be honest, he somewhat admired him. This was also why he hadn't subdued him for questioning the moment he entered the house. Because he understood that researchers possess quick minds and clear logic. Without breaking through his psychological defenses, it might be impossible to obtain satisfactory answers. Wang Wentao was frightened by the other party's tactics, seeming to abandon resistance as he dropped the longsword in his right hand. He raised his head and roared angrily, "What exactly do you want?" Su Chao looked at him calmly. "Why did you kill Zhao Jihong? What forces are behind you?" Wang Wentao gave Su Chao a peculiar look. He said, "So, you think I killed Zhao Jihong because some force ordered me to? No wonder you've been using these methods to torment me, just to find out who's behind me. Ha ha ha." Suddenly, he erupted into wild laughter. Seeing Su Chao frown with a glimmer of killing intent in his eyes, Wang Wentao finally restrained his laughter. "Unfortunately, you guessed wrong. No one sent me to kill him." His tone shifted, turning cold and sinister. "I wanted to kill him because he deserved to die. He was in my way and intended to destroy my life." It was as if he had opened a floodgate of words. He had no idea how much effort I put in to achieve everything I have today. I have a happy family, a respected status, and a substantial income. But all of that would vanish once the thing he's developing gets released. Wang Wentao's eyes reflected a glimmer of reminiscence. Since I was young, I was both smart and hardworking, always at the top of my class. Teachers and classmates adored me. But in my third year of high school, I didn't awaken any special abilities. Watching those classmates with poor grades awaken their powers and suddenly become the teacher's favorites, while I was neglected, like I was invisible. I refused to accept it. So I worked even harder and managed to get into a top liberal arts university. After graduation, with my exceptional research skills, I joined the Yuanchuan Research Institute. In the lab, I pulled countless all-nighters. Finally, my efforts paid off, and I developed something that could change destinies: psionic affinity serum. At this point, he seemed to recall the days of his glory. Su Chao didn't interrupt, listening intently to his continued tale. "You might not know what psionic affinity serum does. But you should know that taking genetic serums comes with a certain risk of death. And the higher the serum grade, the greater the risk. When genetic serum research first began, the mortality rate for first-grade serums was 5%, second-grade 10%, third-grade at least 18%, and eighth-grade as high as 60%. Over the years, through continuous improvements, the mortality rates have decreased somewhat. But as serum grades increase, the risks remain significant. For instance, the mortality rate for third-grade serums is still around 10%, and for eighth grade, it remains as high as 40%. As he spoke, he adjusted his glasses, straightened his clothes despite his pain, and said proudly, "And I developed the psionic affinity serum, which can lower mortality rates by about 5%. With this achievement, I gained honor, status, wealth, and love. Of course, I also became a martial artist." His expression grew complicated as he continued. "Do you know what Zhao Jihong was researching? I heard he was developing an upgraded version of the psionic affinity serum. Preliminary tests showed it could reduce mortality rates by at least 10%. Moreover, it's cheaper and more accessible." Hearing this, his expression became conflicted. "Do you know what that means? If his psionic affinity serum hits the market, my past achievements will become obsolete. No one will buy what I've created. I'll become a failure, while he becomes the new star. His success comes at the expense of stepping on me." Su Chao asked with a frown, "So you wanted to kill him to ensure his achievement would never be released, allowing you to continue enjoying all you have now? But didn't you think that if his research could truly enhance humanity's strength, your actions would harm everyone?" Wang Wentao suddenly became agitated. "Don't lecture me about righteousness. Humanity's extinction is far from my concern. If I didn't kill him, I'd be the one to die first. Besides, my research has saved lives too. I've made my contribution." Su Chao stopped debating and asked, "If Zhao Jihong's work is so important, wouldn't the authorities protect him?" Wang Wentao stared at Su Chao in surprise, taking a moment to process the question. "So Zhao Jihong hasn't noticed anything yet? You've been lying to me all along?" Su Chao remained silent. Wang Wentao, having said so much, no longer intended to hide anything. His research is still in the testing phase. Fewer than 3 people at the institute are aware of it. I found out by accident. Yuanchuan Research Institute isn't a government agency. Every employee signs confidentiality agreements stipulating that significant findings can't be disclosed freely. Su Chao finally understood the situation but pressed further. Since Yuanchuan Research Institute is one of Huaxia's top research institutions, it must have its own security measures. Why wouldn't they protect Zhao Jihong? His research is crucial. Wang Wentao froze momentarily, then fell into deep thought, his expression shifting. After a while, as if coming to a realization, he looked at Su Chao with a complex gaze. So that's it. I was so caught up in the situation that I couldn't see the truth. Are you going to kill me today? Su Chao didn't answer, merely staring at him silently. Wang Wentao let out a bitter laugh. Did Zhao Jihong hire you? How much did he pay? I can double it. Or, can I buy my life with money? Su Chao resolutely shook his head. I'm not short on money, and no, Zhao Jihong didn't hire me. Wang Wentao stared intensely into Su Chao's eyes. My family has nothing to do with this. You'll spare them, right? Su Chao finally nodded. I'm not someone who implicates the innocent. Hearing Su Chao's response, Wang Wentao finally closed his eyes, tears sliding from the corners. Do it. Make it quick. I just hope you'll keep your word and not harm my family. What a pity. I spent my whole life struggling to stand above others, to prove myself. In the end, it's all meaningless. Su Chao looked at the man before him, his expression flickering with complexity. While I sympathize with you, you must pay for your mistakes. I promise, it will be quick. 10 minutes later. A man resembling Wang Wentao walked out of the house, got into a car, and drove away from the neighborhood. From that moment on, he vanished, never appearing again. At around 7 in the evening, Su Chao returned to the Guanming hospital. He joined his sister and Tong Tong for dinner. Tong Tong was overjoyed. Ever since her uncle arrived, every time he went out and came back, he would bring a bunch of gifts and even play with her. The sound of her bell-like laughter often echoed from the ward, lightening the otherwise heavy atmosphere of the hospital. Until the third day of Su Chao's visit. Zhao Jihong finally woke up. In the intensive care unit, Zhao Jihong slowly opened his eyes. The light stung his eyes, making him squint before quickly closing them. After a moment, he began to adjust. At that moment, he heard a trembling voice. Jihong, you're awake. He turned his head to the side and saw a familiar face, tears streaking down her cheeks. It was his wife, Su Yufei. Fei Fei. Am I in a hospital? Am I still alive? Then, bits and pieces of the moments before the car accident started to flood back into his memory. Su Chao saw his brother-in-law awake and knew he and his sister must have a lot to talk about. So, he said to Tong Tong, shall uncle take you out to buy some yummy snacks? How about that? Tong Tong clapped her hands excitedly. Yay! Yay! Let's go get treats. Su Chao took Tong Tong out for a walk and bought a big pile of snacks. About half an hour later, he estimated that his sister and brother-in-law had probably finished their talk. He brought Tong Tong back to the ward. Pushing the door open, he saw that, sure enough, the couple's emotions had calmed significantly. Although their eyes were red, the atmosphere felt much lighter. When Su Chao entered, Zhao Jihong greeted him with a smile, Chaozi. Su Chao returned the greeting, brother-in-law, how are you feeling? Zhao Jihong gave a wry smile. My head still hurts, and the wounds on my body ache faintly, but none of that matters. Just being alive is a blessing. Chaozi, I heard from your sister about everything. It's really thanks to you this time. Otherwise, I don't know what would have happened to your sister and Tong Tong. As he spoke, his eyes reddened again. Su Chao waved it off with a smile. Brother-in-law, no need for formalities within the family. Once you're fully recovered, just treat me to a drink. Tong Tong, seeing her father awake, happily ran over, grabbed his hand, and playfully complained, Daddy, why did you sleep for so long? You didn't even play with me. I'm mad at you. Zhao Jihong reached out and hugged his daughter tightly. Tong Tong, it's Daddy's fault. I won't sleep for so long anymore. I'll play with you every day from now on, okay? As he spoke, tears streamed down his face, soaking the pillow. His wife quickly handed him tissues to wipe them away. Moments later. After calming down, Zhao Jihong turned to Su Yufei and said, Fei, why don't you take Tong Tong out for a bit? I need to talk to Chaozi about something. Su Yufei knew her husband didn't want her to worry, so she took Tong Tong and left.
once the door closed. Zhao Jihong's expression turned serious as he looked at Su Chao. Chaozi, this car accident wasn't an accident. I need you to do me a favor. Once I'm discharged, take your sister and Tonton to live in Shanghai Base City for a while. Seeing that Su Chao wasn't surprised, Zhao Jihong asked in confusion, you already guessed? Su Chao nodded. Is it because of the advanced version of the psionic affinity serum you're researching? Zhao Jihong looked at Su Chao in shock. How do you know what I'm working on? That's impossible. Did the Institute leak my research information because of the car accident? And what do you mean by the advanced version of the psionic affinity serum? That's not what I'm working on. My research is on the targeted locating serum. Su Chao frowned. Wasn't it the advanced version of the psionic affinity serum? Then what exactly is the targeted locating serum? Could Wang Wentao have lied to me? But why would he lie? Knowing he was doomed to die, was he trying to protect someone? Or could it be that the information he received was also false? Someone could have deliberately fed him misinformation to direct him to kill Zhao Jihong. Su Chao's expression turned grim. He spoke to Zhao Jihong, the information came directly from Wang Wentao. He told me himself. And your car accident was indeed orchestrated by him. After you were saved in the hospital, he didn't give up, he sent an assassin to inject you with K-type neurotoxin to kill you for good. Luckily, I discovered it in time and stopped it. After hearing Su Chao's account, Zhao Jihong was too shocked to speak. A wave of fear swept over him, and he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He stared at Su Chao in confusion. Why would he go to such lengths to kill me? I don't recall us having that deep of a grudge. Su Chao immediately repeated everything Wang Wentao had told him. After hearing it, Zhao Jihong's face darkened. He spoke to Su Chao with a serious expression. Chaozi, there's a high chance Wang Wentao was being manipulated. He probably didn't even realize it. The real person who wants me dead is someone else. Su Chao nodded. When you mentioned that your research was about the targeted locating serum, I started to feel something was off. Even though I don't do research, just from the name you mentioned, I can tell your project doesn't conflict with his. It's not like he claimed, or your work would completely replace his. Zhao Jihong nodded in agreement. Chaozi, let me explain. When a genetic serum unlocks the body's genetic locks, the energy it releases is like a wild horse running loose, wreaking havoc inside the body. The psionic affinity serum acts like a sponge, absorbing some of the impact and reducing bodily harm. The targeted locating serum I'm working on the other hand, helps the genetic serum quickly locate dormant, unactivated genes. This shortens the serum's destructive time inside the body, reducing the risk of death. Su Chao pondered for a moment. So your research and Wang Wentao's psionic affinity serum aren't conflicting. Instead, they complement each other and enhance each other's effects? If that's the case, he has even less reason to kill you. Zhao Jihong nodded in agreement. Su Chao's expression grew graver. There's definitely someone pulling the strings behind all of this. Do you have any other clues you can share with me? Zhao Jihong hesitated for a moment before telling Su Chao. Actually, I have a few suspects. Logically, my research is still in the testing phase, so very few people should know the details, only our team leader and a few higher-ups. As he spoke, he seemed to remember something, and his face turned grim. Also, when my research first made a major breakthrough, someone approached me, inviting me to join their organization. I refused, but they threatened my family. During that time, I was in a terrible state, often unable to sleep at night, smoking alone on the balcony. Su Chao's head shot up, his gaze locking onto Zhao Jihong. Was it someone from heaven? Zhao Jihong shook his head. No, the man was wearing a mask. I could tell from his voice that he didn't have a Huaxia accent. He said that only by agreeing to join could I learn the truth about their organization, and he promised many tempting conditions. I suspect he's a spy from another official power operating within Huaxia. Su Chao's brows knitted tightly. The situation was far more complicated than he had imagined. Another force had entered the game. In an office on the top floor of the Yuanchuan Research Institute, a man in his 50s, wearing black-framed glasses, stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the city outside, lost in thought. His arms were crossed, and his furrowed brow formed a deep wrinkle. Suddenly, the ringing of a phone interrupted his thoughts. Seeing the caller ID,
his face immediately darkened. He hesitated for a moment but didn't answer, letting the call end automatically. Not long after, the phone rang again. He took a deep breath, adjusted his mood, and answered in a tone laced with a smile. "Mr. Victor, hello." On the other end of the line came a displeased voice. "Deputy Director Shin, you must be incredibly busy. It's no easy feat getting through to you." A flicker of anger flashed in the eyes of Deputy Director Shin behind the black-framed glasses, but he explained nonetheless. Mr. Victor, you're quite the joker. I was just in the middle of a discussion with someone and couldn't take the call. Mr. Victor, what can I do for you?" There was a brief silence on the other end. Then Victor's dissatisfied voice came through. "Deputy Director Shin, your plan has failed. I've just received news that Zhao Jihong in the hospital has already woken up. Shouldn't you give me an explanation?" Deputy Director Shin, too, was angered and retorted harshly, "An explanation? What do you want me to say, Mr. Victor? You agreed to this plan in the first place, and now that something's gone wrong, you're questioning me? You must understand, although you hold leverage over me, you can't treat me like a tool. Over the years, how much intelligence have I provided for you? How many tasks have I accomplished? We are partners, not superior and subordinate." There was a brief silence on the other end. Then Victor's voice came back, laced with apology. "Director Shin, don't get worked up. My attitude earlier was wrong, and I apologize. To show my sincerity, I'll apply to provide your son with a third-tier genetic serum. I've heard he's recently made progress in martial arts cultivation. We've worked well together over the years, let's not let this incident ruin things. I was just too anxious earlier, mainly worried that Zhao Jihong waking up would expose us." Upon hearing the mention of his son, a complex look flickered in Deputy Director Shin's eyes, and his tone softened. "I got worked up too earlier. I really must thank you, Mr. Victor, for helping my son. I was just about to call you. Besides Zhao Jihong waking up, Wang Wento has also gone missing. He didn't show up for work all day today, and his phone is off. I sent someone to his home, but he wasn't there. Someone mentioned seeing him drive away last night." There was a pause on Victor's end. "You think he ran?" Deputy Director Shin replied, "Unlikely. His family is still in Dawn Bay City, and he has a good relationship with his wife. He wouldn't abandon his wife and daughter to run." Victor asked, "Do you suspect he was kidnapped or killed?" Deputy Director Shin hesitated. "Both are possible. I suspect it might be the Huaxia authorities." Victor sounded surprised over the phone. "Impossible. You've sealed the information, and only a few people know about it. It wouldn't leak easily. Unless Zhao Jihong himself became wary and informed the authorities for protection. If that's the case, think carefully. Could it implicate you?" Deputy Director Shin fell silent. "It shouldn't. Back then, I deliberately left a fake research report by Zhao Jihong on the desk for Wang Wentao to see, but I didn't directly tell him anything. That fake report has already been destroyed. There's no evidence to tie me to this." Victor said, "All right, for safety's sake, don't contact me for the time being. And don't make any moves on Zhao Jihong for now." He sighed softly. "What a pity. Zhao Jihong is a genius. He actually developed targeted locating agents. I wanted to recruit him, but we failed. He refused. Since we couldn't have him, I didn't want Huaxia to benefit either. I intended to kill him so no one could profit, but he was lucky and survived. In the VIP ward of Guangming Hospital." After Zhao Jihong woke up, his sister immediately called their parents to share the good news. Su Jianyi and Wang Lihua were overjoyed and decided not to rush over for the time being. After Su Chao finished talking to Zhao Jihong, his expression grew even heavier. He had thought that dealing with Wang Wentao would also resolve the trouble on his brother-in-law's side, allowing him to return to Shanghai Bay City in a day or two. After all, his vacation was almost over, and there was less than a week until the new semester began. But now, how could he leave with peace of mind? The mastermind had to be exposed, or he wouldn't feel settled. Even if his brother-in-law suggested taking his sister in Tongtong to Shanghai Bay City, it wouldn't be safe for him to stay here alone. He couldn't keep watching over Zhao Jihong forever. He had to think of another way. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he let out a self-deprecating laugh. Ever since becoming a martial artist, he had grown accustomed to solving problems through force. He hadn't considered that, in Huaxia, the greatest power was the authorities. He needed to learn to rely on their help. His brother-in-law's research was so important that once the authorities knew, they would undoubtedly send people to protect him. As for secrecy? He sneered. There were definitely moles among the upper ranks of the Yuanchuan Research Institute. Otherwise, how would foreign forces have learned about Zhao Jihong's discoveries and targeted him? But who could he trust? He didn't know any other officials here, and he couldn't just randomly report the issue. He needed someone trustworthy and influential. Su Chao suddenly realized how limited his connections were, almost non-existent. In the end, he thought of one person, Wen Jieyu's teacher, Su Jin. He had a good impression of Su Jin, considering her upright character. She was also a top-tier martial artist, surely holding significant weight within the Huaxia authorities. Moreover, he and Su Jin had a relationship based on trust. Through her, he could contact the officials in Dawn Bay City and find someone capable of resolving the issue. He decided to act on the idea immediately. Last time, when Su Jin had spoken to him, she had left her phone number. He found her number and dialed. After a moment, the call connected. A cold voice came from the other end. "Hello? Who is this?" Su Chao quickly said, "Teacher Su, it's me, Su Chao." On the other end of the phone, there was a brief pause. "Oh, you're looking for Jieu? She's not here with me, she went home. Did you two have a fight? She's not answering your calls?" Su Chao felt awkward at Su Jin's barrage of questions and silently cursed in his heart. Teacher Su always seemed so cold, but who knew she could be so gossipy deep down? He cleared his throat lightly. "Teacher Su, I'm not looking for Jieu. I'm calling you because I need your help with something." He quickly explained the situation. After listening, Su Jin stayed silent for a moment. She then said to Su Chao, "Stay at the hospital and don't wander around. I'll make a call." The phone began to ring with a beep, beep sound. Su Chao couldn't help but smile bitterly. Teacher Su really acted fast. After the call, Su Chao felt slightly more at ease. Even though his brother-in-law wasn't present, things should be safe now. He stayed put and obediently remained in the hospital. At dinner time, he ordered a variety of delicious food and enjoyed the meal with his sister and Tong Tong in the hospital room. Meanwhile, Zhao Jihong, sitting on the hospital bed, looked down at the plain porridge in his bowl and then glanced at the table nearby, which was covered with an array of delicious dishes. His eyes were filled with helplessness and jealousy. What was this? Couldn't they eat somewhere away from him? This kid was definitely doing it on purpose, probably taking revenge for all those years his sister had to endure hardships alone here because of him. However, he also knew in his heart that he had wronged his wife over the years. When she had defied her family's objections to come here with him back then, she hadn't ended up leading a good life. Because of this, her family had held a grudge against him when they got married. It wasn't until Su Chao's father had been injured in recent years, and he had consistently supported his wife in sending money back home, that he gradually gained their understanding and acceptance. His gaze became resolute. "Fei, I will make sure you and our child live a good life. Once my research results hit the market, everything will change." Around 9 o'clock in the evening, Su Chao and his sister were chatting in the hospital room. Earlier, Su Jin had called him and told him to wait for updates at the hospital. Since he had nothing else to do, he stayed in the room. His brother-in-law had already fallen asleep. The doctor had said he needed plenty of rest as he had just undergone head surgery. Tong Tong, tired from playing, had also fallen asleep in Su Yufei's arms. Suddenly, Su Chao's face lit up with joy. He quickly said a few words to his sister and then chose a spot to sit cross-legged. Because he was finally about to break through. He looked at the status panel. Mental power, 51, plus. It had been a while since his last breakthrough. Taking a deep breath, his eyes filled with anticipation. He wondered how much he could improve this time. He began the process of enhancement. As the source points were consumed, he felt his mental power growing rapidly, and his senses becoming sharper and stronger. Suddenly, he felt as though an invisible chain within him had snapped, and his mental power reached a new height. The consumption of source points ceased, and the enhancement ended. Mental power, 62. He was so overjoyed that he almost laughed out loud. However, to avoid waking his sister's family, he held it in. He had finally advanced to a 5th-tier martial artist. By comparing the data he'd previously gathered from the martial artist's home and his own stats, he estimated that the mental power of a 5th-tier martial artist ranged between 60 and 100. This breakthrough had consumed 1,100 source points. But it was all worth it. At this moment, the status panel displayed Physique, 124, plus Source points, 964. Su Chao couldn't help but smile. His physique could still be improved, and he had enough source points to do so. Before departing for the Dawn base, he had only around 1,500 source points left. On the way, he had defeated some beasts and replenished a few hundred points. After deducting the 1,100 points consumed to enhance his mental power, he still had over 900 points remaining, enough for the next breakthrough. He hesitated for a moment, debating whether to enhance his physique right away. The earlier enhancement of his mental power had primarily caused changes in his mind, which were imperceptible to the outside world. But improving his physique required the aid of surrounding spiritual energy, which would create a noticeable disturbance. Some powerful individuals could detect fluctuations in spiritual energy, potentially drawing their attention. In the end, after some thought, he decided to go ahead and enhance his physique here. There was no time to look for a more secluded place to break through. Two factors influenced his decision. First, when he had secretly used the Eye of Truth to observe the hospital, he hadn't detected any 6th tier or higher experts. Second, his method of breaking through was unique. With the status panel, he could pause or resume the process at will and even control the magnitude of the disturbance. By adjusting the rate of source point consumption, he could modulate the speed of spiritual energy absorption and minimize the commotion. He began the process of enhancement. Source points were consumed rapidly once more. His body started undergoing extraordinary changes. His bones, muscles, and organs continued to grow stronger. His body became like a black hole, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy to refine and strengthen itself. Every cell in his body absorbed the energy, undergoing a transformation. Su Chao carefully controlled the rate of source point consumption to keep the disturbance to a minimum. The transformation continued. Beside him, Su Yufei watched her brother sitting cross-legged. Her face revealed a mixture of surprise and delight. Just moments ago, Su Chao had told her he felt something and needed to cultivate for a moment. This commotion clearly indicated that he was breaking through to a new realm. Although she wasn't a martial artist herself, that didn't mean she lacked knowledge. Being so close to her brother, she could clearly feel the oppressive wave of spiritual energy his breakthrough had caused. Her family had previously mentioned that her brother was already a 3rd-tier martial artist, which was why they had sought his help with their troubles. But now he had broken through again. Judging by the intensity of the disturbance, could he have advanced to the 4th tier? Oh my, that's incredible. The more she thought about it, the more shocked she became. Her brother had awakened his abilities only about 2 months ago, and yet he had already advanced to the 4th tier? She had never heard of anyone progressing this quickly. At this rate, he could very well become a 6th-tier martial artist by the time he graduated. Was this really the same little brat she had grown up with? For a moment, she found it hard to believe and stared at her brother in a daze. In truth, from the moment she first saw him again, she had sensed a newfound confidence and composure in him, as if nothing could faze him. Her brother had been hiding his true capabilities all along. No wonder he had so much money. Meanwhile, Su Chao, immersed in his breakthrough, had no idea what his sister was thinking. About an hour later, he finally succeeded in breaking through. This time, the process had consumed 440 source points. In total, he had spent 1,540 points. Level, 5th-tier martial artist. Physique, 168. Mental power, 62. This was the result of his breakthrough. The physical strength of a 5th-tier martial artist ranges between 16,800 kilograms and 32,000 kilograms. Although 16,800 kilograms is just the entry threshold for a 5th-tier martial artist, he is already a genuine 5th-tier martial artist. This already surpasses Zhang Kuang and is on par with Wen Jieyu. Keep in mind, Wen Jieyu is a top-tier genius who has trained for 3 extra years compared to him. If he enhances his strength using martial techniques at the perfected stage, he could even reach the late 5th tier. Coupled with his various other methods, he is unmatched among 5th-tier martial artists. Even when facing a 6th-tier martial artist, he dares to confront them head-on. In this unfamiliar base city, he finally feels a sense of confidence. Su Yufei saw Su Chao open his eyes and was about to speak. Unexpectedly, Su Chao gestured for her to stay silent.
His gaze shifted toward the door. Two individuals were standing in the corridor outside, and they were very powerful. When Su Chao's breakthrough was nearing its conclusion, he had already sensed someone approaching. Since the individuals didn't attempt to barge in, he pretended not to notice and continued his breakthrough. Regardless of whether their intentions were good or bad, improving his strength even a little was always beneficial. The two outside sensed that the cultivation inside had finished and lightly knocked on the door. They seemed polite, indicating they probably came with good intentions. A smile appeared on Su Chao's face. He walked to the door and opened it. Standing at the doorway were a man in his 50s and a younger man. The older man looked scholarly, was short in stature, wore silver-framed glasses, had slightly messy hair, and dressed loosely, but his gaze was sharp. The younger man seemed to be in his early 30s, with a robust build. His eyes were sharp as a blade. Most noticeably, he wore the uniform of the official Public Security Bureau. Ordinary people might mistake the younger man for the leader and the bespectacled older man for an ordinary scholar. But Su Chao was different. Before opening the door, he had secretly used the eye of truth to observe the two, and what he saw made his pupils contract sharply. The older man with glasses frowned slightly, clearly sensing something as well. Fortunately, Su Chao stopped his probing in time. This seemingly scholarly man was, in fact, a Grandmaster-level powerhouse. Moreover, he was an 8th-tier peak Grandmaster with S-rank abilities, just one step away from becoming a 9th-tier Great Grandmaster. The younger man was also very strong, a 6th-tier martial artist with A-rank metal abilities. After opening the door, Su Chao feigned a surprised expression and asked, "May I ask who you're looking for?" He glanced at the robust younger man first and then turned his gaze to the short older man, waiting for an answer. The 8th-tier Grandmaster examined Su Chao with interest and introduced himself. "My name is Shin Tingbai, a teacher at Dawn Martial University. You must be Su Chao, correct?" Vice Dean Su called me and explained the situation. "We're here to meet Zhao Jihong. This is Jean Guanglia, Deputy Director of the Dawn Base City Public Security Bureau." The younger man nodded at Su Chao. Su Chao knew that Vice Dean Su was Wen Jieyu's teacher from Shanghai Martial University. Wen Jieiyu had already informed him about this. Since the older man claimed to be a teacher at Dawn Martial University, Su Chao guessed that his position there must be significant. He displayed an enthusiastic expression and replied, "I'm Su Chao. Hello, Teacher Shin and Director Jean." He politely stepped aside to invite the two in. After entering the hospital room, Su Chao closed the door. Shin Tingbai glanced at the people in the room before his eyes settled on Su Chao. "Were you the one cultivating just now and breaking through to become a 4th-tier martial artist?" Since Su Chao was the only martial artist in the room, the question was naturally directed at him. Earlier, while outside the door, they had sensed the energy fluctuations of a breakthrough, so they had waited a moment instead of barging in. The fluctuations had led them to believe someone was advancing to the 4th tier. It was no wonder they misjudged. Who could have imagined someone as extraordinary as Su Chao, capable of controlling the energy fluctuations during a breakthrough? Su Chao deliberately looked at him in surprise, feigning an expression of "You're amazing, how did you know I broke through to the 4th tier?" Then he nodded. Shin Tingbai smiled at him. "To achieve the 4th tier at your age, you indeed possess remarkable talent. The quality of Shanghai Martial University students has been improving." Su Chao responded with a slightly embarrassed expression, "Teacher Shin, I'm not a student at Shanghai Martial University. I'm from Shanghai Polytechnic University." Shin Tingbai looked at him in astonishment. "What? You're attending a liberal arts university? Did you awaken during college?" Shin Tingbai genuinely didn't know. Su Jin had mentioned Zhao Jihong to him and briefly brought up a student needing some care, so Shin Tingbai had naturally assumed Su Chao was from Shanghai Martial University. Now he realized Su Chao had awakened during college and had reached the 4th tier at his age. This level of talent was exceptional, and there was a high possibility his awakened ability was A rank. Su Chao said, "Yes, Teacher Shin. I didn't awaken during high school, it happened after I entered college." Shin Tingbai's eyes lit up. "Su, you must be close to graduating. Have you considered coming to Dawn Martial University to study?" He truly valued talented individuals. Su Chao responded somewhat bashfully, "Teacher Shin, thank you for the offer. But I don't plan on transferring schools. Teacher Su had mentioned it before, but I'd prefer to stay at my current university."
Shin Tingbai shook his head regretfully but quickly remembered the main purpose of their visit.
We'd like to speak with Zhao Jihong alone, if that's okay?
Su Chao nodded, walked over to his sister and brother-in-law, and spoke a few words to them before leaving with his sister and their child.
Half an hour later,
the door opened, and Director Jean invited Su Chao and his family back in. Su Chao noticed Zhao Jihong nodding at him, indicating the discussion had gone well.
After Su Chao and Su Yufei stepped back inside, Shin Tingbai addressed Su Chao. We've reached an agreement.
Director Jean will arrange for people to covertly protect your sister's family from now on. Seeing the joy on Su Chao's face, Shin Tingbai continued. However, Zhao Jihong has signed a confidentiality agreement with the Research Institute.
The research results are still
in the testing phase and haven't been made public.
We can't intervene too deeply and can only provide covert protection.
After all, the Yuanchuan Research Institute isn't an official organization, so we have to be cautious about the implications.
Even doing this much is pushing the boundaries. But since his targeted positioning agent can truly enhance Huaxia's strength, we're willing to support it.
Su, leave this matter to us. The new school term is approaching, so don't let these distractions affect you.
Focus on your cultivation.
The future of humanity's battle against the monsters depends on young people like you.
After speaking, he patted Su Chao on the shoulder, nodded at Su Yufei, and left.
Director Jean also nodded at Su Chao, handing him a business card and asking for his contact information.
Student
Su, I will arrange for someone to protect you at all times.
If anything happens, contact me immediately.
Su Chao accepted the card with both hands and replied politely, All right, thank you, Director Jean.
I'll be relying on you in the future.
Jean Guanglia followed Teacher Shin out of the room, leaving only Su Chao and his sister's family behind. His brother-in-law, Zhao Jihong, was the first to speak, offering a wry smile.
Chao, you've thought things through so well. I only know how to do research.
Since the authorities have agreed to assign protection, we'll need to revise our previous plans. Your sister and Tong Tong shouldn't go back with you for now. I can't bear to leave them behind either.
Su Chao looked at his sister, wanting to hear her opinion. Su Yufei hesitated when she noticed Su Chao's gaze. Xiao Chao, I haven't seen Mom and Dad in years, and they'd love to see Tong Tong too. But your brother-in-law is still in the hospital, and I can't leave him alone.
I'll take Tong Tong to visit Mom and Dad once things settle down.
Su Chao nodded.
Seeing that the family had made their decision, he said no more.
The new semester was about to begin.
It was time for him to return to Shanghai Base City. But before leaving, he had a few things to take care of.
Early the next morning, Su Chao noticed two unfamiliar martial artists around the hospital room.
One was at the 3rd tier, the other at the 4th.
However, he didn't sense any special abilities from them, so they were likely martial artists enhanced by genetic serums.
They must have been sent by Director Jean. Su Chao informed his brother-in-law and sister, explaining that these two individuals might come by to meet them.
Sure enough.
After breakfast, a man with a scruffy beard and a baseball cap knocked on the door and entered, followed by an ordinary-looking woman. The two appeared to be a couple, carrying a fruit basket and dressed like family members visiting a patient. The bearded man was the 4th-tier martial artist. He glanced around the room before speaking. We were sent by Director Jean to protect Mr. Zhao Jihong's family.
My name is Husan, and this is Amei.
He gestured toward the woman behind him. I'll mainly be protecting Mr. Zhao Jihong, while Amei will look after Ms. Su Yufei and
Tong Tong.
We're here to introduce ourselves and get acquainted so that we can better coordinate our protection duties moving forward.
From their names alone, Su Chao could tell they were aliases, likely for confidentiality purposes. After a brief introduction and a few words exchanged with his sister's family, the two left. Now that all his concerns were addressed, Su Chao prepared to handle a few matters before leaving. Yuanchuan Research Institute.
Xin Chunlai was in a good mood these past 2 days. That Victor, the damned foreigner, had unexpectedly sent him a young woman to smooth over their strained relationship. Claiming she was a housekeeper to tend to his daily needs. Standing before the massive floor-to-ceiling windows of his office, Xin Chunlai gazed down at the city below. He particularly enjoyed this feeling, like a god high above, looking down on the mortal world. Rubbing his aching waist, he took a deep sip of herbal tea. Age was catching up to him. Last night, that little minx had nearly worn him out. Ever since his son had an accident a few years ago, his wife had divorced him. Returning home each day, he was greeted only by a cold, empty house. Often, he preferred to stay longer at the office instead of going home. But in the past few days, he found himself looking forward to finishing work, eager to experience the warmth of home again. Glancing at the clock, there were still 10 minutes left before the end of the workday. He quickly tidied up his desk and walked out of the office. Driving straight to a villa, he parked his car and rang the doorbell. After a few rings without an answer, he frowned. The housekeeper must have gone out grocery shopping. Taking out his key, he unlocked the door and called out, "Xiao Feng." There was no response. Closing the door behind him, he walked toward the living room. Suddenly, his pupils constricted, and the bag in his hand fell to the ground. Sitting in the living room was someone he never expected to see, smiling as they greeted him. "Surprised to see me, Deputy Director Shen? You really made my life miserable." Shin Chunlai took a few deep breaths, his voice trembling with panic. "Wang Wentao, what are you doing in my house? Where have you been these past few days? Everyone's been looking for you." "What do you mean, I made your life miserable?" he stammered. Wang Wentao stared at Shin Chunlai with a meaningful look that made him sweat profusely, unable to sit still. This Wang Wentao was, in fact, Su Chao in disguise. After ensuring his brother-in-law's family was under protection, he hadn't wasted all his time at the hospital. He spent 2 days tracking individuals at the Yuanchuan Research Institute whom Zhao Jihong had mentioned might know secrets. He was determined to uncover the mastermind or spy. He couldn't leave such a venomous snake lurking near his brother-in-law's family when he returned to Shanghai Bay City. This hidden threat had to be eradicated first. After 2 days, he zeroed in on the prime suspect, Deputy Director Shin Chunlai. It was time to act. As for evidence? He didn't need any. He wasn't an official investigator. As long as the suspicion was strong enough, it didn't matter if he was wrong. Killing the wrong person wouldn't make much difference. In this post-apocalyptic world, the dead were countless. One more wouldn't matter. However, before taking action, he wanted to test Deputy Director Shin, which was why he disguised himself as Wang Wentao. Seeing Shin Chunlai's panicked state now, Su Chao was even more certain. He said, "If you've done nothing wrong, why fear a knock at the door?" Using Wang Wentao's voice, he angrily questioned, "How did you ruin my life? You deliberately gave me false information, making me believe that Zhao Jihong had developed an upgraded version of the psionic affinity serum that could completely replace my research. You used me to eliminate him. You're truly ruthless." Hearing the furious accusations, Shin Chunlai's face turned even paler, and his panic grew. He couldn't meet the other's gaze and feebly denied, "I don't know what you're talking about." Su Chao observed his reaction, feeling almost certain. He suddenly laughed maniacally. "Shin Chunlai, I have no old grudges with you. No new enmity either. Why did you harm me? If I hadn't been clever enough, I'd already be arrested by the Security Bureau. You ruined my life, leaving me homeless, a pitiful wanderer. My bright future destroyed by you. Since you ruined me, I'll drag you to hell with me." As he spoke, he pulled out Wang Wentao's long sword from his spatial ring and placed it against Shin Chunlai's neck. Shin Chunlai was an ordinary person. He was over 20 years older than Wang Wentao. By the time genetic serums became available, age had already made them too risky for him to use. He was afraid of death, so he didn't dare to resist. Facing the third-rank martial artist, Wang Wentao, he had no strength to fight back. With the long sword pressed against his neck, he finally panicked. His face turned pale, and his whole body trembled. "Wang Wentao, don't act rashly. There's still a way out. Framing you wasn't my idea, it was Victor who forced me to do it. My son is in their hands, so I had no choice but to obey them. I can take you to Victor and help you join us. He knows how to get you and your family out of Dawn Bay City to start a new life." Shin Chunlai finished speaking and noticed Wang Wentao hesitating, as if considering his words. He quickly added, "I'll call him right now." Wang Wentao remained silent for a moment and then asked, "What organization are you with? And who exactly is Victor?" Shin Chunlai replied, "Victor is the head spy for Country M in Dawn Bay City. He's very powerful here." Su Chao hadn't expected this unexpected revelation. He tightened his grip on the sword, causing Shin Chunlai to feel a sharp pain in his neck. "I want you to call Victor and arrange a meeting with him for tomorrow. Tell him you have important intelligence to deliver in person, but don't mention me.
Shin Chunlai wasn't a heartless man, otherwise, he wouldn't have become a traitor in the first place. Following Su Chao's instructions, he pulled out his phone, dialed Victor's number, and confirmed the meeting time and location. He thought Wang Wentao wanted him to negotiate in person. Unexpectedly, just as he hung up the phone, a sharp pain erupted in his neck. Terrified, he saw the sword tip piercing through his throat before his consciousness plunged into endless darkness. Even in his final moments, he couldn't understand why Wang Wentao had killed him. Clearly, he could still be of use. District 6, Times Square. This was the location where Su Chao heard Shin Chunlai arrange to meet Victor. He slightly altered his appearance and arrived ahead of time. Glancing at the clock, it was only a few minutes until the scheduled 10 a.m. meeting. He bought a drink nearby and sat leisurely, sipping while observing his surroundings. Suddenly, he felt Shin Chunlai's phone vibrate in his pocket. Su Chao didn't answer it immediately. Instead, he used his Eye of Truth ability to observe, and the screen displayed the name Victor. He scanned the area. There weren't many people around, and he quickly used the Eye of Truth to lock onto several individuals who were on the phone. Before long, he spotted a middle-aged man with a Western face in a corner. The man's phone screen displayed the contact name Shin. Su Chao answered the call, imitating Shin Chunlai's voice. "I'm here." "Where are you?" The voice he had heard yesterday replied from the other end, "I'm here too." "Why don't I see you?" After confirming, Su Chao responded, "I see you. I'll come over right now." Before finishing his sentence, he hung up. Watching the man frown, Su Chao's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Found you." He then took out his phone, snapped a photo of Victor, and sent it out. Afterward, he made a call. The call connected quickly. Su Chao said, "Director Jean, are you all in position? That big gift I promised yesterday has arrived. Get ready to receive it." On the other end, Jean Guanglia's voice came through, "Su, we're here. I hope you're not joking." Su Chao chuckled. "I've sent you the location and the photo. The rest is up to you. Don't let him get away." With that, he hung up. A short while later, 4 or 5 martial artists quietly approached Victor's location. The weakest among them was a 5th-rank martial artist. In addition to Jean Guanglia, there was also a 6th-rank peak martial artist. As for Victor, Su Chao had investigated beforehand, he was also a 6th-rank martial artist. After dealing with Shin Chunlai last night, Su Chao had called Jean Guanglia, claiming to have discovered the head of a foreign spy network hidden in Don Bay City. At first, Jean Guanglia thought he was joking, but after hearing the details, he decided to give it a try and agreed to bring people to the designated location the next day. After all, there was nothing to lose. What if it turned out to be true? Why didn't Su Chao act personally and instead let Director Jean handle it? There were several reasons. First, he wasn't confident he could easily take down Victor. As the head of the base city's spy network, Victor's strength wouldn't be weak. Second, he wanted to present a big gift to Jean Guanglia as a favor. Su Chao's sister's family would need Jean Guanglia's care in the future. Making him owe a personal favor would ensure he put in more effort to help. Lastly, and most importantly, it was due to his patriotic feelings. Victor, as the head of the spy network, undoubtedly possessed valuable intelligence. Killing him outright would be a waste. Handing him over to the authorities would maximize his value. After making the call to Jean Guanglia, Su Chao didn't concern himself with the matter anymore and left District SAXS Times Square. If Victor wasn't captured, it would only mean Jean Guanglia wasn't competent enough. Regardless, this favor was something Jean Guanglia owed him. Back in District 15 at the Bright Hospital in his brother-in-law's ward, Su Chao sought his brother-in-law, Zhao Jihong, practicing walking with the support of his sister. It seemed he would be able to leave the hospital and return home within a few days. Indeed, in just a few days, he was already able to get out of bed and walk. The elders used to say that injuries to bones and muscles take 100 days to heal, but nowadays, with enough money, certain medications could greatly speed up recovery. Su Chao told them he would be returning to Shanghai Base City in the afternoon. Although his sister was reluctant, she held back her tears and went out to buy groceries, saying she wanted to prepare a nice meal to have lunch with Su Chao. While his sister was out, Su Chao quietly told Zhao Jihong about Shin Chunlai, so he could be mentally prepared. Zhao Jihong was stunned by his extraordinary brother-in-law. In just 2 days, he had found and dealt with the mastermind behind everything.
Ultimately, the time for parting arrived. Suchao packed all the gifts his sister had prepared for their parents into his spatial ring. He tightly hugged his sister and her family to say goodbye. When little Tongtong heard her uncle was leaving, she clung to Suchao's leg, crying her heart out and refusing to let him go. During their time together, she had grown very close to Suchao, even becoming a bit dependent on him. In her small world, her beloved Uncle Dodo was leaving. There would be no one to play games, buy toys, or get snacks with her anymore. In a deserted forest a few kilometers away from Dawn Base City, Suchao, now disguised as Old Mo, glanced at the distant city walls barely visible from afar. With a casual motion, he tore open a spatial portal and stepped through it. When he reappeared, he was already 50 kilometers away. Thanks to the spatial coordinate he had marked last time, returning this time was much easier. Plus, having just broken through to a 5th-tier warrior, his ability to sustain himself in battle had greatly increased. He estimated that if he didn't factor in energy consumption, he could use spatial teleportation repeatedly to directly return to the Shanghai base city in one go. But he wouldn't do that. The wilderness was too dangerous, he had to maintain strong combat capabilities. Besides, he wasn't in a rush this time. He planned to hunt some beasts along the way, first, to familiarize himself with his enhanced strength, and second, to replenish source points. Now, he only had a few hundred source points left, and his eyes lit up whenever he spotted a beast on the road. The creatures that ordinary people feared were, in his eyes, walking treasure troves of source points. However, during the first dozen spatial teleportations, he didn't engage in large-scale hunting and only dealt with those beasts he encountered along the way. It wasn't until he had traveled more than 700 kilometers away from the Dawn base city that Suchao stood atop a massive rock, gazing at the ruins ahead. Yuanshui City. This was a city from the old era, located roughly 200 kilometers from Shanghai base city. Now, it was overrun by countless monsters, with many hunting teams also lurking within. This would be Suchao's next battlefield. On one hand, it was close to Shanghai base city, and if danger arose, he could return with about 4 uses of spatial teleportation. On the other hand, with his current full-fledged 5th-tier strength, he could already defeat weaker 6th-tier beasts. As for 5th-tier beasts, almost none posed a threat to him. Yuanshui City was an old-era prefecture-level city, populated with both 5th-tier and 6th-tier beasts, perfect for him to practice. Suchao decided that even after the new school term began, he would try to hunt beasts in the wilderness as much as possible. The route he chose was the one between Shanghai base city and Dawn base city. Not only could he earn source points and replenish his resources, but he could also clear out beasts along the way, reducing the risks for merchant caravans traveling back and forth. With his decision made, he found a place to sit down and meditate, restoring himself to peak condition. Half an hour later, Suchao finished meditating and opened his eyes. He stood up, stretched his body, and let his joints crackle audibly. He then found a spot to dispose of the 2 corpses stored in his internal space. Afterward, he retrieved a B-grade long blade from his spatial storage. He refrained from using his S-grade blade, it was too conspicuous, and better reserved for fighting powerful beasts or enemies. The B-grade blade was enough to deal with beasts below the 5th tier. With everything prepared, he charged toward Yuanshui City. Southern district of Yuanshui City. A 5-person hunting team was being surrounded and attacked by a horde of beasts. Among the 5, 3 were 4th-tier warriors, 1 was a 5th-tier warrior, and the only woman in the group was at the peak of 3rd tier. They were all in their 20s. The number of beasts attacking them was considerable. There was a 5th-tier peak long-armed stone ape, 7 or 8 4th-tier beasts, dozens of 3rd-tier beasts, and over 100 1st and 2nd-tier beasts. The 5th-tier warrior seemed to be the team leader, currently entangled with the long-armed stone ape and unable to break free. Meanwhile, the 3 4th-tier warriors had formed a triangular formation to protect the lone woman, preventing her from being attacked by the 4th-tier beasts. Their situation was incredibly dire. The team leader, locked in combat with the stone ape, wielded a long spear whose tip glinted coldly. He swung the spear, occasionally slashing out wind blades a meter long, aiming them at the long-armed stone ape. The stone ape dodged nimbly, avoiding the wind blades whenever possible. When the wind blades struck the horde of beasts behind it, they would often claim the lives of several monsters at once. When the blades struck buildings, they left smooth cuts and sometimes even caused collapses. Of course, the wind blades sometimes hit their mark. When they sliced into the stone ape's rock-like, armor-hard body, they made a muffled bang sound. The stone ape would then roar in pain, bleeding slightly. The creature's name, long-armed stone ape, wasn't given lightly. Its entire body was as tough as stone, with incredibly strong defenses. Even so, the wind blade attacks from the 5th-tier warrior, a wind element awakener, packed enough power to leave the stone ape struggling. But the 5th-tier warrior himself wasn't faring well either. Although he could wound the stone ape, the beast's sheer strength meant he didn't dare take a direct blow from it. For now, the two sides were evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. He hadn't expected to encounter such a troublesome opponent today. While his elemental abilities were powerful, they couldn't be used indefinitely, as they drained too much energy. Yet, watching his teammates being surrounded, especially his own sister, he gritted his teeth and persevered. He knew that only by driving the long-armed stone ape away could he lead his team to break free. His name was Muziu, an A-grade wind element awakener who had graduated just a year earlier. Back in school, he had been a prodigy, graduating shortly after advancing to 5th-tier warrior, a rising star in his own right. Proud and ambitious, he had declined an offer to stay at the school after graduation and instead formed a hunting team with several close friends. They named their team Storm Squad. Over the past year, thanks to the team members' above-average strength, all being 4th-tier warriors or higher, they had gradually built a reputation in the surrounding regions. This time, they were out because his sister insisted on joining them for some training. She was the team's only female member, named Muzian. Considering that her strength had reached the peak of 3rd tier and confident in his own abilities, he agreed. Who would have thought that the team would end up in such peril this time? It was partly his fault for being too impulsive. He had heard that this area was home to a mutated scarlet flame day tree, whose fruit could significantly boost Fire Element Awakener's powers. Since his sister and another teammate both possessed Fire Element abilities, he brought the team here. But to their dismay, guarding the Scarlet Flame Day tree was a 5th-tier peak long-armed stone ape. After some deliberation, the team decided that Muziu would lure the stone ape away, while the others quickly harvested the fruit and retreated. What they hadn't anticipated was another, well-hidden 4th-tier peak long-armed stone ape near the tree. The other 4 team members were discovered, and soon, a swarm of beasts surrounded them. Muziu tried to lead his team to break out while evading the 5th-tier peak stone ape's pursuit, but he ended up being tightly entangled by it. As the encirclement grew tighter and his teammates became increasingly trapped, his heart was breaking. The longer they were delayed, the slimmer their chances of survival. He himself was confident he could escape, but if he left, the others would undoubtedly perish. This was his sister's first time fighting alongside him, and if something happened to her during such a dangerous mission, how could he face their family? And what about the 3 brothers who had stayed by his side, trusting him wholeheartedly? How could he bear to abandon them? Thinking of this, his eyes turned red, and he charged forward with all his might. He no longer held back, unleashing wind blade attacks with full force, forcing the 5th-rank peak long-armed stone ape into a state of disarray. At the same time, he took the chance to slash several wind blades toward the trap team's direction, killing 2 4th-rank beasts. Among the 4 surrounded individuals, there was a man with a scar on his face, holding a pair of curved blades in each hand. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 4th rank. He was the strongest fighter in the team, second only to the captain, and had been holding off 3 4th-rank beasts on his own, allowing the others to hold on until now. Seeing the captain kill 2 beasts and create a gap in the encirclement, his eyes lit up. He shouted loudly, "Quick! Everyone, head this way!" With that, he swung his dual blades and charged out, while the others protected Muzian and followed closely behind. Just as they were about to break through the encirclement, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, realizing this was the life-saving chance the captain had fought so desperately for. Suddenly, the captain, Muziu, shouted, "Chinfeng, watch out!" The dual-bladed man at the front turned his head and instantly turned pale. A large boulder came hurtling toward him with a deafening whoosh. He had no time to dodge and could only raise his blades to block. Boom! With a loud crash, he was knocked flying by the immense force, scattering several beasts along the way. "Shan Feng! Brother Feng!" Cries of alarm rang out. The man called Chin Feng was flung over 10 meters before landing, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. His hands were severely deformed, though he managed to avoid losing consciousness. He struggled to flip over and crawl up, narrowly avoiding several beasts charging at him. Muziu, seeing Chin Feng gravely injured, roared in fury and attacked even more ferociously. He had just managed to sneakily kill two fourth-rank beasts to create an opportunity for the team to break through. He hadn't expected the long-armed stone ape to seize the critical moment, hurling a massive boulder and severely injuring the unprepared Chen Feng. Now, they were utterly trapped. The group was surrounded once again. Without Chen Feng, a fourth-rank peak warrior, to share the burden, the remaining three faced an extremely dire situation. Mu Ziyan, wielding a fiery spear, managed to kill a third-rank beast charging at her. However, looking at the dense horde of beasts around them, despair filled her heart. Today, they might all die here. She shouted to Mu Ziyu in the distance, "Brother, leave us. Go now, or none of us will survive." The two others beside her also showed expressions of despair, anxiously yelling, "Captain, you need to go now. Take care of our families for us. We're not making it out today." Hearing the cries of his teammates and his sister, Mu Ziyu's face was already streaked with tears. "No. Hold on just a little longer, a little longer. We'll leave together." He cursed himself for bringing his sister along on this dangerous adventure. The fifth-rank peak long-armed stone ape facing him didn't engage in a frontal assault but focused on defending and dodging. It was waiting for their stamina to run out before finishing them all in one fell swoop. It dared to target the treasure it was guarding. The other members of Storm's squad were already gravely injured, their stamina nearly depleted. They prepared for one final desperate charge, for they couldn't hold on any longer. Chen Feng, who had just been seriously injured, had both arms broken and could no longer wield his weapons. He could only dodge using his legs. However, moving too quickly exacerbated his injuries, and blood trickled constantly from the corner of his mouth. He couldn't hold on any longer and shouted to the group, "Captain, brothers, I'm going ahead." With that, he mustered the last of his strength and rammed into the nearest fourth-rank beast with all his might. "Brother Feng! Ah Feng!" Just as everyone thought Chen Feng was about to be killed by the beast, a tall figure suddenly appeared in the center of the battlefield, clad in a gray martial arts uniform. No one could tell how he had arrived. It was as if he had always been there. The long blade in his hand swept through the air, and the beasts surrounding Chen Feng were instantly cleared. Even the two fourth-rank beasts. None of the beasts had a chance to react before being taken down with a single strike. He moved through the beast horde as if strolling leisurely. After clearing the beasts around Chen Feng, he didn't stop and continued to eliminate the enemies nearby. In just a short moment, the group, who had been ready to face death, stood frozen in shock, unable to speak. What level of expert was this? How could he be so terrifying? The ferocious beasts that had been so menacing earlier were like soft clay before him, easily slaughtered. Meanwhile, Chen Feng, who had been charging forward, now found himself in an awkward position. Just moments ago, he had been bidding a heroic farewell to everyone. But as he charged forward, he suddenly realized that all the beasts ahead had fallen. Should he keep charging? For a moment, he felt utterly confused. The tall young man in the gray martial arts uniform was none other than Su Chao. After finishing his meditation and recovery, he had entered Yuanshui City. Because the western district of Yuanshui City was near Xinghai Base City, it had a higher concentration of martial artists. Su Chao had chosen to go to the less populated southern district. Upon activating his Eye of Reality, he had immediately spotted a 5-person team under siege. Initially, Su Chao hadn't intended to intervene. After all, he didn't know these people. Who knew what kind of individuals they were? If he saved them, only to be betrayed, he wouldn't fear trouble but didn't want to invite it unnecessarily. However, when he saw that girl, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He recognized her. It was Mu Ziyan, a classmate from the martial arts academy. He recalled how, when he had just awakened his abilities, he and his roommates had encountered her group in the cafeteria. At that time, he had envied how they walked around with such authority, not even needing to queue for food. Who would have thought that in just 2 months, he would have far surpassed them? Since she was a classmate, he had to step in to save her. Thus, he had teleported directly to the scene. And that led to the events just now. Su Chao took only a few minutes to eliminate the beasts surrounding the storm squad. Looking at the ground littered with corpses, he temporarily refrained from absorbing the energy. Meanwhile, Mu Ziyan and the other two quickly ran to Chen Feng's side, shielding him and taking out medicine to treat his wounds. Su Chao, on the other hand, turned his gaze toward the 5th-rank peak long-armed stone ape fighting Mu Ziyu. By now, Mu Ziyu was struggling. The sustained high-intensity use of his abilities made him feel as if his body had been hollowed out. At this moment, he was being pressed hard by the long-armed stone ape, looking battered and bruised, with several new wounds on his body. Though Mu Zian had already reached safety, she looked at her brother's pitiful state and then at Su Chao, who stood to the side with his arms crossed, watching as if it were a show. She seemed about to say something but hesitated. Su Chao saw that the timing was just about right, he couldn't delay any longer. Gripping his blade, he strode forward. With 2 swift strikes, he forced back the long-armed stone ape. The long-armed stone ape was intimidated by Su Chao's imposing presence. Its subordinate said to Mu Ziyu, "Take your people and leave quickly, I'll handle this." Mu Ziyu looked at Su Chao with gratitude. "Thank you for saving our storm squad. I'll stay and help you." Su Chao replied impatiently, "Get out of here. With your limited strength, don't stay and make things worse." But in his heart, he was shouting, "Just leave already. Otherwise, how am I supposed to clean this up?" Mu Ziyu flushed red from Su Chao's blunt words but couldn't argue back. After all, the man was indeed stronger than him, the battlefield strewn with corpses was proof enough. Besides, Su Chao had just saved the entire squad. He forced an awkward smile. "Then take care of yourself. What's your name?" Su Chao didn't even turn back. "Old M.O. Quit stalling. Take your people and leave. If the beasts surround you again, I won't help you." Mu Ziyu bowed deeply to Su Chao. "Thank you, Mr. M.O., for your great kindness. I, Mu Ziyu, will remember it forever. If you ever need help, leave a message at the Hunters Association by East Gate. Our storm squad will definitely assist. By the way, there's a red flame day tree nearby. We didn't have time to harvest it earlier. It's in the courtyard up ahead." With that, he pointed in the direction, turned around, and quickly left with his sister and the others. After regrouping, Mu Ziyu gave his team a brief explanation. He glanced back at Su Chao one last time before leading everyone away at a swift pace. Watching them leave, Su Chao smiled. "Good. Now that they're gone, I can give it my all." He had just broken through to the 5th tier and was eager to find a worthy opponent to hone his skills. And wasn't this the perfect opportunity? The long-armed stone ape, a peak 5th tier beast, had been stalemating against Su Chao without making a move. But as soon as it saw Mu Ziyu and the others leave, a murderous glint flashed in its eyes. Fixing its gaze on Su Chao, it prepared to attack. This damned human had ruined its plans. In that case, it would vent its fury on him. The stone ape struck first, grabbing a massive chunk of building debris nearby and hurling it fiercely at Su Chao. Su Chao dodged with agility, gripping his long blade tightly. Leaping into the air, he unleashed his strongest attack, wind-cleaving strike, at its perfected stage. He wanted to test whether his current strength could match this peak 5th tier long-armed stone ape. Bang! The blade struck the stone ape's forearms with immense force. After clashing mid-air, both were knocked back to the ground. Su Chao was flung 5 or 6 meters away, while the stone ape only retreated 1 or 2 meters. Clearly, his power was no match for the beasts. Having gauged his limits, Su Chao decided not to drag things out. True Sight activated. Teleportation initiated. The long-armed stone ape's movements seemed to slow, as if in a time-lapse. Su Chao easily locked onto several of its weak points. In a flash, his figure disappeared. Before the stone ape could react, his long blade had already pierced through its eye, driving straight into its brain. This was the overwhelming power of combining spatial abilities like teleportation with the S-level ability True Sight. It was nothing short of a one-sided victory. The peak 5th tier long-armed stone ape collapsed with a thud. Even in its final moments, it couldn't comprehend how this human, whose strength had just been inferior to its own, had suddenly become so fearsome, killing it in a single strike. Su Chao looked at the stone ape's corpse. His system panel now showed over 800 new source points. His heart surged with excitement. Not long ago, he and a few others had been utterly humiliated by a single injured peak 5th tier treasure rat. Yet now, just a month later, he had effortlessly slain a peak 5th tier beast. In this era, everyone had a chance to rise. However, he was also puzzled. When he had seen the stone ape's hardened, stone-like skin earlier, he assumed it was its special ability. Yet, the system panel didn't display any new abilities. He quickly dismissed the thought. Although stronger beasts were more likely to possess abilities, a factor that helped them grow even more powerful, not every beast necessarily had one. Setting the matter aside, Su Chao stored the stone ape's corpse into his spatial inventory. At that moment, more beasts began converging on his location. None were 5th tier, just some 4th tier and lower. Su Chao calmly walked over, gathering the corpses of the 2nd and 3rd tier beasts he had previously slain, as well as the 4th tier ones. As for those below 2nd tier, they were too insignificant to take up space in his inventory. He also cleared out some 1st tier beast corpses from his spatial storage to make room for higher tier ones he'd hunt later. Yuanshui City was nothing like Kaiyang County. In Kaiyang, one spatial jump could take him back to Xinghai Bay City. But here, it would take at least 4 jumps. So, he aimed to hunt higher tier beasts to maximize efficiency. After all, making a trip back was a hassle. Moreover, with his improved strength, hunting high-tier beasts had become easier. And the beasts here were clearly stronger. Before long, he finished collecting the corpses of the surrounding 3rd and 4th tier beasts. He also casually killed a dozen small fry that had wandered over. Looking at his inventory now filled with over 100 beast corpses, Su Chao calculated that after 2 or 3 more rounds, he'd be ready to return. The commotion here was getting too loud, it was time to relocate. Of course, before leaving, he didn't forget to harvest all the fruits from the red flame date tree. These fruits were worth a fortune. If sold, they could fetch tens of millions. Even if Mu Ziyu hadn't mentioned it earlier, Su Chao had already spotted the tree. Still, the kid had some sense. At this moment, Mu Ziyu and his team were retreating with difficulty toward Xinghai Bay City. Everyone was terrified, silently hurrying along under a heavy atmosphere. Only after putting more than 50 kilometers between them and Yuanshui City did they find a place to rest. Everyone was injured to varying degrees, and their energy was severely depleted. Forcing themselves to continue would be unsafe. The most severely injured was Chen Feng. Both of his arms were broken, and his internal injuries were serious. He would need a good recovery period and top-quality medicine back at the base. As they sat down to treat their wounds, Mu Ziyu broke the silence. This was mainly my fault. As the team leader, I failed to fulfill my responsibilities, which put everyone in danger. Mu Ziyan's eyes reddened as she added, "Brother, it's not your fault. It's mine. I insisted on coming with you, holding everyone back. I even distracted several of you who had to protect me. Otherwise, we could have retreated sooner. I'm sorry, everyone." With that, she stood up and bowed deeply to the group. Chen Feng looked at the siblings, their apologies sincere. Gradually, the resentment in his heart began to fade. With his strength, he had actually had a chance to escape safely back when they were surrounded. But if he escaped, the others would have no hope left, and as a result, he almost lost his life. In that moment of near death, saying he had no regrets would have been a lie. Who doesn't want to live? He trained so hard just to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. However, seeing the siblings sincerely apologize, most of the resentment in his heart dissipated. The decision to bring Mu Ziyan along had been agreed upon by everyone. It wouldn't be fair to blame others when danger arose. Besides, Mu Ziyu had fought hard to secure a chance for escape. He was the one most likely to withdraw first. He broke the heavy atmosphere by speaking up, "All right, Captain Ziyan. No one's hurt now, after some rest, we'll all be fine. Next time, we need to act with more caution. Captain, even though you proposed the plan, none of us objected. In the wilderness, what hunting team dares claim they'll always return unscathed? This time, we were especially lucky to run into that powerhouse." The other two nodded in agreement. One of them asked, "Captain, speaking of that powerhouse, did you get a sense of his strength? He appeared so mysteriously, completely silent. I didn't sense a thing. What kind of ability is that?" Mu Ziyu was silent for a moment before shaking his head. "I didn't see clearly how he appeared either. As for his strength, he's at least a tier 6 powerhouse." "Old M.O.? That name is quite unique. Let's look into it when we get back. With his level of power, he's bound to be known by someone. Also, we didn't gain much this time, and everyone's injured. I'll personally put up 20 million, Chen Feng is the most seriously hurt, so he'll get 10 million. The remaining 10 million will be split between the two of you for medical expenses. Don't refuse. It's settled. Everyone focus on recovering quickly." Seeing his insistence, the others didn't argue further. Perhaps accepting the help would ease some of the burden on the captain's heart. Thus, they all quietly meditated to recover. On the other side, Su Chao had moved to 2 different locations in the southern district, killing 2 waves of monsters. His internal spatial storage was now completely filled with monster corpses. This was his largest harvest since leaving the wilderness zone, with over 10,000 light source points. There were 3 Tier 5 monsters and over a dozen Tier 4 monsters. As for Tier 2 and Tier 3 monsters, he hadn't counted them yet. He planned to sort them out back home. He checked the time, it was almost 5 p.m. Time to head back. Before leaving, just like he did in Kaiyang City, he found a residential area and picked a room in a favorable location. He opened a spatial passage and stepped inside. He would return here again. Next time, he could just come straight out of this room. At the eastern gate of Shanghai Base City, Su Chao had just returned. The phone in his bag rang. Seeing the caller, he was a bit surprised. It was Jean Guanglia. Jean Guanglia's hearty laughter came through the line. "Brother Su, I heard from your brother-in-law that you've returned to Shanghai Base City? Why didn't you let me know beforehand? I would have thrown a celebration for you." The corner of Su Chao's mouth twitched. Brother Su? He was still calling him Student Su just this morning. This guy had become a bureau chief at such a young age. Catching Victor must have been a great accomplishment. Since the other party wanted to build a closer relationship, Su Chao decided to play along. It worked to his advantage anyway. After all, his sister's family was over there. If something came up and he couldn't make it, it would be more convenient to ask Jean Guanglia for help. He replied with a smile, "Brother Jean, I did come back to Shanghai, but I knew you'd be busy today, so I didn't want to bother you. Next time I visit Dawn Base City, I'll be sure to look for you. By the way, is there something you need, Brother Jean?" Jean Guanglia's tone grew serious. "Brother Su, I need your help this time. We've uncovered a lot of information from that guy, and it turns out Dawn Base City was hiding so many traitors, it's shocking." Su Chao said, "Brother Jean, this kind of thing is quite common nowadays. Maintaining one's conscience and morals is harder than ever, while spies and traitors are only increasing." Jean Guanglia fell silent, unwilling to delve deeper into the topic. Suddenly recalling something, he asked, "Brother Su, do you know who wanted to kill your brother-in-law?" It was Victor and their research institute's deputy director, Xin Chunlai. Unfortunately, Xin Chunlai has disappeared. When we went to his house, all we found in an upstairs room was a girl who'd been knocked unconscious. With my years of experience, he's probably never coming back. I really wish I knew which hero helped out. If we could find him, we'd want to give him an award. Su Chao feigned surprise. "What? The one behind my brother-in-law's trouble was Deputy Director Shen? People like that deserve to die. They bite the hand that feeds them. Who's this hero? If I find out, I'll definitely thank him properly." Jean Guanglia's expression stiffened slightly but didn't continue the topic. "All right, Brother Su, since you're back, I won't disturb you further. I've added more protection for your sister's side, so you can rest assured." This time, Su Chao responded earnestly, "Thank you for your consideration, Brother Jean." They ended the call. Su Chao began contemplating something. He would frequently enter and exit the wilderness zone through the eastern district in the future. The monster corpses in his spatial storage needed regular processing, so he'd have to rent a warehouse like he did in the southwestern district and find someone reliable for recycling. Renting a warehouse was straightforward, but being close to Dawn City meant all the major trade caravans rented storage here, so prices were higher. However, Su Chao didn't mind the cost. Compared to the gains from a single hunt, the warehouse fees were negligible. He even considered buying a warehouse outright if the right opportunity arose. Thinking about these trivial matters gave him a headache. If only there were someone trustworthy and professional to handle this for him. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Among the people he knew, there was just the right fit: Zhao Dezhu from the Hunters Association. But he'd heard Zhao Dezhu was now a manager. He wasn't sure if Zhao would be willing to leave the Hunters Association. He'd have to find time to talk to him. For now, he decided to head home. There was no rush to deal with the monster corpses in his spatial storage today. He'd find Zhao Dezhu tomorrow and hear his thoughts. "Xiong De, what are you up to? Got time to hang out later?" That evening, sitting on the couch at home, Su Chao dialed Zhang Kuang's number. They hadn't seen each other in days. With the new term approaching, Su Chao wanted to catch up with him. Plus, Zheng Kuang's family had just moved into the building across from his, so meeting up was convenient. Xiaozi, you're back. I thought you'd gone to Dawn Base City? Alright, I'll tidy up and head downstairs right now. Let's meet in the neighborhood. Su Chao agreed and, after informing his parents, stepped out the door. Just as Su Chao reached the ground floor, he saw Zheng Kuang waiting for him at the entrance of the building. Zheng Kuang was looking down, typing on his phone, with a silly smile on his face. Su Chao immediately knew he was messaging by Jia. Moreover, this guy had been looking quite sharp lately. His hair was neatly combed, unlike his previously careless style. His beard was cleanly shaven, and his clothes were no longer the same old all-black outfit. He was wearing a white t-shirt and gray sports shorts, paired with a spotless pair of white sneakers. It seemed Bai Jia had been training him well recently. Su Chao walked over and teased, "Bear, wipe your mouth, you're drooling." Zheng Kuang instinctively wiped his mouth but found it dry. Realizing he had been tricked, he chuckled. He complained, "Xiaozi, you've been gone for a few days, and now you're even more annoying." Su Chao smirked. "I'm not Bai Jia. Why would I care about being likable to someone? I mean, you two are glued to each other every day, aren't you? Come hang out with me instead. Stop staring at your phone all the time, it's kind of rude. But seriously, Bear, your style has changed a lot lately." Zheng Kuang put away his phone and gestured to his outfit. "How's it? Bai Jia picked it for me." With a sigh, he added, "My Bai Jia is great at everything, but she loves wasting money. She keeps buying me stuff, and no matter how many times I tell her, she won't listen." Su Chao gave him a side-eye, remaining silent. His expression seemed to say, "Go on, keep showing off." Noticing Su Chao's lack of response, Zheng Kuang awkwardly cleared his throat and changed the topic. "Xiaozi, where to? The bar or some late-night snacks? Let's find a nearby place and grab some snacks." Seeing that Zheng Kuang wasn't messing around anymore, Su Chao agreed. The two walked out of the residential area together. As they walked, Su Chao spoke. "Bear, it's fine for you two to date, but don't let it affect your cultivation. Don't worry, Xiaozi. Bai Jia has already broken through to the 4th tier, and I'm aiming to break through to the 5th tier in the first semester of senior year." After saying that, he looked at Su Chao smugly. "How about that? My cultivation speed isn't bad, right? Xiaozi, you'd better step up your game, or I'll leave you far behind." Su Chao figured he might as well strike him down a peg, or this guy would get too full of himself. He casually said, "I'm doing alright too. I just broke through to the 4th tier recently." Zheng Kuang stopped in his tracks, looking at Su Chao's back in disbelief. He quickly took 2 steps forward, grabbed Su Chao's arm, and asked, "Xiaozi, are you serious? You're not joking? You really broke through to the 4th tier?" After getting confirmation, Zheng Kuang looked deflated, like a balloon losing air, and stared at Su Chao as if he were some monster. "You two are a perfect match, both freaks." Bai Jia mentioned that Wen Jieyu has been training hard lately. She's expected to break through to the 6th tier by the time she graduates. Su Chao knew Wen Jieyu was extraordinarily talented, probably even more so than Chu Feiyu. Breaking through to the 6th tier by graduation was no problem for her. He reminded Zheng Kuang. "Keep this to yourself. I'm only telling you." Zheng Kuang understood the significance of Su Chao's breakthrough to the 4th tier and solemnly nodded in agreement. The two soon arrived at a nearby barbecue stall. They ordered a variety of food and chatted while eating. Zheng Kuang took a big bite of grilled skewers, clinked glasses with Su Chao, and gulped down a mouthful of beer, letting out a beer burp. "Xiaozi, you should be careful these days. I heard from Bai Jia that when Jieyu's younger brother found out about you and her, he's planning to cause trouble for you." Su Chao frowned. "Her brother? Why would he bother me?" Zheng Kuang grinned smugly. "Remember when you saw me and Bai Jia together and asked me to learn more about Wen Jieyu's family? Bai Jia said the Wen family is a bit complicated. Her father is the new generation leader of the Wen family, incredibly strong, a martial sect-level warrior. But after marrying Wen Jieyu's mom and having just one daughter, Wen Jieyu, he married his second wife to have a son." Su Chao was puzzled. Why marry again? Couldn't her mom have more kids? Zheng Kuang sipped his beer and shook his head. "No, it's not that. I asked Bai Jia about it. Apparently, Wen Jieyu's mom was injured when Wen Jieyu was young and couldn't have any more children. Su Chao put down his chopsticks, chewing a large piece of meat as he spoke. Really? Injured? That's quite a coincidence. Zhang Kuang shrugged. I don't know. Su Chao raised his glass and clinked it with Zhang Kuang's. So when Jieyu said she and her mother lived away from the family because her father married someone else? Zhang Kuang nodded. That's right. Bai Jie said her father insisted on marrying another wife, so her mom left the Wen family in anger, raising Wen Jieyu alone. They endured a lot of hardship over the years until Wen Jieyu awakened her abilities in high school. That's when her family started paying attention to her. Her father even personally visited to bring her back to the family, but Wen Jieyu refused. Their relationship has been strained ever since. What's even more ridiculous is that her family wants her to marry Chu Feiyu from the Chu family in the capital. I have no idea what gives them the nerve to make such a demand. Su Chao was speechless. She really has a great dad. What was he doing all those years? No wonder Wen Jieyu doesn't want to talk about her family. Anyone would feel stifled in her shoes. Given her family's situation, her brother probably doesn't get along with her, right? Why is he meddling in her business? Zhang Kuang chuckled. Apparently, the kid really wants Chu Feiyu as his brother-in-law. You know how it is. Su Chao asked, how old is he? He's not in college yet, is he? Zhang Kuang replied, Bai Jie said he's 3 years younger than Wen Jieyu. He just awakened his ability this year as a high school senior. His talent's pretty good and A-rank ability. The family values him a lot. He's set to enroll at Shanghai Martial University soon. Su Chao clinked glasses with Zhang Kuang. Thanks, Bear. Looks like things are going well between you and Bai Jie. She's telling you everything. By the way, what's that kid's name? Wan Xingze. As for Zhang Kuang's warning about Wen Jieyu's brother planning to cause trouble for him, Su Chao didn't take it seriously. What could a brat possibly do to him? He was more interested in Wen Jieyu's attitude. Recently, their interactions had become more frequent, their conversations more casual, even laced with a hint of flirtation. The next morning, Su Chao headed out. With 2 days left before the semester started, he needed to take care of some matters before then. Zhao Dezhu hadn't been in the best of moods lately. Ever since he became the manager of the Southwest City Gate Hunter Association, he had been riding high. But the good times didn't last. His largest client had not delivered a large number of monster corpses to him for a long time. Rumors began circulating within the association, claiming that after his promotion, he indulged in pleasure and neglected his business, leading to a significant decline in performance. For some reason, the demand for monster corpses had suddenly skyrocketed recently. However, when ordinary hunting teams went out, lacking the high-capacity storage of Su Chao, they could only bring back fragmented materials, with fully intact monster corpses being a rarity. Even his former superior had called him to inquire about the situation. Chuckling bitterly, he explained that he couldn't find Su Chao and that several visits to the warehouse had turned up nothing. He even began to suspect that something might have happened to old Mo. At this moment, he was sitting on the sofa in his office, smoking a cigarette, when his phone rang. He frowned, reluctant to answer, but fearing it might be an important call, he reluctantly picked it up. Seeing the name Old Mo on the screen, his face lit up with surprise. He quickly answered, and a familiar voice came through the line, Manager Zhao, same place as always. The monster corpses in the warehouse have been cleaned up. Got it, Old Mo, I'll head over right away. After hanging up, he gathered a few of his subordinates and hurried to Su Chao's former warehouse. The warehouse door was half open. He pushed it further and stepped inside. Before him was a mountain of monster corpses. However, he was somewhat disappointed to see that this batch of monster corpses was smaller in quantity compared to before. On a sofa in the corner of the warehouse sat a sturdy young man dressed in a gray martial arts uniform. It was none other than the very Old Mo he had been searching for all this time. Adjusting his expression, he strode over quickly, smiling as he greeted. Old Mo, hello. I haven't seen you in a while. I was beginning to think you were dissatisfied with our collaboration and had moved on to someone else. Su Chao glanced up at him and replied indifferently, I've been dealing with some matters in Dawn Bay City lately, so I wasn't around. Same deal as always, count these monster corpses, set aside the spirit armor fragments, and transfer the payment to my account as usual. No problem, Old Mo, don't worry. The price will definitely be fair. With that, he gestured for his subordinates to begin the inventory, while he stayed to chat with Su Chao. Not long after, one of his subordinates hurried over and whispered, "Manager Zhao, you should come and take a look. Something's off about this batch of monster corpses, it's not like before." Zhao Dezhu frowned, displeased, and said, "Away, you've worked with me for so many years and have always been reliable. I've brought you to this place countless times, you should be familiar with the business by now. Don't make a fuss over nothing." After apologizing to Su Chao, he turned and walked toward the pile of corpses. As they walked, Awei continued to explain, "Manager Zhao, the weakest monsters in this batch are second tier. There are a lot of third tier and fourth tier monsters, and I think I even saw a fifth tier monster corpse." "What?" Zhao Dezhu froze for a moment, then quickly increased his pace. Carefully examining the corpses, he grew more and more excited. Indeed, it was just as Awei had described. "Hurry up and complete the inventory. Give me the data as soon as possible." This was truly an unexpected surprise. Although the quantity of monster corpses had decreased, their quality had significantly improved. He estimated that the value of this batch was much higher than any previous single transaction. Soon, his subordinates finished the count and reported the numbers. He glanced at the figures. 3 fifth-tier monsters, one of which was at the peak of the 5th tier, 15 fourth-tier monsters, over 50 third-tier monsters, and nearly 200 second-tier monsters. Calculating the total value, it came to 149 million. He gulped. Clutching the data, he hurried to find Su Chao. "Mr. M.O., the calculations are done. The total comes to 149 million. Does that look good to you?" Su Chao nodded. "That works. Let's settle it at that price. By the way, Manager Zhao, have you ever considered working somewhere else?" Zhao Dezhu, just about to turn away, suddenly froze and looked up at Su Chao. "Mr. M.O., what do you mean by that? I don't quite understand." Su Chao gestured for him to sit down and said, "Manager Zhao, I'm guessing you've used genetic agents and are now a martial artist, probably at the second tier? May I ask, how much do you earn working here in a year? 5 million? You know, I often have large quantities of monster corpses to deal with, but I don't want to spend my time handling them myself. Going forward, I'll mainly be conducting transactions near the East District Gate, so I need someone reliable to manage these matters for me." Here, he paused. "If you're willing to work for me, I'll offer you an annual salary of 8 million. You'll also have a lot of autonomy in your work. And if I'm satisfied with your performance, I can even help you advance in your martial artist rank in the future." Finishing his pitch, he looked at Zhao Dezhu, waiting for his response. Zhao Dezhu looked at Su Chao with a complicated expression, surprised by the proposal. It was true, he had used genetic agents and become a second-tier martial artist. As a manager, his annual income was about 3 million, not quite the 5 million Su Chao had mentioned. This income wasn't low, especially since he didn't have to risk his life venturing into the wilderness to hunt monsters like other second-tier martial artists, who might not even earn as much in a year. But Mr. Mo's offer of 8 million was more than double his current income. Moreover, his position as manager had been secured with Su Chao's support. If Mr. Mo really shifted his operations to the East District Gate, his most stable source of monster corpses would disappear, which would harm his standing in the association. For a moment, he was torn. This place had been his workplace for many years. His career was just beginning to stabilize and show promise. On the other hand, the offer was highly lucrative, with an uncertain but enticing future. And then there was Mr. Mo's mysterious ability to consistently procure large quantities of high-level monster corpses. Zhao Dezhu had a vague feeling that this decision would shape the trajectory of his life. "Mr. Mo, this is not an easy decision for me. I'll need some time to think it over. I'll give you an answer by this afternoon." Su Chao nodded. "No problem. I'll head out now. Just transfer the payment to my account when you're back." With that, he packed up the spirit armor fragments and left the warehouse. In the 3rd district of Shanghai Base City. Inside a luxurious villa. An old man with silver hair sat in a study, holding a book in one hand and a cup of tea in the other, savoring both. A knock came at the door. Without lifting his head, he said, "Come in." The door opened, and a middle-aged man stepped inside. "Father, you wanted to see me?" Have a seat. I have some matters to discuss with you." The silver-haired man gestured for him to sit. Once he was seated, the old man began. I'll be returning to Kyoto Base City tomorrow. There are some things I need to entrust to you. This time, Lord Fong tasked me with investigating Fong Hui's situation. I failed to deal with Wen Jiayu or recover the body, and he's very displeased. They've summoned me back, saying they'll send someone else. From what I've heard, it might be that Sun Yi fellow. The middle-aged man's expression changed, and he said with concern. Father, I heard that Sun, the overseer, acts extremely. Isn't Lord Fong afraid of trouble by sending him here? The silver-haired elder sighed. That guy is Lord Fong's mad dog. He bites whoever he's told to, regardless of the consequences. My guess is that Lord Fong is currently tied up but refuses to let his son's death remain a mystery, so he sent this person. After I leave, be careful here. Try not to interact with him too much. I suspect he will make some big moves. Your public identity is the Triad President, but you're merely a peripheral member. If he asks you to gather intelligence, you can do it, but if he wants you to take action, under no circumstances should you agree. Find a way to avoid it. Our relationship is not well known within the organization, and Sun Yi doesn't know about it either. If there's an emergency, call me. The middle-aged man nodded. Understood, Father. By the way, I received the batch of gene serums you sent this morning. I'm currently selecting suitable candidates. The silver-haired elder nodded. As if recalling something, he asked, you mentioned before that your cousin Wu Qiming went missing. How's the investigation going? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man looked serious and shook his head. No clues have been found. Surveillance shows that after he returned home, he disappeared without a trace. Along with him? The intermediate psychic tool you asked me to safeguard for him and 2 gene serums from the organization also vanished. Keep investigating. Look into whether he offended anyone recently or if someone with malicious intent targeted him. Su Chao left the warehouse and prepared to head to District 1. He had arranged to meet Wen Jiayu yesterday. They were planning to meet up as the start of the school term was fast approaching. On the way, Su Chao thought about how he should buy a car. He hadn't had time to deal with this before, but after meeting Wen Jiayu, he decided he'd handle it tomorrow. He would also get a car for his father. Additionally, his plan to buy a house in the core district needed to be prioritized. With his current status as a 2-star honorary citizen, he could buy property anywhere in the core district except for District 1. But after thinking it over, he decided not to buy yet. He wanted to go all in and directly purchase a house in District 1. Otherwise, he'd have to move again soon, which would be too much trouble. By the time he graduated, his strength would likely reach the 4th tier level, and his battle merits could exceed 10,000. That way, it wouldn't draw too much attention. Once he applied for 3-star honorary citizen status, he could directly buy property in District 1. While he was lost in thought, his phone buzzed in his bag. He took it out and saw it was a balance notification. 1.49 billion had been credited to his account. It was the money from his morning transaction. His assets had now surpassed 3 billion. Right after, his phone rang. It was Zhao Dizhu calling. Su Chao's lips curled into a slight smile. It seemed Zhao Dizhu had made his decision. Su Chao was quite eager to hear his response. Answering the call, Zhao Dizhu respectfully said, Mr. Mo, hello. I've transferred the transaction amount. Have you received it? Su Chao replied, yes, I have. That was quick work. There was a brief pause on the other end before Zhao Dizhu's firm voice came through. Mr. Mo, I've thought it through. I'm willing to work under you. I'll handle my resignation procedures this afternoon. Please assign me my tasks. Su Chao's smile widened. Zhao Dizhu was truly a decisive person, and Su Chao admired him even more. Good. You won't regret your decision today. Give me an account number, I'll transfer 50 million to you shortly. After you finish your resignation procedures, find a suitable warehouse near the East City Gate tomorrow, about the same size as this one. We'll use it regularly moving forward. Also, I'm allowing you to prepay 6 months of your salary from the money I transfer to you. Get your family settled. On the other end, Zhao Dizhu hadn't expected Mr. Mo to trust him so much, sending such a large sum right away and even allowing an advance on his salary. Feeling a surge of emotion, he assured, Boss, don't worry. I'll handle the warehouse matter tomorrow. Su Chao responded calmly, all right.
Additionally, since you know many people in the Hunter Association, keep an eye out for any spiritual artifacts that can extend lifespans. Let me know immediately if you hear of anything. All expenses will come from the money I transfer to you. No need to report them to me, just provide me with periodic accounting records. Understood, boss. Zhao Dizhu replied. After hanging up, Su Chao closed his eyes and rested. At the heart of District 1, there was a park, Central Park. Amid the densely packed skyscrapers of the base city, this place, viewed from above, resembled the heart of Shanghai base city. It was a tranquil oasis, a rare quiet space in the core district. In the park's center was a small lake, with an island at its heart. A covered bridge connected the island to the lakeshore, surrounded by lush green trees and sporadic bursts of colorful flowers. The scenery was beautiful. This was a popular relaxation spot for District 1 residents. The base city was crowded, and land was precious. In many districts, there were slums where ordinary families of several people squeezed into cramped, dilapidated homes. But here, in the most central area of Shanghai base city, there was such a large park for leisure. This demonstrated the stark contrast between the lives of the wealthy and the poor. The privileged class never gave up their comforts. This place was also an obvious hotspot for young couples on dates. On a wooded path, a man and a woman strolled leisurely. Afternoon sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that moved with them. The man was dashing, the woman, youthful and beautiful. Wherever they went, they drew the curious gazes of passers-by. These two were none other than Su Chao and Wen Jieyu. Wen Jieyu's face was slightly flushed. Being the center of attention all the way, she felt a bit uneasy. Even though it was her idea to come here. Today, she wore casual shorts, her fair, long legs captivating everyone's eye. Her top was an orange t-shirt, paired with white sneakers. She exuded youthful energy. Her simple outfit was incredibly charming. Last night, when Su Chao said he would visit her today, she had tried on several outfits in the morning before deciding on this one. This was their first official date. Recalling Su Chao's first glance at her, with his eyes lighting up, she felt secretly delighted. Throughout the walk, he seemed distracted, sneaking glances at her from time to time. She took pride in this. Su Chao, shall we find a place to sit? Wen Jieyu pointed to a grassy area ahead. Su Chao nodded. The two of them walked to a patch of grass by the lake. There, a large tree stood, its dense leaves providing ample shade from the sun. Su Chao took out a piece of clothing from his spatial ring and spread it on the ground. Wen Jieyu glanced at him and sat down. They sat side by side like this, with a gentle breeze blowing, bringing a refreshing coolness. The girl gazed at the ripples stirred by the wind on the lake's surface and looked at the leisurely crowd by the lakeside. Suddenly, she spoke. I heard that before the Nirvana era, people could enjoy themselves in parks like this, carefree, with their family and friends. Su Chao shook his head and chuckled. It's true they could play freely, but carefree? That might just be a legend. Every generation has its responsibilities and pressures. The girl seemed to ponder his reply. After a while, she asked. Su Chao, do you think humanity can defeat the monsters? The boy froze for a moment, not expecting such a question from her. After a moment of silence, he answered, I think we can. Otherwise, what's the point of working so hard to cultivate? Inwardly, he made a firm resolve, I have the strength. No matter what happens to others, I will protect the people I care about and survive. The girl said with longing, if that day truly comes, and we can return here, sit under this tree, feel the breeze, and watch people live carefree, that would be wonderful. The boy replied with determination, it will happen. The two seemed to reach a tacit understanding. Su Chao, we need to grow faster. The teacher said that a few days ago, in what used to be Sakura country, a base city was breached, and over 10 million people inside. It was like a disaster scene. The monsters in the ocean are evolving too fast. This time, they even sent out 3 beast emperors of 9th rank or higher. The news is still under lockdown, known only to a few martial artists. The higher-ups are afraid of causing panic. The teacher said the monsters in the ocean are starting to stir, and humanity doesn't have much time left. Su Chao suddenly realized. No wonder she asked that question, the root of it was here. At the same time, he felt a wave of shock. Monsters attacking human base cities, this wasn't a good sign. Su Chao said, we really do need to speed up. Jieyu, I'm already close to breaking through to the 5th rank. When Jieyu looked shocked, raising her head to stare at him. She asked worriedly, "You're advancing so quickly, are you sure it won't cause any problems?" Su Chao felt a warmth in his heart. Others would only marvel at how fast he was advancing, but she was the only one to worry about whether it might come with risks. He shook his head and gently said, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." The two of them stayed until around 4 in the afternoon before reluctantly parting. At the park entrance, they went their separate ways. Su Chao still had to return to District 12. So he didn't linger, briefly said goodbye to Wenjieyu, and called a car to head home. The car drove for a while. Su Chao, resting with his eyes closed, suddenly felt something unusual. He glanced back through the rear window, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint, mocking smile. The car passed through District 1, District 5, and entered District 12. Suddenly, a red sports car and a black SUV sped up from behind, cutting off Su Chao's car. The driver was startled by the sudden situation, shocked that someone dared to act so boldly within the base city. Su Chao reassured the driver, "Sir, stay in the car and don't get out. Leave this to me." At that moment, a boy stepped out of the red sports car, walking toward Su Chao. Two young men emerged from the black SUV, following closely behind. One boy, two young men. The boy had shoulder-length hair, wore an earring on his right ear, a black leather jacket on top, ripped jeans below, and gray boots. The two young men were dressed entirely in black, with crew cuts and serious expressions. They looked like bodyguards. Under Su Chao's eye of truth, none of them could hide their true nature. He discovered the boy was a peak first-rank martial artist and had awakened an A-grade fire ability. Recalling the information Zhang Quan had given him, Su Chao roughly guessed the boy's identity. A meaningful smile played on his lips. Interesting. As for the two bodyguard-like young men, they were both third-rank martial artists with no abilities, likely enhanced by genetic serums. When Su Chao stepped out of the car, the boy's eyes lit up, and he walked straight up to him, sizing him up with a condescending gaze. Arrogantly, he said, "You're Su Chao, right?" Su Chao looked at him with amusement, curious to see what he would do next, and nodded cooperatively. Hearing his acknowledgement, the boy pointed at Su Chao and warned, "I'm telling you, stay away from my sister in the future, or you'll face the consequences." Su Chao feigned surprise. "May I ask who your sister is? And who are you?" The boy immediately perked up, his aura growing stronger. "My sister is Wenjieyu. I'm Wenchengzi, her brother." As he spoke, he brushed back the messy hair on his forehead with his hand. "Su Chao, don't play dumb. You were with my sister at the park this afternoon. Don't think I don't know. You're not worthy of my sister. She's the #1 genius beauty of Shanghai Base City, the campus queen of Shanghai Martial University. And you? You couldn't even get into Martial University. Although you luckily awakened as a martial artist during college, the gap between you and my sister is as vast as the heavens and the earth. Do you get it? Not only is there a huge difference in talent, but your statuses are worlds apart. I know your family's situation. Your father's injury was just recently treated, and your mother is just an ordinary person. Compared to my family, there's no comparison at all. My family has already chosen the most suitable match for my sister, Chu Feiyu from the Chu family in Kyoto. He's nothing short of a genius among geniuses. My sister only sees you as a shield, purely to oppose our family's arrangement. Do you really think she's interested in you? Don't be naive. Face reality. A frog and a swan are not in the same league." Su Chao paused for a moment. This guy sure could talk. Once he started, he wouldn't stop, leaving no room for interruption. Finally, when he stopped talking, Su Chao shook his head helplessly and said in a calm tone, "Are you done? If you're done, just leave. Don't block our car, I need to get home." Wenqing's face darkened instantly, frowning as he glared at Su Chao. He had expected Su Chao to show a humiliated or angry expression after hearing his tirade. But instead, Su Chao simply looked at him calmly. As if he were watching a child throw a tantrum. Wenqing's suddenly erupted in anger. "Did you even hear what I just said?" Su Chao nodded, "I heard you. In one ear and out the other." Wenqing's was stunned. This was clearly an insult, completely disregarding him. His face immediately turned red with anger. He waved his hand at the two bodyguards and shouted, "Teach him a lesson, but don't break his arms or legs." He stepped back 2 paces. With a cold smile, he looked at Su Chao.
I was trying to speak to you nicely, but you're forcing me to take action. Want to taste some pain, huh? He wasn't a fool. He wouldn't make a move himself, especially since he wasn't sure he could beat Su Chao. Although he had heard that Su Chao had only recently awakened as a martial artist, his strength might already be at a tier 2 level. The two bodyguards, following the command, immediately stepped forward, flanking Su Chao on both sides, wary of him escaping. When Su Chao heard "don't break his arms or legs," he thought to himself, at least they're somewhat restrained. I'll be gentle too. One of the bodyguards reached out, grabbing Su Chao's arm. Seeing that Su Chao didn't resist, he thought, this kid's pretty sensible. I'll go easier on him. The other bodyguard raised his leg and aimed a kick at Su Chao's stomach, intending to knock him down. Unexpectedly, his kick missed and struck his own companion instead. It was as if the other man had intentionally blocked Su Chao, taking the hit on his behalf. Confused, he asked, "Xiaorong, what are you doing?" The bodyguard who had been kicked clutched his aching stomach, his expression filled with surprise. I don't know either. Just now, I felt an immense force lift me up. Looking down, he realized that his hand, which had been gripping Su Chao, was now firmly gripped by Su Chao instead. He struggled to break free, but it was futile. It was as if he were a small chick caught in a giant hand. The harder he struggled, the tighter the grip became. Then, he felt his entire body being lifted off the ground. Bang! A loud crash echoed. Su Chao swung him like a weapon, smashing him directly into the other bodyguard. The other man tried to counterattack but ended up hitting his own teammate. If he didn't fight back, Su Chao's weapon would still smash into him. There was no escape. Su Chao held the man, his movements swift. A bizarre scene unfolded. A young man wielded another man single-handedly, chasing and smashing into a third man. Cries of pain echoed from both bodyguards. When Shengzi stood frozen, dumbfounded, a chill running down his spine. Who exactly was this Su Chao? Wasn't he supposed to be a Tier 2 martial artist? But this was clearly beyond Tier 2 strength. What Tier 2 martial artist could lift and play with a Tier 3 like a toy? He resolved to severely reprimand whoever provided him with this misinformation. Slowly retreating step by step, Wen Shengzi, sensing the situation was turning dire, quickly turned to flee. The two bodyguards would have to fend for themselves. Just as he reached his red sports car and turned to open the door, a teasing voice sounded in his ear, "Young Master Wen, where are you going? You came all this way, why don't you stay and play for a bit?" Wen Shengzi felt a shiver run through his entire body, freezing him in place. He stiffly turned around. Before him stood a young man with a bright, sunny smile, looking at him with absolute ease, as if the chaos just moments ago had nothing to do with him. Behind Su Chao, his two bodyguards lay motionless not far away. Looking at that smile, Wen Shengzi felt a cold dread creeping up from the soles of his feet. He forced out a smile more wretched than a sob. "Su Chao, this is all just a misunderstanding. I won't get in the way of you and my sister anymore. You know who I am. You wouldn't want to hurt me, right?" Su Chao looked at him with amused interest, then suddenly raised a hand and slapped him. While he didn't use much force, it was enough to teach him a lesson. Using full strength would have snapped his neck. "Why would I need your permission to date your sister? You think too highly of yourself. And why shouldn't I hit you? Are you afraid of me retaliating? So young, and already learning to act like some gangster. What's a boy doing wearing an earring?" With each sentence, Su Chao slapped Wen Shengzi on the forehead. Wen Shengzi's head buzzed with each hit. He wanted to resist, but seeing the expectant look in Su Chao's eyes, he knew resistance would only make things worse. At this moment, he was like a child caught misbehaving, being scolded by a parent, angry, helpless, and utterly aggrieved. Su Chao smacked him a dozen times before finally stopping. Wen Shengzi's forehead was swollen red, and his once handsome hairstyle was now a disheveled mess. Su Chao hadn't used much strength, mindful that Wen Shengzi was Wen Jiayu's brother. This was a psychological blow, far more impactful than physical harm. Looking at Wen Shengzi, who now resembled a defeated rooster, glaring silently with red-rimmed eyes, Su Chao chuckled. "What? Not satisfied? Why wouldn't you be? You should be grateful for your privileged birth. Someone like you, thrown into the wasteland areas, wouldn't survive a single meal, you believe me? Today, I'm teaching you a lesson. Relying on others is never as reliable as relying on yourself. In this era, strength is everything. The identity you cling to might not save you in a critical moment. You've got talent. Focus on school and cultivation. Don't stray down a crooked path and embarrass your sister. Now go. I hope you remember this lesson. And take your 2 lackeys with you. They'll be fine after resting for a few days. Consider yourself lucky I wasn't in a killing mood. Otherwise. With that, Su Chao turned and walked toward his car. The car engine roared to life, and he sped away. Left behind was a pale-faced, stunned Wen Shengze and his 2 unconscious bodyguards lying not far away. 2 days passed quickly. Summer vacation had ended, and today Su Chao was returning to campus to begin his senior year of studies. Everything at home had been arranged. To ease his mother's workload, he had hired a full-time housekeeper for 10,000 yuan a month to care for the 2 elderly parents. He also got memberships for his parents at the nearby Shinkong Martial Arts Club, each card loaded with 1,000,000 yuan. Yesterday, he had taken his parents to buy 2 new cars, one for himself and one for his father. His mother declined a car, saying she didn't want to drive. The total cost was around 1,000,000 yuan. Watching his father inspect every detail of the new car, Su Chao realized men truly couldn't resist luxury cars. Driving the new car home from the dealership, his father's face beamed with joy. Su Chao felt the money had been well spent. After all, making money was for the purpose of improving his family's life and bringing happiness to himself. As for his sister at the Dawn base, she had video called him yesterday to say that her husband had been discharged from the hospital and was recovering well. She said her husband would be able to return to work at the research institute in a couple of days. They had even moved to a new home. There was still plenty left from the money Su Chao had given them earlier. His sister wanted to return it, but he refused. So, after some discussion, they decided to purchase a better apartment in a safer neighborhood. Additionally, Zhao Dezhu had officially resigned from his previous job and joined Su Chao to assist him with his work. His efficiency was remarkable. He had already purchased a warehouse in the Eastern District, spending nearly 40 million. Su Chao transferred another 50 million to him, instructing him to collect monster corpses from the hunting squads whenever he had free time. This way, they wouldn't have to ship items too frequently, avoiding unnecessary attention and potential trouble. Now, all the issues caused by lack of strength were gradually being resolved. Once he became a top-tier powerhouse, he could act openly and confidently. Everything was already arranged. After having lunch with his parents, Su Chao prepared to leave. Before leaving, he transferred 10 million to each of his parents, reminding them not to venture into the wilderness for any reason and to contact him if anything came up. This was especially for his father, who, after regaining his martial arts abilities, wanted to go hunting in the wilderness with his old buddies. Su Chao and his mother managed to persuade him against it just in time. On this trip back to campus, Su Chao didn't plan to keep a low profile. Instead of using public transportation, he drove his newly purchased off-road vehicle at full speed. In less than 2 hours, he reached the school. As he entered the campus gates, the security guard, seeing such a luxurious car, assumed an important figure had arrived and quickly saluted. Although it had only been a summer break since his last visit, returning to the school felt like a year had passed for Su Chao. This summer, he had experienced so much and lived so fully. While other students might have spent their time at home playing video games, his summer had been entirely different. He parked the car near the dormitory building. As he was about to close the car door, a familiar voice called out to him. "Chaozi?" He turned around and saw a slightly chubby figure. The person wore a happy smile. "Dolly! When did you get here?" This was Jiang Dolly, Su Chao's close buddy from the martial arts class. "I arrived this morning." Jiang Dolly pointed at Su Chao's car and asked curiously, "Chaozi, is this car yours?" Su Chao shook his head and replied, "No, it's a car I borrowed from a good friend of mine to drive around for a couple of days. You know, with the new freshman girls arriving these days." As he spoke, he winked at Jiang Dolly, wearing a knowing expression. Hearing that it was a friend's car, Jiang Dolly looked slightly disappointed. He asked tentatively, "Chaozi, could you let me take it for a spin?" Without hesitation, Su Chao tossed him the car keys. "Go ahead. Just be careful and don't drive too fast around the campus, lots of students on the roads these days." Jiang Dolly excitedly caught the keys, not expecting Su Chao to actually lend him the car. After all, this wasn't even Su Chao's own car. "Chaozi, you're really letting me drive it?" Su Chao gestured toward him with a finger. "Don't want it? Give the keys back." Zhang Dali quickly clutched the keys tightly and gave a thumbs up, laughing foolishly. Chaozi, you're the best. You go ahead to the dorm, I'll take it for a spin. My lucky day has finally come. With that, he eagerly opened the car door and climbed in. Su Chao watched him drive off, muttering softly to himself. Loyal enough for you, Dali? Compared to what you've done for me, this is nothing. I'll make sure you rise to the top with me. After tidying up briefly in his dorm, Su Chao headed downstairs toward the school's administrative building. He wanted to see if the principal was in his office. Luck was on his side. Just as he reached the principal's office door, he saw the principal coming down the staircase with a notebook in hand, clearly just returning from a meeting. Hua Gang spotted Su Chao standing at the door and smiled as he asked. You're Su Chao, right? What brings you here? Hua Gang still had some impression of this student, who had awakened his abilities only at the end of the previous semester. Su Chao nodded politely. Principal Hua, I have something I'd like to discuss with you. Come into my office, then, Hua Gang replied. He opened the door and walked in, with Su Chao following closely behind. Hua Gang gestured for him to take a seat. He himself walked over to his desk, set down his notebook, and picked up a teacup. Taking a sip of water, he asked. What's on your mind, Su? Su Chao looked at him seriously and said. Principal Hua, would you be willing to take on another disciple? I mean, in a formal mentor-student relationship. Hua Gang nearly spit out the tea he had just sipped, stunned and questioning whether he had heard correctly. What did you just say? He coughed, seeking clarification. Su Chao spread his hands. Principal Hua, I have a friend with exceptional talent who wants to become your disciple. What do you think? Hua Gang rolled his eyes. Not interested. Let your friend know I'm no longer accepting students. Su Chao shook his head and sighed. What a pity. My friend thought he had a chance since he's a dual ability talent and everything. Didn't expect your standards to be so high. Well, I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye, Principal. Hua Gang froze. What? A dual ability awakened individual? Wait a moment. He snapped out of his shock and immediately called out to Su Chao, who was just about to leave. His gaze sharpened, carrying a sense of danger. Are you sure you're not joking? Do you know what you're saying? Under Hua Gang's intense stare, Su Chao felt a wave of pressure. Although it wasn't as strong as that of his teachers Wen Jieyu or Su Jin, it was still formidable. Su Chao himself was powerful, and mental pressure like this didn't faze him. However, out of respect for such a strong individual, he deliberately acted as if he were struggling slightly. Principal Hua, calm down. Please drop the intimidation. I'm not lying, he really is a dual ability talent. Just let me know if you'd accept him or not. Hua Gang gave him a long look before retracting his aura. He took another sip of tea before speaking again. Why didn't he come himself? Why send you to talk to me? Su Chao feigned helplessness. My friend is a bit shy and asked me to test the waters first. Hua Gang gave him a knowing, skeptical look. You? Shy? I've never seen that side of you. Are you the dual ability awakened individual? Su Chao coughed awkwardly. Principal Hua, it's not me, it's my friend. I'm just here on his behalf. Hua Gang glared at him. Don't lie to me. Say another word of nonsense, and I'll pretend you were never here today. Seeing that playing dumb wasn't working, Su Chao scratched his head. Principal Hua, you really have sharp eyes. Yes, you're right, I'm the dual ability awakened individual. Hua Gang, now taking him seriously, fixed his gaze on Su Chao and asked. I remember you awakened your abilities 2 months ago. What's your current level? Su Chao hesitated for a moment. Yes, awakened 2 months ago, now a 4th rank warrior. What? Hua Gang suddenly leapt up from the sofa. The motion was so abrupt that the water in his cup spilled all over the floor. He was beyond excited. 2 months, from awakening to a 4th rank warrior, what kind of talent was this? Hua Gang was sure that such a growth rate would be considered monstrous even among dual ability awakeners. At this pace, there was a high chance Su Chao would break through to the 6th rank before graduation. At this moment, Hua Gang was truly tempted. Previously, when he told Su Chao that he had no intention of taking on disciples, he hadn't been lying. His role as a principal served a purpose. Initially, he had no plans to accept any disciples at the academy,
not even S-level ability awakeners. But a genius like Su Chao, a dual ability awakener, was worth making an exception for. Being a seasoned powerhouse, Principal Hua quickly calmed himself down. He stared at Su Chao and asked, "You've been training in secret for 2 months, and your progress is impressive. Why have you suddenly decided to seek a master now? You could have continued hiding your strength, trained until you reached the Grandmaster realm, and shocked everyone all at once." Seeing the subtle, calculating smile on Principal Hua's face, Su Chao awkwardly scratched his head. That had indeed been his original plan. With his spatial ability, reaching the Grandmaster realm would make him nearly impossible to kill. He wasn't afraid to reveal a few secrets. But the way Principal Hua phrased it, it felt as if his intentions had been exposed. He remained silent for a moment before replying. "There are a few reasons. First, my training methods are somewhat unconventional and often require me to head into the wilderness. By my senior year, I'll likely be away from school frequently, so I need greater freedom. Only you, Principal, can grant me that leeway." Hua Gang nodded, signaling him to continue. "Second, I could benefit from some guidance in my training, access to knowledge unavailable to ordinary warriors, and information on certain rare spiritual resources. Third, I'm not strong enough yet and need someone to back me up. It would deter others from targeting me or my family." After speaking, he looked at Hua Gang with honest eyes. Hua Gang stared at him with approval. "You're very straightforward. I appreciate straightforward people, even if the truth is sometimes uncomfortable to hear. What you've just listed are the benefits you'll gain from becoming my disciple. But what's in it for me if I take you on?" Su Chao was stumped by Principal Hua's question. Don't powerful figures enjoy taking talented disciples? Wasn't that common knowledge? He paused for a moment before answering. "Of course, you'd gain an exceptionally talented disciple." Hua Gang shook his head. "I don't care about such empty titles. Like you, I only care about tangible benefits." Su Chao fell into a longer silence, unsure how to respond. For now, he couldn't offer anything substantial. After a brief pause, he asked, "Principal Hua, what would you need me to do in the future?" Hua Gang's smile grew wider, his gaze filled with appreciation. "Good, I'm liking you more and more. Quick thinker. As I said, while the truth can be hard to hear, only genuine exchanges of benefits can build stable and lasting relationships. We've only just met, it's too early to talk about deep bonds between master and disciple." After some thought, he said, "All right, here's the deal. If you can break through to the 6th rank before graduating, you'll have to undertake a mission for Huaxia, a secret mission. It might be a bit dangerous. Of course, you'll just be one of the candidates. Being selected isn't guaranteed. We'll choose the strongest among you. Currently, your strength is the weakest. The other candidates are at least at the peak of the 5th rank. But if you maintain this rapid pace of improvement, there's a good chance you'll catch up." Su Chao asked curiously. "Why 6th rank? Doesn't Huaxia have plenty of top-tier powerhouses? Are there restrictions?" Hua Gang nodded. "This secret mission is one of Huaxia's highest-level secrets. I can't reveal too much now. If you're selected, everything will become clear. As you guessed, there are restrictions. The participants must be university students under 22 years old. The focus is on the strength and potential of the younger generation. Older powerhouses aren't allowed to take part. This mission was of utmost importance to Huaxia. Anyone selected would receive generous rewards. Those who performed meritoriously during the mission would also earn additional special rewards." After hearing this, Su Chao fell into deep thought for a moment. "I accept." He had his own plans. If the mission required 6th rank warriors, the risks wouldn't be too great for him. Moreover, participating would allow him to uncover secrets he'd never had access to before. Most importantly, he could gain tangible benefits now by successfully becoming a disciple. Seeing his agreement, Hua Gang nodded in satisfaction. "Good. From this moment on, you are my one and only disciple." Hearing this, Su Chao immediately stood up. He walked over to Hua Gang, picked up the teacup on the table, and respectfully handed it over. "Teacher, please have some tea." Hua Gang sat upright, took the teacup, and drank a sip. He nodded at Su Chao and said, "Since I've accepted you as my disciple, there are some things I need to clarify. As your teacher, if you have any questions about your training,
feel free to ask me at any time. I'll guide you wholeheartedly without holding anything back. Also, you can use my name if you run into trouble outside. It'll scare off quite a few opponents. But if you mess around recklessly, I won't let you off easily. As for the freedom you mentioned, students in the martial arts class who are ranked 4th or above already have a lot of liberty. I'll inform Teacher Chu. You can manage your own time. However, I suggest you participate in class activities more often. Otherwise, you might end up isolated. Some classes are worth attending. For instance, Professor Chen's martial techniques class. He has an exceptional talent for martial techniques. You should aim to perfect one intermediate martial technique and reach entry-level proficiency in one advanced martial technique. Understood, teacher. Su Chao nodded, indicating he understood. Mastering martial techniques wasn't difficult for him. As long as he had enough source points, he could quickly elevate any technique to perfection. Huagang continued. Heading into the wilderness to hunt beasts is a good thing. It hones your techniques, enhances your cultivation, and weakens the beast's power. However, staying in the wilderness for extended periods can affect your mental state and disturb your mindset, which is detrimental to breaking through to the Grandmaster realm. Before reaching the Grandmaster realm, warriors primarily rely on physical enhancement to strengthen their physique and mental power. But after entering the Grandmaster realm, one must begin to comprehend the mysteries of heaven, earth, and the universe. At this stage, mindset and comprehension become extremely important. This is also why people value advanced ability users and those with dual awakened abilities. Their comprehension is generally high, making it easier for them to break through to higher realms. Su Chao listened, nodding obediently on the surface, but inwardly thinking, what the teacher is saying might be useful for others, but it's not suitable for me. Bottlenecks in cultivation? They don't exist. As long as I have enough source points, I can keep breaking through. Huagang saw Su Chao listening attentively and nodded in satisfaction. What martial technique are you practicing now, and what level have you achieved? Tell me, and I'll give you some guidance. Su Chao answered obediently, I'm mainly practicing the basic martial technique wind-splitting slash, and I've already reached the perfect realm with it. Huagang's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly, but he quickly steadied himself. He calmly said, not bad. It seems you have a natural talent for martial techniques. Since you've already perfected a basic martial technique, I won't add much guidance. He paused. You said wind-splitting slash is a blade technique? Su Chao nodded. That means you have a talent for blade techniques. Let me give you a gift as a meeting token. With a wave of his hand, a black hard drive appeared in Huagang's hand. This is an advanced blade technique called void soul cleaving slash. As he spoke, he handed the hard drive to Su Chao. Su Chao received it with both hands, his heart excited. He finally got his hands on an advanced technique. This is the benefit of having a teacher. He held the hard drive, examining it repeatedly. Huagang noticed his curiosity and smiled slightly. Basic and intermediate martial techniques, when cultivated to a certain extent, will form a force. You've felt it before, right? Su Chao nodded. Having perfected wind-splitting slash, he had already developed blade force. Seeing that he understood, Huagang continued. If advanced martial techniques are cultivated to their peak, they will begin to involve artistic conception. Practicing advanced techniques is no longer like basic or intermediate techniques, which rely solely on repeating movements. Instead, you need to observe demonstrations by masters and comprehend the realm they achieve when using the techniques. The demonstrations on the hard drive require a secure key to play and have limited viewings. How far you can cultivate depends entirely on your comprehension. Su Chao, who had never encountered such high-level masters before, finally had the chance to ask questions that had long been on his mind. Teacher, with monsters roaming everywhere and humanity needing to grow stronger urgently, why not make all martial techniques freely available? Huagang laughed. Many mid and low-level martial artists share your thoughts. Let me ask you, how are martial techniques created? Before Su Chao could answer, he continued. Martial techniques don't just appear out of thin air. They are the result of countless martial artists' painstaking research over many years. Every move contains the creator's blood, sweat, and tears. These creators also need to cultivate and consume massive resources. Charging for their techniques is only fair. If everything were free, who would be willing to contribute new techniques? Besides, human nature is what it is. People only treasure what they earn through effort. Gaining something for nothing usually harms the person themselves and disrupts societal order. Su Chao pondered this, standing at a higher vantage point, indeed offered a broader perspective. After gifting the advanced blade technique, Hua Gang took out a dark gold-colored box from his spatial ring and solemnly handed it to Su Chao. The wilderness is full of dangers. Since you often venture out alone, you must stay vigilant. I can't always be by your side. Truly strong individuals are forged through life and death trials. This is a high-level psionic artifact. It contains a sealed advanced skill that can save your life in a critical moment. Su Chao's eyes lit up. What a treasure! He quickly accepted it and stored it in his spatial ring. His movements were so swift, as if afraid his teacher might change his mind, that even Hua Gang's teeth ached just watching. After securing the psionic artifact, Su Chao looked at his generous teacher with anticipation. Hua Gang shot him an impatient glare. Do you think I'm some treasure trove? How could I possibly have so much to give you? Su Chao awkwardly withdrew his gaze. His disappointed expression made Hua Gang's mouth twitch. At this moment, Hua Gang began to regret his decision. Had he made a mistake by taking on this disciple? He silently repeated to himself 3 times, "Don't get angry, don't get angry, don't get angry." Since he'd chosen this disciple, he had to endure, no matter what. Fearing that Su Chao might continue to try his luck, Hua Gang quickly changed the subject. Although you have talent, never let your guard down. As he spoke, Hua Gang seemed to be reminiscing, his tone tinged with emotion. Ever since the first psionic tide erupted in 2031, the evolution of all life on Blue Star officially began. This period is known as the Nirvana era. 25 years later, the second psionic tide erupted, accelerating the pace of evolution. Most importantly, something significant emerged during that event, which ties into the secret mission I assigned to you. The third psionic tide occurred 15 years after the second. The most recent, the fourth eruption, was just 3 years ago. The interval between the third and fourth tides was only 7 years. Su Chao knew the fourth psionic tide his teacher mentioned was the one during which he had obtained a mysterious fragment in his senior year of high school. His teacher mentioned something important appeared during the second tide, and then mysterious fragments appeared during the fourth. Was this a coincidence, or was there a connection? After finishing his explanation, Hua Gang looked up at Su Chao, noticing his contemplative expression. He asked, "Have you deduced anything from this information?" Su Chao responded seriously, "The intervals between psionic tide eruptions are getting shorter and shorter." Hua Gang's expression turned grave. "You're absolutely right. The shorter intervals suggest that we're running out of time. I have a strong feeling that something major is about to happen." Seeing his teacher so tense, Su Chao couldn't help but feel anxious as well. The atmosphere grew heavy, so Hua Gang quickly shifted to a lighter topic. "By the way, I still don't know what abilities you've awakened. I have extensive knowledge of most ability systems. Tell me, and I can offer some advice." Su Chao answered eagerly. "Teacher, I've awakened a spatial ability and a detection ability." Hua Gang's entire body stiffened. He fought the urge to let his mouth twitch uncontrollably, staring in disbelief at his newly accepted disciple. His previously calm demeanor nearly collapsed. Careless. I shouldn't have asked so many questions just now. Spatial and detection abilities, of all things. I haven't studied either of these fields. What kind of monster is this disciple? Spatial abilities, it's actually spatial abilities. He smacked his forehead hard, glanced at the time, and said regretfully, "Oh no. I forgot I have an important meeting. I don't have time today. I'll guide you another day. You should head back now." After finishing, he grabbed the notebook on the desk and quickly walked out of the office. "Teacher!" Su Chao called out from behind. Hua Gang quickened his pace upon hearing the shout. "This kid is too difficult to deal with. If I keep wasting time with him, I'm afraid my mindset will collapse." Su Chao muttered, "Teacher, you haven't given me the security key for the advanced martial arts hard drive yet." Back in his dormitory, Su Chao took out the 2 treasures his teacher had gifted him and played with them. This apprenticeship wasn't in vain. A high-tier psychic artifact, which his teacher said could counter a 7th-rank grandmaster, a true life-saving trump card. The other was an advanced martial technique, Void Soul Rift Slash. The name alone sounded overwhelmingly powerful. Unfortunately, his teacher had been in a rush and forgot to give him the security key. He'd call after the meeting to ask about it. Suddenly, the phone in his bag vibrated. It was a message. Opening it, he saw it was the security key sent by his teacher. Looks like the teacher heard his inner thoughts. Since the security key was here, why wait? Time to begin training in this advanced martial art. This was the technique he'd been looking forward to for so long. He wondered how much his strength would improve after mastering it. The martial arts dormitory had excellent conditions, equipped with complete audio-visual systems, allowing students to relax after exhausting training. Su Chao quickly powered up the equipment, connected the hard drive, and entered the security key. A video appeared on the screen. The scene showed a desolate wilderness, a vast open space. A burly man with a square face and a scar near his brow stood in the air, wielding a massive blade. Su Chao was slightly shocked. The person before him was none other than the founder of the Starry Sky Martial Pavilion, one of humanity's top-tier powerhouses, Ba Dao. Then, in a steady and powerful voice, he began explaining the key points of practicing this martial technique. Void Soul Rift * is no ordinary advanced martial art. It is the pinnacle of the pinnacle, consisting of 4 moves. They are Invisible Void Blade, Soul Rift Line, 1,000 Blades of Severance, and Eternal Silence, corresponding to the entry-level, minor mastery, major mastery, and perfection stages of the technique. The first move, Invisible Void Blade. For beginners, you must meditate and regulate your breathing, calming your mind to sense the subtle vibrations of the surrounding space. The void is not truly empty, it has faint pulsations, like breathing. Only by capturing these pulsations can you synchronize with them when swinging your blade. After speaking, he began his demonstration. He landed softly, hands behind his back, the long blade angled toward the ground. He closed his eyes for a moment, seemingly sensing something. Suddenly, he swung the blade diagonally. The blade silently tore through the air, causing faint ripples to appear. Not far away, a tree half a foot thick was neatly severed into 2, the cut smooth and clean. The video didn't pause. Ba Dao continued his demonstration. The second move, Soul Rift Line. Once you sense the void's pulsations, you must learn to grasp them. Not with your hands, but by using your energy. An intent to capture them, pulling the void's pulsations into a fine line that clings to the blade's edge. Su Chao stared intently at the image of Ba Dao, listening as he explained each move's training focus and technique. He felt this advanced martial art was practically tailor-made for him. With his spatial abilities and detection-based psychic powers, combining them with Void Soul Rift / made for a perfect match. The video demonstration soon ended. Ordinary people would have to immediately meditate and reflect to begin their training. But Su Chao wasn't ordinary, he didn't need to at all. He glanced at his interface. Source points, 18,961. Martial techniques, Advanced Martial Art Void Soul Rift / not started, plus, Basic Martial Art Shadow Stab, Major. Mastery, plus, Basic Martial Art Windbreak / Perfection, Basic Martial Art Mountain Suppression Fist, Major Mastery, plus. Seeing that the advanced martial art had already appeared on his interface, Su Chao couldn't help but grin. He was grinning so widely he could barely keep his mouth shut. I've got the interface, I've got source points. No need to drag out training. Staring at the nearly 20,000 source points, Su Chao felt secure. Time to see how many points it would take to upgrade an advanced martial art. Without hesitation, he began upgrading. As source points were consumed, waves of understanding surged into his mind. He finally felt what Ba Dao had described earlier. Capturing the pulsations, sensing the breathing, he found it. The first move, Invisible Void Blade, broke through. However, he didn't dare swing his blade casually in the dormitory, fearing he might damage something. He glanced at his interface. Source points, 17,961. Martial techniques, Advanced Martial Art Void Soul Rift / entry level, plus. 1,000 source points consumed. Su Chao was inwardly amazed. Advanced martial arts truly were different. Upgrading a basic martial art from minor mastery to major mastery only cost 1,000 points, but this consumed that much just for entry level. No time to hesitate, he continued upgrading. The source points drained faster now, and he gradually grasped the sensation Ba Dao described of grasping the void's pulsations, attempting to pull them into a line. He failed at first, but after persisting a few times, he finally succeeded. The second move, Soul Rift Line, broke through. Void Soul Rift Slash had reached the minor mastery stage. Su Chao felt the power of this move, it already surpassed the full-strength blow of his perfected Windbreak Slash. Seeing the source points consumed, he couldn't help but grin bitterly. He had lost a full 5,000 points. And this was just the minor mastery stage. The interface now showed only a little over 12,000 source points remaining. Clenching his teeth, he pressed onward. This time, the source points drained even faster, vanishing at a maddening pace. Endless insights flooded his mind. He felt like a swordsman who had practiced this martial art for decades. Years of effort were finally bearing fruit. At a certain moment, he felt his comprehension of the blade reach a new realm, energy and intent merging completely, forming the embryonic stage of blade intent. He could almost sense that if he swung this blade now, the void itself would be torn apart, severing everything. This strike wouldn't just attack the physical body, it could destroy the soul. The third move, Thousand Blades of Severance, broke through. At this point, the source point consumption finally stopped. He glanced at his interface. Source points, 2,961. Martial techniques, Advanced Martial Art Void Soul Rift Slash, Major Mastery, Basic Martial Art Shadow Stab, Major Mastery, Basic Martial Art Windbreak Slash, Perfection, Basic Martial Art Mountain Suppression Fist, Major Mastery. From beginner to mastery, it had cost a total of 16,000 source points, with 10,000 of those spent just from the small success stage to the mastery stage. But it was absolutely worth it. He felt his combat power had significantly improved, at least doubled. He estimated his attack power had now firmly reached the level of an ordinary 6th-rank martial artist. It should be known that those who could cultivate an advanced martial technique to the mastery stage were very few. Only a small proportion of 6th-rank martial artists and most grandmaster-level experts could achieve this. Most 4th and 5th-rank martial artists typically practiced intermediate martial techniques, and many could only reach the small success stage. Those who could achieve mastery were extremely rare. So, one could imagine how powerful he was now, having cultivated an advanced martial technique to the mastery stage. Void Soul Splitting Slash was no ordinary advanced martial technique, it was a top-tier advanced martial technique. Moreover, he had comprehended the embryonic form of blade intent. It should be noted that for a martial artist to break through from the 6th rank to the 7th rank grandmaster level, it wasn't just about reaching certain physical and mental limits. What was more critical was grasping the embryonic form of intent. And not only had Su Chao cultivated this advanced martial technique to mastery, but he had also simultaneously condensed the embryonic form of blade intent. This was precisely why the Void Soul Splitting Slash was considered a top-tier advanced martial technique. For ordinary advanced martial techniques, one could only condense the embryonic form of intent after reaching the perfect stage of cultivation. Su Chao was filled with anticipation. If he could cultivate the Void Soul Splitting Slash to the perfect stage, how much would his combat power improve? The only uncertainty was how many source points would be needed. He decided that the source points obtained from hunting monsters next would first be used to elevate the Void Soul Splitting Slash to the perfect stage. He checked the time. The cultivation had taken less than half an hour in total. If his chief master Hoi Gang knew that he had cultivated an advanced martial technique to the mastery stage in just half an hour, he would probably go mad. He sent a message to Wen Jiayu, informing her about his apprenticeship. Then he thought of his former dorm mates, Han Yu and the others, who should have returned to school by now. He decided to gather a few of them for a reunion. He dialed Han Yu's number. On the other end, a cheerful voice answered. "Hello, Brother Chao. Han Yu, have you guys all returned to school? How about meeting at the usual place tonight?" "Sure thing, Brother Chao. We got back yesterday, and we're all in the dorm now. I'll let the others know and go ahead to order some dishes." "Alright, see you later." After hanging up, Su Chao started tidying up and preparing to head out. He strolled around the campus, seeing one vibrant young figure after another. They gathered in small groups, chatting and laughing. These students were full of hope for the future. The fresh joy and novelty of having just entered university had yet to fade. Clearly, these were the newly enrolled freshmen. As he passed the entrance of the second cafeteria, Su Chao saw his black SUV. A group of students had gathered around it, pointing and chatting. In the center of the crowd was Jiang Dali, basking in the attention like a star surrounded by admirers. Several pretty female classmates were exchanging contact information with him. This nearly 5 million yuan car had caused quite a stir on the student-dominated campus. This guy really knew how to show off, even parking his car right in front of the cafeteria at mealtime. Su Chao shook his head and paid no attention. He continued walking toward the school gate. Soon, he arrived at the restaurant they often frequented. He saw the three from his dorm had already gathered and were waiting for him. When they saw Su Chao arrive, all three stood up to greet him. Su Chao teased them as he greeted them back. "Hey! Junjun, Zhongqi, it's only been a summer vacation, and you two have gotten noticeably chubbier. Looks like the food at home was really good. But Hanyu, what's up with you? You seem to have lost quite a bit of weight over the summer." Su Chao wasn't joking. He really noticed that Hanyu had slimmed down and gotten tanner. Hearing this, Tanjun and Yu Zhongqi laughed and said, "Brother Chao, you know we mostly stayed home during summer break. The food at home is way better than at school, so of course, we gained weight." Next to them, Hanyu gave an awkward smile but said nothing. Su Chao noticed Hanyu's unusual behavior but didn't point it out. Everyone sat down and started eating and drinking. With a few bottles of beer down, the atmosphere grew lively, and the conversation shifted to discussing which departments the new freshmen had brought in a few pretty girls. At this time, Su Chao noticed that Hanyu was talking less and less. In the past, he would have been the most enthusiastic one, but now he just kept drinking. Finding an opportunity, Su Chao patted Hanyu on the shoulder. "Hanyu, let's go take a breather." Hanyu looked up and saw Su Chao wink at him. He obediently followed him outside. After walking a short distance, Su Chao pulled Hanyu into a quieter corner. "All right, spill it. What's been bothering you? You've been looking gloomy all night." Hanyu hesitated, and Su Chao patted him on the shoulder. "If you still consider me a brother, stop beating around the bush." After a moment of silence, Hanyu sighed. He finally spoke, "My family's supermarket is on the verge of going bankrupt." Su Chao glanced at him, a bit surprised. He had thought it was some relationship issue. If that were the case, he really wouldn't want to get involved. But since it was a business problem at home, then it was likely a matter of money. For Su Chao, problems that could be solved with money weren't really problems at all. He gestured for Hanyu to elaborate. "Tell me more." Hanyu was just about to speak when Su Chao interrupted him. "On second thought, let's keep it short. Otherwise, Tanjun and Yu Zhongqi might think we're running out on the bill. I'll just ask you two questions. Can the problem be solved with money?" Hanyu, caught off guard by Su Chao's sudden change in demeanor, froze for a moment. After a brief hesitation, he nodded. Su Chao smiled with satisfaction and continued, "How much money do you need to fix it?" Hanyu's heart tightened. Could Su Chao really have the money to help his family through this crisis? He knew about Su Chao's situation. His father had been seriously injured, and the medical bills were surely not cheap. Although Su Chao had now awakened as a martial artist and earned more than ordinary people, martial arts training also required significant expenses. Logically, Su Chao shouldn't have much money to spare. But since Su Chao asked, Hanyu thought for a moment and gave an estimate. Maybe, around 2 million. Su Chao looked at him with a hint of sarcasm. "Hanyu, are you sure 2 million will solve your family's problem?" Hanyu was unnerved by Su Chao's gaze. He hadn't been entirely honest earlier. After some hesitation, he said, "My parents think it might take about 5 million to resolve everything. They're planning to borrow the money from relatives and friends." Su Chao shook his head and sighed. "I don't mean to discourage you, but I think they've probably already tried borrowing money, and likely didn't get any. Before, when everything was fine, you could still borrow some money because everyone knew your family's supermarket was doing well. But now, with trouble at hand, it'd be much harder to borrow money." After saying this, he patted Hanyu on the shoulder. "Give me your account details." Hanyu, visibly touched, replied, "Brother Chao, I know you're sincerely trying to help me, and I appreciate it. You've just become a martial artist, and your family needs money too. Don't worry about me." Su Chao kicked him lightly. "Stop talking nonsense and hand over your account details. Consider this money my token of goodwill." Hearing this, Hanyu didn't argue further and gave him the account details, thinking Su Chao just wanted to show some support. After confirming the account information was correct, Su Chao pulled out his phone, operated it for a moment, and then put it back in his bag. Shortly after, Hanyu received a text message. When he opened it, he exclaimed, "Brother Chao, you transferred 80,000, huh? Why are there so many extra zeros? Did you accidentally misplace the decimal point? He froze, staring at the screen as his pupils slowly dilated. At first, he thought he must have made a mistake, but after counting repeatedly, he realized it was correct. Hanyu looked up at Su Chao, disbelief written all over his face, and stammered, "Brother Chao, you transferred 8 million? What's this for?" He was on the verge of tears. Su Chao patted him earnestly on the shoulder and said, "Hanyu, we're brothers. No need to be so polite. When my family was struggling before, you helped us a lot. I don't know the exact scale of your family's supermarket, but your parents said they needed 5 million, which I assume is a conservative estimate. I transferred 8 million, so it should be enough." He continued nonchalantly, "I know what you're about to say. Don't worry, my family's issues have already been resolved, and my dad is healed now. This money is for you. Don't feel too burdened by it." As he spoke, he adjusted his clothes. "Let me brag for a moment. Honestly, in our school, there aren't many people richer than me. Don't rush to pay it back. Just think of it as my support for your business venture. When you make it big, treat me to a good meal." Han Yu's eyes reddened. He nodded firmly. With this money, his family's problems would be completely solved. His parents would no longer have sleepless nights worrying about finances. He threw his arms around Su Chao, his voice trembling and choked with emotion. "Chaozi, thank you." Su Chao patted his back. "Hey, now you're not even calling me Brother Chao anymore? This 8 million was totally worth it. Get lost." At that moment, the bond between the two instantly returned to what it used to be, and they burst into laughter. No longer would Hanyu feel distant because Su Chao was a martial artist. Back at the table, Hanyu joined the conversation with the same enthusiasm as before, and the atmosphere became even livelier. Tan Jun and Yu Zhongqi looked at him curiously. How did he change so much after just stepping out for a moment? The group drank for another hour until both Hanyu and Tan Jun threw up, signaling the end of the gathering. Tan Jun's weak drinking capacity made his case unsurprising. But Hanyu, whose drinking ability in their dorm was second only to Su Chao, getting drunk this time was likely due to the immense stress he'd been under with his family's situation. Now that it was resolved, he finally let himself relax. Su Chao, being physically strong, wasn't affected by the alcohol at all. He paid the bill and, along with Yu Zhongqi, helped the two drunkards back to their dormitory. He then returned alone to the martial arts dormitory. On the way, he was already pondering how to help Tan Jun and Yu Zhongqi. In the past, he had the closest relationship with Hanyu. Hanyu's family was the wealthiest, and he was generous, often helping Su Chao with errands and occasionally treating him to meals. Tan Jun and Yu Zhongqi, on the other hand, came from average families. Especially Tan Jun, who loved playing games when he had money but often relied on Hanyu to buy him meals when he was broke. Yu Zhongqi was the studious type, liked reading, and wasn't very talkative. Their relationship was average. To be honest, Su Chao wasn't particularly close to the other two besides Hanyu. But after all, they were roommates. Now that he had the means, he thought helping them wouldn't hurt. Still, giving them money directly didn't seem appropriate. Forget it, he thought. There's still a year until they graduate. If they struggle to find good jobs after that, he'd help them out then. As he opened the door to his dorm room, the door to the neighboring room also swung open. Jiang Dali, seeing Su Chao return, greeted him with a smile. "Chaozi, did you drink tonight? Not too much, I hope? Here's your car key." The martial arts dormitory had single rooms, and Jiang Dali happened to live next to Su Chao. "Dali, judging by your expression, you had a good day, didn't you? Chaozi, you know me. I'm average at best in terms of looks and conditions, nowhere near as good as you. I can only rely on these external things to make an impression. I added a few girls on WeChat today. Planning to chat with them first." Su Chao spoke earnestly. "Dali, haven't you heard the saying? Don't rush into a relationship. Be friends first, and see if her friends are even better looking." Jiang Dali froze. Then, after seriously pondering Su Chao's words, he nodded in agreement. "Chaozi, your insight is spot on. I really need to learn more from you. Get lost," Su Chao said gruffly. He didn't take the car key Jiang Dali handed over. "You keep the car for now. I won't need it these next few days. But don't take any new girl classmates out for a drive right away. Otherwise, you'll have to come up with excuses. But let me be clear. Don't mess around in my car. Jiang Dali blushed and retorted, Chaozi, what kind of person do you think I am? Su Chao chuckled, pushed open his door, and left him with one last remark. Go to bed early. Tomorrow's the first day of the semester. Don't be late, or Teacher Chu will punish you. The next morning, Su Chao woke up early. It was the first day of his senior year. All the martial arts class students arrived on time because their homeroom teacher, Teacher Chu, was holding a class meeting. Teacher Chu Xian was not someone to mess with. Su Chao counted. The martial arts class only had about 30 students, though more were likely to join later. He noticed Mu Zian, whose strength was still at the peak of the 3rd level. However, she seemed colder than before and completely ignored Jiang Hao, who was pursuing her. It was likely due to their experience in Yuanchue City last time. It wasn't unusual for someone's personality to change after going through life and death situations. Su Chao also spotted Zhou Peng. Zhou Peng avoided Su Chao's gaze, not daring to meet his eyes. He was well aware of Su Chao's accomplishments during the Beast Tide last semester. For the first week of school, Su Chao uncharacteristically acted like a model student, attending classes on time. Although Principal Hua had granted special approval, not showing up at the start of the term made it difficult to integrate into the class, and teachers were bound to have opinions. During this time, Teacher Hua Gang called him to the office to ask about his progress with cultivating the void soul-splitting slash. Su Chao felt awkward admitting his slow progress, as he had just barely started. As a result, he was inexplicably kicked out by Teacher Hua Gang. Time quietly slipped by. Another 4 days passed. That morning, after finishing Teacher Chen's martial arts class, Su Chao's face lit up with joy. He quickly returned to his dormitory. The status panel had changed again. Mental power, 62, plus. His strength had finally improved again. He immediately sat cross-legged and began cultivating. Advance. As the source energy was depleted, the familiar sensation returned. His mental power surged rapidly, and his perception grew sharper and sharper. Every moment, he could feel himself growing stronger, and the feeling was exhilarating. Until, at a certain moment, the source points stopped depleting. Su Chao looked at the panel. Mental power, 78. Physical constitution, 168, plus. Source points, 1361. A 16-point increase in mental power at the cost of 1,600 source points. It was totally worth it. He continued enhancing his physical constitution. Half an hour later, Su Chao opened his eyes and moved his body. His bones and tendons creaked, and his entire body was brimming with explosive power. His physical constitution had significantly improved. He looked at the panel. Physical constitution, 232. Source points, 721. His constitution had increased by 64 points. Now his physical strength was equivalent to 23,200 kilograms, already at the mid-level of Tier 5. With at least a twofold combat bonus from advanced martial techniques, Su Chao believed he wouldn't fear going head-to-head with an early Tier 6 opponent. Coupled with his abilities, teleportation, and Eye of Truth, mid-Tier 6 opponents were no longer intimidating to him. Tier 6 warriors required mental power surpassing 100. Su Chao believed that with 2 more sessions, he could break through. Unconsciously, he had moved one step closer to the once-distant Tier 7 Grandmaster level. The improvement in strength was exhilarating, but seeing that he only had a little over 700 source points left, Su Chao knew his leisurely days were over. He needed to keep fighting to fully unleash his new strength. He requested leave from Teacher Chu Xian, then drove a black off-road vehicle toward the Eastern City Gate. In a warehouse near the Eastern City Gate of Starsea Base City, Zhao Dezhu looked at the scattered monster corpses in the warehouse, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. His boss had instructed him to purchase monster corpses from nearby hunters, but after more than 10 days, only a handful had been collected. More importantly, these corpses were all obtained by him personally going out and waiting by the city gate every day. He felt he had let his boss down. Earning such a small amount of money every day wasn't worthy of the high salary the boss paid him. Moreover, he hadn't found any clues about the life-extending spiritual items his boss had asked him to investigate. Failing at his job left Zhao Dezhu particularly frustrated. As he frowned in distress, the sound of a roaring engine suddenly came from outside the warehouse. A luxurious black off-road vehicle drove in.
Zhao Dezhu was about to step forward to inquire when the car door opened, and his boss, Mr. Mo, stepped out. Immediately, he put on a smile and quickly walked up to greet him.
"Boss, you're here."
He greeted warmly, but his heart was filled with anxiety.
The boss hadn't told him he was coming. Was this a surprise inspection?
As he nervously awaited the boss's reprimand, Su Chao glanced around the warehouse. It was his first time here, and this warehouse was slightly larger than the one they had rented before. In the corner, Zhao Dezhu had converted part of the space into 2 temporary restrooms and a reception room.
Su Chao inspected his personal restroom.
It was well decorated, complete with a washroom and fully equipped.
Quite luxurious. This was something Su Chao had specifically instructed Zhao Dezhu to prepare.
He figured that in the future, he'd frequently visit the wilderness and couldn't openly use spatial portals in front of Zhao Dezhu. Smiling, he nodded at Zhao Dezhu.
"Dezhu, good job."
Zhao Dezhu froze for a moment, wondering if the boss's words were meant sarcastically.
He quickly and earnestly apologized. "Boss, I didn't do well. Please scold me." Su Chao's expression froze for a second before he immediately understood.
Zhao Dezhu was worried the boss would blame him for the lack of monster corpses, but in truth, Su Chao had him collect them only as a cover. He reassured him, "Dezhu, it's always hard at the beginning. There's a process to everything, so don't rush. You'll get busier soon enough." Hearing that not only did the boss not scold him but even encouraged him, Zhao Dezhu felt warm inside and silently vowed to work even harder to repay his boss.
Su Chao checked the time. It was already 1 p.m., so he said, "It's lunchtime. Let's go eat."
The two went to a nearby restaurant and ordered a large table of delicious dishes. Since Su Chao was heading to the wilderness in the afternoon, he needed a good meal. Not worried about the cost, he ordered the
restaurant's most expensive signature dishes.
When the bill came, it totaled over 100,000, leaving Zhao Dezhu stunned. The life of the rich was truly beyond his imagination. After the meal, Su Chao bought some essential wilderness supplies before returning to the warehouse.
He casually said, "Don't disturb me. I need to rest."
With that, he entered the restroom.
Driving for several hours was indeed tiring.
He needed to recover properly.
An hour later, Su Chao was rejuvenated. He swiped his hand through the void, opening a portal, and stepped inside. The hunt began.
In a secret underground base in District 3 of Starsea Base City.
Inside a dark room,
a middle-aged man paced back and forth with his hands clasped behind him. A dark red birthmark covered the left side of his face, with a long black hair growing from it. His expression was stormy. Suddenly, he slammed his palm on the table before him in anger. The table instantly shattered into pieces, scattering items everywhere.
He muttered under his breath, "Damn Jian Yuanying. How dare he defy Lord Fawn's orders and refuse to cooperate? I've been in Starsea Base City for over a week, and there's been zero progress on the mission.
Just because he has some connection to the Divine Envoy, he thinks he can act this way.
Once I complete Lord Fawn's mission, I'll settle the score with you." "Humph, you think I can't deal with you?" "Luckily, I came prepared."
From his spatial ring, he retrieved a specially crafted mask and put it on. At the center of the mask was a mysterious silver emblem. If Su Chao were here, he would have recognized the emblem. It was identical to the one on Feng Hui's attire, the symbol of the Heavenly Kingdom organization. He then shouted toward the door, "Come in." The door to the dark room was pushed open, and a figure walked in wearing a mask. The pattern at the center of the mask was copper-colored.
He saw the shattered table in the room and shivered inwardly.
This lord truly has a fiery temper.
In a low voice, he asked, "Chief Sun, do you have any orders?"
The middle-aged man wearing a mask with a silver pattern spoke, "Go, and bring Chief Wang over."
"Yes, my lord."
A few minutes later, another person wearing a mask with a copper-colored pattern walked in.
"Chief Sun, you were looking for me?" "Chief Wang, how's the task I assigned you?"
"Almost done. We used the pretense of a business negotiation to invite her to the East City Gate, and she agreed. To avoid raising her suspicion, we set the meeting for 7 days later." The man wearing the mask with the silver pattern nodded.
"Good. This has been handled well. Have you prepared everything I asked for?" Chief Wang inquired.
"My lord, everything is ready. The vehicle has been specially modified, no one hiding inside will be detected,
and it can leave the city without any issues. Well done. This mission has been managed excellently. Once the task is complete, I will report your achievements to Lord Fong. Chief Wang's tone carried excitement. Thank you, Chief Sun. Chief Sun responded. All right, you may leave. Keep a close eye on things and ensure the task is completed properly.
After Chief Wang left, Chief Sun took out a phone and dialed a number. It didn't take long for the call to connect.
Hello, President Han, how's the caravan arrangement I asked your triad to prepare?
On the other end of the line, President Han replied respectfully, Chief Sun, it's all arranged.
When will you need to leave the city?
Chief Sun pondered for a moment.
Around a week from now. Stay on standby and wait for my signal. Understood, Chief Sun. In a warehouse in the East District.
Zhao Dezhu waved his hand toward Su Chao, and suddenly, piles of monstrous beasts' corpses appeared in the air, forming small mountains.
He stared, dumbfounded.
Even though he had witnessed this a few times before, each time left him utterly astonished. Ever since the boss arrived 5 days ago, he had seen such scenes every single day.
This made him hold even greater reverence for the boss.
On one hand, the boss possessed such a massive storage space, which Zhao Dezhu had never heard of before. No storage ring should be this large. For the boss to reveal such an important secret meant he had immense trust in him, treating him as a true confidant. On the other hand, the boss would leave every day, and upon returning, bring back heaps of freshly killed monstrous beast corpses. Based on years of experience, Zhao Dezhu could tell these corpses had been slain just that day.
It made the boss even more enigmatic in his eyes.
Moreover, among these piles of beast corpses were many 4th and 5th tier beasts, with the weakest being of the 2nd tier. He couldn't help but wonder if the boss was a representative from some organization, tasked with handling the beasts they hunted. But no matter how much he thought about it, it didn't make sense. No organization would send someone deep into the wilderness just to hunt monstrous beasts and collect their corpses unless every member had a massive storage ring. That was nearly impossible. So, there was only one possibility left: the boss had hunted all these beasts himself.
As this thought crossed his mind, Zhao Dezhu's heart surged with excitement.
He had to follow the boss closely. This could completely change his life. The boss wasn't just mysterious but also immensely powerful, at least a peak 6th tier warrior.
How else could he hunt down so many 4th and 5th tier beasts so effortlessly? Su Chao paid no attention to Zhao Dezhu's shock.
The deliberate display of his enormous storage space in front of Zhao Dezhu was a calculated decision. Since he had enlisted Zhao Dezhu to assist him, the latter would inevitably have to handle beast corpses in the future.
He would also notice the inexplicable appearance of large quantities of monstrous beast corpses in the warehouse.
Rather than letting Zhao Dezhu speculate wildly, it was better to show him up front and let him feel trusted. Ever since arriving near the East City Gate, Su Chao had been hunting beasts in Yuanshui City for several consecutive days. Each day, he made a trip, bringing back hundreds of beast corpses every time, with the weakest being 2nd tier. As a result, more than half of the 2nd tier and above beasts in the southern district of Yuanshui City had been hunted by him, especially the 4th and 5th tier beasts, which had been nearly wiped out. Under Su Chao's eye of truth, 4th and 5th tier beasts had nowhere to hide. Each was located and killed. With his current strength, hunting 4th and 5th tier beasts was effortless.
There was even a minor incident during this period.
When he killed a 5th tier beast, he acquired a speed-based ability. However, since he already had a spatial ability, this speed-based one wasn't of much use to him. So, he didn't spend any source points to enhance it, planning to replace it with a better ability in the future.
Su Chao was not one to kill aimlessly without a plan.
His next trip to Yuanshui City was intended to target the 6th tier beasts directly. Over the past few days, he began by clearing out the powerful beasts in the southern district. One purpose was to familiarize himself with his newly enhanced strength and advanced martial techniques. During this time, he avoided using teleportation much during battles with beasts, focusing mainly on honing his martial skills. The other purpose was to prepare for his confrontation with the 6th tier beast in the southern district. He didn't want to be swarmed by a group of 5th tier beasts while fighting a 6th tier beast.
Finally, let's talk about his gains.
Just yesterday, he earned nearly 60,000 source points from hunting beasts. The advanced martial technique Void Soul Slash had been upgraded to its perfect state, costing him 50,000 source points. A perfected advanced martial technique.
A mid-5th tier warrior. Such strength was already terrifying. It's worth noting that not even all grandmasters had mastered advanced techniques to perfection. And Su Chao's move was a top-tier advanced technique. In martial technique, Su Chao was already far ahead of other warriors of his tier. He was extremely satisfied with Void Soul Slash, which had just reached perfection. After a full day of field testing and actual combat, he felt his combat power had increased by almost 2.8 times. According to the information he found on Martial Artist's Home, ordinary advanced techniques typically only increased combat power by up to 2.5 times. This upgrade significantly boosted his overall combat strength. Most importantly, the fourth move of the perfected technique, Silent Oblivion, was a wide-range attack skill. As a result, his speed in slaying beasts had increased considerably. Previously, it took him about 3 hours to fill his spatial storage, but today, it took less than 2 hours to achieve the same result. A significant portion of the time was spent constantly relocating and searching for 4th and 5th tier beasts. The source points displayed on the panel were now less than 10,000. Aside from the source points and martial skill upgrades, he had also gained battle merits and money. The monster corpses he had hunted over the past few days were processed every 2 days by Zhao Deju, who contacted buyers. Each transaction brought in approximately 300 million. In other words, excluding today's earnings, his account had grown by nearly 600 million. Counting today's haul and his previous balance, his total assets now approached 1 billion. As for battle merits, if Su Chao exchanged all the spirit armor fragments he had collected, the total would be close to 30,000. However, he had no intention of exchanging them just yet and continued storing them in his internal space since they didn't take up any room. He turned to Zhao Deju, who was still in a daze beside him, and said, "Deju, when processing monster corpses, don't always go through the people from the Hunters Association. You should switch between different merchants or factions. Too much volume too frequently will draw attention." Zhao Deju quickly nodded. "Understood, boss. The last 2 times, I already contacted different buyers." Zhao Deju now completely trusted his new boss. The boss had even rewarded him with 1 million for his hard work over the past 2 days. Seeing that Zhao Deju was reliable, Su Chao nodded in approval. Pointing to the monster corpses that had just been taken out from his internal space and were now lying on the warehouse floor, he instructed, "Arrange for another buyer to handle these today." "Got it, boss." After making arrangements, Su Chao walked out of the warehouse. Glancing at the time, he saw it was almost 5 o'clock. He decided to book a hotel to rest and relax properly, and perhaps grab a bite to eat. Tomorrow, he planned to target the 6th-tier Overlord monster in the southern district of Yuanshui City. It was likely to be a fierce battle, and he needed to restore his energy to peak condition. District 1 of Shanghai Base City. In a luxurious villa, a short-haired, beautiful woman busied herself in the kitchen, finishing the last dish. She called out, "Jayu, wash your hands and get ready for dinner." A gentle and sweet voice replied from the living room, "All right, Mom. What delicious food have you made today?" The woman answered, "You little foodie, all your favorites are here." Before long, the dishes were all served on the table. The mother and daughter sat down and began eating. It was just the 2 of them at home, so there weren't many formalities. The beautiful woman picked up a large piece of food for her daughter and then started eating herself. They were Wen Jiayu and her mother, Meng Hui. "Jiayu, you've been training hard lately. Eat more. I know you often forget to eat while cultivating." "Mom, don't worry. I won't go hungry. Sometimes my teacher brings me meals, and I always keep dried meat in my space ring." The woman sighed. "Your teacher treats you so well, almost like her own daughter." When Jiayu looked at her somewhat weary mother and said softly, "Mom, you've been so tired lately, even working overtime on weekends. Why not quit? Let someone else manage the company so you can take it easy. With my current abilities, I can support the family." "It's fine, Jiayu. You don't understand, after so many years, I'm used to staying busy. Being idle would make me uncomfortable." When Jiayu sighed helplessly. She had said this several times, always receiving the same response. "Oh, by the way, Jiayu. Next week, I've arranged to meet someone at the East Gate to discuss a big business deal. I'll need to stay there for a day or 2, so I won't be able to cook for you. You'll have to eat at the school canteen or nearby restaurants." When Jiayu frowned. "Mom, didn't we agree not to leave District 1? The outside areas aren't safe." "Don't worry. I won't venture into the wilderness outside the base city. Besides, Aunt May will be with me, so you can relax.
When Jieyu wanted to continue persuading her, but knowing her mother's stubbornness, she decided against it for fear of ruining the mood. Aunt May was a fourth-tier martial artist who had been with her mother for years.
Staying within the base city shouldn't pose much of a problem.
The southern district of Yuanchue City.
Su Chao moved swiftly through the ruins of dilapidated buildings, instantly killing any second-tier or higher monsters he encountered and storing them in his internal space. He didn't bother wasting energy on those below the second tier.
His target was a small mountain that used to house a zoo. The overlord monster of the southern district resided on that mountain, a sixth-tier earth giant bear covered in black fur. Before long, he arrived at the foot of the mountain. Activating the Eye of Truth, Su Chao immediately gathered a comprehensive understanding of the entire mountain. At the mountain's summit, a massive black bear, about 4 meters long, was basking in the sun on a plaza. Bones were scattered all around, evidence of its recent meals.
Su Chao observed that the black bear's power had already reached the mid-sixth tier.
Strangely, there wasn't a single fifth-tier monster on the mountain, only creatures of the third and fourth tiers. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Perfect. This was the ideal battlefield to test the results of his recent training.
Yesterday, he had used fifth-tier monsters to hone his mastery of the perfected Void Soul Slash, but it had failed to push his limits. Today, he hoped this sixth-tier bear wouldn't disappoint him.
With a few agile leaps, Su Chao reached the plaza at the mountain's summit.
He fixed his gaze on the black bear before him and drew the S-grade longsword he had purchased earlier.
Against a sixth-tier monster, a B-grade weapon wouldn't hold up. It would likely break after just a few strikes.
The black bear's blood-red eyes locked onto Su Chao. The white fur encircling its eye sockets only emphasized its cold, ruthless gaze.
It couldn't comprehend why such a seemingly weak human would dare intrude upon its territory, let alone brandish a weapon and provoke it.
A sixth-tier monster possessed considerable intelligence.
The earth giant bear could sense that Su Chao's life energy was only at the mid-fifth tier, an entire major realm below its own.
Rising onto its hind legs with a sudden motion, it raised its massive forepaws high and let out a thunderous roar toward the sky.
Roar!
The overlord's roar shook the heavens and the earth.
All the monsters on the mountain instinctively lowered their bodies, trembling in fear.
The earth giant bear glanced around, satisfied with its display of dominance. But when its gaze returned to Su Chao, it saw that the human remained unfazed, staring back at it with an unflinching expression. He even raised his sword, pointing it directly at the bear, showing no trace of fear.
This infuriated the bear even more.
Not only did this enemy refuse to surrender, but he also had the audacity to draw his weapon. As the undisputed ruler of this area, it had been a long time since anyone dared show such disregard for its authority. Without hesitation, the earth giant bear charged toward Su Chao, its massive paws pounding the ground and leaving deep craters in its wake. It moved with astonishing speed, closing the distance in an instant.
Its colossal paw swung down toward Su Chao in a devastating blow.
Under the shadow cast by the bear's massive form, Su Chao appeared incredibly small. He now stood directly beneath the towering beast's enormous frame, his entire body engulfed by its looming shadow.
At this moment, he stood like a warrior in the darkness.
Decisively, he drew his long blade and unleashed the perfected technique of Void Soul Cleaving Slash. The blade emitted a black light as it cleaved forward. The space seemed to tear apart, and a ripple surged rapidly toward the giant bear. The earth bear immediately sensed extreme danger. The paw that was originally about to strike Su Chao's head abruptly changed direction, aiming instead toward the black ripple.
A cry of pain.
The bear's body froze momentarily, its paw failing to land the blow. Instead, the collision with the ripple caused a few drops of blood to drip from its paw. The other paw reached up to rub its head, feeling as though it had been split open by an unbearable pain.
Su Chao's lips curled into a slight smile. The Void Soul Cleaving Slash lived up to its reputation.
It not only injured the body but also inflicted damage on the soul. With one successful strike, he immediately retreated.
The bear's paw slammed heavily into the ground, shattering a large area of rocks.
The earth bear was famous for its thick skin and sturdy body, and realizing its defenses had been breached in the very first exchange, especially on its paw, the toughest part, it felt a sharp sting in its heart. However, upon seeing the shallow wound on its paw, the bear grew more cautious. It couldn't afford to let its paw be injured further.
After all, it had never tasted the might of a sixth-tier bear's claws. The Earth Bear stared at Su Chao warily, its face full of doubt. It hadn't expected this human to be so strong. The injury to its paw was negligible, akin to a human scraping their skin. Yet, the strange force that had attacked its soul earlier left it deeply unsettled. Not wanting to give Su Chao any respite, the bear launched another attack. Intelligent as it was, it avoided a direct confrontation with Su Chao's blade and instead began hurling chunks of broken rock. The stones flew like bullets, and Su Chao dodged continuously, occasionally slicing through them with his blade. The rocks struck distant boulders and trees with resounding crashes, even killing a few unlucky beasts nearby. But Su Chao wasn't just defending. He swung his blade from time to time, leaving bloody gashes on the bear's body. The sharpness of an S-rank weapon was no joke. The battle between man and beast was fierce and destructive, leaving the surrounding terrain in shambles. After dozens of breaths of back-and-forth struggle, Su Chao suddenly darted out, appearing at a distance. The sparring session was over, it was time to get serious. Indeed, he had been using the Earth Bear as a sparring partner all along. This was his first encounter with a sixth-tier beast, and he wanted to thoroughly test the gap between them. Without using his spatial abilities, Su Chao's speed was still far inferior to the bear's. Although the void soul-cleaving slash could break through the bear's defenses, its fatal attacks were deftly avoided by the beast. The damage inflicted was superficial at best. He could no longer afford to drag this out. The commotion here was too loud, and several fifth-tier beasts were already heading in this direction. What concerned him most was a massive bird of prey in the distant sky, flying toward him from nearly 10 kilometers away. It was a sixth-tier peak thunderhawk, the overlord of the central region of Yuanshui City. He hadn't expected to alert this creature. He had to act quickly, deal with the Earth Bear before the thunderhawk arrived, and retreat immediately. There was no way he could take on the thunderhawk. Not only could it fly, but it also wielded formidable lightning-based powers, making it an apex sixth-tier beast. That was why it ruled its territory. Teleportation activated. Su Chao's figure vanished instantly, reappearing above the bear's head, his blade descending in a fierce slash. The bear never imagined the persistent human would suddenly gain such a burst of speed, clearly faster than before. It had no time to block with its paw and could only instinctively shrink its head. Even so, the long blade struck its forehead. The bear staggered back 2 meters, a deep wound splitting its forehead, blood flowing profusely. Before the bear could unleash its fury in retaliation, the true eye locked onto its retreating trajectory, and Su Chao vanished once more, reappearing in front of the bear, his blade thrusting straight toward its eye. The fourth technique, all thoughts quieted. The bear's gaze instantly dulled, and it collapsed, motionless. A mid-tier sixth-tier Earth Bear, just like that, was dead. His interface displayed an additional 2,468 source points. He swiftly stored the bear's corpse. This bear was worth nearly 30 million, but more importantly, he could finally enjoy a delicious meal. Bear heart and bear paws, both were delicacies. However, his brow furrowed slightly. For a high-tier sixth-tier beast, the absence of any special abilities was truly disappointing. Looking up at the approaching sixth-tier peak thunderhawk, he gripped his blade and stood his ground. The mountain wind tousled his hair. Though he knew he couldn't win, he would never run. His eyes burned with fiery determination, and his grip on the blade tightened. The thunderhawk's massive form loomed larger, its wingspan nearly 8 meters, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Hiss! Caw! The eagle's shrieks echoed through the sky. As the thunderhawk closed to within a kilometer of Su Chao, this was the maximum range of his teleportation. Su Chao struck first, his figure instantly appearing before the thunderhawk, his blade slashing downward. Void soul-cleaving slash, all thoughts quieted. He unleashed his most powerful attack right away. The thunderhawk was startled. This human's speed surpassed its own, suddenly appearing from afar. But its reflexes were sharp, and it met the blade with its razor-sharp beak. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, sparks flying. The thunderhawk was forced back several meters, unscathed. Su Chao, however, was sent flying over 10 meters, his body briefly surrounded by purple lightning, the thunderhawk's electric attack leaving him numb. Fortunately, he wore S-rank armor, otherwise, this strike would have left him severely injured. This battle was proving to be a tough one. Su Chao was knocked back mid-air. Lacking the ability to levitate, he began to fall. Using teleportation, he reappeared atop a mountain. He shook his numb right hand. The gap in strength between him and the Thunderhawk was enormous, even with the perfected void soul-cleaving slash. It was clear. The difference between a peak 6th tier beast and an ordinary 6th tier beast was stark. The Thunderhawk's swift reaction made it challenging to inflict any substantial damage, even with surprise attacks using teleportation. The key issue was that it could fly. Even if Su Chao managed to severely injure it, the cost of trying to kill it would be too high and not worth it. Moreover, prolonged use of teleportation and the True Eye would consume significant energy. Such a commotion was bound to attract other high-tier beasts or powerful individuals, posing immense risks. Rather than risking his life, it was better to continue hunting 4th and 5th tier beasts. Once he advanced to the 6th tier himself, coupled with the amplification of the perfected void soul-cleaving slash, killing it would be much easier then. After thinking it through, Su Chao raised his blade, provoking the Thunder Eagle soaring in the sky. How could the enraged Thunder Eagle tolerate such provocation? It opened its beak and spat out a streak of purple lightning, immense in power, tearing through space as it surged toward Su Chao at lightning speed. Just as the lightning was about to strike him, Su Chao's figure vanished from where he stood. The Thunder Eagle's attack struck where Su Chao had just been, exploding with a deafening roar and sending dust billowing into the air. As the smoke and dust cleared, a deep crater several meters wide appeared on the ground. The edges of the pit were scorched black. But Su Chao had long disappeared. The Thunder Eagle circled in the air, searching everywhere for Su Chao's shadow, but found nothing. Damn human! Not only had he hunted its subordinates on its territory, he had the audacity to launch a sneak attack and provoke it. With no target to vent its fury on, the Thunder Eagle unleashed its wrath on the small mountain. As a result, the beasts on this small mountain were truly unlucky, inexplicably caught up in the storm, bearing the brunt of the Thunder Eagle's rage. They endured attacks far beyond their capacity to withstand, ultimately paying with their lives. After rampaging for a while, the Thunder Eagle flew off, leaving the mountain top severely damaged, a massive portion carved away. This was proof of the terrifying destructive power of a peak 6th tier Thunder Eagle. And the one responsible for all of this, Su Chao, was now meditating and recuperating inside a residential building in the southern district. Using instant teleportation several times in a row, he had successfully evaded the Thunder Eagle's line of sight and temporarily retreated here to rest. He had no intention of returning to the base city immediately. He planned to wait until the Thunder Eagle returned to the central area, then go out to hunt some more beasts. This time, apart from killing a 6th tier Earth Giant bear, his other gains were minimal. In the southern district, 4th and 5th tier beasts were becoming scarce. He decided to change locations and shift his focus to the eastern district. Half an hour later, Su Chao finished meditating. He stood up and headed toward the eastern district. The beasts there had no idea that a bloodbath was about to befall them. Night fell. Near the eastern gate of Shanghai Base City, Su Chao leaned against the sofa of a luxurious hotel, holding a glass of wine in his hand, silently contemplating his next training plan. At some point, he had started to enjoy the quiet solitude of having a drink alone. Perhaps it was a way to relieve the stress and negative emotions brought on by frequent killing. This day's outing had been more fruitful than usual. After all, he had just slain a 6th tier Earth Giant bear. He then hunted in the eastern district of Yuanshui City for 2 hours, bringing back over 200 beast carcasses. Most were 2nd and 3rd tier beasts, with relatively fewer 4th and 5th tier ones. This time, he earned over 10,000 source points. Combined with his previous balance, he now had over 20,000 source points. He needed to carefully consider how to best utilize these resources to maximize his strength. Looking at the 5 abilities displayed on his panel, he began weighing his options. First, the speed-related ability he had just acquired, he didn't intend to waste resources upgrading it. Next were 2 B-ranked abilities, Inner Space and Mirror Duplication. Mirror Duplication was sufficient for now and didn't urgently need an upgrade. He hesitated over whether to spend 10,000 source points to upgrade the B-ranked Inner Space to A rank, likely expanding its storage capacity. Another option was to save up 100,000 source points to upgrade the A-ranked Spatial Traversal to S rank. As for upgrading his S-ranked Eye of Truth to an even higher level, that wasn't even on the table. It required an astronomical amount of resources, and he had no idea how long it would take to accumulate them. Instead of hoarding points, it was better to first enhance abilities that could quickly boost his strength. Greater strength would make earning source points faster. With this in mind, he made a decision. He would spend 10,000 source points to upgrade the B-ranked inner space to A rank. Setting down his glass, he transferred the items in his inner space to his spatial ring, worrying that the upgrade process might damage them. Fortunately, the beast carcasses he had hunted today were already safely stored in the warehouse. With only a few remaining items to transfer, the spatial ring had enough capacity. Still, he left a few unimportant items inside to see if they would be affected by the upgrade. He began the upgrade process. Source points were consumed at an astonishing rate. 10 minutes later, Su Chao felt a tremor within his body and knew the upgrade was complete. He stared at the panel. Ha! A ranked small grotto heaven? He directed his consciousness into his inner space to examine the changes. Upon entering, his first impression was that the space had expanded significantly, at least tenfold. Additionally, the items he had left inside remained intact, indicating that upgrades wouldn't harm stored contents. In the future, he wouldn't need to transfer items out before upgrading. Was the only change an increase in size? He decided to test this theory during his next trip to the wilderness by capturing 2 live creatures to see if they could survive inside. After completing the upgrade, Su Chao looked at the panel, which now showed a balance of just over 10,000 source points. He decided to save all future source points from hunting until he accumulated 100,000 for the next upgrade of the A-ranked spatial traversal. However, there was another pressing issue he needed to resolve. As his abilities grew in number, their energy consumption during use also increased significantly. If this problem wasn't addressed, his overall strength would be severely undermined. If only he had an ability to help restore energy. He fell into deep thought. What kind of creature might possess such an ability? So far, he hadn't seen or heard of one. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration lit up his eyes, and he became excited. He realized he had been thinking too narrowly. Why focus solely on animal beasts? The psionic tide didn't just cause animals to mutate, it also spurred the evolution of plants. Some mutant plants had become extraordinarily powerful, like the scarlet bloodthorn he and Wen Jieyu encountered during their escape. Could hunting them yield unique abilities? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He could hardly wait to hunt down that scarlet bloodthorn and test his theory. It was already past 10 at night. He'd have to wait until morning to set out. Tonight, he needed a good rest. Draining his glass, he prepared for bed. The next morning, Su Chao woke early, driven by his plans. After eating and tidying up, he entered the warehouse rest area, opened a spatial portal, and stepped through. Indeed. He had chosen not to drive through the city to the wilderness area in the southwestern district. Instead, he exited the wilderness area directly from the eastern gate and used spatial traversal to travel there. This method was faster. Southwest of Xinghai Bay City, near the outskirts of the Wuyi mountain range. About 10 kilometers from the valley where the Soul Infant Fruit was discovered last time, a burly young man in gray clothes effortlessly dispatched a third-tier beast. It was none other than Su Chao. He had been traveling using his Eye of Truth in conjunction with spatial traversal. To maintain peak condition, he stopped midway to meditate and recover for half an hour. Glancing around the surroundings. This was the place he and Wen Jieyu had passed through while escaping last time, so the environment left an impression on him. It was less than 20 kilometers from where the Crimson Bloodthorn was located, he would arrive soon. Once again, he activated a spatial portal and stepped through, emerging 10 kilometers away. Now that he was here, he decided not to use spatial traversal anymore. Because he should be able to detect the Crimson Bloodthorn from this distance. He activated his Eye of Truth and scanned the area where he had previously found the Crimson Bloodthorn. Ha! Su Chao didn't find it in its original location. The area was eerily empty. There were no signs of the Crimson Bloodthorn. All that remained were scattered white bones on the ground, evidence that many beasts or humans had died here. Could it have been taken out by another strong individual? Su Chao felt a bit disheartened. It seemed like this trip was going to be a waste after all. But he wasn't willing to give up. He used the Eye of Truth to conduct a thorough search, hoping to find some leftover branches. However, after combing the area several times, he found no traces at all. A new thought emerged in Su Chao's mind. Could it have moved away on its own?
Although it was a plant, it wouldn't be surprising for a mutated lifeform to be capable of movement. To evolve, it likely needed to continuously devour flesh and blood. Given its massive size, its movements would undoubtedly be slow, so it shouldn't have gone too far. His exploration radius was large enough that if it was still around, he would surely find it. With this in mind, Suchao continued to carefully search along the path. Although it was consuming a significant amount of his energy, he wasn't planning to give up so easily. Half an hour passed. Suchao's eyes began to feel strained. Keeping the Eye of Truth active while using spatial traversal to adjust his position was extremely taxing. He decided to search 20 kilometers westward. If he still couldn't find it, he would take a short break before continuing. Not long after, a look of joy appeared on his face. He had found it. About 35 kilometers northwest of the original location, there was a small pond. A blood-red thorn bush was growing less than 200 meters from the pond. Its canopy stretched over a radius of more than 10 meters. Sunlight filtered through the forest, casting an eerie crimson glow that resembled fresh blood. There were no signs of life in the vicinity, and the atmosphere was unnervingly silent. However, Suchao's investigation revealed that within a 1-kilometer radius of the thorn bush, the ground was scattered with white bones. At a distance of 7 to 8 kilometers, he could no longer probe deeper underground. The terrifying nature of the thorn bush's roots, which he had witnessed during his last encounter with Wen Jieyu, remained vivid in his memory. He decided to approach slowly, carefully observing the surroundings for high-tier beasts or other potential dangers. Additionally, he wanted to restore his energy first. He couldn't afford to falter at a critical moment. Nearby, he found a large tree, sat cross-legged beneath it, and began meditating to recover. Another half-hour passed. Suchao's vitality and energy returned to peak condition. He leapt down from the tree and cautiously advanced. When he was about a kilometer from the crimson bloodthorn, he stopped, unwilling to go any closer. This was because the roots of the thorn bush were lurking underground just 100 meters ahead. For an ordinary warrior unaware of the danger, stepping into the area covered by its roots would make retreating nearly impossible. At this distance, Suchao carefully observed using the Eye of Truth. He discovered that within a 1-kilometer radius, the thorn bush's roots were sparsely scattered underground. Closer to the main root, the roots grew densely together, forming a protective web around it. The main root itself appeared to be at least a meter thick, with a faintly discernible face at its center. This face resembled a child's crude doodle, bizarre and abstract. It looked like a human face with closed eyes, as if it were sleeping. The sight of it was both eerie and unsettling. Most of the roots were as thick as a baby's arm, while some were shorter and thinner, indicating they had recently grown. Through Suchao's Eye of Truth, the crimson bloodthorn radiated immense vitality. Its strength had reached the mid-6th tier. He recalled his hurried assessment with Wen Jieyu last time, estimating the thorn bush's strength to be at least at the peak of the 5th tier. It seemed that it had grown and advanced during this period. Its rapid growth was truly terrifying. If given enough time, it could potentially become a major threat to humanity. Suchao noticed that the thorn bush had chosen its location strategically. It was right along the path many beasts would take to drink from the pond. This realization made him frown. Clearly, the creature possessed significant intelligence. He pondered his next move, realizing that it wouldn't be easy to deal with. Just then, a 4th-tier beast, a rending earth bull, entered Suchao's field of vision, heading toward the pond, evidently to drink water. Suchao watched silently. The rending earth bull soon entered the range of the thorn bush's roots. When it was less than 500 meters from the pond, dozens of roots, each as thick as a baby's arm, suddenly burst from the ground. Several roots wrapped around its 4 legs, immobilizing it in place. The remaining roots quickly coiled around the bull's body, their surfaces bristling with sharp thorns. The thorns pierced deeply into the bull's flesh. The bull let out a pained roar, but its cries were soon silenced as the roots tightly bound its mouth. It struggled desperately to resist, but its efforts were futile. Its nearly 3-meter-long body was constricted tighter and tighter, growing thinner and thinner. Then, the sound of bones breaking echoed in the air. In less than a minute, the bull fell silent. Moments later, its body disintegrated into countless pieces, scattering across the ground. Numerous roots emerged from the soil, their tendrils greedily absorbing the blood and flesh from the dirt. Within 10 minutes, the 4th-tier rending earth bull had been reduced to a pile of white bones.
Countless roots, now seemingly sated, slowly withdrew into the ground, taking the bones with them. It was as if a magic trick had been performed. An entire fourth-tier beast had vanished into thin air. All that remained were traces of disturbed soil. Su Chao frowned deeply. This crimson bloodthorn was incredibly difficult to deal with, nearly impossible to kill. It was probably only slightly less dangerous than the thunder hawk he had encountered yesterday. Using the Eye of Truth, he identified its fatal weakness, the face on its main root. However, the main root was heavily protected by a dense network of roots. To attack it, he would first have to break through this web of defenses. But charging in recklessly and getting entangled would make escape nearly impossible. He pondered for a moment and finally came up with an idea. After checking his equipment and confirming that he was wearing S-class armor, he took a step forward. He moved as if he were merely a passing warrior, heading to a small pond for a drink of water. Gradually, he entered the attack range of the root system of the crimson bloodthorn. The roots underground began to stir restlessly. Feigning ignorance, he continued forward. When he was less than 100 meters from the spot where the wild bull had been attacked earlier, it finally could no longer hold back. Several roots closest to Su Chao's feet suddenly shot out from underground, attempting to ensnare his legs. The remaining roots formed a circle 10 meters away, rapidly tightening inwards to trap him. This sudden and covert ambush would have been unavoidable for most warriors, leaving them ensnared. But Su Chao was no ordinary warrior. The crimson bloodthorn's ambush was destined to fail. He had kept his Eye of Truth activated, allowing him to monitor the underground situation in real time. The moment the roots stirred, he swiftly dodged, a flash of light appearing in his hand as he gripped his S-class longsword. He swung the blade towards the nearest roots. The sharp S-class blade instantly showcased its power, severing several roots into pieces that fell to the ground. The severed roots wriggled as if alive, their cut ends oozing green liquid. The roots flailed madly in the air, resembling the agonized struggles of a creature in pain, spraying green liquid everywhere. After cutting through several roots, Su Chao quickly broke through the encirclement, reaching a clearing he had scouted earlier, free of root systems. He shook his wrist, which was slightly numb from the impact. He also felt surprised, as the roots of the crimson bloodthorn were even tougher than he had anticipated. If he hadn't been wielding an S-class longsword, his strength combined with a B-class or A-class blade likely wouldn't have been able to sever even a single root. The crimson bloodthorn was obviously enraged by this human. A dense mass of roots burst from the ground, shooting towards Su Chao like a barrage of flying spears. And that wasn't all. More roots were stealthily approaching from underground. Using the Eye of Truth, Su Chao identified gaps and weak points among the roots, skillfully dodging the dense attacks. He swung his longsword continuously, slashing down root after root. As more roots were severed and fell to the ground, the crimson bloodthorn grew increasingly furious. Its main root trembled violently, the abstract face on it twisting and contorting as if experiencing immense pain. Most of the roots that had been protecting the main root joined the assault on Su Chao. His space to maneuver was shrinking, and he was gradually at risk of being trapped. Moreover, his wrist was growing increasingly numb from the repeated impacts. Yet Su Chao remained calm, the corner of his mouth curling into a faint smile. His objective was achieved, now was the time. The body that had been entangled by countless roots suddenly vanished. In the next instant, his figure appeared directly in front of the blurry face on the main root. With a fierce motion, the S-class longsword in his hand plunged into the forehead, the blade nearly going into the hilt. Void soul rent eternal silence. The main root began to tremble violently, abruptly pulling itself out of the ground in an attempt to flee. The remaining roots around it, though few, still tried to strike at Su Chao, forcing him to draw his blade to defend himself. From the wound left by the long sword, green liquid gushed out in torrents. Further away, the countless roots that had encircled Su Chao earlier rapidly retracted. After parrying a few more attacks, Su Chao suddenly teleported a kilometer away. He had no intention of wasting more energy tangling with it. That was because the forehead he had attacked earlier was precisely the fatal weakness identified by the Eye of Truth. If it had been an ordinary monster, it would likely already be dead. However, the crimson bloodthorn, with its immense vitality and terrifying blood energy, stubbornly held on, refusing to die immediately. It writhed frantically, countless roots erupting from the ground to lash out at everything around it in a frenzy. Stones, trees, everything in its vicinity was smashed to pieces, creating a truly spectacular scene. It seemed to realize it was nearing death, desperately trying to kill the human who had caused all this devastation. But it had no idea that Su Chao, with his spatial abilities, was already far beyond its attack range. He quietly observed the Crimson Bloodthorn's final struggle. At this moment, through Su Chao's eye of truth, he could see its once vibrant blood energy rapidly waning. After a dozen breaths, the main root and its countless offshoots collapsed to the ground, completely motionless. Su Chao gazed at the lifeless Crimson Bloodthorn and let out a long sigh of relief. This was precisely his plan. By continuously severing its roots from a distance, he had enraged the Crimson Bloodthorn, luring away most of the roots that guarded its core. Finally, he used teleportation to deliver a fatal blow directly. It sounded simple, but his spatial ability played a crucial role. For other warriors to kill it, they would likely have to rely on brute strength, at least at the peak of the 6th tier. Otherwise, they'd be overwhelmed by its countless roots. When the panel displayed more than 4,100 source points, he finally confirmed the Crimson Bloodthorn was dead. Over 4,000 source points. He had initially estimated only around 3,000, as it was a mid-6th tier creature. Previously, the early 6th tier Earth Giant Bear he'd defeated had only yielded a little over 2,000. Perhaps it was special, after all, mutated plant life was relatively rare. However, he had checked the source points merely to confirm the Crimson Bloodthorn's death. The exact number wasn't his priority. Su Chao hadn't forgotten his primary goal for this journey. He focused intently on the panel's abilities section. Moments later. Sure enough, a new ability appeared on the panel, its text flashing to indicate whether he wanted to replace an existing ability. Seeing the new ability, Su Chao's face lit up with joy. Without hesitation, he replaced the speed-based ability he had never intended to use, afraid of missing this opportunity. After successfully replacing it, he looked at the panel. Abilities: S-Class Eye of Truth, A-Class Spatial Teleportation, A-Class Pocket Dimension, A-Class Blood Energy Absorption, B-Class Mirror Image Duplication. Blood Energy Absorption? As expected. His guess had been correct. The Crimson Bloodthorn was essentially a unique type of evolved lifeform. If it possessed special abilities, in theory, he could acquire them as well. What delighted him even more was that the name of this new ability was closely related to the recovery power he had always desired, and it was A-Class. Su Chao scanned his surroundings. Within a radius of 2 kilometers, the area was left in complete disarray by him and the Crimson Bloodthorn. The original terrain was now unrecognizable. He decided to test the newly acquired ability and approached the massive corpse of the now dead Crimson Bloodthorn. With a forceful thrust, he drove his long blade deep into the main root. The ability Blood Energy Absorption activated instantly. Immediately, he felt a surge of blood energy pouring into his body. The blood energy he had expended during the fierce battle with the Crimson Bloodthorn began to recover rapidly. The recovery speed far surpassed that of meditation or regulated breathing. Within less than a minute, Su Chao felt that most of the blood energy he had lost was restored. Not only that, but traces of mental energy were also absorbed, replenishing the mental energy he had consumed. The amount of mental energy recovered, however, was minimal, almost imperceptible. He speculated that once the ability was upgraded to S level, the recovery speed would significantly increase. As for the Crimson Bloodthorn that was being drained, parts of its root system were already shriveled, as if decades of vitality had been lost in just a short time. Its blood energy was nearly entirely depleted. Su Chao estimated the situation. The blood energy of this mid-tier level 6 Crimson Bloodthorn was at least 3 times his own. But even if he drained it completely, the converted blood energy would only be enough to fully restore himself once. The absorption efficiency was about 30%. Having verified the effectiveness of his new ability, Su Chao decided not to linger any longer. He stored the Crimson Bloodthorn in his personal dimensional space, ensuring that nothing was left behind. Then, he opened a spatial portal and stepped inside. When he reappeared, he was 50 kilometers away from the original location. However, he had no intention of returning to the base city just yet. There was another hypothesis he wanted to test. Activating the Eye of Truth, he quickly located a group of beasts on a nearby hill. The strongest among them was an early-stage level 5 beast, clearly the dominant creature of this area. Su Chao drew the B-rank long blade from his waist and instantly teleported to the side of the beast group. The blood energy absorption ability activated immediately, and the slaughter began.
Among the group, aside from the early stage level 5 beast, there were dozens of low-level creatures below level 3. Su Chao's blade cut through one beast after another, ending their lives in an instant. Each time his blade pierced into a creature, a surge of blood energy flowed into his body. The corpses of the drained beasts withered noticeably. Finally, after killing the area's ruler, the early stage level 5 beast, and absorbing its blood energy, he ceased the slaughter. The test was complete. Throughout the entire process, Su Chao kept his blood energy absorption ability active. He concluded that this new ability could absorb the blood energy of both plants and beasts, though the conversion rate was low, averaging less than 30%. Moreover, the efficiency and absorption speed increased with the level of the beasts. He speculated that the higher the level of the beast, the purer its blood energy, resulting in better absorption effects. At the same time, he discovered a limitation. While blood energy absorption could enhance his combat endurance, it did not enable prolonged battles. It could extend his combat duration by 2 to 3 times at most. This was because sustained combat not only consumed blood energy but also led to extreme mental fatigue. Currently, the mental energy replenishment provided by the new ability was negligible. More critically, only high-level beasts could offer mental energy feedback. Creatures below level 3 provided no noticeable impact. Su Chao had his own theory about this. High-level beasts had more abundant mental energy, which allowed for some feedback during the absorption and conversion process. After thoroughly understanding the capabilities of his new ability, Su Chao was generally satisfied. He estimated that if he upgraded it to S level in the future, the absorption efficiency and speed would greatly improve, naturally enhancing his combat endurance. With this in mind, he realized his original plans needed adjustment. Originally, he had planned to save up 100,000 source points to prioritize upgrading his A-rank spatial traversal. Now, the priority of upgrading his A-rank blood energy absorption had to be moved up. Thinking of this, he glanced at his panel, which showed a remaining balance of over 25,000 source points. This included the points earned from hunting the Crimson Bloodthorn and the Beast group earlier. He needed to accelerate his source point accumulation. Now that his dimensional space had upgraded to a minor celestial realm, combined with his enhanced combat endurance, he could hunt for more source points with a single trip to the wilderness each day. Speaking of the upgraded minor celestial realm, he recalled an experiment he had conducted earlier. He directed his consciousness into a corner of the minor celestial realm, where a few low-level beasts appeared feeble and were in a deep slumber. These were small, low-level creatures he had captured alive during his morning trip to the wilderness. He wanted to test whether living creatures could be stored in the minor celestial realm. The results had surprised and delighted him. Living creatures could indeed be stored in the minor celestial realm, but there seemed to be limitations. Stronger beasts could not enter, only low-level creatures could be stored. Furthermore, the few low-level beasts that entered the minor celestial realm became increasingly weak over time, eventually falling into a deep sleep. It was clear that this newly formed minor celestial realm was not yet suitable for sustaining living creatures over the long term. Retrieving the slumbering low-level beasts from the minor celestial realm, Su Chao tossed them to the ground forcefully. The already feeble creatures died in their sleep. He scanned his surroundings and chose a direction to continue his hunting journey. The wilderness never lacked beasts. Every day, countless beasts perished, while countless new ones were born. When Su Chao returned to the eastern gate of Shanghai Base City, it was already close to 4 in the afternoon. This had been his longest solo trip into the wilderness so far. But the rewards were substantial. His source points had nearly reached 40,000. Of course, there was also the pile of beast corpses in the minor celestial realm. With a wave of his hand, a large heap of corpses appeared out of nowhere on the warehouse floor. Nearby, Zhao Dezhong was startled to see the sudden appearance of so many beast corpses in the warehouse. What surprised him wasn't the increase in corpses but the decrease. Even the number of corpses from beasts above level 4 was unusually low. What was even stranger was that some of the corpses appeared shriveled, as if they had been dead for a long time. Su Chao glanced at Zhao Dezhong, who wore a complex expression, and said, "Dezhong, extract the valuable materials from these abnormal corpses and dispose of the rest. Remember, do not sell them to anyone else. As for the intact corpses, sell them as usual." Su Chao was well aware of the questions brewing in Zhao Dezhong's mind. This time, he refrained from using the corpses of beasts above level 4, keeping them in reserve for critical moments to absorb their blood energy for recovery. He wasn't in a rush to use money right now, so there was no need to sell off the corpses of 4th or 5th tier beasts just for profit. Even the corpses of 2nd or 3rd tier beasts could fetch a decent price. Zhao Dezhu wasn't a fool, on the contrary, he was quite clever. Otherwise, he wouldn't have climbed from being an ordinary man without connections or resources to his current managerial position. So, even though he had many questions in his heart, he didn't ask much since his boss didn't voluntarily explain. Questions that shouldn't be asked recklessly. Understood, boss. I get it. Su Chao was very satisfied with his attitude. Dezhu, in the future, there might be a lot of these corpses to handle. You definitely won't be able to manage it on your own. If you know reliable people, you can hire a few to help. Set their wages yourself, paying them more is fine, as long as they can get the job done. From now on, you don't need to personally handle these tasks. Just focus on managing. Zhao Dezhu didn't expect his boss to trust him so much. Looking at Su Chao with excitement, he solemnly promised, "Don't worry, boss. I'll do my best and won't let you down." Su Chao nodded. "All right, go take care of it. I'm going to rest for a while." After speaking, he turned and walked out of the warehouse. He intended to book a hotel room for a proper rest. The resting room in the warehouse was merely for show, and he wouldn't actually sleep there. In the following days, Su Chao continued his usual routine, going out once daily. He would return with numerous beast corpses, most of which had already been drained of their vitality, though a few 2nd or 3rd tier beasts were intact. Zhao Dezhu's efficiency was impressive. By the 2nd day, he had recruited 4 or 5 people to help. Otherwise, with so many corpses piling up daily, it would have been impossible to handle them all. Su Chao instructed him to pay everyone double wages since the work was indeed grueling. After delegating the task to Zhao Dezhu, Su Chao felt considerably relieved. Now all he needed to do was act as a cold-blooded killing machine. The eastern district of Yuanshui City. In a room within a dilapidated residential building, Su Chao sat meditating and resting. It was the 4th day since he had slain the Crimson Bloodthorn. During these 4 days, the beasts in the eastern district had suffered devastating losses, especially those above the 3rd tier, which had been wiped out entirely. Even the early 6th tier apex beast of the district had just fallen at Su Chao's hands. This time, he had learned his lesson. Unlike his prolonged battle with the 6th tier earth giant bear last time, he launched an all-out attack right from the start, fearing he might again alert the peak 6th tier thunder hawk in the central area. Using teleportation combined with true sight, and his fully mastered void soul slash, he unleashed astonishing power. It took only 3 moves to kill this early 6th tier gale leopard. What made Su Chao laugh and cry was that, upon hunting the 6th tier gale leopard, his status panel showed he had gained yet another wind element ability. In truth, he thought wind element abilities were quite appealing, especially after seeing some strong individuals in action. With countless wind blades flying around, it looked incredibly cool. But after hesitating for a long time, he ultimately decided not to replace any of his current abilities. The 5 abilities he had now were all immensely valuable to him, and he couldn't bear to part with any of them. Deciding not to dwell on the wind element ability anymore, Su Chao's face lit up with joy. Because after killing the 6th tier gale leopard, his panel's source points finally surpassed the 100,000 mark. He could upgrade another A-level ability. Looking at the panel. Abilities: S-level True Sight, A-level Spatial Traverse, plus A-level Small Heaven, plus A-level Vitality Absorption, plus B-level Mirror Copy, plus. This time, he had already made up his mind. Without hesitation, he chose to upgrade the A-level Vitality Absorption. The upgrade began. Source points were consumed at an astonishing rate. Su Chao could feel the Vitality Absorption ability undergoing a marvelous transformation. Time passed slowly. About half an hour later, the consumption finally stopped. He looked at the panel again. His source points had decreased by 100,000, leaving less than 1,000. Abilities: S-level True Sight, S-level Essence Absorption, A-level Spatial Traverse, A-level Small Heaven, B-level Mirror Copy. As expected, he now had another S-level ability. S-level Essence Absorption? Su Chao's face lit up with excitement. Just by the name, he knew this ability could restore mental strength. He couldn't wait to head out and test the power of this new ability on some beasts. With hardly any 4th tier or higher beasts left in the eastern district, he decided to head to the northern district for a trial.
A few minutes later, Su Chao arrived in the northern district of Yuanshui City. With his spatial ability, traveling had become much easier. He casually picked a spot teeming with 4th and 5th tier beasts, activated essence absorption, and charged in with his blade. Half an hour later, Su Chao stood in shock, his face full of disbelief. Looking at the ground littered with beast corpses, some of which were severely shriveled, he was astounded. Monstrous. Absolutely monstrous. The upgraded S-level essence absorption was terrifyingly powerful. Firstly, it no longer required direct contact through a blade to absorb vitality. Now, it could directly extract mental strength and vitality from any deceased beast within a 50-meter radius around Su Chao, replenishing his own consumption. Moreover, the conversion rate and absorption speed of the upgraded essence absorption had improved significantly. Su Chao had just tested it. As long as he kept this ability active while hunting, he could maintain peak condition indefinitely. In other words, as long as there was essence to absorb, he wouldn't need to worry about exhaustion. He was practically a perpetual motion machine on the battlefield. Of course, this was purely theoretical. After all, no one could fight endlessly without rest, the mind would eventually give out. As expected, every S-level ability was extraordinary. Su Chao began to anticipate what an SS-level ability, or even the legendary SSS-level ability, might be capable of. He stored all the 2nd tier and higher beast corpses on the ground into his small heaven and continued his hunting spree. This time, his target was the 4th tier and higher beasts in the northern district. Once he broke through to a 6th tier warrior, he planned to head to the central area to challenge the Yuanshui City overlord that had previously forced him into retreat, the peak 6th tier Thunder Hawk. A lightning element ability? As his 6th ability, it sounded quite appealing. 1st District of Xinghai Base City. In an independent dormitory building on the Xinghai Martial University campus. When Jieyu had just finished meditating, she exhaled a long breath and slowly opened her eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing within. Her cultivation had improved once again. Finally, she had broken through to the mid-phase of the 5th tier. Over the past month, not only had she stabilized the cultivation base she had forcefully attained after being schemed against by Feng Hui, but she also successfully advanced to the mid-phase of the 5th tier. The talent of dual ability awakening was indeed astonishingly powerful. More importantly, she wasn't an ordinary dual ability user, she possessed one S-rank ability and one SS rank ability, making her an almost invincible existence. She glanced at the time, it was nearly noon. Time always flew when cultivating. Today was the weekend, and by rights, she should have gone home to accompany her mother. Xinghai Martial University wasn't strict with 4th-year graduates, everyone was free to arrange their own time. Many classmates spent their final year forming teams to train in the wilderness zones. However, since she was being targeted by Heaven's Kingdom, her instructor didn't allow her to leave the safe zones at will. She could only return home each weekend to accompany her mother. Fortunately, the school wasn't far from home, and the 1st district where she resided was relatively safe. But this week, she hadn't gone back, as her mother wasn't home today. Early in the morning, her mother had gone to the eastern city gate to handle some business. She frowned slightly, feeling a sense of unease. At first, she thought it was due to the recent breakthrough in her cultivation, but after finishing her training, the uneasiness hadn't diminished. She took out her phone and checked the message she had sent her mother an hour ago, noticing there was still no reply. Her brows furrowed deeper. She guessed her mother might be busy negotiating or in a meeting, too occupied to respond. This had happened before. But this time, her uneasiness was much stronger. She dialed her mother's number, but the phone was turned off. She tried calling Aunt May, who was supposed to be with her mother, but no one answered. At that moment, she realized something might have happened to her mother. Just as she was about to call her instructor for help, there was a knock at the door. Immediately alert, she quietly moved to the door and looked through the peephole. Outside stood an unfamiliar girl, dressed in the Xinghai Martial University uniform. Sensing no malice from the other party, she opened the door. She asked suspiciously, "Who are you looking for?" The girl smiled politely, her demeanor respectful. "Senior 1, I'm Tan Weiwei from Class 5 of the 3rd year. I have some news to share with you. May I come in and talk?" Wen Jieyu frowned slightly. "You know me? I don't recall interacting with you." Tan Weiwei smiled brightly. Her appearance was ordinary,
but her sunny smile gave off a friendly impression.
I'm just an ordinary person with a B-rank ability. How could I compare to someone like you, Senior One? Are you sure you want to talk to me out here? An ordinary person with a B-rank ability?
Wen Jieyu found the statement odd. At Shanghai Martial University, students who awakened B-rank abilities were already considered elites, far from being ordinary people. She felt that this self-proclaimed third-year student, Tan Weiwei, appeared humble and polite on the surface but had a very assertive personality. However, Wen Jieyu was confident in her own strength and believed this junior wouldn't be able to pull any tricks on her.
So she allowed her in. Come in, then.
A glint of triumph flashed in Tan Weiwei's eyes as she stepped into Wen Jieyu's room.
She glanced around, letting out an exclamation of admiration. Senior, you're so lucky.
Living alone in such a spacious room, meanwhile, we have to share rooms in pairs.
Wen Jieyu replied impatiently, get to the point. My time is valuable.
Prompted by Wen Jieyu, Tan Weiwei feigned a look of suddenly recalling something important.
Senior One, someone asked me to deliver a message to you.
After speaking, she pulled out her phone, opened a photo, and handed it to Wen Jieyu. Take a look at this photo first, Senior One. Then we'll talk.
Wen Jieyu took the phone with a puzzled expression.
The moment her eyes landed on the person in the photo, her entire body froze, and a glint of killing intent flashed in her eyes. She turned to glare at Tan Weiwei.
You've captured my mother? Who are you people?
Facing Wen Jieyu's piercing gaze, Tan Weiwei felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. The temperature in the room seemed to drop by several degrees.
But Tan Weiwei wasn't easy to intimidate.
She had the strength of a third-tier martial artist and knew Wen Jieyu wouldn't act rashly. Putting on a fake smile, she stared back at Wen Jieyu without fear.
Senior One, please don't get angry. I'm just a messenger, here to relay information.
Wen Jieyu scrutinized her for a moment. Daring to act in the base city, you must have been planning this for a long time.
Using my mother to threaten me, what's your goal? Tan Weiwei was impressed by how quickly Wen Jieyu regained her composure.
Senior One, the person who sent me said that you should come with me. Once we reach the designated place, he will release your mother. Oh, and don't even think about contacting your instructor or anyone else, nor should you attempt to harm me.
If anything happens to me or I sense danger, you'll never see your mother again. I'll be watching you the entire time. If I notice anything unusual, I'll report it immediately.
Even the slightest suspicion of you tipping someone off, and your mother will be in grave danger. Wen Jieyu fell into silence, her expression dark. If I go with you, there's a good chance neither my mother nor I will survive.
So why should I go?
You've clearly arranged for someone to watch my instructor as well.
Tan Weiwei hesitated for a moment before laughing.
Senior Wen, you truly are clever. That's a tough question to answer, but since I'm in a good mood today, I'll indulge you. She put on an exaggeratedly pained expression, though her tone was laced with mockery.
You're right, if you come with me, I can't guarantee you or your mother will return alive.
But I can guarantee that if you don't come, your mother is as good as dead.
Yes, we do have someone keeping an eye on your instructor.
The moment she makes a move, your mother won't stand a chance. She looked at Wen Jieyu mockingly.
So, Senior One, what will you choose?
I've heard that you and your mother have been relying on each other since you were young.
Surely you can't bear to watch her die in front of you?
Wen Jieyu's expression grew complex. After a moment of contemplation, it seemed she had made up her mind. I'll go with you, but I need to confirm that my mother is still alive first.
Tan Weiwei had anticipated this response.
She tapped on her phone to start a video call, which connected shortly after. The screen displayed a middle-aged woman tied up with ropes, slumped in the corner of a shabby room. Her mouth was gagged, preventing her from speaking.
Don't move, your daughter is going to talk to you.
A hand reached out from the side and removed the cloth from the woman's mouth. As soon as the gag was removed, she immediately said excitedly, Jieyu, don't come over.
They won't spare us. Aunt May.
Before finishing her sentence, her mouth was covered again. Tears streamed down her face as she shook her head at the video, filled with pleading and reluctance.
The video ended.
Wen Jieyu closed her eyes, tears sliding down her cheeks. Then she opened them again, her gaze colder and more resolute than before.
Tan Weiwei looked at her, feeling a tightness in her chest. Although she guessed Wen Jieyu wouldn't act impulsively, the organization had conducted a detailed analysis of Wen Jieyu's personality before taking action.
She had grown up relying on her mother. To Wen Jieiyu, the most important person in her life was undoubtedly her mother. Now that it was confirmed her mother was still alive, there was at least a 90% chance she would comply and come alone. But there was also a 10% chance she would fight to the death, even knowing she might die herself. Tan Weiwei knew that Wen Jieiyu was incredibly angry at this moment, so she refrained from provoking her further.
Senior Wen, you've seen it just now. Your mother is still alive.
As long as you come with me and don't do anything reckless, there's a chance to save her. Wen Jieiyu remained silent for a moment, then glanced at her.
Aunt Mei has already been killed by your people, hasn't she? Tan Weiwei shook her head. I don't know.
My task is merely to deliver the message and ensure you cooperate with me.
As for where we're going? I have no idea. I'll receive further instructions later. When Jieiyu suddenly asked, You're from Heaven's Kingdom, aren't you?
Tan Weiwei froze for a moment.
I don't know what you mean. Just tell me your decision. Time is running out.
Wen Jieiyu stared directly at her. As Tan Weiwei anxiously urged her, she failed to notice that everything in the room seemed to fall into an eerie stillness.
Everything, except Wen Jieiyu, who was still moving. This was her recently awakened second ability and SS-level power, Time Freeze.
However, her time freeze could only control the time within a certain range, a range that would expand as her strength grew. Moreover, she couldn't sustain the time freeze for long, as it consumed an enormous amount of energy. Acting quickly, she pulled out her phone and rapidly typed 2 text messages, then placed the phone back into her bag. Returning to her previous posture, she deactivated the time freeze. The temporal power within the area dissipated, and everything around resumed its prior state.
Only Wen Jieyu's face turned pale in an instant. Tan Weiwei didn't sense anything unusual had happened.
Seeing Wen Jieyu's pale face, she assumed she was struggling to make a difficult decision. She continued to press her.
Senior One, I understand how tough this is for you right now, but you must give me a clear answer. Otherwise, I'll take it as a refusal.
Wen Jieiyu replied coldly, I'll go with you.
Please honor your promise. To show my determination.
She pulled her phone out of her bag, clenched it tightly, then relaxed her grip. After hesitating for a few seconds, she gritted her teeth and crushed the phone. Tan Weiwei initially thought she was going to call the police, and her heart leapt into her throat.
But she knew she couldn't overpower Wen Jieiyu or snatch the phone away.
She could only speak anxiously, Senior One, don't do anything rash. Before she could finish, the phone was already shattered.
She secretly sighed in relief and admired Wen Jieyu's decisiveness.
Clearly, Wen Jieiyu had no other choice. Although her time freeze ability allowed her to edit messages without temporal interference, she couldn't actually send them out. She had to pretend to press send during her moment of hesitation. And to prevent her phone from being confiscated and its messages checked, she had no choice but to destroy it.
She had done everything she could. The rest would have to depend on luck.
Seeing Wen Jieiyu agree to go with her, Tan Weiwei smiled and stepped forward, linking arms with her.
Senior One, come with me.
We need to act like close friends shopping together so no one at school will suspect anything.
I trust you wouldn't deliberately reveal anything that would endanger your mother, right?
Wen Jieiyu, annoyed, tried to pull her arm away, but stopped when she heard those words. She let Tan Weiwei hold her arm and walked out of the room. Seeing that Wen Jieiyu didn't resist, Tan Weiwei smiled smugly and took out her phone to send a message. Arm in arm, they exited the dormitory building and headed toward the main gate of Shanghai Martial University. When they reached the gate, Tan Weiwei raised her hand to hail a car.
Just then, a car conveniently pulled up in front of them, and the two got in.
The moment Wen Jieiyu saw the driver, she knew he was one of their people. The car drove out of District 1, heading toward the Eastern City Gate.
At the Eastern City Gate,
in a luxurious hotel room, a burly young man in gray sat cross-legged on the carpet, surrounded by an intense flow of energy surging into his body. It was clear he was undergoing a breakthrough, and it wasn't the ordinary kind achieved by mid to low-tier martial artists. This man was none other than Su Chao. He had been in the Eastern District for nearly 2 weeks. After upgrading his Vitality Absorption technique to the S-level Essence Absorption technique, Su Chao had spent 2 consecutive days slaughtering beasts in the northern district of Yuanshui City. Nearly all Tier 4 and higher beasts in the northern district had been wiped out by him.
His source energy points had accumulated to nearly 40,000. But he decided to stop hunting beasts here. 2 weeks of relentless killing had filled him with an overwhelming aura of bloodlust, and he felt on the verge of losing control. He had noticed that Zhao Daiju and the others had recently been avoiding him, their eyes filled with fear. Even eating had become unappetizing after seeing so many corpses every day. He knew it was time to return to school. Excess in anything was never good. Though he was eager to quickly improve his strength, he didn't want to become a madman consumed by killing. Originally, he had planned to return to school this morning. But when he woke up and saw the notifications on his system panel, he was overjoyed to find he could further enhance his powers. Without hesitation, he sat down cross-legged to begin his breakthrough. This led to the current scene. After about an hour, the energy surging around Su Chao's body began to subside, signaling the completion of his breakthrough. He stood up, stretched his muscles, and felt the powerful transformation in his body, exhilarated. He glanced at his system panel. Physique, 280. Mental power, 90. Source points, 36,835. His mental power had risen from 78 to 90, and his physique had increased by 48 points, bringing his strength to 28,000 kilograms. He had firmly stepped into the late stage of Tier 5. As for the over 1,000 source points consumed during the process, he didn't mind in the slightest. He assessed his combat strength. With the addition of his max-level advanced martial skill, the Void Soul-Splitting Slash, he believed he could now pose a threat to Grandmaster-level opponents. Satisfied, he began packing his belongings, preparing to return to school. Next time, he should be able to break through and become a 6th-tier martial artist. At that moment, he received a message. Taking out his phone, he saw it was from Wen Jieyu and instantly felt a surge of happiness. But as soon as he opened the message and glanced at it, his expression immediately turned grave. The smile that had just begun to spread across his face froze instantly. Following that, a strong killing intent rapidly filled the room. The message on the phone read: Su Chao, my mother has been kidnapped by people from heaven near the East Gate. The video shows they might be holding her in a residential building in the wilderness zone. They want me to go with them, and it's likely they'll leave the wilderness zone through the East Gate. If you discover our tracks, act accordingly. If anything happens, this will be our final goodbye, don't worry about me. This mission is extremely dangerous, so please be careful. The phone has been destroyed, don't try to call back. The hand holding Su Chao's phone trembled slightly. His mind began to panic. But he forced himself to calm down. Kidnapping, heaven, East Gate, wilderness zone, residential building. These key pieces of information flashed through his mind one by one. He began to analyze calmly. If the people from heaven kidnapped Wen Jieyu's mother at the East Gate, they're likely planning to leave the wilderness zone through that gate. Since Jieyu just sent this message, it's probable they've only just left the first district. There's still time. I should head to the East Gate first and wait. After figuring it out, Su Chao didn't hesitate. He quickly packed his belongings. Then he hurriedly left the hotel, heading toward the East Gate. Meanwhile, in a luxurious deputy dean's office at Shanghai Martial University, Su Jin was seated at her desk, working through some documents. Suddenly, the phone on her desk buzzed with a notification. She picked it up, and her face instantly changed, her expression turning severe as she abruptly stood up. Then, as if recalling something, she walked to the window, pulled the curtains aside, and glanced out. Afterward, she returned to her chair. She typed out a message on her phone and soon received a reply. After glancing at her phone, she continued to focus on the documents on her desk. But for a long time, she didn't turn a single page, revealing the turmoil within her. Su Chao soon arrived near the East Gate. Upon reaching the area, he was torn. Should he stay inside the city to keep watch, or head into the wilderness zone to wait? If he stayed inside the city, he could detect suspicious individuals or situations immediately. However, this was the main city gate, with strong individuals constantly coming and going. Keeping a blatant watch here might draw attention from the powerful. On the other hand, heading out into the wilderness zone and setting up watch a bit further from the gate would be relatively safer. After hesitating for a while, he decided to stay inside the city and keep watch. A plan formed in his mind. He would proceed cautiously and carefully. If he encountered a powerful figure he couldn't afford to provoke, he would promptly retract his true eye. Su Chao found a random spot to sit and rest. To ensure his safety, he didn't use Lao Mo's appearance, avoiding recognition. After leaving the hotel, he had gone to a secluded spot to transform himself into a burly man with a face covered in scars. He also deliberately suppressed his strength, only displaying the abilities of an early-stage 4th-tier martial artist. This level of strength was neither too high nor too low for hunters venturing into the wilderness zone, just enough not to attract undue attention. From his spatial ring, he retrieved some food and water. He ate while keeping an eye on the people passing through the city gate. Su Chao had never before spent so much time watching the various individuals at the city gate. But this was understandable. Ever since acquiring spatial travel, he rarely entered or exited the wilderness zone through the city gates, instead opening portals directly from his warehouse. Now, he was just another ordinary observer. At the city gate, there were hunters tightly embracing their loved ones, bidding reluctant farewells. Every step into the wilderness zone carried the risk of facing unknown dangers. Many might never return. Yet entering the wilderness was a trial every martial artist had to endure. Some young martial artists bore complex expressions. Their faces showed a mix of anticipation and nervousness. Typically, first-timers entering the wilderness zone would have elders accompanying them. Su Chao recalled the first time he and Zhang Quan ventured into the wilderness zone. They had felt exactly the same. It was a pivotal lesson in the growth of every martial artist. He also noticed a few individuals who didn't yet appear to possess the strength of martial artists. They wandered among the crowd, asking other hunters if they needed assistance. These people left a deep impression on Su Chao. The first time he and Zhang Quan went into the wilderness, they had encountered the same kind of people. Most of them came from humble backgrounds but weren't content with ordinariness. They wanted to see if they could awaken their potential in the wilderness zone. Most of them never returned. Only a very few succeeded in awakening. At the time, Zhang Quang had sighed, calling them true warriors. Around the city gate, businesses were bustling with activity. Some sold food and lodging, others bought beast materials and carcasses. The contrast among those returning from outside the city was stark. Some wore wide smiles, their backpacks bulging, clearly having gained much. Others were covered in blood, their faces filled with grief and pain. There were also young martial artists still shaken by their experiences. These individuals stood in stark contrast to those preparing to leave the city. This scene was a true depiction of life in every human base city during the Nirvana era. In addition, Su Chao hadn't expected this. Many strong individuals passed through the city gates each day. During his observation, he had already spotted several Grandmaster-level powerhouses. He didn't keep his true eye active all the time, only discreetly using it when someone seemed suspicious. Otherwise, the energy consumption was too great, and he couldn't sustain it. Moreover, he couldn't openly absorb essence here to replenish himself. Time slowly slipped away in this waiting game. 2 hours passed without him realizing it. At first, Su Chao had been leisurely observing, but soon his mood grew restless. He began to worry that the people from heaven might not leave through the east gate at all, instead taking a different route through another gate into the wilderness zone. If that were the case, he would have wasted his time. Logically, it should take about 2 hours to travel from the first district to the east gate. Yet there was still no sign of any suspicious individuals. Just as he was becoming anxious, he suddenly noticed a massive caravan preparing to leave the city. The caravan was about the same size as the one he had encountered at the Dawn base in the district, with over 50 vehicles. From one of the vehicles came the sound of a commotion. "If you don't give me confirmation of my mother's situation, I absolutely won't leave the city." A sweet yet furious and cold voice of a woman came from inside the vehicle. "Miss One, if you don't want to endanger your mother, stop shouting. We can show you the video again, and we hope you'll cooperate and leave the city. Otherwise, let's part ways." A low, repressed male voice responded. Su Chao followed the voice. He saw a specially modified armored vehicle that appeared ordinary from the outside. The windows were small, made of bulletproof glass, and the body was constructed from alloy materials. The interior of the car was obscured from outside view. He immediately activated the Eye of Truth. The scene inside the car became clear to him. There were 3 people inside, 2 young women and a middle-aged man. The man was seated in the driver's seat, while the 2 women were in the back. Su Chao instantly recognized one of the women and felt a wave of relief.
Finally, he had found her. Among the two women in the back seat, one was none other than the person he was most worried about, Wenjie. She seemed to be in relatively good condition, not tied up, though her eyes were red from crying. The other young woman sitting beside her was plain-looking, with a ponytail. She appeared very cautious, clearly wary that Wenjie might suddenly make a move. The atmosphere inside the car was exceedingly tense. The one who had just threatened Wenjie was evidently the middle-aged man driving. He had very short hair, a buzz cut, with half of it already turned white. He appeared to be around 50 years old. The most striking feature about him was that half of his left ear had been sliced off by some sharp blade. Using the eye of truth, Su Chao probed and discovered that this middle-aged man was the most formidable in the car, a peak-level 6th-tier warrior. As for the young woman with the ponytail sitting next to Wenjie, she was merely a 3rd-tier warrior with a basic B-level ability, hardly worth mentioning. Vivi, contact them and show her the video again. Keep the phone volume low. The middle-aged man instructed the ponytailed girl. Yes, sir. The girl, addressed as Vivi, took out a phone and operated it. Shortly after, the video call connected. Su Chao saw in the video a middle-aged woman tied up in the corner of a decrepit room, a cloth stuffed in her mouth. Upon seeing the video of her mother, Wenjie's tears flowed uncontrollably, her expression growing agitated. She urgently said, "Mom, hold on. Trust me, don't do anything rash. I swear I'll save you." The middle-aged woman in the video shook her head desperately, her face streaming with tears, signaling her daughter not to come and rescue her. The video ended quickly. Vivi's face revealed a complex expression as she looked at Wenjie, thinking, "Still hoping to save your mother? You're barely holding it together yourself." Wenjie cast a cold glance at her, staring so intensely that Vivi's eyelid twitched involuntarily. If it weren't for knowing that the middle-aged man driving was stronger than her, she might have already made her move. At this moment, the man spoke again. "Miss One, we've shown you the video. We hope you'll cooperate and leave the city without causing any trouble for everyone." Wenjie didn't respond. Instead, she gazed out of the car window. She was hoping to see that familiar figure. She had deliberately caused a scene here to attract Su Chao's attention. She and Su Chao frequently kept in contact, and she knew he had been entering and exiting the wilderness near the East Gate recently. That's why she had sent him a message. Although Su Chao was only a 5th-tier warrior, his spatial ability combined with his detection ability could provide her with unexpected aid, greatly enhancing her chances of rescuing her mother. But after watching for a while, she felt disappointed. She hadn't seen that familiar figure. Had he not received the message? At this point, the convoy began to slowly exit the city, and it was now their car's turn. Wenjie withdrew her gaze. At this juncture, she couldn't refuse to go with them. If she stood by and watched her mother be killed, she would never forgive herself for the rest of her life. She had done her best, the rest was up to fate. In truth, she dared to go with them because she had some confidence. With her SS-level ability, time stop, as long as they didn't have a Grandmaster-level expert, she was confident she could rescue her mother. Sending those 2 messages was merely a precaution. However, after her previous experience, she suspected that Heaven's Kingdom might dispatch a Grandmaster-level figure this time. The convoy eventually exited the city gates and, once in the wilderness, immediately picked up speed. After confirming that Wenjie was in one of the convoy's vehicles, Su Chao also joined the queue to leave the city. Once the convoy had traveled about 2 kilometers beyond the city, Su Chao left the wilderness area. But he didn't immediately follow the convoy. Instead, he pretended to be an ordinary hunter and blended in with other hunting parties, slowly making his way into the wilderness. In reality, he was constantly using the Eye of Truth to monitor Wenjie's vehicle. At this distance, if they encountered an emergency, he could teleport to them at any time using his spatial ability. His caution was not without reason. Their opponent was Heaven's Kingdom, a mysterious organization that even official forces had struggled to eradicate over the years. This alone was enough to show how cunning and formidable they were. He worried that Heaven's Kingdom might have backup plans, lying in wait nearby to see if Wenjie had any allies. Indeed. When the vehicle had traveled about 5 kilometers, he noticed 2 suspicious warriors nearby, making phone calls and reporting their observations. Su Chao remained still. Thus, the distance between him and Wenjie widened to nearly 10 kilometers. Suddenly, Su Chao's eyes lit up. when Jieyu's vehicle made an abrupt move, turning sharply away from the convoy and heading south. Su Chao looked around and noticed that the hunters around him numbered fewer than 10. Once the main group leaving the city had dispersed after about a kilometer, heading in various directions, only a few people remained on this path. Quietly, Su Chao turned and walked into a nearby forest. He attracted no attention. Inside the forest, Su Chao surveyed his surroundings, then used his movement technique to advance swiftly. He reached an open, uninhabited area. Opening a spatial portal, he stepped through. When he reappeared, he was atop a small hill, roughly 5 kilometers away from Wen Jieyu's vehicle's route. He found a large tree to conceal himself, quietly observing. At the same time, he retrieved the corpse of a 5th-tier beast from his spatial ring and used his ability, Essence Absorption, to restore his strength. The prolonged use of the Eye of Truth at the city gates had drained him considerably. But it hadn't been convenient to retrieve the beast's corpse for recovery while in the city, so he had to wait until now. With a potential battle looming ahead, he needed to maintain peak condition at all times. Just as when Jieyu's car left the convoy and drove about 2 kilometers, another vehicle from the convoy broke away and followed her. At this moment, Su Chao had just finished absorbing the corpses of 2 beasts, restoring his strength to its peak. He noticed that there were 2 people in the car behind him. Upon examining one of them, his pupils contracted, and his expression turned serious. It was actually a Tier 7 Grandmaster. The other person was a Tier 5 martial artist, responsible for driving. Things were getting complicated. The people in this car were difficult to categorize as friend or foe. They were very likely members of Heaven's Kingdom. Su Chao was unsure if Wen Jieiyu had informed anyone else. Logically, since she could send him a message, she should have also contacted her teacher. He had to be more cautious. He decided to minimize probing the car behind him, as excessive probing could easily attract the Grandmaster's attention. With that in mind, Su Chao continued to tail Wen Jieyu's car. He chose to use spatial traversal every 5 kilometers. This approach ensured that the area within a few kilometers of his new location would be within his detection range, reducing the risk of being discovered by scouts that the other side might deploy in advance. At the same time, doubts lingered in his mind. If the Grandmaster in the car behind really belonged to Heaven's Kingdom, why hadn't they made a move to directly capture Wen Jieiyu here? What exactly were they waiting for? Could it be that this Grandmaster wasn't affiliated with Heaven's Kingdom?